Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 546, Chapter 493. Nice to meet you, I'm Kurosaki Ichigo. I looked at her, unfazed as her presence bore down on me. Despite doing so, she wasn't disrupting the surroundings. She narrowed her eyes. Do you think I wouldn't know about Drake's user for this era? Yes. No wonder you are his wielder, you are just as shameless as the Great Welsh. I've never met him before in my life. I crossed my arms. There is something peculiar about you. Is it my handsomeness? I asked. She blinked again, looking at me as if she was trying to pry into my secrets. When mortals lie, there are signs. They are minuscule, but I'm able to detect them: increased heart rate, certain scents they let off. But you are utterly unfazed despite the fact that you are lying to my face. Do you have proof? I raised an eyebrow. She pointed her finger at me and I felt something strange as the boosted gear appeared on my arm without my prompt. Would you care to correct yourself? I've never met this person before in my life. Drake defended me as the jewel on the boosted gear lit up. Drake, how the fuck did she force the boosted gear out of my soul? She can sniff out any treasures. If she wanted, she could take things out of your ring too. There's a reason she's still pissed that I took some of her treasures centuries ago. That would have been helpful to know beforehand. Some kind of treasure hunting ability. Not the strangest thing I've ever come across. I'm sorry, I was preoccupied with the powerful angry dragoness that won't stop hunting me down every time I find a new host. This is clearly the divine dividing. I continued. My name is Albion, the stupid white dragon. I'm quite literally looking at the boosted gear, Great Welsh. She deadpanned. I, Albion, realized that Drake is better than I'll ever be and I changed my stupid wings into an awesome red gauntlet. I am aware of who Albion's host is. She said dryly. I met with him by chance recently and he was more than happy to pass on your information. That bitch. Nah, we switched the other day. He has the boosted gear now. I shot back without missing a beat. Enough of your nonsense. I came for Drake. She frowned. Is this a booty call? I'm starting to sympathize with Indra. She just looked at me. Considering how much of an asshole he is, that's a rather impressive feat then. I complimented myself. I decided to stop avoiding the point of contention. What do you want? I want my treasures back. She said plainly. Drake, did you hear that? Time to cough up her treasures. Wait, you're locked in a prison. I deadpanned. Then the debt falls to you. She pursed her lips. No. No. She repeated in confusion. In what world would you think I have to pay that kind of a debt? I answered back. You're his user. And. I interrupted her. She furrowed her brow and went silent. She went utterly still, unmoving, and it was a bit unnerving for it to happen all of a sudden. What's wrong with her, Drake? She just silently stood there, and I was becoming mildly concerned. Uh-oh. What? She's going to do that thing. I was going to question what he meant by that, but the dragon goddess in front of me, well, she sort of stopped reigning in her presence. Granted, she didn't intentionally exude it, but that didn't really matter when there was a fuck-off powerful dragon standing right in the middle of Kyoto. I readied myself for a fight. I would have to lure her outside of. She just plopped herself onto the ground, expressionless, lying there staring up at the sky. Drake, what the fuck am I looking at? This is what she always does. Every time we had an argument, she would just lay down silently until I gave in. I thought she chased after your previous users. I gestured to the dragon goddess laying on the literal street, staring up at the sky. She would follow them back home and make a nuisance of herself like this and not leave them alone. I wanted to say something, really anything, but no words could properly convey my thoughts. I just stared at the dragon goddess that reached a level of shamelessness I didn't even know existed. I have so many questions, like what the fuck am I looking at? I emphasized again, but the first time I asked that didn't help. It was rare that I found myself so genuinely speechless. I could hear Drake grumble. Despite being one of the strongest dragons, she doesn't like fighting and is the most gentle of our kind. I assume gentle had a different meaning when it comes to dragons, but that still has significance, I suppose. Why didn't any of your previous users just force her away? I sighed. Well, besides being too weak to do so. But that wasn't a particular problem for me. She was strong, but I was stronger. How could I ever hurt her? Drake said quietly. I sighed again because now that Drake said that, I couldn't bring myself to harm her either. Someone that Drake cared about. After everything we've been through, I couldn't raise a hand to the dragon goddess that was laying down in the middle of the road until she got her way. You're lucky that I'm here with you, Drake. Thankfully, I have a technique to counter hers. Ever so slightly, the dragon goddess twitched, as she was clearly listening to me and her eyes locked onto my own. I took out my kaleidophone, making a call. Izzy, I need an adult. Very quickly, and before I could even explain properly, a wooden scaffold pushed up out of the ground, rupturing the concrete as a vortex swirled underneath. It had been a while since I've seen Izzy's method of entering and leaving Yomi. Izzy strode out, looking at the scene, but before she would utter a word, someone peeked out from behind her. Mother. Tiamat perked up, sitting up, but still on her butt. Oh. Hello, Ereshkigal. At *****. This was turning into a rather odd day. What were the chances of meeting two Mesopotamian deities like this back to back? I was fairly sure that there weren't many of them around anymore. Tiamat, seemingly, wasn't as shameless in front of another member of her pantheon. Izzy, rather sternly, made everyone come back to Yomi rather than cause a commotion in the middle of Kyoto yokai territory. Ereshkigal, she had long black hair and wore quite a few ornate hair pieces but a simple white dress, seemingly made from cotton, but I wasn't too sure. Other than the few ornaments, her appearance was simple, even if she was rather beautiful. A bit on the petite side, perhaps a couple inches taller than Artoria. Tiamat walked to Izzy's house, didn't seem perturbed in the slightest. Rather, she took the goddess into her arms, found a seat on the empty couch, sat down and put Ereshkigal into her lap as she fawned over the other goddess. How many years has it been? Tiamat hummed. And while she was acting the part of a doting mother, there was the feeling of detachment. 1,000 years? Yes, mother. Ereshkigal said softly. Tiamat's nose twitched, and she looked down at the other goddess. You have a treasure on you I don't recognize, where is it? Mother. Ereshkigal squawked as Tiamat's hand started to inspect around her until she pulled out a string from around her neck and attached to it was some sort of pale-looking key. I tilted my head because I had the feeling I've seen something like it before. That's strange, there's nothing special about it. Tiamat shrugged, clearly losing interest and letting go of it as the other goddess seemed to quickly stuff it back down her shirt. Izzy and I were kind of just silently watching them. Ahem. Izzy, very unsubtle, cleared her throat. Ah. Ereshkigal made a small noise. Mother. Oh yes. Drake's host still owes me a debt. Tiamat looked back at me. I am very close to physically expelling you from Japan. Izzy narrowed her eyes. I find it odd that one of the rare times I'm meeting with Ereshkigal that you happen to appear. She messaged me the other day and happened to mention that she was meeting you, so I thought it was a good opportunity to seek out Drake's host while you were preoccupied. Tiamat didn't even hide it. Mother. Ereshkigal squeaked. Don't use me to distract Izanami. Izzy let out a sigh, covering her face. It's not like I caused any disturbances with the mortals. Tiamat said offhandedly. Which was technically true. I think a dragon goddess revealing herself fully in the middle of Kyoto is enough to be called a disturbance. I said dryly. Tiamat showed me a scowl, which followed Ereshkigal with a wince. I am not a goddess. Tiamat's words were spoken with a faint but noticeable growl to them. Anymore. Well, consider that nerve touched. You're Izanami's boyfriend. Ereshkigal looked at me. I quickly switched gears, smiling politely back at her. That I am. I said proudly, my death goddess adopting the faintest of red. Though she didn't deny it. It's nice to meet one of Izzy's friends. Ereshkigal's demeanor shifted and she smiled brightly. I heard a lot about you. Well, I think most people have at this point, but it was so sweet the way you confessed about you both while so many people were watching. I may have shot Izzy a wide grin, much to her chagrin. Sorry for interrupting whatever it was you were both doing. I simply had an odd situation I found myself unable to handle without help. I glanced at Tiamat who didn't show an iota of regret over her actions. Don't hold your breath, she's used the technique on me so many times, and I've lost to it every time. Drake grumbled inside my soul. How frightening. Frankly, I pictured Jin doing something similar, and I absolutely wouldn't be able to beat it either, so I couldn't find it in myself to joke at his expense. We were simply having a chat about certain things. Izzy said dismissively. Nothing overly important. I've heard about Kor, it's supposed to be a rather peaceful home for dead souls. I wouldn't mind visiting it at some point. I continued, making polite small talk. You would want to visit Kor. Ereshkigal's eyes widened. Ah, yes. Did I say something wrong? She held her cheeks. No mortal has said that in a long time. We wouldn't mind visiting at any point, dear. Izzy's expression turned warm and gentle when dealing with the other goddess associated with death. It's no Hades, but I can entertain guests. She pumped her fist rather cutely. My first guests in so long. Why did that make me feel bad for her? Before that, we should deal with the dragon in the room. Izzy crossed her arms, her eyes focused on Tiamat. I just want what I am owed. This one smells of treasures plenty. She held her hand up, pointing at me. You're now in the position to demand anything. Izzy scowled. The fact that you showed up without any warning is already enough to throw you out without caring about politeness. Tiamat tilted her head. I'm very persistent. She's not lying. I remember the first time she did that thing to me. She laid in the same spot for over a decade until I finally caved. I don't know if I should be impressed or not. You really still care about her, don't you, Drake? I didn't need him to answer, his attitude said it all. He was the type to hold a huge grudge, his rivalry with Albion evidence of that. Yet, despite Tiamat chasing after him over so many users, he never once thought about being forceful or harming her in any way. I could tell Izzy was having a headache on how to handle this situation as well. Tiamat was at the threshold of being powerful enough that you couldn't simply command her to do something she didn't want to do. And honestly, what could you even threaten her with? From what I recall, she lived in isolation in the middle of the familiar forest in the underworld. Her attachments to her pantheon. Ereshkigal called her mother, which made sense considering she's their primordial mother, but Tiamat never once returned that kind of affection. There's obviously a sort of invisible wall she keeps up between herself and her pantheon. Sorry for getting you wrapped up in my mess. Drake uncharacteristically apologized. I wanted to point out his rivalry with Albion again, but his attitude gave me pause. You said Drake took your treasures, explain what you mean. I sighed, realizing what the best way to handle this was. He stole my treasures. She said with full seriousness. Drake. I only took a few. How many is a few? A few. How much did he take? Over half of my hoard. She scoffed in annoyance. I managed to retrieve some of them over the years, but I'm still missing a lot. As his host, it's your job to get them back. God damn it, Drake. I have no idea how long that would take, and the fact that they've probably found new owners all over the world. What if I was willing to give you some of my treasures? She perked up at that. At *****. I pushed the door to my house open. If you touch anything without permission, I won't care about Drake's affection towards you and I will not be polite. This is my home. I made it clear to the not goddess dragon. Tiamat didn't speak to acknowledge my warning, just humming as she peeked inside, followed by Ereshkigal and Izzy. Izzy of course would supervise, and Ereshkigal was currently a guest so it would be rude to tell her to hang back. And I didn't mind, she was Izzy's friend so she was more than welcome to visit my home. Truthfully, it was Izzy's home as well, even if she had a home in Yomi just as well. Tiamat's nose twitched excitedly. I smell a lot of treasures. She preened and nearly shot off down the hallway. What the hell? I heard Rin's voice as I quickly followed after the dragon. What did I literally just say? I grabbed the dragon's arm as she stood in the doorway of Rin's workshop. Schweinorg, what the hell? Rin was confused and perhaps a tad angry at the suddenness of what was happening. Sorry, it wasn't intentional. Rin, meet Tiamat. I briefly made introductions. Rin immediately recognized the name, staring at the dragoness. Why is she trying to get into my workshop? I smelled something good. Tiamat said simply. Thank you. She can apparently sniff out treasures. I sighed. But that's not where she should be going and is off limits. We're going to where I keep the majority of my stuff. Right. Rin was probably still confused at what was happening. I was starting to think when you lived long enough, you developed some sort of odd quirk. Odin, Tiamat, others, there was a pattern forming. Izzy quickly rejoined us, putting a not-so-gentle hand on the dragon's shoulder. Tiamat just had a playful smirk on her face despite the situation. I think she's having fun. She rarely comes out and interacts with people anymore. That would explain a lot. Ah. Ereshkigal let out a noise, looking at Rin. Rin returned, in confusion as the Sumerian goddess stared at her with wide eyes. Be my priestess. Ereshkigal blurted out. What? Rin blinked. I second that. Izzy replied. Ereshkigal looked around awkwardly. I didn't mean to blurt that out. It's just, I was surprised. As soon as I saw you, a mortal, I've never seen someone so compatible with me before. Perhaps you should start off by introducing yourself. Izzy offered. Right. I'm Ereshkigal, goddess of the underworld. She said proudly. Be my priestess. I'm Rin Tosaka, and no. Why not? I'm a goddess. I'm a magician, why would I care about those sorts of things? I can give you stuff. Rin's eyes began to sparkle. I'm listening. Well, looks like Rin has this handled, I won't meddle in it then. Though I am curious about what's going on, so I'll ask her later. Where do you think you're going? Izzy hissed under her breath as Tiamat seemingly tried to sneak away. It's this way. Well, I was content to let Rin handle her own matters as Izzy very gently navigated Tiamat down the hallway to the correct room. Tiamat's nose twitched again and her eyes lit up. I smell a lot of good things here. She didn't even wait for me to speak before pushing the door open. Technically, I called this my armory because it sounded cool. Realistically, it's just where I kept things that I don't keep in my ring. Magical and enchanted weapons lined the walls. Magical ingredients of varying quality. There was also a good supply of potions set up on the shelves for emergencies when I wasn't around. There were duplicates of magical tomes which were properly housed in the library that Jin took care of. And there was a plethora of other random things that I found some degree of value in. My inner dragon was happy being in here, despite the fact that I was giving some away. Tiamat's hands were visibly twitching in excitement. Can I take what I want? She hesitantly asked. It went against my nature, but I relented with a sigh. Take what you want. I expected her to start scrambling around, but she was actually very meticulous as she walked up to a large shield, inspecting it thoroughly before pulling it off the wall and walking over near us, setting it down gently. On the opposite side, she stared at a large two-handed sword for a while before taking it off a weapon rack and once more, gently set it down next to the shield. She was making a little pile for herself. She wordlessly started to grow the pile, adding more and more things onto it. What's this? She held up a vial. Crystallized magical energy, dust as it's called. There was a bit of dust stored here for emergencies as well. Tiamat's eyes lit up and added it to the pile. What's her deal? I asked quietly with Izzy by my side. What do you mean? Izzy looked at me. She is odd. She can hear you. Tiamat spoke from across the room. You're welcome to leave. I quipped back. Wilhelm, she is old. I don't quite think you understand how old she is. Izzy was, well, she was a bit more polite in her tone. She's older than me. I would have thought Drake told you already. She stole a glance at me as she added a few more items to the pile. I thought you were intentionally insulting before, but I guess you really don't know then. Does she mean when I called her a goddess and she got upset? Well, in truth, I couldn't feel an ounce of divinity from her. She was purely a dragon. And Drake once told me a very brief outline of what happened to her. You lost your godhood, right? I asked. Do you normally bring up a woman's bad memory so bluntly? Tiamat snorted. I rolled my eyes. You threw yourself onto the ground like a child when you didn't get your way. And I'll do it again. She said without an ounce of shame. If it wasn't a threat towards me, I would be impressed at this point. It's not a secret. When my children mutilated my body to create the heavens and the earth, a small part of my will was swept up in the new lands they created. Eventually, it reformed into that of a dragon due to my connection with dragons when I was still a goddess. I'm no longer a goddess, simply a dragon. A primordial goddess reduced to this. Simply a dragon, yet one of the strongest dragons in the world. It made me genuinely curious how strong she would have been at her best. Eventually, Tiamat stopped adding things to the somewhat large pile as if she were done. You're really letting me have these? I'm paying Drake's debt. I admit I felt a little bit of an obligation due to my relationship with Drake. Tiamat scrunched her nose. It's not equivalent. These are nice treasures, but it's still a ways away from being what Drake stole from me. Don't push your luck. I rolled my eyes. Why? What? I replied back. Why are you giving me your treasures? Despite claiming you owe me a debt, I'm not stupid. I didn't expect you to actually pay it off. Normally, I just annoy Drake and his host for a while before going back home. She freely admitted to her normal plans. Though, normally his hosts aren't nearly at your level, both in strength and in hoard. His hosts are usually very poor. I'm just wondering why you're doing this for me. I'm doing it for Drake, not for you. Drake very clearly still cares about you, so I'm doing this in his stead. She didn't respond to that immediately, her back was turned to me and I could barely see the edge of her face, but there was just a slight hint of something even if no words were spoken as she fiddled with the pile of stuff. You have a good relationship with the Great Welsh. She finally said. Of course, he's my partner. Eventually, I'll figure out a way to free him properly from his sacred gear and reform his body. Is that so? She muttered to herself, waving her hand, the pile of stuff she picked out disappeared, swept up to wherever she stored it. This place is rather nice. Lots of different species, and it's full of people. The perfect place for a dragon to vacation for a while. I felt a headache coming on. At ***** at a/n. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 547, Chapter 494. I don't know how this happened. Well, I did know the sequence of events, but the how seemed rather improbable. I had to turn away and rub my temples because I was quickly getting a headache. A significant feat, because I don't think I've ever had to deal with someone who was able to push my buttons like this. Well, specifically someone I couldn't just punch and be done with. Tiamat was just silently laying on my couch. She just decided to stay and thought that was the end of things. Don't get me wrong, if a powerful dragon wanted to vacation here for a bit, it would probably do nothing but help in the scenario that the Fae somehow counterattack. But at the same time, I was quickly approaching my limit. Mother, you're still here. Ereshkigal and Rin walked out. I like it here, I'm going to stay for a while. Tiamat said simply. She's not. I corrected. They ignored me. I looked to Izzy for help, and she looked away. Draig, your ex is shameless. There were times when she went out into the human world and didn't have the right coinage, so she would lay down in front of a passing carriage and let it hit her so she could extort money from the humans. Draig replied. Actually, I think she did that even when she did have money. Was that supposed to make me think differently of her? No, I just wanted you to know that you haven't seen half of it yet. Draig responded. And she's your ex. Something I felt the need to point out. I regret nothing. Fair enough. Ereshkigal, she seems to have your blessing. Did something happen? Izzy noted, looking at Rin and back to her. She's now my priestess, yes. Why did she sound nervous and embarrassed? I looked at Rin, who met my gaze, her lips slowly curling up, and she made the universal sign for money. Did she extort a goddess? Crestfallen Ereshkigal seemed to answer that question. I'm really going to need to get the details about this from her later. Today has been a really strange day. I've never seen you so vexed before. Why don't you let me handle things? Izzy grabbed my hand. You were in the middle of something before the shameless dragon came. Well, she was in the middle of something too when I called her, but I accepted the goodwill. I quickly kissed her and didn't waste a single moment before very briskly walking out the door. I nearly ran right into Jean as I walked out. Perfect, are you doing anything right now? And no, I was coming to see if you were around. Jean shook her head. I took that as consent and threw her over my shoulder before opening a portal and taking her with me. At ****. I'm surprised you didn't protest. I noted that Jean was being rather accepting of her position. Would you have let me down if I did? She asked. No. Then there's no point. She simply smiled. How long are you going to have your hand on my butt? That depends, how long are you going to let me? Because unless she was uncomfortable, I wasn't going to stop. I made sure to give her nice round but a good squeeze just in case. Nay. She puffed up cutely. Well, that wasn't rejection. Are we back in Romania? She shifted around, looking at the surroundings. Yup, I'm still in contact with the Igdmalenia. I think I mentioned this. I wasn't too sure. Basically, to summarize, I'm their patron. After what they pulled to separate themselves from the Mages Association, they were going to be destroyed, so I stepped in. Basically, they handle some tasks for me like growing herbs and such. Jean just nodded along. Can you let me down? She finally asked. Why, you can still touch my butt if you want. She added with a growing tinge of red. What a lewd saintess. I complied, setting her down. I'm not lewd. Lewd saintess is telling me to touch her. That's not what I meant. She squeaked. Only because it's you. She whispered. Despite giving explicit permission, I instead leaned over and kissed her forehead. She was far too cute. Lewd saintess. Nay. She hit my shoulder. The gates to the Igdmalenia castle opened up as we approached, something I wasn't surprised at by this point. I was curious if they constantly had someone on the lookout for me just in case I stopped by. Lord Schweinorg. Darnik greeted me. Well, he wasn't nothing if not polite and a stickler for decorum from what I recall. It seems like despite what he was preoccupied with, he would come to greet me if I showed. Darnik, it's good to see you again. I walked inside, with Jean. I brought Ruler with me. Hello, Master of Lancer. Jean politely lowered her head for a brief moment in greeting. Ruler. I am surprised to see you. Darnik didn't hide it either. Long story short, in a parallel world, humanity has been incinerated and we're working on restoring it. It involves a bunch of holy grails. I gave a very brief description. I see. He furrowed his brow, probably confused even with that. That does raise a question. Have you been interacting with the clock tower recently? I asked. As per our arrangement, we had been absorbed back into the Mages Association even if we remained our own entity. He cast a wry smile. I have made a handful of trips for various meetings and summons. That made me pause for a moment. Nothing go wrong, I hope. Because I was backing them with my name and status, even if they didn't know me in this world line, I wasn't going to let a group I was supporting get bullied. Only the usual occurrences. It is by no means something I cannot handle as I did in the past. He said simply. Right, he was more than capable of handling the normal shenanigans. Just remember that you have my backing and that very few entities in this world are capable of making you roll over. I reminded him just in case. I will take your words to heart. He seemed pleased by that. I do, however, carry a message from Lord Zelretch. Oh. Now that surprised me because he was more than capable of reaching me without any intermediary. He said it in passing, such as I do not know the importance. It was merely a week ago and said if you came about that I should tell you to check over at home because your cousin woke up. He repeated, probably verbatim, the way he spoke it rather than his normal tone. Well, I suppose I should check back home then. Curious as to why Gramps from my world line didn't tell me that but the 1 year left that message. But I can say that the thought of meeting my cousin, a true ancestor, does pique my interest. Thank you for passing on the message. In the meantime, I would like to see the progress you all have made. Right away, Lord Schweinorg. He gestured as we followed him inside the castle. Jean looked around happily. I'm glad that everything is repaired. It's thanks to Lord Schweinorg's support that we had the funds and manpower to repair our home and persist until now. Darnick answered, not losing out on the opportunity to throw praise my way. Oh wow, it's so pretty. Jean's eyes lit up as we walked into the underground greenhouses. I shared her sentiment even if I didn't voice. The place had been expanded to an insane degree and it was vibrant and flush with life. Even the air inside carried a hint of sweetness to it as it felt like a small reprieve from the mundane world. There were very few places like this that existed in this world anymore. As you can see, we expanded our operations. We have 3 more greenhouses, but they're of smaller scale for experiments. We experienced a time of exponential growth that caught us off guard. Dranick stated as we took a small walk around the various herbs planted inside. Exponential growth. Explain that. I leaned down to check on a blue mountain flower. As you know, we've been using various methods to speed up production and growth rates of the various herbs you've brought. Once we reached a threshold and obtained sufficient experience in handling these materials, we were able to expand 30 times over in a short time frame. However, this had the unforeseen side effect of hitting a rather strange wall we didn't anticipate. Oh. The mana around the castle was dropping rapidly to sustain the growth rate. It was to the point where within a few miles of our residence, there was a noticeable drop that could be observed even through mundane means. Normal plants began to wilt, humans became more sluggish. And isn't to account for more mystical side effects. Mana was the lifeblood of the world, while normal humans didn't manipulate it like Magus did, it still was an aspect that couldn't be ignored. It would be one thing if it was a steady decline over a long period of time, but a sharp decrease within a short period would have obvious adverse effects. If I had to guess, you were forced to destroy some of your extensions and manually restore the vitality to the area through rituals. I hazarded a guess. It's as you say, Lord Schweinorg. He didn't hide it. The degree of magical plants in this era was too much for the ambient mana and we were forced to reduce our production until a better means would be established. We are at full capacity until we expand outside of our territory. That sounded about right then. The most obvious method for expansion is to start planting in other places where it wouldn't hurt the environment. This wasn't something I considered, but makes sense in hindsight. It shouldn't be an issue for the yokai and Yasaka considering the density of mana in the air was much more substantial there and replenished quicker. Well, it couldn't be helped. I simply shrugged. At least you should have been able to produce a significant amount of potions if you weren't sustaining the growth and had to cut down. He said destroyed, but that was more so meant that rather than parsing a certain amount to expand, he could push all of that into production of potions instead until they reduced back to a sustainable amount. You are correct, Lord Schweinorg. We have your portion set aside if you would like to view it. He stated. It's mainly why I came. Lead the way. It's over here. He walked out the room and down the hall until there was a large and metal door encased in quite a few magical defenses. He merely put his hand on it and they receded and pushed the door open, holding out his hand for us to go in. Jean stilled and even I came to an abrupt stop. Darnick, when I glanced at him, had a bit of a smirk on his face. I will leave you to it, Lord Schweinorg. Competence and intelligence is such a wonderful trait to have in subordinates. I can't count them all. Jean said softly. Do we need to teach you to count as well? I looked at her. That's not what I meant. She puffed up again. There's a lot. That was an understatement. Easily over 10,000 potions of varying colors lined up on shelves in a rather large storage room. This wasn't even everything because the Igmalenia family got their share, as did Gramps from this world line. These were all mine, relatively speaking, considering I was handing them over to Yasaka. Well, this day certainly just turned around. This would be a huge boon for what's to come. And Yasaka should be announcing our invasion countdown today. I watched as Jean bent over to look at a colorful potion of a bright purple. I raised an eyebrow as her thong peeked out of her booty shorts, and I didn't hesitate to pull on it. Don't, HNG. She let out a small moan, shuddering slightly. She looked at me with wide eyes, her face quickly turning red. It was the first time I've ever heard that from her. I didn't stop. Today was a good day. At *******. Serafal POV. Today is a shit day, Zelretch. Why is that, Serafal? Don't be stupid, you know what? I huffed. By the way, we just got some information that the yokai are preparing for their invasion ahead of schedule. They should be starting by the end of the week. Already. He raised an eyebrow. Even Ajuka said he would need a bit of time to breach into that place. I shrugged. What do you want me to say? That they're liars? At this point, I'm inclined to believe them if they said they shit gold. Crude, but I get your point. Anyways, I'm bringing it up because a few of our Devil News outlets wanted permission to head over to Kyoto and ask the yokai for permission to film some stuff about the invasion, since it's a somewhat hot topic among some of the younger devils. Apparently they want to follow the yokai and document what's going to happen on that side. I told him, holding up some of the papers that were sent to me. Shouldn't I be handling the domestic stuff? Why did you get a request like that? He asked, taking it from me. Since it involves your bastard, they were at least smart enough to give it to me since you've dropped the ball so hard there. And technically, it does fall under foreign affairs. Big Red let out a groan. I can't really argue with either of those points. I'm surprised you aren't throwing a fit. I don't throw fits. He deadpanned. Alright, but you know what I mean. You usually sulk or pout whenever your bastard is mentioned. I've been trying to do better, alright. He grumbled. Well, miracles do happen. Better check to make sure Big G didn't come back suddenly. I'm gonna give them the go-ahead. I finally said. Then why even ask me? He snorted. I just wanted your opinion and to keep you in the loop. Regardless, you would have allowed it as well. You're an idiot, but you're not stupid. Being able to record what's going on with the yokai war would be beneficial. If they agree, of course, there's no harm in letting them try to approach the yokai. The only question is if I get involved. Would it help them or hurt them if I sent a letter ahead to that damn fox? Maybe I should have Mama Gremory broach it. Hey Red, where's your mom at? I was just heading home to see her, she called me about something urgent. He cracked his neck. Guess he'd been working for a while at this point. Why? Wanna ask her some stuff? I waved it off. Might be easier for her to ask the yokai fox for permission. It couldn't hurt to ask. He accepted. It's not like you're an outsider, just come along with me. If something is wrong, then extra hands would be useful just as well. Teleportation circle go. I threw it down and teleported the both of us to Gremory Manor. Immediately, I saw Rias and she was just standing there with a blank look on her face, and I trailed her eyes to see what she was looking at. Ancestor. Zelretch's eyes widened. I told you to call me Runias. The affirmed ancestor of the Gremorys replied, while she was fondling Mama Gremory's big boobs. How long has it been since we saw her? It should have been at the end of the Civil War as we took up our positions as the new Satans. She came to greet us as she woke up from her nap because of the commotion. One of two last demons that remain, her and Zekrom. Why are you wearing the Kuo school uniform? I found myself asking. The petite ancestor released Mama Gremory and walked over to us. I found it in Venelana's closet and thought it was cute. Apparently the fashion from a few centuries ago is far gone, so I had to adjust. Mom, why do you have a school uniform? Zelretch asked. Dear, why are you asking me a question you already know the answer to? Mama Gremory shot back, making Zelretch stiffen. I nearly jumped back because Runias was now grabbing my boobs. Though after a few moments, I realized what she was doing. Are you feeling my bra? Is that what it's called? She tilted her head. I saw it on Venelana too, it's much better than a corset, I was wondering what it was. Must be something rather recent. Ah, that makes sense. She tends to sleep for centuries at a time, I'm not surprised the idea of a bra is novel to her. Geez, I remember when I had to wear a corset, those were dark times. What's going on? Rias finally managed to sputter out. Does she not know me? Runia's let my boobs go. I didn't really pay it any mind since it wasn't sexual. Not that she wouldn't, she's by far one of the horniest devils I've ever met in my life even if she doesn't visibly show it. I took her to see you while you were sleeping when she was little, she may have forgotten. Rias, meet your ancestor, Runia's Gremory, the first Gremory. She's cute. Runia smiled. She takes after me too. The old devil said, pushing out her ample chest. Despite being shorter, Runia's had a noticeably bigger chest, which is a feat. I wasn't jealous. I remember now, I think I snuck into her room a few times when I was younger. Rias blinked. Oh. Did you do anything naughty? Runias grinned. Boah. Runias seemed to lose interest. You're right, devils now really are more prudish now. Ancestor, please don't tease my younger sister. Zelretch sighed. Tease. Runias tilted her head. I was being serious. I don't mind, as long as you all clean up afterwards, you're welcome to have a bit of fun with OL Gremory while she sleeps. The little smirk made me uncertain if she was being serious or not. Rias seemed to need to reboot though. Well, I don't mind if I'm not sleeping either. She winked towards Rias. I'm afraid you will be disappointed, Lady Runias. Venelana politely spoke up. Oh well. The petite ancient devil sighed. She walked over to the couch, plopping onto it, uncaring that her legs were open and she was wearing a short skirt and apparently no panties. Tell me what's been going on. That old fuddy woke me up for some reason and he's not even here to greet me. So I may as well catch up with current events. Ancestor, I retrieved what you asked. Zeoticus walked into the room, holding a box full of random stuff. These are all the keepsakes of yours that you asked us to hold on to. He didn't seem perturbed in the slightest by our presence and set the box on the table in front of her. She started digging through it and pulled out a necklace. It was nothing more than a bit of string with what looked like half a key on it, weird. Oh goody, I thought I lost this. That old bastard would have been pissed if I did. She chuckled. Anyways, what's happened while I was sleeping? Mama Gremory is banging Zelretch's son. I blurted out before anyone else had time to speak. Zelretch looked at me with utter betrayal. I'm sorry Zelretch, this is payback for all the crap I've had to deal with the past year because of you. Suffer. Oh tell me more. The Gremory ancestor had a big grin on her face. Suffer. At ***** at a/n. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. I aslo have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 548, Chapter 495. I intertwined my fingers and pushed my arms out, stretching as I had been sitting down for a while. It's funny, I remember before my memories flooded back in my youth, reading stories, watching shows, and how they made magic look so wondrous and fantastical. Those settings seemed to skip over the rather boring parts. That is to say, I spent the last 4 or so hours doing nothing but calculations and a bit of research. And frankly, this isn't even an uncommon occurrence for the vast majority of magi. In a lot of situations, I can put the back-end calculations to Mirage to handle, but in this particular case, I'm forced to do the majority of them by hand. I had the harp and Avalon on the floor, both of them surrounded by a ritual circle containing about nearly every origin of magical ability I had acquired in my life. And while Mirage wasn't able to just compute everything without me, it was still handling a heavy workload that I could shunt off to it. Right now, I was basically just gathering the needed data on how these objects interact with my origins. From there, I was going to partition off the effects and trace back their origins to see if I can't get a proverbial foot in the door to the Fey realms. I admit, I wasn't entirely optimistic about this plan, but if it did work, it would save me a considerable amount of time overdoing it the proper way. Essentially, I was throwing things at what these objects connected with to see if I couldn't find the door. Otherwise, I would have to manually search for it. I basically just stabbed Mirage into the ground while it handled the rather mundane portions that didn't require my specific input. Thankfully, I could multitask, and there was something I had been putting off because things just continued to pile up on me. I probably should have done this sooner. My tendency to continuously push things off is not something I want to indulge intentionally. That already bit me in the ass rather recently. I took out my goblin-made sword. I've been mentally calling it greed, which is a bit on the nose, but I think it fits considering what I was going to be doing. It was a beautiful sword, a jian, made of goblin silver that had a rather elegant glint to it despite being a very simplistic design. Even without the purpose I commissioned it for, I would have loved to have this in my treasury because it's a magnificent piece. I carefully set it to the side and let a barrel drop out of my ring with a thump. The inside of the barrel had been coated fully with emerald. It was a waste, but a necessary one considering what it would be filled with. I waved my hand, letting dozens and dozens of bottles of varying size and shape deposit onto the table next to me. And lastly, I made sure to get a mask to cover my face as well as casting a few spells to protect me as well. I grabbed the first bottle, a small green container that fit into my palm, and I uncorked it, dumping the contents into the barrel. A mild paralysis poison. Of the same kind, I uncorked quite a few bottles and dumped them in as well until there was a little bit pooling at the bottom. Emerald was the best to use to contain poison and venom. The precious stone had the properties of being able to handle the type of corrosive substances without breaking down or losing potency. I may not overly utilize jewel craft in this life, but it doesn't mean I didn't retain a good amount of knowledge on the subject. I took greed and gently put it blade down into the barrel, letting it rest against the side. There was no effect, but I didn't expect one to be in all honesty. Goblin silver is greedy. The concept, while not overly powerful, is ingrained into the aspect of its existence. It takes in things that make it stronger or better. A mere paralysis poison isn't going to activate the effects. But on the flip side, I couldn't immediately have it take in something like Jormungandr's poison or Fenrir's saliva. It simply couldn't handle the strength of those things, thus I had to carefully cultivate it upwards to that level. I took out a fear poison that I obtained from Thorim and from extension, Skyrim. I poured it into the barrel with the paralysis poison. Next was a basic poison without any magical properties, something that comes from natural sources. A few more basic poisons still hadn't elicited a reaction, but I was confident for the next one. I uncapped a powerful magica poison. A poison that attacks one's magical energy. Nearly as soon as I poured it inside, the sword reacted, glowing as the liquid inside the barrel slowly receded a few inches as if the sword were drinking it up. Being able to attack someone's magic was certainly something that makes the sword stronger. And as a side effect, it drank in the whole concoction due to the magica poison being part of it at that point. I was about to pour more magica poison into the barrel until I heard a knock at the door. I could feel who it was, so I wasn't bothered. "Come in." Jin happily barged right in, smiling brightly when she saw me, though it seems the waft of poison in the air hit her and any words died in her throat. A little warning. She coughed, casting a few spells around her to take the lingering remnants away. She looked at me, then at the ritual I was performing on the other side of the room. I was about to ask if all that was going to interfere with the ritual, but you put up a bounded field around it. "Do you think this is my first time?" I deadpanned. She shrugged. "You tend to miss the small things." "Fair." I couldn't argue that point. "You need me for something?" Jin shook her head. "Just wanted to come to see if you needed help. Yasaka officially announced the invasion date, so everyone's running around and I wanted to be useful somewhere." Is that shameless dragon outside still?" I basically avoided the area I thought she would be in when I got back. "Tiamat, well, Yasaka said that they worked out a deal." I felt another headache coming on. "Proceed." I ushered her to continue explaining. "The house next to us was bought." "Joy." I groaned. "In return for letting her live here for the time being, Tiamat will defend the city if it's attacked. While that is good news and extremely beneficial, I still reserve the right to be annoyed. Having a dragon of her power to protect in the case of a counterattack, well, that's pretty significant." Jin shrugged. "I think she's nice." "You met her?" "Aha. You're just saying that because she's blue." Tiamat's true form was very blue apparently. "Yup." She didn't even deny it. "So what ya doin'?" She came over, looking at my sword in the barrel. "Finally getting around to upgrading my sword." Do you have notes?" she asked, and I simply handed my notes on the subject over to her as she began flipping through them. "Oh, that's smart. It wouldn't take in things weaker than it, but if you add something it would absolutely take into the vat, it'll suck it all up because it considers the vat one entity. Got it in one." She's always been a smart cookie, but that's fairly obvious. "I'm not super knowledgeable on all the poisons here, but you made sure they wouldn't conflict if they were mixed together, right?" It was one of the first things I made sure to check. "Well, I can't say with 100% certainty, but I went over the ingredients in each concoction to make sure there weren't any obvious contradictions." I nodded. There wasn't much of a difference between poison and medicine. One can easily counter the other, or even a poison can counteract another poison. About half of the various things I gathered haphazardly had to be shelved because they would be volatile. The first part was giving the blade the ability to attack someone's magical energy. I recited off, grabbing a few more vials, dumping them into the vat without a care. Most of them were just straight poisons that attacked the body in one way or another. I then picked up a red square vial. At this point, the sword is still too weak and I'm just building up its reach rather than its strength. I dumped the last vial in and the sword reacted once more, drinking up the new tonic. It was a poison that targeted one's vitality, the opposite of a health potion in comparison. I wanted the sword to be the ultimate mage killer, that didn't just mean anti-magic to inject powerful poison, I wanted it to have versatility. I wanted someone who got stabbed with this to suffer every possible affliction I could shove into it. Jin started taking things off the table and casually dumping them into the vat of poison too. She read my notes, so there was no point in questioning her. She wouldn't do anything to ruin this. Stamina poison going in, she said after a dozen more different things were added. Just as predicted, the sword reacted and drank them in again. At this point, the sword's path was locked in place. It was a poison sword and probably couldn't take in anything that went against the new concepts added into it if they were too far divorced from what it existed as now. That should be the first step. Time for the second. She flipped through my notes. Now you want to reinforce the poison aspect, right? Yup, get the green and red ones over there. I pointed behind her. The tiny vial preferably, and be careful with it. Oh, what's this? Jin held it up to her face. It's actually really potent, and even I wouldn't want this inside of me. Basilisk venom, I replied. I got it from the world where the sword was made. Apparently, it's one of the strongest in the world. Add the weaker ones first. She just hummed, pouring in a bunch of more things. Frostbite venom, necrotic poison, that's interesting. Hag poison, I remember reading about this one. Don't recognize these two. Oh, is this Hydra poison? Got it from Kyrie, apparently. He had a baby Hydra encased in amber and he gave me a bit. A far cry from an adult Hydra, but it'll build up into the basilisk venom nicely. I explained as she dumped it inside. She also unceremoniously uncorked the basilisk venom once those were added and just dumped them inside. The whole thing sizzled as the sword greedily ate it up. This reminds me of something. Isn't there a thing where people make a really powerful poison with a bunch of others added together? She looked at me. A goo, I replied. You put a bunch of really poisonous and venomous organisms inside a container, and eventually they kill each other, leaving only the strongest. Or thereabouts. But the idea was generally the same. The sizzling of the basilisk venom finally subsided, even if the concoction was bubbling at this point. I slowly pulled at the grip of greed and gradually it slinked out of the barrel, the miasmic substance rolling off of the blade. Not a drip of it remained as I held my sword up, but that doesn't mean there wasn't evidence of what happened. If you looked very closely, there were vein-like patterns under the surface that pulsed a rather dark green. But they also began to slowly fade, becoming invisible to the eye. I wasn't done, but one thing was for sure, even I wouldn't want to be stabbed with this at this point. I would survive without a huge problem, but it would be painful. With a flick of my wrist, a portal opened, and a sky of illuminated lights appeared overhead on the opposite side. Wilhelm. Meridia's voice reached me as she looked my way. Is there something you require? Can you grab me a troll, please? Bound it if possible. Meridia blinked and did something as a frost troll fell onto the floor in front of her and golden ethereal chains wrapped around it. Is that all? It floated over to me and I let it pass through the portal and touch onto the ground in my workshop. It struggled, but it couldn't escape. Thank you, love you. I blew her a kiss. She smiled lightly as I closed the portal. She's going to be happy for a while. Jin hummed. Meridia, she likes when you ask her for small, innocuous things. Jin poked at the troll. I would feel sorry for this thing if trolls weren't bad for the environment and generally any place they settled down. Did you pick a troll because of their regenerative properties? Yup, figured it would be the best test subject. And as she said, absolutely no bad feelings about using one of these things as a test subject. They weren't even natural creatures from what I recall, something created that propagated over Nirn. I wasted no more time and pushed the tip of my sword into the troll's chest. The effects were immediate and gruesome. A troll that can regenerate missing limbs ended up a shriveled husk in moments. Its blood vessels popped, its veins ruptured, its skin became necrotic, and all of its organs failed quickly. Blood seeps from its pores before every part of it was eaten away and it became naught but a husk. Despite how impressive the effects were, my intended target was far beyond a mere troll. Are you doing the next step? Jin inspected the corpse before flicking her hand, igniting it so its remains simply disappeared. No time like the present. I nodded, taking out the last 3 ingredients. Saliva from Fenrir, Jormungandr's poison. And probably the most important thing. The last few drops of Felix Felicia's. I was going to need a little bit of luck for this to work, but I wasn't going to drink it. Rather, I dripped it onto my sword. There was a step between the last bit and becoming godly. I had nothing to bridge that point, so I was going to fudge it a little bit. The sword didn't directly eat the luck like it did other things. I didn't expect it to, that would be ridiculous. Luck was too nebulous a concept for it to make the sword stronger. Rather, the drops on the sword, I took the vial holding Jormungandr's poison and dropped it onto those spots, letting it mix together. The sword glowed and vibrated. Faintly, the roar of a serpent could be heard as the phantom of the world serpent coiled around the blade, disappearing inside of it. Interesting. I could feel the sword's existence being elevated a step and it trembled in my grasp. It managed to take in the poison of Jormungandr, which was a feat in itself. By doing this, it stepped into the threshold of being able to harm godly beings, a clear leap in its previous capabilities. This sword could now harm me sufficiently. The sword still trembled in my hand like it was having trouble digesting what it just took in. I looked at Fenrir's saliva on the table and decided to wait. It was stronger than Jormungandr's poison and I wasn't sure if my sword could handle it right now. Overall, I'm still happy with the progress made. It was good enough for now and I would make sure to experiment before going to the next part. You done? Jin looked over my shoulder. For now. I put the sword onto the table, letting it rest. Despite not touching it, it clanked against the table, vibrating in place. Not a bad place to stop. How's the other thing going? She looked over at my ritual. Let's see. I walked over to Mirage to see if the basic calculations I needed were done so I could begin the real experiments. It needs a little bit more time, unfortunately. Which meant I had some free time. Wanna go visit Gramps for a few hours with me? Jin pursed her lips. Normally, I'd be happy to, but I want to keep busy. If you don't need help, I'm going to go see if anyone else does. She walked up, kissing me on the cheek. I'll make sure to check back in a few hours in case you get caught up in something. You're the best. She smiled brightly, leaving the room. Well, other Gramps said that Arcuate Brunstud was visiting my Gramps, let's see what that's about. I left Mirage there and opened the portal manually, the calculations needed for this long memorization so it was rather easy to pop over to the clock tower, specifical Gramps' workshop. Gramps, are you? I stopped, blinking because Gramps wasn't anywhere to be seen, but Lucretia was there. And so was a certain blonde-haired, red-eyed girl. Or rather, should I say true ancestor? She looked at me, I looked at her. The chair she was sitting on exploded. Why was there a clawed hand going for my throat? At ****** at A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforum. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 549, Chapter 496. I was genuinely surprised. I didn't expect someone to try and kill me as soon as I appeared. I saw who it was, the nearly expressionless face of my cousin, Arcuate Brunstud. Of course, I slapped it away immediately, making her nearly halt in place, blinking for a confused moment. She apparently didn't expect me to react so quickly. She tried to grab at me again, and I slapped her hand away again. This continued 2 more times before she finally frowned and her hand clenched like a claw, and she swiped it at me instead. I used a burst of Shuanpa to dodge it, but she cleaved out the side of Zelretch's wall, opening it right up, tearing through the bounded fields he had around the place. Now, anyone could just waltz right in if they wanted. She looked back at me with eyes that held no hesitation in them. Fuck me, she's really was going to try and kill me, wasn't she? I looked at Lucretia, who just shrugged with a, "What do you want me to do?" Well, I couldn't fault her. There were probably a handful of people who could talk down Arcuate Brunstud from doing something, and at this point in time, I was not one of them. And honestly, I couldn't bring myself to hurt her. I wasn't Zelretch. I stopped thinking of myself that way a long time ago, but I still held many of the memories. And the fondness he felt for her was something I still recalled vividly. Well, that was also under the assumption I could hurt her. Technically, I could do some damage, but I would not be able to kill her as I am now. Not only would she regenerate and basically shrug off anything I used that did significant damage the second time, but she received reinforcement from the world. That was to say, if she fought a strong enough opponent, her status let her borrow power from the world to always be just strong enough to beat them. Though this rarely happened because her minimum threshold was usually at least servant level if not approaching high-tier servant before that sort of thing kicked in. I really didn't have time to contemplate it anymore because her hand stabbed at me and I was eerily reminded of what happened with the heretic god I fought, except her hand felt more sharp. Thinking on my feet, I threw out a handful of talismans. Each one of them carried a different binding spell that hit her as she wasn't one to dodge often. They were basic spells. Normally they would have just fizzled out on contact on a being of her level, but they caused her a momentary pause because she'd never experienced Eastern magecraft before. From my memories, I could vaguely recall that she rarely spent time in the East and hadn't run into anyone attacking her in this way. I took that momentary respite to Shuanpa behind her and I gave her a light but firm kick on the backside. The first real display of emotion from her was accompanied by a small yelp as she fell over onto her face, sliding a few feet across the floor. All the talismans I threw at her disintegrated by the sheer amount of power she was releasing as she slowly turned her head to give me a death stare, positioning herself upright. Welp, time to skedaddle. I turned around towards the hole in the wall leading out of Zelretch's home and used it for my hasty escape with the fastest Shuanpa possible without overtly displaying my other powers. And holy shit, she's fast because she caught up to me with pure speed. I had to kick a random bystander to the side because she gouged out the cobblestone pathway with her hand where I was running by a second ago. A friendly reminder that RQA didn't really care about bystanders at all, and it wasn't even a malevolent inclination, she was just purely apathetic towards them. Stop attacking me. I finally shouted, ducking under another swipe as I rolled to the side from her fearsome claws. At this point, we had run through the hallways and were in the big open courtyard situation around the classrooms for some of the lower-end subjects. Thankfully, everyone who saw what was going on made themselves scarce very quickly. Stop running. She demanded even if her expression didn't show much prompt. Will you stop attacking me if I do? No. She said with full truthfulness before she waved her hand through the air and all matter where I was just a moment prior was eviscerated. A massive hole in a circular shape appeared near where a small grass hill was previously. Right, Marble Phantasm can basically control natural phenomena. She just created a vacuum. I panic-casted a spell to shoot up pillars of earth between her and myself to obstruct her vision. She just bulldozed right through them without a single care and once more tried to decapitate me with her hands. Though one thing I noticed, I'm fairly sure she's used to just straight overpowering her opponents in brute force and power. I planted my foot and deflected her claw with the backside of my hand. She tried to rake her other hand down, but I stepped inside her wide motion and disrupted her center of balance. She wasn't completely oblivious how to fight, because she did the obvious move and tried to lash her leg out and kick me away. I could feel her power magnify several folds in that instance as the air around her exploded from the force of her kick. I hastily summoned the boosted gear and used it as a shield along with my aura. I still felt my body shudder from the weight of it, but I held firm and grabbed hold of her leg because there was a brief moment of surprise from her again that I didn't go down or overtly react from her blow. She furrowed her brow and tried to pull her leg free from my grasp. Let me go. No. Let me go. She growled. No. Her eyes glowed brightly and her power increased more in an ominous way. Let me go. Fine. I threw her over my head. The true ancestor went sailing through the air, perhaps a bit comically as her body cartwheeled uncontrollably and she went face first into a small pond meant to enhance the aesthetic of this open courtyard. It was deep enough for her to splash and disappear. I pointed my finger at the pond and a chilling air burst out, freezing it completely. Got a question for you. Drake commented. Is now really the best time? I said under my breath. It might be important. He responded. Fine, what is it? So, she basically is the equivalent of, no I'm stronger, in that she gets stronger than her opponent regardless. That is to say, the more power you reveal, the stronger she'll get in response. That's basically right. And you took me out, while trapped, I'm still a very powerful dragon that was presented right in front of her eyes and most likely acknowledged as hostile. Whoops. The ice exploded, as did the surroundings for dozens of feet as the amount of magical energy she was exuding was higher than even the heretic god I fought not too long ago. Every so briefly, a red moon overlapped across the sun and it turned to night, flickering slightly. Arcuade stood up, the pond no longer existing and reeled her hand back with enough power that I'm sure the surroundings would be completely leveled, so I resolved myself to remove her from the location. However, my fighting spirit evaporated rather quickly as I relaxed as her hand stopped. Gramps stood there, grabbing her with a very displeased look on his face. It wasn't just him either. It hadn't been long since our little fight started, and a few more faces I recognized appeared. One predominant being the queen of the clock tower with a scowl on her face, ready to fight. And surprisingly enough, there was someone I didn't expect to see here. A priest of the burial agency, more specifically, one of their pet dead apostles. Zelretch acknowledged them as if he knew. He looked at Arcuade, whose overall presence simmered down under his intense gaze, then he looked at me. She started it. I accused, pointing at Arcuade whose eyes briefly flashed in realization. He's a demon. She pointed at me, looking at Gramps, with a tinge of pleading in her eyes. Gramps just slowly raised his hand to his face. At ******. This was odd. Zelretch sat with Arcuade at his side and Lucretia at the other. I was across from him. And to my left was the dead apostle member of the church. Well, them being a member of the church was more from a technical standpoint, as he's a dead apostle and member of the burial agency. Miram Solomon, his name is rather ironic in hindsight. From what I recall, he was originally something close to an elemental in life, but the village he was born into many centuries ago basically mutilated him and used him for their own benefit until the Crimson Moon happened upon him. Suffice to say, he views the Crimson Moon as his savior and idol, and his respect extends to Arcuade Brunestad, who inherited his name and potential status as archetype, Earth. He took the appearance of a young man in perpetuity due to being turned into a dead apostle when he was young. And to my right was the queen of the clock tower herself, Lorelei Bartholomew, and head of one of the most prestigious magi families in the world. In fact, she was hailed as perhaps the most premier genius of the generation. Her magecraft was touted as being infinitely close to true magic in application. Her title Queen of the Clock Tower came from the fact that she's the vice director and handles most day-to-day affairs in lieu of the director. And it's worth noting that the Bartholomew family despises dead apostles. Perhaps that's even underselling it. Something in their blood called for them to hate dead apostles with every fiber of their being to an almost irrational degree. She goes on dead apostles hunts for fun. She had a tidy appearance, brown hair pulled back into a single ponytail. She wore a long white coat and brown pants with knee-high boots. A particularly large red bow sat at the center of her chest, and the oddities of her attire included a mithril gauntlet on her right hand, and a riding crop in her left. She was actually rather pretty. And she was sitting across the table from not just a dead apostle, but a true ancestor which can somewhat be categorized together with them in a vacuum. The fact that she wasn't immediately going for heads only spoke well for her. I leave for 2 hours. Zelretch held up 2 fingers. 2 hours. Wasn't my fault. I immediately defended myself. I just popped in and she immediately attacked me. He's a demon. Arcuade crossed her arms, as if to mimic me. The 2 guests were silent as they watched the back and forth. Wizard Marshal. The Queen of the Clock Tower spoke, her tone tense and stern. Explain. He is not a demon. Gramps clarified. Besides, is that really a point of contention considering? He gestured to Miriam Solomon opposite her. Miriam Solomon, whose 4 limbs are actual demons that he brought into the world. His power as a quasi-elemental and terminal for the planet let him imagine beasts into existence. I would like to mention that my mom both gave birth to me and was human. I spoke in my defense, which eased the tension slightly. I can verify that he's not a demon. The dead apostle next to me spoke with a polite smile. I believe I can be considered an expert in the area. She seemed to silently accept that for now, but we entered an awkward silence. Arcuade, did you attack him without warning? Gramps finally asked. Yes. Arcuade nodded without a single care. Zelretch sighed. Apologize. Why? Because you are at fault. I'm sorry. She said in the most monotone and least sincere tone possible. Right, I shouldn't expect much. Despite Gramps' affection for her, and her status, she's an idiot. She lacked common sense and was kind of airheaded. Honestly, it's the only time I can recall Zelretch taking the parenting tone is when he's dealing with Arcuade. Perhaps we should start with introductions, Wizard Marshal. Miriam Solomon politely spoke. Perhaps you are right. Wilhelm, if you would please. Zelretch gestured to me. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, grandson of Zelretch. I introduced myself to the table. Arcuade for some reason blinked in confusion. He's your grandson. She pulled at Gramps' sleeve. Yes, Arcuade, he's the reason you're here in the first place. Gramps forced a smile. I've heard of your name, grandson of the Kaleidoscope. Your presence was noted at the gathering of new blood, as was your companion. Lorelei Bartholomew spoke with an even tone. For our second meeting being proper, I shall introduce myself per etiquette despite it being unnecessary. I am Bartholomew Lorelei, head of the Bartholomew family and vice director of the Mages Association. Miriam Solomon, 5th member of the burial agency. The young man in the priest's clothing also spoke. Lorelei seemed to grit her teeth every time he opened his mouth. And for some reason, Arcuade was eyeing me quite differently now. I couldn't detect a hint of hostility like before. Let me make an educated guess. I held up my hand, then pointed at Arcuade. Based on what I know now, she heard that you had a grandson and wanted to meet me. I looked at Gramps. That's correct. He nodded. I looked at Miriam Solomon. You're probably the one who informed her. I suppose she woke up recently and you clued her into what's happened recently. Yes. He answered. And this idiot probably just waltzed right in, ignoring any semblance of common sense. I pointed at Arcuade. Causing the 3 of you to try and run damage control as quickly as possible due to her volatile status. Miriam coughed lightly into his fist. When the princess awoke, I did not expect her to immediately set off to the Mages Association to seek you out. It was only days later that I realized my folly and attempted to mitigate the damage. Right, so the situation can be summarized as, Arcuade wakes up, Miriam tells her about me, she wants to meet the supposed grandson of one of the few people she recognizes even through her odd interpretation as family. Thus, she ignores any decorum and waltzes right into the clock tower. From what I gathered, he takes responsibility for making sure she's managed whenever she wakes up for random things. If she needs certain money, he gets it for her. If she needs to go somewhere, he gets her plane tickets. Miriam realized his fuck up and ran over to try and smooth things over, both as being responsible and for the fact that he treats her as a legitimate princess due to his devotion to the Crimson Moon. Gramps got involved for obvious reasons. And the Queen also got involved for obvious reasons as representing the clock tower. Thus, you have 3 people that really shouldn't be sitting down politely, doing so because none of them want to deal with an irate true ancestor and they all hold rather formidable political positions. That's correct. And don't call your cousin an idiot. Zelretch added. I noticed how he didn't deny it, however. I expect proper compensation to fix the damage caused. Lorelei finally spoke. We reached an agreement where I would turn a blind eye due to the peaceful nature of the true ancestor's arrival. However, that does not extend to any damage it causes. Please send the bill to me personally. Miriam Solomon answered. The queen frowned but didn't reject it. She did however push up out of her seat, looking at the dead apostle again before snorting and turning away. I expect you to be gone by the end of the day. This truce only extends until then, and if I find your presence here again, I will not tolerate it. She began to walk out, but paused, and glanced at me out of the corner of her eye. Grandson of the Kaleidoscope. Yes. I answered. The Rail Zeppelin sent out invitations for the Mystic Eye auction next month. That was all she said before departing. Alrighty then. What was that about? I looked at Gramps as she left. He seemed to ponder for a moment. I often receive such invitations, this time is no exception. However, I don't know why she brought it up, I don't often pay attention to such things. If I may. Miriam spoke up. I have heard chatter around the church that a particular set of Mystic Eyes was being auctioned. The temporary designation was Mystic Eyes of Providence. The burial agency will be attending. He said with that same soft smile. Perhaps she is skeptical with the claims of the princess regarding your grandson and wishes for him to run afoul my less than sympathetic comrades. Ah, political nonsense, I should have known. She wanted to use the church people to probe me by getting me interested in the Mystic Eye auction. She doesn't lose anything by bringing it up, but could gain information she wanted by doing so. Well, I could understand her perspective as the auction was something sought after by a great deal of magi and not many people get invitations. Though I am actually tempted to attend now. However, I should leave. Miriam Solomon stood up. I am grateful for your hospitality, Wizard Marshal. And Princess, I am here if you ever need assistance. He spoke to Arcuade before leaving. Despite his nonchalance, he did move in a hurry as I believe he took Lorelei's threat quite seriously. Well, that was certainly interesting. Now imagine spending more than an hour between them. Gramps forced an annoyed smile. Are you done talking about the boring stuff? Arcuade asked, clearly uncaring about everything else happening around her. Gramps looked at her, sighed again and just relented. Arcuade, meeting your cousin. Hi. She smiled, waving at me. You tried to kill me. Yup. Isn't it kinda hypocritical considering you often meet with a dead apostle who has demons for arms? I pointed out. I thought you were a demon getting close to becoming a true demon. She shrugged. I swallowed at that because what she said sorta made sense. Alright, fair enough, I could see her perspective on things even if I was still annoyed. If I knew that a true demon might be born in front of me, I would probably be asking far less questions just as well. That's getting into Eldritch territory right there. Where's that dragon you had? Why do you have a dragon? Are you human? You don't smell human. How come you feel like a demon? She threw out a barrage of questions. I pointedly ignored her. I didn't expect you to show up so suddenly. Gramps admitted. More like you were hoping I didn't. I snorted. By the way, the other you suggested I stop by and meet my cousin. Of course he did. He probably thought it would be funny to see. Gramps freely admitted. I waved my hand, depositing all sorts of snacks onto the table in front of us and slowly picked at them because I was a little hungry. By the way, it was the idiot over there that ripped a hole in your workshop. I jabbed my thumb at Arcuade. I'm not an idiot. She seemed much more open and casual now. And I didn't mean to. Did you accidentally try to kill me then? I said sarcastically. No, that was on purpose. She shook her head, the sarcasm completely flying past her. She's the type of person who has high intelligence, but ignores her wisdom. Though truthfully, it's not entirely her fault. She's something like 700 years old, but she sleeps for the majority of that, and her existence is that of a weapon meant to hunt down other true ancestors and dead apostles. Let me see the dragon again. She half flailed her arms. I sighed, taking out the boosted gear. Hello. Drake happily greeted. I haven't seen a dragon in a long time. Arcuade exclaimed. How did you get inside that thing? The biblical god put me here. At least in my world line. The me of this world is actually below our feet right now. Drake chatted away. Arcuade smacked her lips. The guardian of the horizon. You're that Albion. Not Albion, Drake, why Drake gotch? In my world, there are two of us, here it seems we're combined. But my rival is Albion. Remember, I'm Drake, the better of the two. Honestly, half of that probably just went in one ear and out the other for her. Zelretch and Lucretia helped themselves to the food I prepared. Even Arcuade was grabbing things and pushing them into her mouth as she seemingly enjoyed it just as well. I eventually started taking things she reached for just before she could grab them. It culminated into a little game between us where she was getting increasingly huffy that I kept stealing her food. I thought you would be too busy with the matters of the Fae invasion. Not that I'm unhappy for my grandson to come visit. Zelretch spoke, pushing his own plate in front of Arcuade after she started pouting. I'm running the basic calculations back home before I attempt to knock on the door to the Fae realms. Quantifying the space-time coordinates is always a hassle when dealing with metaphysical realms. I said casually. Why would you want to go to that place? It's all weird and dull and just a reflection of the outside world. Arcuade randomly answered, stuffing her mouth. I paused because something she said struck a chord with me. Did you say reflection? Yeah. She grunted. Reflection. Holy shit, I didn't even think of that. All my calculations were going to fail. The Fae realms are a reflection, I need to invert my calculations. I pushed up off the table. I just realized something important, I should head back and deal with it. This right here made the trip worth it. How long would it have taken me trial and error to realize this? You're leaving. Arcuade looked up at me with a strange expression. It's hard to correlate this Arcuade and the expressionless killing machine that was trying to destroy me earlier. She looked like she wanted to say something else, but Arcuade doesn't really know how to express herself properly. She wasn't human, she wasn't raised human despite Graham's efforts. She was Arcuade Brunstad, the last true ancestor, inheritor of the Crimson Moon, and the strongest creature born of the planet who can potentially become type Earth. Yet, despite all that, the inherited softness I had in my heart never dissipated. I don't make a habit of forgiving people trying to kill me so blatantly, but this was one of the rare exceptions where I would brush it to the side without caring. I took out a bracelet like the ones I gave to my girls and friends. Here, a gift for our first meeting. You can put stuff inside it, it'll make things easier for you to move around. She curiously accepted the trinket, smiling as she started playing with it. Be sure to come and visit again soon, I'm sure Arcuade would love to spend time with her cousin. Zelretch smiled. Arcuade in return also looked up at me with a big smile. When you look at me like that, how can I refuse? I'll make sure to come back and visit once things are settled at home. I said my goodbyes as I wanted to hurry up and finish the preparations on my end. Hopefully, things won't be difficult around Arcuade like this in the future. But for now, it was time to prepare for war. At ****** at A/N. First meeting with Arcuade, brief but far from the last one. Setting some things up for the future. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 550, Canon Side Story, Kunu's Hogwarts Adventures Part 2. Daphne Greengrass, second year Slytherin POV. That girl had tails. Ears on top of her head too, but she had 9 tails swinging behind her. I counted them, there were 9. And the hat called out Slytherin. Her name was Kunu Schweinorg. It sounded a tad Asian, but the last name. German. I feel like I've heard it before, but where? It's possible if she was sorted to Slytherin that she must have a pedigree of some sort. I'm sure the sorting hat wouldn't make that much of a mistake considering her features. I'm not looking forward to how the house is going to treat her. I only hope that my younger sister isn't caught up in it due to being a first year just as well. When was the last time Hogwarts had such an obvious half-breed among the students? This girl is going to have a hard time. She trotted over, and the Slytherin table awkwardly clapped to keep up appearances, but I could clearly see the majority of the older students react negatively. The strange girl, however, didn't show any reaction as she trotted over to the table and plopped down near the other first years that had been sorted. However, the other first years also edged away from her. Curious. And why were they soaking wet? Did it start raining as soon as we went inside? I looked up, and every teacher was looking her way. There was something going on beyond her being a half-breed that drew attention. Professor McGonagall was giving her the stink eye, more than normal for a Slytherin. Which could mean nothing as she's the head of Gryffindor, and it's no secret she doesn't particularly like our house. But even Dumbledore was looking at her with a strange expression. And Professor Snape also had his expressionless eyes locked onto the strange girl. And even, she was looking over this way. Is that her? My best friend whispered into my ear. Daff, is that you know who? I looked at Tracy. Don't use that moniker, you know who it belongs to. But my father sent me a letter, and I think that's her. I straightened up as her eyes under her hood swept the Slytherin table. Even the older kids were too nervous to meet her gaze. However, fortune favors the bold. As she looked at us, I met her gaze and smiled politely. Just vaguely, I felt like she smiled back. It was hard to tell with the hood over her head. One of the darkest witches to ever live, who shouldn't be living, was sitting in one of the teacher seats. It's all any of the noteworthy families could talk about in the few weeks leading up to the new school year when the newest teachers were revealed. I was explicitly told to get into her good graces. Of course, I willingly signed up for her class, but Father was very adamant about trying my best to earn her attention. And I'm sure that every predominant witch of wizard in the school received similar instructions. It would be the goal of this year. I already had a plan, but I would need to keep watch on my fellow Slytherin members to see who I could trust to pull into my circle. One wrong move and any work I do this year could go up in flames. Surprisingly, even Father said he would provide more support than normal, so my performance was important. The animal girl is lucky that everyone will be more focused on the newest teacher rather than her. The sorting went on as normal, but I stopped caring as soon as Astoria was called and joined Slytherin. It would be difficult to keep an eye on her while I was dealing with everything else this year. Perhaps I could use this excuse to ask my father for additional support. Though my lips thinned when I saw her hesitantly sit next to the animal girl, the latter of which smiled at my sister like they were old friends. I would need to nip that soon. I can't have my sister sitting in any crossfire. At the very least, I will need to let everyone else know that my sister is off limits for any hazing. By the way, I haven't seen Draco. Usually, I hear him going off about his father by now. Tracy casually gossiped despite everyone being able to hear her. From a pure-blood family she is, but common sense she lacks sometimes. I don't know how she ended up in Slytherin. It's not like all pure-blood families end up here, but if it weren't for me, she would have been eaten alive. But green grasses protect their friends and family. You didn't hear, Davis. Blaise Zabini spoke up with a cocksure smile. Word is that dear Draco got beat up and was sent to the hospital wing. Beat up? I turned to him because this was something not even I heard. This could be valuable information. What do you know? Really, Greengrass? You know the game, information for information. He swished whatever was in his goblet. I scowled, mulling it over. Fine, what do you want? I want what you have on our newest teacher. He replied. Fine. I huffed, but inwardly, I didn't care. It's already common knowledge, and Father hadn't sent me anything secretive. The only real secret I learned from him is that nobody knows anything. Perhaps it's more than Zabini knows, as his mother doesn't play much in England these past few years. Tell me about Draco. Well, there isn't much to tell. His two idiotic bodyguards let slip that some first year beat him up, like a muggle. He leaned in, whispering. They said he was crying to the nurse and wouldn't stop talking about how his father was going to get revenge for him. I held a hand in front of my face to hide my smile at the thought. Tracy had less impulse control and let out a full laugh at his expense. It will be hard for Malfoy to come back from an embarrassment like this. It's the perfect opportunity to usurp his spot as the head of our year politically. I'll compile what I know and send a parchment to you later, Zabini. A pleasure doing business as always, Greengrass. He smiled smoothly. Hey Zabini, do you know anything about the new girl with the tails? Tracy asked rather bluntly. You seem to know everything important. Zabini raised an eyebrow. Maybe I do, maybe I don't. But why should I tell you, Davis? Oh, don't be like that, Blaise. Tracy huffed. I'll owe you a small favor, okay? I wanted to chide Tracy for offering a favor so easily, but I couldn't do that without making her look bad in front of the whole table, so I kept my mouth shut. Well, I don't know much. It's news to me, but it's not like I keep up with first years. If you want my speculation, I know a few random bits. Like, I think she's some kind of demon from the East. I'm not very familiar with the magical creatures they have over there, so you'd have to look it up by yourself. And I think her family name is familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere. Him too. Then it must be something, but I decided not to voice that out loud. Students. Dumbledore's voice boomed over all the gossip happening, silencing everyone. With the sorting finished, let's give a warm Hogwarts welcome to our newest students. He gave a moment for everyone to politely clap to welcome them. And now, we have a few new teachers this year, so let us begin with their introductions. He gestured to someone everyone was familiar with who had been here at least a year. Due to some circumstances, Hagrid here is going to be taking over the Care for Magical Creatures class this year. Gryffindor was the loudest in clapping and welcoming him. He was nice. My fellow Slytherin didn't particularly like that a half-breed would be teaching, despite the fact that they all know and respected Flitwick as the charms professor, and he's a half-goblin. Next, let's welcome our new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, Gilderoy Lockhart. Dumbledore announced. He's Dash. Now, Headmaster, why don't you let me introduce myself? The professor stood up. I recognized him. I think everyone recognized him. If it weren't for her appearing, I think everyone would be talking about him. But in comparison, well, his boots were popular, or so I've heard. Father said to not read the rubbish despite them being mandatory for defense against the dark arts this year. Gilderoy Lockhart walked up in front of everyone with an admittedly charming smile. I could see why quite a few of the girls, and a handful of boys, were swooning over him. Even Tracy sighed warmly at his appearance. I don't believe I have to introduce myself, but it's only polite. He gave a small laugh. As you may know, I'm Gilderoy Lockhart, and you may have read one of my many books about my adventures. He flourished his wand, turning it into a bouquet of flowers, and threw them up, letting them rain down on several girls that were only a hair's breadth away from running up at him for an autograph. Of course I'm the great. His voice cut off, even though his mouth continued to move. Everyone started looking around because Lockhart didn't seem to notice how his arms continued to wave about. Out of the corner of my eye, I think I briefly saw a flash of something purple coming from the side. She held a finger pointed down at the table and did something. I think she noticed me staring too because she looked back at me, and slowly, her lips curled up into a smile, and she raised her finger to her lips. I certainly wouldn't complain. No one seemed keen on telling Lockhart that we couldn't hear him. And it was only until he stood there, as if waiting for everyone to react, that Dumbledore spoke up. Yes, yes, wonderful speech from Professor Lockhart. He started a clap that the students followed in. Lockhart performed a bow, oblivious to the fact that no one heard anything he said. Now, let's move on to your new Muggle Studies professor. I'm happy to introduce Mr. Kazuki Suchira, coming all the way from Japan. And as a special thanks, please welcome him as our first Muggle teacher. Dumbledore started the clap, but I think quite a few of us were taken off guard by the admission of his status. The stern-looking man wearing a Muggle suit was in fact a Muggle. That's never been done before, obviously. I wanted to rebuke it, but at the same time, it was Muggle Studies. That was fine, I suppose. It made sense, a Muggle teaching Muggle Studies. Though I'm not sure how the others will react. Just looking around, they all seemed confused on how to handle this. I think even Dumbledore knew it was going to take time for everyone to warm up to the idea, if they ever did. Because I saw him looking around as everyone whispered among themselves. I assure everyone that Mr. Suchira is a very acclaimed teacher and has years of teaching experience. Dumbledore cleared his throat. Lastly, I would like to introduce our new magical theory teacher, Miss Medea. He gestured to the one everyone was waiting for. The woman in question finally pulled down her hood, and everyone went silent. Was that shade of hair color natural? She was breathtakingly beautiful, but most importantly, my eyes were drawn to her ears. Was she not fully human? Those were not human ears. She gave a polite smile and waved but didn't say anything. It wasn't just me, everyone else was drinking in everything they saw. I would need to be quick to send this new information to my father so he doesn't hear it from someone else first. Now that this is out of the way, let's talk about the new school year. Dumbledore continued on. We have an updated list of banned items, you can find it on Filch Store, and it's subject to change throughout the year. I remind everyone that the Forbidden Forest is in fact forbidden. If I hear the excuse that someone wasn't explicitly told this one more time, I'm afraid that I will have to start assigning detentions. First, a few of our professors have something to say. Professor Flitwick, you had an announcement. He handed over the proverbial floor. Thank you, Headmaster. The half-goblin professor hopped off his seat and made his way in front of everyone. Hello students, and for our first years, I'm Professor Phileas Flitwick, and I'm both the charm professor and head of the Ravenclaw house. I'm excited to announce that the dueling club is making a return. He paused, letting the commotion peak and some cheering resound within the hall. We will be reviewing Dada spells and dark creatures in combat situations, watching old duels and analyzing the fighters, and of course, I will be teaching everyone how to duel, and we will be holding our own duels with a tournament held in the second half of the school year with a prize in points and perhaps something special. Interesting. Perhaps it's worth joining. Professor Flitwick is a known figure in the dueling circuit, being a previous world champion duelist himself. Yes, yes. It's exciting, I can't wait to see all the many faces. But let me hand off to our deputy headmistress for some important announcements. Flitwick took his seat as Professor McGonagall walked forward. Students. And for our first years, I am Deputy Headmistress Minerva McGonagall, or Professor McGonagall if you prefer. I am also the Transfiguration Professor and head of Gryffindor. She sternly looked out across the crowd, and her tone made everyone hush themselves. I am going to speak about some very important things that I hope you all take to heart. You are all wonderful children of Hogwarts, you represent not just yourselves but the school, such that I expect model behavior. And no, I am not talking about the occasional detention or prank. Her eyes landed on the Weasley twins, but they didn't make a joke in the situation. I am talking about the foul topics that usually aren't discussed. I will speak plainly, I want to remind every student that another person's body is not for your own enjoyment. Something you believe benign could in fact be quite inappropriate in the worst ways. This is a reminder that just because a student is different than what you are used to, it does not give you the right to touch them because of your curiosity. I glanced at the strange girl sitting with the other first-year Slytherins. Maybe the boys were too stupid to understand what the professor was insinuating, or the younger boys, but I think the majority of the girls knew based on the talks our own mums had with us over the years. Inappropriate and unwanted touching will be met with the harshest punishments we can provide. Expulsion is not off the table, so I advise you to uphold the standard of Hogwarts in your hearts. That is all. She went back to her seat, leaving the room quiet. Very good, thank you, Minerva. Dumbledore retook his spot at the podium. Now that all of that is out of the way, let us feast. Food appeared all throughout the table. One of the best times of the year was both the starting and ending feasts as the house elves in the kitchens really outdo themselves. At *****. Students, especially first years, follow your head of house to your rooms. I don't want to catch anyone wandering the castle tonight. Professor McGonagall called out as the feast ended. There was some groaning, but the professor was quick to quell that. None of that, you know the rules. First night, you go to your rooms early with the first years. Get to it, don't you dare let me catch you out of your dorms, that goes double for you, George and Fred. I ignored them and filed behind the other Slytherin students as Snape silently led us all away. I made sure to keep an eye on Astoria the entire time as we made our way down into the dungeons. Watch and listen closely, because I will only be showing you all once. If you forget the password, pray that another member of your house will take pity. Our head of house drawled as he approached the portrait of the serpent. Pure blood. He spoke, and the serpent in the painting hissed as it clicked and swung open. Come inside, I don't have all night. I missed the common room, it had a certain charm to it. Everyone gathered around as Professor Snape looked at everyone, his eyes briefly scanning the strange girl, but he oddly didn't sneer or say something mean-spirited her way. This is the Slytherin common room. You are not allowed to share the password with anyone outside of Slytherin. If you're found out, you will be most harshly punished. As long as you are within the common room, I do not care what you get up to as long as no one is dead or dying or other unseemly activities are involved. If I am forced to come in here, someone will be punished. I expect you all to behave like proper Slytherin snakes. We show absolute unity outside, regardless of personal vendettas or hatred. If you have a problem with another Slytherin, it will be solved behind closed doors. A list of rules and the password, if it is ever changed, will be noted on the board near the entrance. I do not baby you all, so I hand things over to your prefects. He swung his robe as it bellowed, and he stomped away. Congratulations. I'm Prefect Gemma Farley, and I'm delighted to welcome you to Slytherin House. Our emblem is the serpent, the wisest of creatures, our house colors are emerald green and silver, and our common room lies behind a concealed entrance down in the dungeons. As you all see, its windows look out into the depths of the Hogwarts lake. We often see the giant squid swooshing by, and sometimes more interesting creatures. We like to feel that our hangout has the aura of a mysterious, underwater shipwreck. Farley started quickly with a smile. Though that smile wasn't fooling anyone. He was already eyeing the first years for anyone suitable to take under his proverbial wing as he essentially ran the Slytherin house. Even his fellow perfect, Mary Marbles, was silent because she wasn't given permission to speak over him. He was a very staunch pureblood supporter, so I was anxious about what he would pull. Why did the first years panic at the mention of a giant squid? I didn't notice until I glanced at Astoria. First things first. Like our head of house said, I expect all problems to not make it outside these walls or at least to be handled privately. If I hear about two Slytherins getting into it in front of the school, well, you won't like the consequences. Despite his mild smile, there was a rather stern gaze held in his eyes. Father warned me that his own father was a Death Eater and he was more than willing to follow in his steps. Of course he never was overtly aggressive around me, the Greengrass name was strong enough to dissuade someone like him from a reputable but not noteworthy house like mine. However, I'm no longer a first year. It's an unspoken rule that first-year students are given a little bit of leeway as the older students don't provoke them intentionally. This year will be different, but I'm prepared to carve out my own spot in the house. Most of the rules can be found on the board. And normally, I would dismiss everyone to go to their assigned rooms, girls on the left, boys on the right. He said in practiced rehearsal. But there's one oddity I think we need to address. You, the girl with the tails. Me. She pointed at herself. Who else has tails but you? He scoffed as everyone else pushed away from her, leaving room for Farley to walk up to her. I don't know what the teachers are thinking, letting actual animals here. And that wasn't good enough, but into Slytherin. This house is supposed to mean something. Not even a mudblood, but some kind of half-breed animal. She tilted her head. I'm a yokai. Finley scrunched his nose. I didn't ask, nor do I care. That's rude. She spoke with a frown. Finley went silent, clearly displeased with her flippant attitude when he was trying to intimidate her. She was strange. But there must be some reason she's acting this way. She's completely unafraid, she must have backing of some kind. Just from her not reacting like a normal kid her age, she must have been prepared. I know Astoria would be cowering with an older boy hovering over her like what was happening here. Let's see what she does and what tricks she has to get out of this situation. If she can navigate this minefield with coming out unscathed, it might be worth approaching her, depending. Is she going to hide behind the school rules? That will make her look weak, but she won't get hurt. Will she threaten him back? If she has powerful enough connections, Finley won't be able to touch her. Maybe something else, some kind of dirt on him specifically, is that why she's not intimidated? Her response needs to be measured and precise to get out from under Finley's palm right now. You stupid animal, do you think, Guck? I blink as I process what just happened. Finley fell to the ground. It was so fast that I almost didn't catch it. Did she just punch him in the throat? At ****** at A/N. Kunu's side story adventure comes again. Was doing a bit of a time skip here, so figured it was a good place to put one. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 551, Chapter 497. POV, Angelica Lataz, reporter for Devil News Today. Okay, this is your big break, Angelica, don't mess it up. Deep breaths in and out, in and out. How's my makeup? You look good. Greg, my cameraman, shot me a thumbs up. Just like the last 4 times you asked. Jay, just make sure all the equipment is working. I huffed. Greg just shrugged, he didn't understand. He's a great cameraman, but that's all he really cared about. He doesn't have to stand in front of the camera and broadcast not just to the underworld but to whoever else was going to be watching. I can't believe I'm here. I thought it was a long shot, and I never even asked my bosses for permission. They were pissed when Satan Leviathan popped over to have a chat with them, and they had no idea I even sent the letter to the Satans. It was a good gamble though, either they ignored me completely or they accepted, and the bigwigs wouldn't be able to do anything because of my newfound importance. Even Satan Leviathan complimented me on my shrewdness and offered me some advice on how to proceed. The Satan Leviathan complimented a little devil like me. Sure, I may have used my good looks and my pure blood to my advantage when navigating the right circles to get to my current position as the most predominant reporter for the 3rd most predominant news network of the underworld, but I put my work in, and it was nice to be recognized. However, she was quite stern that I was to do my best to ask some specific questions and record some certain things. She even gave me permission to accept bribes from other factions asking for the same thing. Like she predicted, a member of the old Satan faction gave me a list they wanted me to ask about if possible, as did the Great King faction and some other subpolitical factions. Honestly, they almost all aligned with one another, so it's not very difficult. Almost everyone was interested in what was going on. I couldn't blame them either. The moment we announced our full coverage of this yokai war, our ratings skyrocketed. Everyone was watching for a certain someone with anticipation, and I admit I was nervous. It had been a long time since I'd been out from the underworld, mostly to take trips to see what my human counterparts were doing and see if I had anything I could steal to better my own position. But this was an entirely different trip. And it was obvious these yokai weren't too fond of devils. But I would persist. Even if we had been waiting here for over an hour at this point, I wouldn't complain. Even if the clock was metaphorically and quite literally ticking. There was a large and antique clock in this room that made the most obnoxious sound every second that passed. I started to wonder if that was intentional. A strange mist crept up from the floor, and I nearly jumped back until a yokai appeared wearing the guard uniforms I noticed around Lady Yasaka when I saw her from a distance. Greetings, you must be the reporter from the underworld. The yokai started, barely paying me a glance. I'm Soma, Lady Yasaka's personal guard. For a few specific reasons, I will both be your escort and guard. He set his hand on the table in front of us, and 2 laminated cards with strings on them were set down. These are your press passes. If anyone gives you trouble and I happen to not be around, you may show them those. That being said, the situation would be dire if I were not nearby. Wonderful, when can we begin? I happily grabbed it and put it around my neck. This was far from my first rodeo. Not quite, we must discuss a few rules. The yokai, I think he was a Tengu. He stopped me. First and foremost, we are not responsible for your safety. My presence is a courtesy afforded to you, but you will be walking into an active and unknown war zone. A situation may arise where I am unable to protect you, or an accident occurs beyond our scope of understanding. In any event, you are taking a risk, and the consequences are yours to bear. I gulped as he laid it out for me. Taking a deep breath, I nodded my head. I understand. Very well. Please note that you have been given some leeway in how you desire to handle your recordings. However, if you attempt to meddle in affairs or privacy that does not concern you, we will treat it as an enemy action. Right, no sneaking around, you have to do things above board. That's fine. I don't need to do anything clandestine, I just need to record things properly. Any thoughts I had of sneaking into the home of him were squashed before they even began. I understand. Very well, you may follow me. The yokai accepted and he finally led us out of the room. Almost immediately, we saw them marching. I quickly slapped Greg, and he took the hint to start recording. I glanced at the yokai, and he noticed but didn't say anything. Good. We could edit all this footage together later, but recording was the most important thing. I never cared or even heard about these yokai until this past year. The small island in the human world was worth so little notice, but now it was the center of attention for so many people. A type of military parade. We had those from time to time down in the underworld when one of the nobles wanted to show off their power in their cities. No. This felt different. Follow. The yokai, Soma, urged us as we walked parallel, but out of the way of the soldiers. Of course, Greg did a good job of capturing everything. Not just their military might, but the regular faces just as well. Those were important, they needed to set the atmosphere. Finally, we came to a stop where the soldiers marched too. All their unique and odd shapes, all lined up properly in a unified force. It would have been almost funny to look at had they not presented such an aura of power. Soma, the yokai, didn't usher us further. Greg, let's get our introductions. I quickly pulled out my devil phone and sent a message back to the studio that we were okay to do a quick live broadcast to pull in the viewers. Ready when you are. He set up the camera quickly with the soldiers and military people behind me. I quickly made sure my clothes were smooth and that my hair wasn't out of place. Greg silently counted down with his fingers and gave me the go-ahead. Hello Underworld. Angelica Lataz here with Devil News today. I smiled as I had learned in front of the camera, where no doubt millions upon millions would be watching me. I'm standing here inside of Shinkyoto, the yokai home in Japan. And as you can see, they're preparing for war. I'm sure many of my viewers aren't learning about this for the first time, but today is the day that the yokai made a public announcement about their invasion. We're not quite sure what is happening right now. I turned to look at what everyone was gathered for, but it was hard to see from here. But then I had a great idea. Mr. Soma, do you have any comments on what's happening right at this moment? I tried to get our guard involved. He did say he was a guard for Lady Yasaka. Soma seemed, well, not happy, but he didn't seem upset either. The young lord is in the midst of preparing our entrance into the Fey realms. Soma answered. When you say young lord, what do you mean by that? I held my microphone out for him. I knew the answer, of course, but I wanted him to say it. I could practically taste the ratings. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, the consort of Lady Yasaka. He is our young lord. The yokai said simply. Perfect. Do you think we could get a view of what's happening for the people watching back home, Mr. Soma? Please, 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 please. Very well. Yes. We appreciate your help. I smiled gracefully. I gestured for Greg to keep rolling. Viewers eat all this in between stuff up, having to watch us walk around in real time gave them a sense of belief and immersion. Finally, after going a long way around everyone else, Soma let us to get a pretty good view of what was going on. I quickly set up in front of Greg. As you can all see, the young lord of the yokai appears to be setting up some kind of archway. And there are a few people providing assistance. I gestured for Greg to zoom in on them. From what we know, that should be Scathach from Celtic myths and legends. And secondly, from what my sources tell me, the other woman helping him appears to be one Jin, the newly arisen goddess of Asgard. Of course I knew who they were already, but I had to make sure and introduce them to the audience. Lady Leviathan made sure to give me the rundown on everyone of importance that may be here. I let the audience have a moment to understand there. The new goddess of Asgard, what happened during the Norse Ragnarok, had been the talk of the town since it happened a few weeks ago. Many news stations were still running programs talking about what happened in that part of the world. The fact that we're getting actual footage of the rumored new goddess was just a cherry on top of everything. He appears to be inserting some sort of what looks like a harp into the magical mechanism. I voiced what I was watching. I had utterly no idea what I was looking out for. I didn't really learn magic all that much other than basic stuff. But even I could see that whatever this thing was, it was profound in construction. The young lord is preparing our entryway into the Fey realms. Soma spoke again as Greg turned the camera. Before I could question that, there was a big commotion, cheering, rumbling sounds of people stomping and weapons hitting the ground. The archway flared to life, and a portal appeared within it. Oh, that's what you meant. It seems that the Red Dragon Emperor is not only prodigal in strength but also in magical knowledge, for it appears that he was able to create a stable portal into a realm thought unassailable until now. With how much of our viewer base was reincarnated or low-class devils and adored him, it's best to praise him as much as possible. Hurry up, you damn virgin, we're going to be late. I snapped my head over at who was causing a new commotion. And I immediately recognized the face from the pictures that Lady Leviathan showed me. Dare I? Fortune favors the bold. While the yokai were caught up in what was happening over there, I gave Greg a gesture to follow me with the camera as I snuck away and quickly ran towards the person stomping over. Great God Odin, do you have any comment about the impending war of the yokai and their invasion of the Fey lands? I admit, this was probably one of the stupidest things I've ever done in my life. Run up and shove my microphone into the face of a god. Thankfully, he didn't smite me out of annoyance. He looked at me, then at the camera, and he slowly grinned. Swiggity swooty, they are coming for that Fey booty, he said before walking off. I looked at his back, then at Greg, who shrugged from behind the camera. We were live. What was I supposed to say to that? We're not taking any interviews right now. Was she a Valkyrie? She ran up, blocking the camera's view of the god. Do you have any comment on Asgard's relationship with the yokai? Is God Odin's presence here an endorsement or aid to their allies? I quickly shifted back to work mode as I would not let this opportunity slip by. Asgard is not participating in this war. Lord Odin is just here for moral support towards his blood brother and fellow goddess on behalf of Asgard to wish them good tidings in their fighting. The Valkyrie waved her hands around. Do you? Get over here, you maidenless Valkyrie, I think I see your crush over there by the brat. Wah. Lord Odin. She almost seemed to be in tears. No more comments. She squeaked as she ran towards the god. Well then. Satan Leviathan did request I verify if Asgard was coming to their aid in the war. It seems I can scratch that off the list. We had to quickly pivot though. Look, that should be the Pendragon family. The legendary descendants of King Arthur. I quickly found something to change the subject. It was well known now that the Pendragon family was close to the yokai, though not many were particularly aware of how it happened. They marched forward, much more unified looking, but that was to be expected from a clan of knights. Behind them, they were pulling some massive things covered in tarps, and we couldn't get a good look. Some kind of siege weapon. Did they expect that sort of thing to be needed? And who was that in the front? And at the front of the Pendragon family, we have Artoria Pendragon, one of Wilhelm Schweinord's harem. Once more, I thank Satan Leviathan for her documents that helped me identify people on site. I nudged Greg, and his camera swerved to see some other interesting things. There were more carts being pulled up, wagons full of supplies. Weapons of all sorts, lots of arrows, and a huge amount of what looked like potions. I didn't comment, but I let Greg record it for a few moments. Another thing Satan Leviathan wanted me to get if I could, a look at their supplies. There had been rumors of some interesting potions trickling out of the yokai faction for several months now. And we have new arrivals, that's the church. I blurted out in surprise as dozens of what looked like high-ranking members of the church teleported in, but that wasn't all. And the Archangel Gabriel. I said in a whisper as the Angel of War stood among her people. Well, she didn't stand for long before she shot out into a certain ground, and with a strange sound, she was apparently hugging some young-looking woman. Quick, record that. I smacked Greg's shoulder, not caring that we were still alive. That's the rumored saintess, back from the dead. That had also been the talk of the town, a living saint, someone who should have been long dead, walking around with the son of Lucifer. Not to mention there were rumors that she and him were together. If I could get some footage of that. I cleared my throat, pushing those thoughts to the side. I can speak for everyone when I say that it's certainly a surprise for the Church and Heaven faction to appear here almost like allies. The Archangel Gabriel, the violence of heaven, I noticed the strongest human among their number. It was hard not to when a single arm of his was wider than my body. And the rumored saintess herself all come out in support of the yokai. Of course, the yokai seemed to be welcoming their arrival. I noticed the yokai leader, Yasaka, walk up to the strongest human and chat with him amicably. Weren't they supposed to be enemies? My attention was snapped away when I noticed the camera jerk to the side as Greg focused on something else and my eyes trailed. Tiamat. Who wouldn't recognize her? The famous Dragon King that lived in the familiar forest and refereed the raiding game tournament last year. What was she doing in Kyoto? She also seemed to notice us as she moved towards us in a blink of an eye. Oh, some devils. Are you recording? Hello everyone. She moved in front of the camera, waving. Lady Tiamat. I didn't know how to answer her. Don't mind me, I'm just watching the show like everyone else. She chuckled. It was so noisy I just had to come out and see what the commotion was. Did she just swipe something out of the bag of camera parts that was hanging off Greg's shoulder? I didn't realize this was causing such a commotion to the familiar forest. I forced a smile. It must be the forest. She tilted her head. Oh no. I'm living here in Kyoto for the time being. Anyways, don't mind me, you must be working right now. She didn't give me a chance to respond before departing somewhere. I looked at the camera blankly. You heard it here, folks, it seems like Tiamat, the great Dragon King, is now living with the yokai. What an interesting turn of events. I wanted to facepalm, but we were live, so I held it together. I didn't know what sort of problems would come out after hearing Tiamat moved from the underworld, but I'm just happy I wasn't the one that had to deal with them. Thankfully, I didn't have to put much thought into it because our Yukiminder appeared after we got separated earlier. The initial assault will begin shortly. You have been invited to attend as our first members go through the portal. Soma stated. That was equally terrifying as it was exciting. I silently mouthed to Greg to not stop recording no matter what. Even the most benign thing here could rake in the views. We were still kept separated from the important people, but now, it felt like we were right in the middle of it. Not just them though, we were in shouting distance of the church people, and that made me worried. It looked like a few high-ups of the Pendragon family passed us, followed up by some of the yokai leaders. I wanted to stop one of them, any of them really, to get a comment, but before I could even open my mouth, the glares they sent my way made that hard to voice. Ah, you must be the reporter I heard about. Lady Yasaka. I quickly greeted her, making sure to be extra polite since she's my meal ticket. Thank you for letting us come. Well, it was a novel idea. She hummed with a contingent of yokai at her back. You lot, get ready, follow up with Wilhelm and Scathach. She gestured as the yokai following her went off to the side where the big portal was operating. And you too. She looked at me and Greg. Soma will be at your side, but you'll be following in after me as the first cleanup takes place. Cleanup? I questioned. Ah, the first ones through will be making sure that there are no living beings in the vicinity. The yokai leader smiled, and I felt a shiver go down my spine. Lady Yasaka. I gathered my courage and calmed myself down. If you don't mind me asking, and for those watching, what is your strategy here? What do you hope to accomplish? Well, our first priority is to establish a foothold, the logistics of which, well, you'll see shortly. As for our priority, well, we are owed a debt we intend to take with interest. I gulped. Get ready, we're starting. Already. I thought, are you not going to prepare anything? No speech. This felt. I don't know, so quick. A speech. Yasaka laughed. A speech is needed to raise morale, to give each of them a reason to fight. I assure you, they are very eager already, if anything, they've waited long enough for this. I was maybe starting to feel the smallest bit bad for whoever crossed them. Look closely. Yasaka pointed. Nurari Hyon is leading the first forces inside. Along with Wilhelm, Reiku, and Scathach and an assortment of our troops joining in. They unceremoniously walked through the portal as if it were an everyday occurrence, no hesitation whatsoever. Jean dear. Yasaka called out, and very quickly the living saintess came over with the Archangel in tow. Meep. The Archangel gave us a glance, and I felt years of my life disappear. Lady Yasaka. The Archangel greeted her politely. As per our agreement, we're ready. It wasn't just her, the violence of heaven himself and the dozens of clergy were at her back. Were they going to fight alongside the yokai? Very well, that should have been enough time for them to clear out any annoyances. She snapped her fingers, and dozens more of her people were quickly lined up. Second wave, bring supplies. Where are the druids? And get me the magicians over here. Druids, magicians. Two distinct groups lined up, and I now had no idea what was going on anymore. Stay close. Soma's voice came from behind me, and I didn't even see him. He just kept disappearing and reappearing out of nowhere. We're entering. See everyone on the other side. I forced a smile to the camera, as I had no idea if it would stay a live broadcast after going through. At the very least, we would record everything and send it in later. Thankfully, the very scary Archangel was not following us inside, and the other church people didn't pay us any mind as we stayed near the back amongst groups of people I had no reference for as they entered. I may have closed my eyes as we walked through, bracing myself, but I felt nothing strange until a breeze hit my face and a strange smell held in the air. There were sounds of shouting and some magic being thrown around as I peeked through to see what was going on. Almost immediately, I felt a strange sense of vertigo as I looked at the surroundings. Don't fly up into the sky, it's not connected to the earth. Was that the son of Lucifer who shouted? I think I recognized his voice, but it wasn't directed at us. I took a moment to get my bearings. The ground was quite literally scorched to the dirt as flames danced around the foliage. It felt wrong. The sky, there was a constant aurora of colors that flowed like clouds. There were celestial bodies that didn't seem real, but they hung in the air. At different points in the sky, it was day, and in others, it was night. I think at the edge of the horizon, if I squinted, it was a strange twilight. A root sprung out of the ground, nearly impaling me if it weren't for the yokai next to me slashing it with his spear. Apologies, this land is confusing. No wonder they were scorching everything around us. But very quickly, they pushed out, killing anything that moved. It was a scary sight. I didn't know what to say as Greg swept the camera around, catching everything. "Gene, Father Swole, you guys are up," Lucifer's son called out. And very quickly, our yokai guard had a strange mist surrounding us, almost like a barrier. "This is for your safety. I have created a pocket dimension for you to stay within for the moment, but made it so you can still peer outside as if you never left. I have also taken the liberty of sealing away their voices so they will not reach you. I did not know if it would be harmful by association." "Pocket dimension?" I blurted out in confusion. "Ah, I am the owner of Dimension Lost," Soma clarified. "D-Dimension Lost." I looked at him wide-eyed, then at the scene in front of me. What are they doing out there? The church people, the violence of heaven, the living saintess, they all kneeled together in what looked like prayer. It only took a second before a visible amount of holy power pushed outward. They're sanctifying the area. It is a most powerful repulsion to the will of these lands and needed if we wish to establish a foothold. Soma explained. "Druids. You're up," Yasaka called out. "Where did you get druids?" I whispered. "We had friends from the English Isles come and teach many of our people." Soma smiled. Very quickly, familiar-looking plants and trees sprang up at the edge of the open area. "What's the purpose of? You dare invade and conquer part of this realm?" A chilling voice swept out, accompanied by an ice-cold wind that snuffed out any flames and froze much of the surrounding area bar the land that was sanctified. Even inside this pocket, I felt my body stiffen and my blood turn cold. Like a tidal wave, across the horizon, a literal sea of frost and snow came rolling across the once green hills. "Humph, magicians, you're up." Yasaka seemed to scoff at the presence that commanded this place. The magicians, along with the son of Lucifer and the notable Scathack, walked forward, and barriers sprang up. Hundreds of different magical defenses arose around the area, and I was fairly sure I even saw some of the church's own also overlap. The tidal wave of frost slammed into our little shelter but splashed helplessly against everything. "Titania, you owe me a favor. Destroy this foothold, and I'll consider it paid." The same chilling voice reverberated. Contrary to the ice-cold chill that those words brought, a more subtle warmth permeated the area, but it still held with it a certain shivering sensation like I was standing too close to an open flame. "I'll attack properly once. Whatever happens after has nothing to do with me." "Fine." The warm and melodic giggle tickled my ears, and presumably against each and every person here as well. "I don't intend to get involved in your little dispute, I simply owe a small debt." The errant frost and the frozen landscape immediately melted. High up in the sky, a vast distance away, a small flame grew until a second sun appeared close to the earth. "Do your best to survive, mortals," the soft voice giggled as the sun came soaring towards us. "Wilhelm," Yasaka said simply in response, barely acknowledging the attack. The shadows under us, jerked and moved. "Riding on the winds of your father Vayu, Hanuman steal the sun." The son of Lucifer spoke words that shook the air around him. They felt heavy despite being shielded in this pocket. The shadows swirled and merged into a massive figure that stood up from the ground, almost like some kind of ape. It reached out and grabbed the sun that was barreling towards us and wrapped around it. I looked at Wilhelm Schweinorg, and he swept his hand out, and the shadow threw the sun back where it came from. A colossal firestorm erupted at the point of impact, and a shriek was heard, very similar to the voice of the one who created the sun in the first place. I waited with bated breath, but nothing more happened, and everyone around us resumed their tasks as if a world-ending event didn't nearly just wipe us all from existence. I reached over silently, fumbling a few times because it was hard to take my eyes away from the flames that still danced in the sky, and I finally found the off switch to the camera. "Is it off, Greg?" "It's off," he said quietly. "Good. Now I can have my mental breakdown without everyone seeing." At ******* at A/N. 2 more parts of the Looking Glass Omake are up on Patreon. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 552, Chapter 498. I looked up at the sky with a frown on my face. My divine sword was stabbed into the ground, a faint crackle and arcing of lightning that lightly danced down its edge and into the earth. My hand lightly caressed the hilt as I watched above, the booming of thunder and the thunderous crackle of lightning drowning out most sounds around me. My storm was currently propagating overhead, ever so slowly spreading outward with resistance. The sky wasn't connected to the earth, I warned everyone as soon as we came in. I could feel it from my authorities over the storm. Flying up might not end with someone continuously going upwards. They may be lucky to not end up in some misbegotten corner of this strange realm. And not only that, but I was currently contesting the skies above our little foothold against the true owners. I could feel them, there were more than two, more than just the queens of their courts. But I didn't back down, I couldn't see them properly, but through my authority, I looked back at all of them and I could feel the emotions rolling across the metaphysical realm above. At the very least, I didn't want them to be able to just hover over our breach and have that kind of top-down superiority. Admittedly, I could feel the edges of my storm flaying as they ate away at its unnaturalness with their own control. The sun thing. Presumably, that was the Summer Queen of the Summer Court, one of the major factions of this place. She basically created a miniature sun and threw it at us. She had a hint of disdain in her tone over the air as she threw it, telling us to survive as if it were something casual. But after experiencing it, I could vaguely understand the sentiment. Did it piss me off? Completely. But what she did was basically the same as me making my storm above, perhaps on a slightly grander scale, but no less destructive and overbearing in application. I took her by surprise when I took it and threw it back at her using my newfound authority. I couldn't blame her, I could be taken off guard if someone I barely acknowledged took control of my storm and basically hurled it back at me with such fervor out of nowhere. Still, in that small exchange, I learned quite a bit. It wasn't an authority in the normal way when one spoke of gods. No, it was much closer to something I experienced rather recently when fighting my cousin, Arcuade. That was frighteningly close to a marble phantasm. Realistically, there wasn't much a difference when looking at the outcome, but it did produce some manner of hesitation on my part that needed further consideration. The same when the presumed Winter Queen basically sent a sea of ice and frost at us rather casually. It wasn't magic or spellcasting, it was the forceful application of natural phenomena on a grand scale overriding the current world. So far, these Fae were the closest approximation to elementals and nature spirits compared to my home that I've ever come across. And those were just probing actions at the end of the day. Just as they were doing right now, bearing down on my storm while I continued to fend them off. Regardless, I let go of my sword, letting it stay impaled in the center of our camp as it could shoulder the storm on its own. My storm expanded a bit over a kilometer at this point, which was good enough for now. And there hadn't been another half-hearted attack, so at the moment I felt fine letting things progress on this end by themselves while I checked on other things. I was able to pull my focus away from my storms above to properly look around at what was being set up down below. I noticed Artoria with probably about 100 knights at her beck and call. They were situated around a table plopped in the dirt with some parchments spread out as she was throwing out orders. Mordred moved her lips and grabbed a few people and ran off in one direction. At the edges of our proverbial domain, the druids that had cropped up among the yokai were accelerating the growth of earth-source trees. That was an interesting concept I hadn't thought of until it was brought up among the older Celtic druids that taught many of the yokai in the months leading up to this invasion. It was something passed down mostly in stories about the Fae coming to the old countries and bringing with them plants and such from the Fae lands that acted as sort of an anchor that allowed them to come and go from a specific spot. It was the same logic here. In other terms, we were forcing the common sense of our home as much as possible onto this small part of this world. It wasn't alien technically. This place, these Fae realms were wild and untamed, which sounded odd considering there were living beings here that developed into some sort of society. But by their nature, the beings here were chaotic. If Earth was that of an established order, gods, and humans creating civilization, then this was the reflection. But just as there are chaotic elements on Earth, this place too had order within its established laws. Chaos cannot exist without order. If there was only chaos within this realm, then chaos would no longer exist because it would be the only order of existence. What we were doing was essentially bringing the idea of order to this small area and emphasizing it. And despite yokai being born from human fears and imaginations, they were heavily tied to humanity, thus existed on the other side of the fence in comparison to the Fae. Besides the people specifically important to me, there were plenty of others running around setting things up. Thousands of yokai poured in, walls were being erected, tents were set up, a whole outpost was quickly being assembled as orders barked from the higher-ups. This had been meticulously planned for months and things were looking good. "Student, are you finished?" Scathack approached me. I glanced up one more time. It should be enough, I don't think they can spy downward now that my storm is blocking their view. It didn't need to be mentioned that my storm would contend against any other weather-based phenomenon they attempted to throw at us. Again, this was only really necessary because the sky was so detached from the earth that made it difficult to manually contend against such effects. "How's the setup going?" I asked, knowing she was one of the first to claim a kill as soon as we entered. I was more focused on setting up the perimeter while she joined others in clearing out bodies. The boundary has been erected, and bounded fields will be properly established momentarily. She replied, standing next to me as we watched the scene unfold. I believe I need not go into detail how an established boundary can increase the effectiveness of a boundary field. She held a small smile, taking a light teasing tone. I rolled my eyes, Magecraft 101 there. The initial barriers and defenses were temporary. With a proper boundary set, we could turn this foothold into an actual camp. When land is claimed through certain means, defenses generally are more powerful when erected as the owner. Young lord. Soma appeared out of the corner of my eye, kneeling politely at my side. Soma, I've said it before, you don't have to do that. I let out a small sigh. Soma was perhaps Yasaka's most loyal retainer and guard. I knew he wouldn't stop. Weren't you supposed to be watching over those reporters? Yasaka let in a devil reporter, which wasn't the worst idea. Honestly, whatever they recorded wouldn't be a secret and we could control the narrative to an extent. Hell, the purpose of this invasion was to send a message, so this did benefit them rather well. They are in good hands, young lord. I bring a missive from Lady Yasaka. She ordered me to perform my secondary duties now that the holy power within the lands has eased. Right, the sanctification that the church people did. Honestly, without that, the whole idea of claiming Fey land would have been a fool's errand at best. Religion was an antithesis to Fey's beliefs. The church as a doctrine was not only the most prevalent, but perhaps the most contrary to their existence by relation to the fact that there is only one god they worship and thus belief is more centralized. What did Yasaka ask you to do? I wasn't familiar with his role in this context. After noticing that some of the foliage responded with hostility, she requested that I use my sacred gear to seep into the ground beneath us and create a space so nothing can approach from below. He responded. Ah, I see. She came for you to ask if it would disrupt the portal. You're good, go ahead. I waved him off. At your leave. Soma bowed and disappeared through the use of his sacred gear. I swear, some sacred gears are just cheats. I pursed my lips. My student, that sounds like jealousy. Scat-Hack had a grin as she nudged me. I would be lying if I said I wasn't a tad envious of how some things are so easy with it even if I can overcome it with my magic. How easily it can create dimensions, hence its name, was commendable and worthy of respect. Not to mention he had another role, which was coming up soon, to disrupt the space in the camp once everything was set up. Obviously, we couldn't have people just teleporting on top of our heads. What are the others doing? I didn't want to make a nuisance of myself. I went to find everyone as I didn't have anything I specifically needed to do at the moment other than stay on guard. Your servant is acting with the yokai of the east, Nurarihion, to scout the surroundings. The young lass is fortifying the area with her knights, and your yokai lover is currently handling the logistics of moving her soldiers into this realm. Scat-Hack listed off. Are you anxious? Perhaps. I admitted. I'm not one for wars, so I'm a bit out of my depth here. I wouldn't really compare the week I spent in the Norse realms the same. Sure, that was a war, short as it was, but this was a whole other beast to tackle and I was not involved in the field battles. Tell me about the things you killed when you first arrived. Mindless beasts. She said simply. A reflection of what you would expect in a forest, but magical in nature with a hint more intelligence. However, they are distinctly native to this realm, thus are the same as its inhabitants. Right, Fey is a rather large umbrella term. It would be like calling both Yasaka and I earthlings. I tapped my chin. Anything worth noting? A large type of cat I slayed had its tail turned into a tentacle-like whip and tried to stab me with it. That was the oddest one I encountered thus far. Most Fey I have met in my life were changelings, Earthen Clan, or those powerful enough to take on human-like appearances. I admit my knowledge of Fey back home is lacking. But from what I recall, the difference between the top of the Fey ladder and divine spirits is a very thin line. That is correct. In my homeland, there were many gods that were also Fey. Scat-Hack nodded. Be wary, but do not waver. There is a fine line between hesitation and consideration, my student. She lightly cupped my cheek and sneaked in a kiss on it. War is different than fighting. A strange commotion arose from the north side of the camp. It was enough that everyone shifted their attention that way even if they didn't stop what they were supposed to be doing. Both Scat-Hack and I shared a look before we went over to check it out. There was a person, well, a Fey. Why did we know it was a Fey? Well, it looked like a caricature of a pimp and a caricature of a leprechaun had a child, and it wore all navy blue with the flamboyant clothing and adornments. He was also about 3 feet tall, waving around a piece of white cloth, the universal sign of surrender, or to basically say, don't shoot me, I'm a messenger. He also had a bit of a belly too that strained against the buttons on his shirt. He wheezed as he came to a stop right at the northernmost boundary of the camp. It wasn't only Scat-Hack and I watching from a distance, but none of us made an immediate move. I think we all wanted to see what this random and intelligent fairy was doing, or wanted to do. Not to mention attacking someone carrying a white flag was a bad precedent to set. I come bearing great tidings. He sprung to his feet, catching his breath, he pulled out a large, rolled parchment that unfurled and hit the ground. He cleared his throat and started reading. "Hark, tidings to the trespassers from yonder realms, we." The yokai, the Tengu in front of him, held the spear up in his hands, pointing at the Fae. "If you have a message, I will deliver it to Our Lady." The Fae's smile, bright, seemed odd. He began to roll back up the parchment. Of course, my good sir. My name is Bubidi. If I may, could I perhaps have your name?" That name was made up. Yumida Taro, and I realized a moment too late. Shit. I cursed out loud, moving quickly. The fairy smirked and rolled his hand as the Tengu clutched his check. "Ah, a wonderful addition to my collection. Now, my rude fellow, be so kind as to fetch me your queen, I bring tidings from my lord." I quickly slapped a talisman onto the Tengu's head, paralyzing him, and catching him before he could hit the ground. The fairy's eyes widened, and he took a step back, only to smack into Scathach looking down on him. A most discourteous reception. He harumphed, fixing his collar. "What is going on here?" Yasaka rolled up, several of her generals in tow. "He got his name stolen." I gave a brief explanation. "Ah, you must be the queen from beyond the realm." His scroll unfurled again. "Hark, tidings to execute him," Yasaka said expressionlessly. Was I a little shocked by the suddenness? Perhaps. But I also agreed with her words. The Fae blinked, looking admittedly confused. "I'm just a messenger." "You attacked my guard, that makes you an enemy combatant." Yasaka looked at him. "But, I didn't break any rules." "You can't attack me, it's against the rules." "Execute," Yasaka said again. Very quickly, half a dozen spears pierced through the Fae's body, the first meaningful Fae blood split in this campaign. Several other Tengu had appeared quickly to dispatch him with very pleased expressions on their faces as one of their own was harmed directly by him. The spears pulled free, the Fae fell to the ground lifeless. I retracted the talisman I put on the yokai in my arms as he seemed to regain his bearing. One way to cancel the effects is to kill the Fae in question. I snorted. Of course there were other ways to counteract having your name stolen. "Clean up here please, search the body for anything worthwhile, then burn it. And bring that scroll, I'll read it in a moment," she said coldly, sweeping her gaze. "Wilhelm, Scathach, with me I'm calling everyone together." She gestured as we followed her. Yasaka in leader mode was hot. I noticed Reika was back and Nurarihion was with her, as was Artoria and Mordred, with a bunch of older yokai all surrounding a table. Hastily drawn maps laid across it. I heard a commotion. Artoria looked at me. "Our first visitor," Yasaka said dryly. "A messenger. He was executed." Artoria looked like she was about to raise a complaint. "He attacked one of my men." Artoria seemed content and nodded in understanding. "We should reiterate to everyone that Fae have the ability to steal names. It sounds rather flippant and whimsical out loud, but it's genuinely a terrifying thing if you can't defend against it. It's basically a forced geas, a contract of servitude that you can't disobey." I spoke. "I'll make sure my boys know to keep their mouths shut." Nurarihion grunted. "We have a general idea of the surroundings." He smacked the bottom of his cane on the drawn map sitting on the table. "We found a castle in the distance here," he said, gesturing to the end of his cane. "A castle?" I asked. "Reminiscent of architecture from our homeland," Artoria clarified. "I suppose that fits considering that the Fae were active during her time." "That'll be our first target," Yasaka declared. "Are you being hasty?" Artoria furrowed her brow. "We do not know if they are friend or foe. Unlikely to be friends, but more enemies may be unwise." Scathach nodded. "However, it is likely they are our enemies." "Can you be sure?" Nurarihion looked at her. "The sun that was thrown our way came from the east. The deathly cold came from the north. The messenger who initiated hostilities also arrived from the northern border. The sun rises in the east, the colds of our home are thought of as coming from the north. It stands to reason this is where those two entities have made their domains if it was a reflection of our world." She spoke. Her reasoning was sound and I had no arguments against it. To be honest, I hadn't considered that. The Winter Queen was most likely situated to the far north, and the Summer Queen is most likely situated to the far east. If that castle is our closest neighbor, it stands to reason this messenger came from there. Yasaka slapped her hand on the table. "We're not here to play nice, any attack on our people makes them an enemy. Clearly, they aren't treating us like a threat, so let's make a proper statement. Medea was kind enough to make us some rather interesting weapons. I believe it's time to unveil them. At ******at A/N. For those of you that don't know, I have a snippet thread over Unquestionable Questing with several different story idea snippets. I also have one snippet in particular that's reached 5 chapters at this point, and I felt like if I'm dedicating that amount of time to it, I may as well give a chapter ahead to the people over on my Patreon. Also, 2 chapters of Looking Glassomake are up over there as well. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 553, Chapter 499. I waited patiently in front of one of my portals with Jin at my side. It didn't take long for someone to leave, and Jin immediately ran up to her for a hug. Medea. She giggled. Look at you, a goddess and so willful. Or is it because you became a goddess that you became more willful? Medea accepted it regardless. Medea didn't like deities. She could be courteous and respectful, but there was a subtle uncomfortableness when she was around them. It was to the point where I was conscious of her when Izzy was around. However, that seemed to not apply to Jin. Medea didn't show even a minuscule of dislike towards my genie. Maybe it was because Jin had no ulterior motives, and it was just so obvious to see. Do I get a hug too? I looked at Medea, holding my arms open. Medea scrunched her nose. A hug? I should be kicking your ass. Do you have any idea what your daughter has been doing? Did Kunu already get in trouble? Medea looked at me then laughed. What happened? I'm not telling. She snorted. You can find out from her when she comes home for the holidays. Right, that should be a fun talk based on her words. She's doing okay though? I asked. Medea's expression softened. She's doing fine, don't worry. Good, that's good. Come on, I want to see the thing you made in action. Jin playfully tugged on Medea. All right, you silly girl. Medea huffed. It's the whole reason I took the day off anyways. Otherwise, I didn't want to be anywhere near your little war. Let me show you the portal we made. Jin continued to pull Medea away as they ran ahead. It's good to know that Kunu is doing better, and it took everything in my power not to press Medea for more answers. But I didn't want to intrude on Kunu's time, even if I wasn't physically doing so. I would hear the stories from her when she came home, and things she wanted to keep to herself, they would stay to herself. Obviously, as long as they weren't harmful or we didn't need to know. The surroundings of the portal changed drastically in Kyoto. It took almost the entire day to move the vast majority of our troops through and secure the foothold in the Fey lands. I underestimated the logistics of moving so many people in unison and keeping everything orderly. Just another reason I wouldn't be good in a commanding role like that. Now, the surroundings were set up as a defensive position. Hundreds of different magical and mundane defenses overlapped in this small area, with thousands of soldiers on standby at any given time. Not to mention it had become a forbidden zone for anyone not participating with a large distance from the city. I could have just popped Medea in on the other side, but I didn't want to take any unnecessary risks. The way that Realm operates is so alien to me in the brief time I've been there that I didn't want to be flippant with my ability to jump to other worlds. Peace of mind only costs like an extra 30 minutes of traveling. Not bad, not bad. Medea was looking over the portal, tapping her chin. Not what I would have done, but it's quality work. Practicality trumps elegance in this case. I shrugged. I helped. Jin raised her hand. I'm sure you did most of the work. Medea smiled. The boy over there probably hoisted the majority of the workload onto you and just wants to take credit. I rolled my eyes and ignored the short jab. It wasn't anything new for Medea to take shots at people without much heat to them. Without hesitation, she trudged right through with Jin at her side, and I quickly followed. She took a moment to take in the surroundings. At this point, walls had been erected, buildings were up with more on the way, and even roads had been carved out in the most basic manner. I quickly put a hand on Medea's shoulder and scooted her to the side. She was about to say something to me, but she noticed the cart full of materials skirt by almost hitting her. Careful, we're in the middle of traffic. It wasn't just us coming and going from the portal. Medea scrunched her nose. I don't like this place, it feels foul on my blood. Tell me when you're ready so I can watch my creations in action, then get out of here. It's going to be a little while. Jin told her. There are some neat things though. I found a few magic plants. Oh. All right, show me. Medea seemed content to go off with Jin. I just shook my head and made my way towards the main, well, what would it be called? It was one of the first buildings raised and where the bigwigs were gathered to talk about the fighting. Regardless, I nodded to the guards outside the door and pushed it open, entering. Several of Yasaka's yokai generals were at her side as she leaned over a table, only adjusting herself as I entered. Is Medea here? She glanced my way. She's with Jin. She doesn't want to be here any longer than necessary. I nodded, realizing there were a few faces I didn't recognize. Opposite Yasaka was Artoria, along with Mordred and Arthur. And someone I hadn't seen in a while just as well. Agravain. I named the man, giving him a nod in acknowledgement. He bowed his head more politely and stayed silent at Artoria's side. Makes sense, he was one of the people running the Pendragon family and would have a hand in things happening. He also looked a lot better than when I last saw him back at the Pendragon castle when we invaded. Also at the table was Nurarihion along with Aotabo, his third seat. But Nurarihion had one other person, and their presence was rather hard to ignore. In fact, standing this close to him, his body cast a shadow over me, and I had to tilt my head upwards to meet his eyes. Hello, I don't believe we've met. I greeted politely since we were all on the same side. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. The big man, no, the massive Kappa looked at me with a gentle smile. You can call me Sadao. I'm the second seat. He held out his hand and gently took mine in a handshake, despite his hand being several times the size of mine. And when I said he was big, I meant he was almost as buff as Father Swole. Maybe a few inches smaller in scale. It was, frankly, an almost comical sight to see a Kappa with muscles this size. Am I going to meet this first seat? I could tell that Sadao here was several times stronger than Aotabo, which makes sense considering his higher position. Don't expect it. Nurarihion grunted. That lazy bum can't move easily. He's back home protecting the place. I shrugged, a little curious but not enough to ask for too many details. Yasaka's tail snuck up around my waist and pulled me to her side. We're getting prepared to march. It's going to be our first campaign, so I wanted you to be there with us. The way she worded that sounded more than her asking for me to participate. I assume you won't want me to get overly involved in this instance. Yasaka smiled, as did her generals. You catch on quickly. As I was telling Artoria, we need this. That is, us yokai need this first fight, this first blood. Our desire for revenge isn't going to cloud our judgments, but we can't settle in his instance. I do not object to your intentions. Morale is important, often conflicting with logical strategy. It is undeniable that my knights assisting would be the better move, however, the hearts of your warriors demand differently. Artoria replied, closing her eyes. As long as the lives of my men do not get endangered from such types of orders, I see no reason to refuse. We will not participate in this first battle and continue to secure the area while your forces march. If I may. Agravain spoke softly as everyone acknowledged him. To prevent any wedges from being placed between our forces, should we accompany your warriors with a small contingent of our own, perhaps a small but elite force? While they would not participate openly, it would be a gesture of cooperation and moral support. Nurarihion took out his pipe, biting onto it with a gruff hum to accompany his agreement. My boys would appreciate the gesture more than Yasaka's. That's true. Yasaka looked thoughtful. My people have seen your family demonstratively for months now. They've trained together, eaten together, and suffered together. Not to mention everyone knows that Artoria here helped during the rebellion. The Pendragon family has much more goodwill with mine than the East. I will attend, and I will bring along a group of magicians to aid defensive measures. Artoria chipped in. Sounds good. Nurarihion agreed. Did you make sure to remind everyone to keep their mouths shut when dealing with Fae? The last incident was still fresh in my mind. Yasaka let out a short groan. We made sure to give everyone a refresher. There's always one idiot that needs to be an example for everyone else. Mordred snorted, crossing her arms. Well, there is a small bit of cultural clash here as well. Around these parts, when someone asks your name, it's pretty much an unconscious action to give it. Still, he should have known better. They had tens of thousands of troops, there was bound to be one slip-up eventually. At least it was in a situation where the damage was mitigated and could be a lesson for everyone else. From what our scouts have told us, our target is a castle with some attached land and an accompanying wall. Magic was detected and expected. Though the number of enemies inside is unknown, there were a few hundred patrolling on the walls at any given time. Despite the small scale, we're going to treat this as a true deployment. We're going to convene at the north exit, make note of any logistic issues, and we'll address them afterwards. Yasaka gave her orders, and everyone began moving. This was going to be the first fight of the invasion, and despite it being rather small, it was clear everyone was excited. At *****. You have a look, Wilhelm. Artoria glanced my way as we accompanied the thousands of yokai marching north. It wasn't too far away, enough that a straight but modest walk was enough to reach the castle within the hour. Just thinking. I'm surprised at how traditional this has been so far. Hell, we even had horses and stables erected back at the foothold. Ah. Did you expect more fantastical elements to be involved in this conflict? She asked. Something like that. We have yet reached the threshold for such things being required. I have familiarized myself with the elements of warfare here, and such things as mass teleporting is an important strategy to utilize. She responded. True, I do acknowledge that there was no point in throwing out those kinds of things when not needed. Well, I say that, but glancing backwards, hundreds of yokai were pulling those massive carts with tarps draped over them. Medea's little project. Should I be worried? She spent an awful lot of time creating them and a lot of resources. She spent only a few days equivalent to create Kunu's birthday present, and that was an utter work of art. She spent months tinkering with this invention. She called it crude but practical. I guess we'll see then. The marching came to a steady stop as the castle came into view. It was my first time seeing it, and it wouldn't be out of place in a movie. Artoria nudged me, and I followed her to the front after she gave the people with her a few orders, the magician spreading out defensively. I didn't need to look to feel the magical barrier springing up all around the army. I looked up at the sky. We weren't under my storm any longer, but I was keeping an eye out in case any of our voyeurs would do anything. However, I think after my retaliation the first time, they were hesitant about overextending. High up in the sky, a warm and cold glare could be easily felt due to my authority. I took my place up near Yasaka. Despite not wanting to steal the proverbial thunder, I was a part of this as Yasaka's lover and as someone who was recognized by the yokai as one of their own. I stepped past thousands of lines of yokai, many of which glanced at me as I passed before taking my spot in front. Yasaka looked at both sides of her. Come, we're going to give them a chance to surrender. Maybe I was skeptical, but the way she said that made me think it was a very slim chance of happening. Oh well. As we got closer, I started to notice some irregularities in the castle. The bricks weren't uniform, actually, they looked fake. Like someone just casually grabbed a bunch of different rocks, shaped them magically, then stacked them up in a way that resembled a castle. Actually, I think some of them weren't even made of stone. The magical defenses were impressive, however. But that was to be expected. Fae were, well, they had a mastery of magic from what I recall. Though their particular brand of magic was different. But magic it was all the same, they utilized magical energy even in their strange ways, and they were a type of magical being. We stopped not too far from the gate, but not too close either. It was just enough that the owner here could approach without feeling a threat from the army standing on his doorstep. It didn't take long for the gate to be raised, and all the Fae visible on the walls stood up straighter. 3 exited the gate, and normally, I would only say 1 person, but in this realm, I wasn't too sure. It was 2 horses and a person. The man, I presumed, looked like an elf of some sort, but with butterfly-like wings on his back. But once he got closer, I realized there was something wrong with the horse he was riding. Mostly the fact that the horse was a badly sewn horse suit and there was clearly a person inside. The other horse seemed normal, though. Whoa, my trusty steed. The Fae called out loud as the not horse came to a stop a few yards in front of us. Are you the lord of this castle? Yasaka addressed him. Lord. Lord, Lord. The Fae snapped his fingers. I like that. My advisor, write that one down. I wish to be addressed as Lord from now on. The horse next to him fell on its bed and spit out a scroll and quill and awkwardly began to write that down using its hooves together. Yes, my lord. The horse replied in a monotone voice. Ah, such a dutiful advisor. Not like my last one. What happened to your last one? I asked, not able to help myself. Normally, I probably wouldn't have spoken while Yasaka was at the forefront, but honestly, this was a rather strange situation, and the more we learn about these Fae, the better. Incompetent. He shook his head. Why, you wouldn't believe it. I told him I wanted a blue carpet for my menagerie, and do you know what he brought? Periwinkle. The nerve. I told him, advisor, what did I tell him? He looked at the horse. You told him that your horse could do a better job, my lord. The horse responded in the same monotone as it still tried its best to scribble on the parchment. That's right. So, I did just that. He nodded to himself with a wide grin. Right, I'm guessing we know who's inside the horse outfit under him then. But enough of my incompetent former advisor. He kicked the fake horse under him, and it neighed. The thing is, I don't think it neighed on purpose. I think when he traded their roles, his former advisor lost the ability to speak. I assume you're here to offer recompose for my herald that you killed unrightfully. No. Excellent, He paused. Come again. Your herald, as you called, attacked one of my men. That removed his status as a messenger, and he was executed without hesitation. Yasaka said sternly before taking the scroll that was brought along and tossed it to the ground in front of him. Incredulous. Fabrication, erroneous. My herald has even navigated the courts of winter, he would never make such an error. You have trampled over the rules of hospitality. He harumphed. Yasaka's hand lit up with foxfire, and she threw it at the scroll, setting it on fire under his gaze. Honestly, I don't know what it said, but after seeing her read it the first time, she got pissed off, so I didn't ask. You seem to misunderstand. We're not here to argue, you are being given the chance to surrender. Surrender. But I am not at war. I have received no declaration, nor have I broken any promises, and I am most assuredly in no one's debt. You have no right. He seemed confused and slightly angry at Yasaka's declaration. I withdraw my hospitality, and my threshold rejects you. He turned his nose up, and I felt the simmer of the magic surrounding the castle flare up. Very well, if that's your decision, then we'll do things the hard way. The Fae scoffed even as he retained a lofty smile. Away with you, trespassers. Lord Felmort bids you good night. He kicked his fake horse, and it turned around, trotting back inside along with the very real horse that held the parchment in its mouth and followed after. I looked up at the bright sky overhead. It was still daytime. Well, we tried. Yasaka didn't seem to care, frankly, she preferred this course of action. However, wartime rules dictate giving your enemies the chance to surrender. I am reminded of why I let Merlin deal with any wild fae that appeared within my lands if possible. Artoria muttered, furrowing her brow. Right, I understood her sentiment exactly. Pull the weapons up. Yasaka let out a shout as we got close, and instantly, the warriors in formations let out a roar of approval. Nurarihayan even had a smile as he silently trailed at our side, content with the course of actions, it seems. The warriors parted like a sea as the massive siege weapons were brought up to the front, and Medea was in tow along with Jin. Medea unceremoniously pulled the tarps off of them with a flick of her hand. At the base, it was normal wood to support, then as it climbed high, pieces were made out of magical metal found in Skyrim. It culminated in a very large glass orb at the top with a place that could apparently open up. And there were 4 floating glass circles with mithril wrapped around the edges. They each took up a side of the sphere, forming a square shape around it. Upon closer look, the glass circles were ingrained with beautifully woven spell circles. Not just the circles, but the orb itself had every inch of it covered in magical symbols and formulas. If you wanted to be pedantic, they were scaled-up versions of what Medea devised for each warrior to wield, the wands that allowed for casting without any magical knowledge of energy to utilize. Medea cackled as she floated up and pulled off the lid on the glass orb and dropped in a massive chunk of dust. She then inserted several soul stones into various places underneath, slotting them into intended spots. The whole thing hummed as it came to life, and I could taste the magical energy it was exuding. Medea then floated down, her job done as she shot a thumbs up to Yasaka while several yokai, apparently having been trained in it, positioned it appropriately, aiming towards the castle. There didn't need to be some grand speech or building up hype for the gathered yokai. I looked at the castle not far enough, the magical defenses were genuinely impressive, and some of them, well, they were foreign to me, and I couldn't understand them at a glance. Suffice to say, I would have to expend some effort to bulldoze them using my power if I tried. The magical siege engine vibrated in place as everyone seemed to hold their breaths. The dust inside, the fire dust slowly disintegrated, and with the glass circle pointing towards the castle at the front, the spell circle within it started to glow a very similar red tone. As soon as the entire spell circle lit up, another spell circle appeared in the air, projected right in front of it, then another, larger, then a third even larger, about the size of the contraption itself. Fire. Yasaka gave the order, and the air vibrated. A beam of condensed fire-aligned energy from the magical source shook everything as it shot out towards the castle. It slammed into the magical defenses of the castle and seared right through them. The large gate that we approached earlier was reduced to slag and ash as the beam tore through the walls, what was behind them, and continued onwards until we could no longer see. Reinforcing my eyes, I could see some of the Fae playing as guards or knights that escaped from other parts of the walls as they looked at the destruction in utter confusion and surprise. There was a silence as the attack ended, the fire dust seemingly running its course as it was completely used up. This thing made the cannons on my ship look like toys. The glass circle that housed the magic circle sizzled as steam wafted from it. Then, the 4 glass circles rotated as a fresh one now pointed forward. Wilhelm. Yasaka called out to me. Yes. Do you see a white flag or any signs of surrender? I do not. I told her. Fire again. At ****** at A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Looking Glass Omake will be out with next chapter. Chapter 554, Chapter 500 plus Looking Glass Part 8. Artoria POV. The destruction wrought was surprising, but not unexpected in hindsight. I stepped over a wooden beam that seemed to belong to a homestead that once existed within the walls of this castle. It was odd, everything about this place was odd. I knew that beforehand. Merlin's lessons involved the queerness of the fair folk. Along with the stories and lessons that even regular people in my time spread, I still felt the oddity rather bluntly. The handful of times that I was forced to deal with one of their kind in a personal capacity was different. Of course, when I received my armaments from the Lady of the Lake, however, she was more human-like, as Merlin said, and not to base my opinions on the outlier. If possible, I always let Merlin handle it, as he was able to navigate the situation properly without any major concerns. Of course, due to certain situations, the walls of Camelot were tended to by some of their people, but rarely did I, or my people, directly interact with them. However, there were times where Merlin wasn't present, or it was abrupt, and I was forced to draw my blade. Once such an occasion where one of my knights turned out to be a fae in disguise. They were loyal, studious, and honorable. Yet, once their identity was discovered, they transformed into something resembling a werewolf, yet not. They rampaged, killing several of their former comrades without hesitation before they could be killed by my own hand. To this day, I don't know why they reacted that way. It was a surprise, one that needed words spoken, but their actions had proven themselves, and I would have gladly kept them within my ranks. It was not as if there were no non-humans under my banner. I, myself, was perceived as more dragon than human by many phantasmal species within the lands. Merlin told me not to overthink it and that their minds simply worked differently. The wood was not wood of this home. It magicked dirt into the form and shape of wood, but it would crumble if I exerted my magical energy to dispel the constraints. One of the walls that remained partially, there hung a painting, upside down. It appeared to be a painting of what the interior of the home looked like before it was destroyed. There were other things, small things, that spoke of the strange nature of this former residence. It was as if they merely mimicked the outer layer of a human's cottage and were content with that. I put my hand into the fireplace where the firewood sat, and I couldn't feel any residual heat nor see any ashes or coals. Not only that, but the chimney, or what remained, had no signs of smoke or fire upon the stones. I brushed my hands off and stood up as I noticed my companions approaching. The sun peeked over the sheered top of the castle, and I squinted my eyes upon their arrival. Mordred, Agravain, and Kyrie, thank you for coming. I greeted them each. Of course, your majesty. Agravain bowed his head. I was still not quite comfortable with their reverence, but I accepted the polite intentions regardless. How was the fight, father? Did you see any action? Mordred kicked over the remains of a stone wall. Doesn't look like any actual fighting took place. Other than the demolished village and castle. Kyrie grunted. Yeah, I meant like fighting, not blowing them the fuck up. Mordred huffed. The weapons Caster created were impressive. I said simply. I had the chance to speak with the magicians I brought along to witness the fight. They only had praise for her creations and were in awe of her crafting ability. When further questioned, they admitted that such siege weaponry does not exist in practice. When a group of magicians could accomplish somewhat similar feats without the additional cost of creating such things, why would they use them? However, the benefits were rather obvious as they were operable by non-magicians and opened up the original magicians required for other purposes. They also spoke that it would require quite a few powerful and skilled magicians to match the feats that Caster's work showed. Then there was the matter of quick output. The machines could be fired 4 times in quick succession before it required a short rest. Father, I brought 200 knights with me like you asked. Mordred spoke up. Doesn't look like anything needs killing though. Mordred, could you please secure the walls and sweep the entire stronghold? I spoke with Yasaka, we are commandeering this castle while the yokai situate themselves at the portal. Mordred's eyes lit up. Nice, a proper castle. Even if it's a bit torn up, but nothing we can't fix. He happily ran off to presumably where the knights were. I do not mean to question your decisions, your majesty. But is it wise to separate ourselves from our allies in such a way? Agravain asked with clear concern. I will not fault you for raising concerns over presumably poor choices, Agravain. You have yet to hear the full breadth of my reasoning and choice. For safety concerns, we did not wish to allow any teleportation near the portal. However, as our first conquest, we believe this place to be a rather good spot to set up a hub, so to speak, of any future teleportations required, as the main stronghold is not far in distance. I explained to him. Our magicians are much more experienced in such matters, which is why we are tasked with such. I see. I retract my concerns, your majesty. He bowed politely. Would you like me to begin preparing our magicians for this endeavor? Nay, the fortress is not yet secure, such is pointless for such delicate work to commence if easily disrupted. I shook my head. You purposely sent Mordred away. Kyrie, who had silently been standing not far away, had one of those cigarettes that Mordred started using in his mouth. I felt the corners of my lips twitch at the sight, and I wanted to offer a brief rebuke, but I held my tongue. He was correct, even if I felt guilty being called out on it so openly. You are perceptive. Mordred had a good master. I had need of your expertise as a necromancer. I fully admitted. If it's not too much, there are troubling things in the basement of the castle. He breathed out a breath of smoke. Why didn't you ask your boyfriend? He raised an eyebrow, those magic glasses of his nowhere to be seen. He's not a necromancer, but I couldn't really compete with his wide range of knowledge considering who he is. I furrowed my brow, frowning slightly. Despite everything, Wilhelm is still young. If I can spare him such sights, I will do so. I am much more accustomed to viewing such horrors in person compared to him. All right, lead the way. He stomped his foot on the cigarette and shoved his hands into his jacket pockets. I nodded in thanks for him not pushing the issue. We walked up to the entrance of the castle, part of it collapsed, but there was enough room to duck under. 2 yokai stood guard, and they stepped out of the way as I nodded to them as well. It was a typical layout, perhaps rather plain. Finding the stairs that led downward was not difficult, and I did not look forward to looking upon the scene again. Torches lit up the dark hallways as we got into the area with holding cells. Jesus Christ! Kyrie cursed upon witnessing the scene. Agravain just as well had the same reaction. I believe I understand your request for assistance, and reluctance to let others down here, now. Opposite the cells, with what should be a stone wall, instead, it was inlaid with body parts. It was not a mere trophy display of someone hanging various dismembered body parts onto the wall. If it were such, I would have destroyed it even if it fouled my mood. No, it was as if they were merged with the wall itself. A fleshed arm and hand twitched, clearly still alive. The back of a head could be seen up to the edge of an ear. Some other, non-human pieces as well decorated the wall. Some of which still showed clear life in them against all logic. However, the most horrific was the stomach of a pregnant woman that protruded from the wall. Inside the cells themselves, there were a handful of humans, many of them were missing body parts, and they were replaced with various items or even stones from the very wall. Their eyes were dead, which is why I had not called for any healers. Is there a way to undo this spell? I finally asked. And is it possible to save the unborn child within that mother's stomach? Kyrie let out a sigh. Fey magic. I'll tell you right now, there's no undoing fey magic like this, at least not from me. I'm not even sure it's magic. I've heard the myths, however short, about what they can do, and it's far out of my league. As for the baby. He placed a hesitant hand on the stomach. The skin was clearly still alive as he pressed into it, and it was slightly indented like how skin does. He stared blankly for a moment, pulling his hand away then silently shaking his head. I did not ask him what he saw, I fear I would not like the answer. I can give them a quick and painless death. The humans, that is, a curse I can use. I'm not messing with anything I don't recognize. Kyrie spoke again. Please. I was thankful. Agravain, take note. This. Lord of this castle, he had the ability to swap things by touching them. Perhaps it went past merely things and allowed him to swap the concepts of objects or people on a whim. I will make sure that everyone knows to be careful in the future. He nodded. The lord that you mentioned, what was his fate? Did it remind him of the unpleasantness that occurred in the Pendragon castle? His gaze hardened, and there was a clear desire for blood that I would not find fault with. He is currently being questioned, quite thoroughly, by Yasaka's people. The corners of my lips curled up. He seemed to be under the impression that as a prisoner he was to be treated as a guest. Oh. He was quickly disabused by that notion. While it is proper to treat prisoners of war with a certain decorum, that was only for those that deserved such things. Just as Yasaka executed the messenger with proper cause, so too was the thorough interrogation of someone with such horrific practices allowed. If all goes well, we should have a map or the closest approximation of such about our current location. We know that we're just barely in the domain of the Winter Court, such that luck was on our side in a way. After procuring a map, we can begin to push outwards. A proper campaign begins with terrain knowledge. An army that marches into the unknown is led by a foolish leader. It was always acknowledged that our spearhead would be a bit muddy upon movement, however, it was a known priority to ascertain our footing before pushing forward. The happenstance of being so close to an acknowledged foe was attributed to fortune. The bodies in the cell began to wither away, it looked painless even if their minds were gone, it was proper that they be dealt with in a respectful way. Agravain, can you please call some people to take the bodies back home and bury them? I did not know where they hailed from, but they should return and rest eternally among their own. I will see to it. He bowed and moved to leave. Kyrie also stood up, looking as if he wanted to leave. Call me if you need me again. Or, if you need me to put a bullet in one of their brains. He said it in a low voice. I nodded to him as well. I had reservations about using my blade against them, against the creators of it in the first place, but all my reservations had been removed. Regardless, I let out a breath and kept my expression from faltering as I left the basement and made my way outside. It was only when I got back under the strange sun that I found myself smiling, seeing Wilhelm not far away. This war had just begun, but we already entered a short lull in combat. I was allowed a few dalliances while we prepared further. He noticed my approach, smiling back at me, and it never failed to make my heart flutter like a young maiden. I thought you would have followed Yasaka back to camp. I moved to his side, noticing he had a book in one hand and a wand in the other. He mentioned his new wand. It was quite the artifact to see in person. Without being a magus, I could recognize its quality at a glance. They didn't really need me. And after she told me that the Pendragon family was going to set up camp here, I figured I would help clean things up. He smiled still. I will not reject assistance. I looked around at the clear mess we needed to clean before this place resembled a proper stronghold again. Those weapons destroyed most of the foundations, the castle barely stands, and large gorges now split this village. We could always get those Fae we captured to clean it. He offered. Despite my growing dislike for their kind, I do not condone slavery even in jest. I lightly chided him, even if he was joking. They did not put up a fight once several blasts of those weapons were released. Of the few hundred that were assumed to live here, a small fraction remained after the bombardment. They are now being imprisoned back at the foothold and possibly taken back to Kyoto for proper holding. Don't worry, I can help quite a bit here, watch. He held his wand up and closed his eyes for a moment as his magical energy gathered. Reparo. Dozens of stones swept up into the air and seemed to mend back together as they formed back into the shape of the castle wall, only for it to fall over a moment later because it lacked support from either side. Yes, I saw. I deadpanned. He coughed awkwardly. Right, it's a work in progress. He cast again, intoning the incantation. Reparo. This time, a bit more of it was gathered and shaped back together, but rather than falling over, it seemed enough of it was pulled back together to retain its sturdiness. I am impressed. I fully admitted. Right. Wilhelm also looked excited. I enjoyed seeing him like this. It happened often when playing around with various magics. While the magic from the world media isn't, well, it's not the most powerful, it has an insane versatility that I've been reading about. This spell actually touches on the concept of time from what I understood from the texts. Basically, it forces the objects to remember a previous time that they existed in another form. Obviously that requires quite a bit of finagling, but it works fairly well. Are there limitations? I asked. That may be beneficial for our magicians to learn. Well, magical and sufficiently powerful things can't be repaired, which I think is obvious. But, it's not omnipotent. Maybe back where it originated from, you would receive a bit of a hand from the magic there, but here I'm forced to do quite a few calculations to facilitate it. Even so, it's saving an inordinate amount of time. Though, once I get it good enough, I can transcribe it into a magic circle and pass it over to anyone you want. He added with a smile. Magus rarely gives up their mysteries, yet he understood my question and offered it up without hesitation. I wonder if he knows how easily he makes my heart beat in such a way. It's humorous. I stand in a position I would have reviled upon my original summoning to Rin. I wanted to give up my kingship, I wanted to throw it all away because I had fallen in despair. Now, I stand here willingly on a battlefield once more. I stand with knights who bear the names of my family and friends. It was a strange reflection of my life. And I am happier than I ever was in life. Wilhelm. I looked up at him as there was no one around, and I felt comfortable being forward. I love. A splash of water downpoured, hitting us and preventing me from speaking further. Wilhelm's wand jerked up, and I summoned my sword into my hands without thinking as we both looked at the source that slipped past our notice. It was as if a small body of water just spontaneously appeared above us. Just as quickly, a person fell out of it, and my eyes widened because I recognized them. Lady Vivian. I blurted out in shock as they bore a striking resemblance to the fairy who bestowed both Avalon and Excalibur on me. Wah. Arthur. My body refused to move, mayhaps it was the surprise of it all. She collided with me and knocked me to the ground. I now had a ghost of my past clinging to me and crying uncontrollably into my chest. Regardless of how unlikely or improbable, I somehow felt it was Merlin's fault. At ******* at. Non-canon omake, Through the Looking Glass Part 8. You smell weird. The small knotcat girl looked at me with her nose scrunched. I responded with the grace and sophistication of an elder. No you. Why do you smell like Issei? The little Nikosho yokai devil asked. Well, he's my best friend, for some reason. Why is it weird if I smell like him? On that note, isn't it weird that you're smelling me so intently? I proposed in response. Like a dragon. She spoke again, ignoring my retort. What's wrong with dragons? Kunu frowned. Yeah, what's wrong with dragons? You make it sound like bad things. Don't be racist. I followed up. I'm not being racist. She nearly hissed. You. The teleportation circle in the club room lit up, and a familiar face appeared. The young Phoenix boy that I recalled from the underworld get-together appeared. Though he looked rather different. And that wasn't because my last memory of his face was him screaming as I threw him out a window. I think. But he looked haggard and lifeless. Like some screaming idiot had somehow beat him up in front of the whole world. Is it weird that I sort of felt bad for him? Who are you? Riser Phoenix looked at me, furrowing his brow. Wait, are you the Bast, Lucifer's son? He caught himself, well, color me shocked. I am indeed Takao Shimoda. I said without a hint of hesitation. And this is Kunu. Hello. Kunu waved. Okay. He didn't seem to care overly much. And these are the peerage members of my Aunt Rias, Kaneko, and Kiba. I made sure to introduce. I know. He deadpanned. Oh right, they did beat you in a raiding game. I nodded. They didn't beat me, I won. Rias seethed. Then how did the marriage get called off? I questioned. Because. Riser slumped his shoulders and seemed to lose all will to defend himself. Right, I feel bad for him. Maybe we should deal with the main concerns of why Riser Phoenix is here. Kiba spoke. Right, why are you here? If I got beat up by a kid who peeps on underage girls changing and shouts about boobs every other word in front of the whole world, the last thing I'd want to do is show my face around here. I nodded along with Kiba. He lost to that person. Kunu scrunched her nose. That's sad. Huh. Drake's voice echoed in my mind. What's up, Drake? I think this is the first time a Phoenix ever contemplated if they could kill themselves. Kiba cleared his throat. One of the issues was settling the dowry. Dowry? They still do stuff like that. Well, then again, it was an arranged marriage. It's kind of weird how us backwards devils can be in some aspects, but super progressive in others. You know what? Just keep the dowry, it's fine. I waved it off. Honestly, with the bullshit the Gremory family pulled, I think he deserves to keep that. For some reason, Riser let out a sigh. Kiba coughed into his fist. The Phoenix family were the ones who paid a rather large dowry to the Gremory family. Kiba then slid a piece of paper in front of me that listed the dowry and approximate cost of everything. Oof. That has to be rather emasculating. Kunu looked up at me. Why did they have to pay so much for him to get married? Because some people are perceived as less desirable than the spouse-to-be. I responded. Funny enough, Kaneko was nodding along. Riser Phoenix had immaculate control of his emotions, it seems. Or he's just so heavily depressed right now that he couldn't be bothered. It was certainly one of the two. Since your side were the ones to unilaterally break the marriage agreement, we are requesting the dowry back. Riser grit out. I looked at the piece of paper that showed a few hundred Phoenix tears listed as part of it. Don't those take a lot of time and effort to produce and are super expensive? Yikes. He suddenly blinked, looking around. Wait, where is Rias? Why isn't she here talking about this with me? His eyes darted everywhere, and he seemed to be experiencing an onset of fear. Is the dragon around too? He asked in a whisper. I think he might have some lasting trauma. I whispered, and he visibly shuddered, taking a step back. Geez, even I'm starting to feel bad. Are you sympathizing with him, Drake? I think I'm allowed to sympathize, considering. Hey look, it's Issei. I pointed at the door, creating an illusion of the idiot for Riser to see. Riser turned to look, his eyes widening, his mouth opened and he let out a very high-pitched scream before his eyes rolled back and he flopped down the ground. Pathetic. Kaneko emotionlessly deadpanned as she nudged him with her foot. Well, if he wasn't down for the count already, I think that would have been a KO. I feel bad for him. Kunu voiced. He wanted to make all of us join his harem. Kaneko hissed. I feel less bad for him. Kunu responded. Even the guys. There's Issei, Kiba, and, isn't there a damper? I asked, trying to recall everyone who was in Rias's peerage. He said that he wanted a femboy. Kaneko said dryly. Oh. What's a femboy? Kunu looked at me. Ask your mother. I awkwardly replied before clapping my hands. Alright, I know how to handle this. How? Kiba asked. I just smiled. At ****. What's this? Where am I? Riser nearly shot to his feet because I had to put him under a little spell to settle everything. Calm down, Mr. Phoenix. I tapped my pen against my notebook. We're just going to have a little talk. Riser shook his head like he was still muddled. Where's the dragon? Where are the others? No one else here but you, me, and Drake. I assured him. You, me, and who? He squeezed out. I gestured to Drake, rather, the gauntlet sitting on the chair next to me. Hello. Drake greeted. Riser's eyes widened in a silent scream, and he fell over again. I may have sent him a little jolt to wake him back up. His body twitched and his eyes snapped open again, and he immediately flew to the corner in panic. Where is he, the dragon? It's just us here, don't worry. Drake here is my assistant. Let's start at the beginning. Where do you think everything went wrong in your life, Mr. Phoenix? I tapped my pen. He seemed to calm down once he realized the gauntlet wasn't moving. What do you mean when everything went wrong in my life? My life is great. He defended. Is it? Is it really? I think I'm supposed to ask questions. What even is this? What are you doing? Therapy. Do you even have any idea what you're doing? Mr. Phoenix, I've done this plenty of times before. I reassured him. Drake can back me up. Yup, the brat's been doing this for a long time. Drake metaphorically nodded. This is stupid. He stood up. I'm leaving. You're welcome to leave. It's just, instead of me, you're going to have to deal with Rias, and Issei will inevitably be at her side. He stilled and trembled with his hand reaching out towards the door. Wow, Issei really messed him up, didn't he? Rather reluctantly, he moved to sit back down. What do you want? He breathed out. It's not about what I want. It's about what you want. I want to leave. He deadpanned. Nonsense. Let's start over. Where do you think your life took a nosedive and you became a laughingstock among all devil kind, Mr. Phoenix? I questioned again. My life is fine. I'm Riser Phoenix. I'm the third son of the noble Phoenix house. Do you have any idea how many devils envy me? He huffed. And yet, you got beat up by a pathetic reincarnated devil not even 2 months into his devilhood without enough power to even teleport on his own. I pointed out. Wait, he can't even teleport. Riser's eyes widened. Nope. But everyone can teleport. Even the most pathetically weak devil can teleport. That is correct. I agreed. Riser's jaw just hung open as he seemed to contemplate his life even more. Jesus Christ, I lost to a devil that couldn't even teleport. There was a visible jolt as he invoked the taboo name from his own mouth. There, it's okay. I made sure to get up and pat his shoulder. If it makes you feel better, he was thoroughly thrashed by a handsome and dashing rogue not an hour ago. Me. It was me. Didn't you say you were his best friend? That's right, I, Takao Shimoda, am Issei's best friend for some inexplicable reason. I made sure to reiterate to keep my perfect fake identity concealed. And you kicked his ass? Yup. I nodded. I do feel better. Is this how therapy works? He smiled for the first time since I've met him. I shrugged. Anyways, let's move on. You lost, you're kind of a laughingstock now. His shoulders slumped, and he let out a sigh. I won the rating game. True. And everyone with sense knows that you were done dirty by the Satans. But that doesn't take away from the fact that a paid boy kicked your butt in front of everyone. It's really pathetic too. Why did you even accept a fight from him? You already won, there was nothing to gain by it. Drake chimed in. Riser opened his mouth. What are you? He pointed at Drake. Listen, don't mind the small stuff. I quickly waved off his question. Actually, you're looking at everything wrong. You should be thanking Issei. Why would I do that? He hesitantly asked. You realize that I lost all the prestige I built up. My confidence is gone, my peerage is, they're looking down on me now. My sister idolizes that idiot, and now my family is mad at me. It could be worse. How could it possibly be worse? You would have gone through with the marriage. I replied. That was the whole point. Yes, but let me paint you a picture. You have a wife who despises you, that is higher socially ranked, and will utterly control you. But I'm stronger. How much older than Rias are you? A few years. He said. And you barely beat her in the rating game. I wouldn't say barely. Alright, true that you had a proper victory, but realistically, how much could things have turned around if given a different set of circumstances? Credit where it's due, the power of destruction isn't anything to scoff at, and you handled her tidily. But let me widen your perspective. First off, let me ask you a question. If you could describe Rias in a few words, what would they be? Spoiled princess. He answered without missing a beat. Right, that's a fair assessment. I acknowledged it fully. Tell me, as a spoiled princess, how much do you think she trains? Minimally if that. How much do you train? Less than I should, but more than her. He grunted. Yet, you almost lost. You're older, you train more, and she had never participated in a rating game before when you had ample experience at that point. I spell it out for him. Oh. He quickly realized. Socially, she's above you. Strength-wise, she would most likely have overtaken you. I held up 2 fingers. Do you know what the third strike is? What? Her brother is the strongest devil to ever exist and would have erased you from existence if he could do so without causing any issues down the line because he's a major siskin. Isn't he your dad? As my father, don't you think I would know best? I returned. Riser's expression changed after several moments of silence. Did I dodge a bullet? You didn't dodge a bullet, Riser Phoenix, you dodged a goddamn nuclear missile. I clapped my hands. Look, now you can choose who you can marry, right? Rias was bitching and moaning about her arranged marriage, but you were the third son compared to her being the heir to the Gremory family. Who here was forced? That's right. I was the one forced into an arranged marriage. Riser clenched his fist. I'm the one that's free, not her. I never wanted to marry her. Having to deal with a Satan Siskin as a brother-in-law. And having to deal with her as a spoiled princess for the rest of my life. There you go, see. Issei did you a favor. You're right. He shot to his feet. I need to do something. I need to thank him. That's exactly what you should do. Go thank Issei for breaking the marriage arrangement publicly. Drake egged him on. Well, maybe you shouldn't quite do that. That's a good idea, Dragon. Riser agreed. I have those from time to time. Well, I can say this isn't my fault then. Riser is going to go thank him personally. Don't talk in the third person, it makes you look like a douche. I quickly chided. Too much. He looked at me. Way too much. I nodded. He stroked his chin. I admit, I was skeptical, but you really are a good therapist. Oh, I'm not a therapist. He paused. What? What? I repeated, tilting my head. You said you had a lot of experience doing this. Yup. But you're not a therapist. Nope. I just smiled. I just have a lot of issues that I have to work through. He blinked a few times and put his hands on my shoulders. Takao Shimoda, you will forever be a friend to Riser Phoenix. I'm free because of you, and I don't need to worry about some dragon and his spoiled princess anymore. What about the dowry? Riser snorted. It's a small price to pay for not having to marry her. Let them keep it. He said it nonchalantly. As for the other stuff, it's not important. My parents gave me authority to deal with it myself, and I don't care anymore. I guess all's well that ends well. Damn, I'm good. You know, I considered getting a law degree in my free time, but maybe I should go with being a therapist. This human school, if I recall, it's also a human college? He asked. Yes. I vaguely recalled. Wonderful. I will see about enrolling. I'm curious about human society, and if my new friend goes to school here, I want to spend time as well. He smiled. It will also give me the opportunity to thank that Issei Haida properly for his help. Well then. I'm sure it'll be fine. Where is he? I heard the distinct shrill of my alternate aunt's voice as the door was pushed open with almost all of her peerage in tow. Specifically, Issei was there as well. And surprisingly, Riser didn't faint in fear at his sight like he did with a mere illusion just before. I quickly scooped up the boosted gear as Riser walked over with confidence towards them. Riser, I don't know what you think you're doing. Rias was cut off as he ignored her completely, putting his hands on Issei's shoulders. Issei seemed taken aback by this, just like everyone else. Issei Hayadu, thank you. Truly, Riser Phoenix, thank you from the bottom of my heart for preventing my marriage to the Gremory. Know that this Phoenix owes you a great favor that I will make sure to pay in the future. I spied Kuna behind the group and realized this was a very good time to leave. What did you just say? Rias's high-pitched tone was rather clear even with my back turned. A really good time to leave. At ***** at A/N. 500 chapters woo-woo. Feels like just yesterday that I released my first chapter for this and wow, things took off. There's another Looking Glass Omake chapter up on Patreon if you're interested. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 555, Chapter 501. Ah, so that's Vivian. Well, I assumed so because that's what Artoria basically screamed in confusion and shock and had yet to dislodge the presumably old acquaintance from her. Though, it shouldn't be her Vivian, that should be just too fantastical. Despite how nonsensical the Fae are, especially back home, there's no way she could have been tracked down and passed the world boundaries as a world terminal like she was supposed to be. Regardless, Artoria looked at me for help and I had no idea how to handle this. I just realized that I never accounted for there being a situation where I genuinely had hesitation about harming one of their kind. Sure, there would always be some that could be negotiated with, or amicable even. But even then, those were situations where my hand was merely stayed, not completely neutered like in this case. I had to wave off a bunch of people who noticed and were about to approach. They instead stood a distance away, but ready to become involved if things went south. Lady Vivian, could you please? Arthur. She whined again, continuing to bury her head in Artoria's chest. You let yourself go, why is your chest so flabby? Those are my breasts. Artoria forced out with red cheeks. Wah. Did Merlin turn you into a woman again? I nearly choked once that little detail was revealed. I am a woman. Artoria forcibly pried the fairy off of her, despite the woman in question basically nuzzling up against her hands the entire time. Eventually, the strange woman seemed to calm down enough to let Artoria push her away. Why did you get shorter? Vivian inspected Artoria. Or did I get taller? I don't think I made myself taller recently. But maybe I forgot. She seemed a bit scatterbrained. Well, it doesn't matter. Arthur, I missed you so much. Vivian genuinely looked happy. Melancholic as well. I was so happy when I found out you were back. I didn't expect you to come here though. She smiled. Lady Vivian. Why do you keep calling me like that? The Fae tilted her head with a small frown. You. She furrowed her brow. You're not Arthur. She finally stood up straight, dusting off her dress and looking around. No, that isn't right either. Oh, you're Arthur. She clapped her hands. You're just a different Arthur. She finished with a pleased nod of her head. Did she just work out Artoria's origin like that? Yes, I'm Arthur. She threw herself at Artoria again. Artoria just sighed, accepting it this time as she awkwardly consoled the strange Fae woman. Ahem. I not so subtly cleared my throat. Vivian released Artoria and frowned, looking at me. Why is there a devil here? She pointed at me. Arthur, quickly slay this thing. Half-devil. I corrected. Oh. She paused for a moment. Okay, Arthur, kill half of him. She corrected as well. I felt my eye twitch because she said that without any sarcasm. Lady Vivian, this is Wilhelm, my boyfriend. Friends. Vivian pursed her lips before tapping her balled fist into her other open palm with a look of realization. Oh right, you humans have something strange like that. No it's. Artoria floundered slightly. We're lovers. I helped her. Vivian just looked at me slowly, then at Artoria, her mouth gaping in shock. Arthur. I can't believe you. Lady Vivian, just because of his devil heritage. How is he supposed to be presentable in a wedding dress? She admonished Artoria. I never liked that Guinevere, but at least she could wear pretty dresses. That is what you're concerned about. Artoria blanked. Do you have any idea how long I worked on Guinevere's wedding gown to make her stand out so radiantly at your wedding? What do you expect me to do with that? She pointed at me. Bitch, I would rock a wedding dress. I retorted. Prove it. Vivian challenged. Artoria, lend me one of your dresses. Artoria let out a sigh. Wilhelm, don't intentionally inflame the situation. Fine, but it's true. And Lady Vivian, we're not at the point of marriage yet. Artoria looked back at the Fae. Yet. Hearing that made me really happy. Vivian tilted her head again in confusion. I forgot how complicated you humans were. She rubbed her temples. Why is it so difficult? Just get married. She shrugged. Right, I think explaining the nuance here would be an exercise in futility. Mayhaps we continue this in private. Artoria regained her composure quickly. This was assuredly just as strange to her as it was for me. Good idea. I accept. Vivian beamed, throwing her hands up. Accept what? The lake she manifested from, the one that appeared in the sky, it flowed down and enveloped us. Even with my Campione magic resistance, I felt myself transported. Not really teleportation, more like, it basically dragged me over to where she wanted in a physical sense. I allowed it to happen because Artoria was right here beside me with another blank look as Vivian looked happy with herself. The surroundings disappeared, and in all directions, all we could see was water. That was until a cottage came into view, something that wouldn't be out of place in Artoria's time. It was sitting at the bottom of this lake, most likely, and the oddest thing was that smoke was puffing out of its chimney. The door opened and it sucked us in. Not a drop of water appeared on the floor despite everything. "Welcome to my home," Vivian said happily again, presenting a platter filled with cups of tea and some snacks. "Please help yourselves." Artoria and I shared a look. There was a certain ironclad rule with Faye that I was familiar with. Essentially, she was offering us guest rights without verbally doing so. Something I would assume that all Fae would acknowledge without a second thought. For humans, they wouldn't really perceive it correctly without an explanation. Artoria and I both took a cup of tea and took a single sip, and nothing else. The first bite, the first drink, those were protected by the Fae as a proper host. Now, if I took another sip, well, that was technically not part of the rite, and that was me indulging, and therefore, they could do whatever they wanted to what I was drinking from there on. And the same with food if offered. I knew this much at least. Despite Vivian apparently being close to Arthur, I don't think Artoria or I would take any chances. Guest rights were both a protection and a sword of Damocles in a sense. It's one of the oldest traditions and rites in the world and even extended beyond humanity. Many magical and mystical defenses would be amplified to an obscene degree if someone broke guest rights inside your home and they were accounted for in said protections. Hell, my home's defenses made use of guest rights as a means of protection. Though, Vivian pouted. "Arthur," she whined. "I already promised a long time ago that our interactions would use human standards. You don't need to be wary of me." "I am not your Arthur," Artoria said unblinkingly. Vivian pursed her lips, but she didn't deny that either. "I should have turned my Arthur into a girl like Merlin did as a joke. You're much more graceful than that brute," she hummed. "I must ask, why have you approached me, Lady Vivian?" Artoria cut straight to the chase. "Why wouldn't I?" she asked as if it were obvious, her brow furrowed before she rubbed her forehead. "You know, I even kept watch on your descendants. I was so annoyed when they started using your name too. But since they were your descendants, I let it be." "Yes, I'm grateful," Artoria said rather carefully, choosing her words. Vivian preened. It seemed she genuinely was happy that Artoria was here despite acknowledging that she wasn't Arthur from this world. But then again, she was a Fae, so I wasn't going to trust her so easily. "How did you find her?" I think it was a pertinent question in case any others could track her similarly. "The first dream told me," she answered without hesitation. "The first dream," I repeated. "Yes. Whatever that meant. Enough of that, I want to see them." Vivian put her hands on her hips. "See what, Lady Vivian?" "The sword and sheath you're cheating on me with," she declared, pointing at Artoria in accusation. Artoria looked at me, then seemingly had a conflicting moment of thought. Eventually, it seems she relented and withdrew both Excalibur and Avalon, setting them on the table. She must have strong emotions regarding Vivian if she was willing to do this, despite it being not her Vivian. Vivian stared at them for a while, a blank gaze without any expressive emotion on her face. I feel conflicted. On one hand, I can't help but marvel at these. On the other, I'm overcome by envy. "Put them away, I don't want to look at them anymore." She waved her hand at Artoria. Artoria quickly retrieved her noble phantasms at Vivian's behest. "I now understand at #H, $HGF $S desire," she said wistfully. She named someone, but it felt more like a screeching in my ears. "Huh, you have his feeling about you." Vivian looked at me. "His feeling? Who are you talking about?" "At #H, $HGF $, she repeated. "Don't you humans all know him? Last time I was in the human world, a lot of you all worshipped him." "Do you mean the biblical god?" I asked. "Is that what you call him?" Vivian just shrugged. "Oh, I remember he did have a book, a Bible. I think I have a copy around here somewhere." She looked around. "Pardon, Lady Vivian. Did you say you met him?" Artoria also seemed curious. "Of course." Vivian answered again without hesitation. "Who do you think taught him how to forge Excalibur?" "Pardon," I repeated, same as Artoria, "did you say you're the one who taught the biblical god how to forge?" I asked incredulously. "No. But you just said." "I taught him how to forge Excalibur." "He already knew how to forge. He created Caliban, which was a pretty good sword." She praised slightly. "Lady Vivian, could you please elaborate? I don't know how much more clearer I can make it." Vivian furrowed her brow again, looking a mix between annoyed and confused herself. "What exactly did the biblical god come to you for?" I offered. "Oh." Vivian seemed to understand now. Well, after he made Caliban, he came to me because he wanted to make a sword purely from mortal means for a mortal to wield. And I'm one of the best weapon crafters in existence. She praised herself. I see. Artoria breathed out. Caliban was created by him as a deity. Excalibur here was created by him through mortal methods. Did I understand that correctly? Yes. Vivian nodded. He came to me and we struck a deal. I taught him as though he was a human. He said he wanted to create a weapon that held the human spirit, therefore he should be one while doing so. He even made sure to seal everything away while he was learning. Ah. That would explain why Excalibur was perceived as the lesser of the two swords here and even broke. Part of the deal was that he left the sword and sheath to me, but I would pass them on to Arthur at his behest when the time came. She spoke once more. He left something else to me for another promise. Where did I put that key? I see, you have our gratitude for answering our questions, Lady Vivian. Artoria was polite as always. Ah, I'm happy to help my Arthur. Vivian beamed again. You know you can come to me with your problems. I however am required to ask a pertinent question. Are you associated with this winter court? Artoria looked at her. The winter court? Of course not, I'm from Avalon. She quickly defended herself. Pardon, is Avalon not the name of the Fey realm? No, Avalon is Avalon. Vivian frowned. I suppose you humans wouldn't know much about here. The winter court is the winter court and I'm in Avalon. We're separated. Do you perhaps have a map? I randomly asked. Oh, that would be a good idea. She quickly got up and went to rummage in another room before bringing out a large piece, animal skin. At least, I hope it's animal skin. She unfurled it on the table nearby that marked the fairy realm in almost its entirety. See, this is the winter court. Avalon is over here. She pointed to separate places. Artoria and I both quickly looked over her shoulder at the contents. Suffice to say, it was an utter mess, and I was saying that as someone who grew up with the human world map. Borders seemed nonsensical to my eyes. Avalon is a separate entity. Artoria asked again. Different from these courts? Winter court, summer court. They're the two main courts here. There is an autumn court and spring court, but... She tapped her chin. If I compared it in your human terms, it's like when you had kings serving under you. Ah, I believe I understand. I am grateful. From the looks of things, we're just barely on the edge of the winter court's territory. What's this to the left? I pointed to a different colored and marked location. That's the Tir na Nog. She replied simply. The Irish land of eternal youth. I thought that was the place where the Celtic deity stayed. I asked in confusion. That was a misconception you humans had that I recall. Vivian tapped her chin. The Celtic gods, are you called them, their place is called Tir Tairngire, which seemed to get mixed up for some reason. Well, I can't say I'm an expert on Celtic mythology, so I would take her word for it here. And it sort of felt she was rather unconcerned by gods in general, like, they held no reverence in her eyes. She hadn't even mentioned my divinity despite my belief that she noticed it near immediately. There also seemed to be plenty of other places marked, not just those. And what about these smaller ones near the location you found us, Lady Vivian? Artoria asked. Oh, those. I think there's some fairy kings that carved out their own territory. She said rather dismissively. Why are you curious about the courts and everyone? Do you not know why we have entered these lands, Lady Vivian? Artoria hesitantly asked. Vivian just shook her head. We are at war with the winter court. Artoria said plainly. Vivian's mouth gaped slightly. So that's what the commotion was about. Maybe I should leave my lake a bit more. She muttered to herself. How did you get involved in something like this? They attacked our home, a retaliation is expected. Artoria replied simply. Vivian looked pensive. I can't help you. I did not intend to request help. Why not? Vivian pouted. Artoria nearly stumbled. Lady Vivian, why are you upset? You're my favorite human, you're supposed to ask me for help. Whenever there were fairy problems, I was the one who dealt with them. She huffed. But you said you can't help. But you still should have asked. She crossed her arms. Even if I couldn't directly help, I'm still a lady of the lake. Pardon Lady Vivian, but that title, you say it as if it has a certain meaning to it. I believed it to be a simple moniker to denote yourself. Artoria spoke in confusion. Did your Merlin not teach you anything? She huffed again. Or the me, there was a me there, right? Yes. Artoria said quietly. What's that? Vivian raised her finger pointing at Artoria. You hesitated. I demand to know as payment for you asking me so many questions. Artoria sighed lightly. The Vivian I know, she was an aspect of my sister. Vivian's mouth opened and closed. That witch. Yes. Artoria said firmly. To be honest, it was a surprise to me as well. Morgan Le Fay was a pitiful existence. She existed in 3 states, Morgan the daughter of Uther and sister to Artoria, technically the rightful queen. Second, there was Morgan Le Fay. This aspect of her was perhaps the evil one from a point of view. From what Artoria found out from Merlin much later in life, the Le Fay aspect of her was a culmination of Britain's fading mysteries and primeval black power. The last part, that was the good aspect, the reflection of the Le Fay, the Lady of the Lake, Vivian who helped Arthur in the legends. They were all her, but at the same time, they were all separate entities that existed in the same vessel. Vivian tapped the table impatiently as she seemed to consider that new information. My lake is a bridge to the human world. One of the few places that will forever bridge these 2 places. For the vast majority of Fae, they must go through a Lady of the Lake if they wish to go to the human world. There are exceptions, it would seem. I said, recalling how the Winter Queen quite literally reached over to Japan. All others are temporary. She waved her hand dismissively. Every so often, a pathway opens by itself, but it will eventually close. There are some more clever than others that can move between realms by themselves. And there are a select few who can force a pathway open. But your lake will exist forever. Artoria reiterated. As long as both worlds exist, the bridge will exist. Vivian smiled. I came into existence with the purpose of watching over the lake. Myself, Nimue, and Ninian are the 3 who exist in Avalon. There are a handful in other places, but they are less accessible and amicable. In the old days, I accepted payment for passage, but we agreed to close the passageways not long after Arthur died. She looked sad after speaking the last part. From your human perspective, I technically have equal standing to the Winter Queen, but I'm far from her match. Well, wasn't that interesting? And I felt like it was kind of odd how she constantly thought of me as human despite how weird my existence was. What is Avalon's standing in the entire Fae realm? Vivian chuckled as if I just told a joke. Humans are so funny. But I think I understand what you're asking. We exist by ourselves and don't involve ourselves with the constant cycle of winter and summer. Cycle. I had the impression they're constantly at war. Vivian had a little smile still. Summer and winter naturally chase after one another, it's a simple fact of life. She said as if it were obvious. I looked at Artoria and it seems we both understood her meaning even if she didn't really explain it well enough. It was simply in their nature to be at odds with one another. Lady Vivian, if possible, could we trade for your map? Artoria pointed at it. It was an invaluable item. A trade. Vivian's eyes sparkled. Oh my dear Arthur, your lessons really are lacking. You're trying to initiate a trade with a Fae like me. I trust in the Vivian that I know in my heart. Artoria looked at her. She didn't explicitly say she trusted Vivian, but she was more so hoping for a fair transaction while leaning on their semblance of familiarity. Vivian's rather mischievous glint disappeared. This is why I loved watching humans, you say and do so many unexpected and strange things. The map isn't very valuable to me, but to you, I could imagine it's priceless. You wouldn't want to run afoul some fairy king or another kingdom, would you my precious Arthur? Very well, take the map. And what do you desire in return? Artoria asked. Vivian smiled brightly. I want to come along and watch. Right, I couldn't see how this was going to end badly. At ***** at A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 556, Chapter 502. The little tea party in Vivian's house had been interesting. I was still unsure of what to make of the woman. One moment she was ditzy, the next, she showed frightening competence. What did you do here? The aforementioned woman finally blurted out as we approached the foothold. We used the church to sanctify the land here. I said simply as her mouth opened agape. You killed it. The land here is dead. She whispered. I raised an eyebrow at that, not realizing to the extent that we invaded this area. To use terms from back home, our common sense was overriding this small area. However, both Artoria and I lacked any care about it. They brought this upon themselves and in our minds, it was rightful reprisal. Maybe after we left the land would heal, but I didn't care to check. She clutched the big rolled-up map in her arms as she hesitantly stepped past the threshold that denoted our foothold. It was rather visible in application as the ground didn't show an ounce of life compared to mere inches away where wild grass and plants grew. She was clearly uncomfortable, more than just a mental thing. The actual entrance wasn't far up either. The 2 yokai guards nodded politely, opening it up as I twirled my finger in the air, eliciting a crackle of thunder to prove my identity. My divine sword was still pierced into the ground, keeping the storm above from dissipating. However, just as quickly as the discomfort appeared, it was replaced with a curious gaze. "Oh, what's that?" She pointed at someone passing. "An Oni," I replied. The Oni in question glanced our way and gave a gruff grunt in response. He carried a few dozen wooden boards on his shoulder as he was apparently part of the construction crew. "Oh, those ones have different wings than the bird ones." She pointed at another yokai, who I assume she was comparing to the normal Tengu. "I believe those are a different type of bird yokai, Lady Vivian," Artoria said pointedly. "It's so colorful here." She just smiled brightly. "The different clans here don't really intermingle much." She hummed. "Oh, is that a beast clan? Wait, that's not one of my kind. That's a werewolf." I replied again. We honestly did have a wide array of different species and individuals. More than just yokai lived in Kyoto, and more than yokai joined the army. Hell, there were a few hundred humans mixed in with varying degrees of ability. I met one or two that were nearly mundane in physical capabilities without any magical knowledge, but they were helping with logistics. "Oh, right, I remember them now." She nodded. I admit, it was a little endearing. She acted very different from the majority of the Fae I've met so far. She seemed more whimsical. Though, I knew for a fact that she was just as dangerous as any of her kind. "This way, Lady Vivian." Artoria urged her forward as we approached the main building where everyone else was. Artoria didn't want to give Vivian the chance to run around and accidentally cause problems, it seemed, because she was very quick to throw open the door and gently nudge her inside. "Wilhelm." Yasaka greeted, her eyes falling on me, then Artoria and then Vivian. "I was starting to get worried, you disappeared so suddenly. Is this the one who I should blame for kidnapping you both?" It wasn't just her here, it was Nurari and her generals around a table. Well, that was a lie. I used my kaleidophone to send her a message that we were fine after everything settled, but that was still something we wanted to keep secret. "I didn't kidnap them," Vivian immediately retorted. "They accepted my invitation. So you whisked them away without giving them the chance to leave behind a message, perhaps let anyone else know that they were fine considering we're in the middle of a war." Yasaka raised an eyebrow. Vivian pursed her lips. "I suppose I can understand your perspective." Neither Artoria nor I spoke up in her defense. Yasaka was in leader mode and it was important for her to establish her authority in front of Vivian. The intricacies of our departure aside, we bring good tidings and an item of value. Artoria, however, moved the conversation along. Yasaka wasn't truly trying to press Vivian about her mistake. "That's right." Vivian perked up. "I brought a map of the realm with me, I heard it was something valuable to you all." "And what is the price of this gift?" Yasaka said evenly. We discussed compensation. Lady Vivian merely wishes to accompany us and watch from the side. She requested access to come and go as she pleases and even venture into Kyoto. Artoria explained. I made sure to iron out the details. Of course, Yasaka also knew this part. Vivian looked optimistically happy. Yasaka took a moment intentionally before letting out a sigh. "Very well, I'll give her a copy of my seal so no one bars her path." Vivian slapped the map on the table in front of everyone in her excitement. "I'm so excited. It's been so long since I've been outside." Yasaka pointedly ignored her and unfurled the map onto the table. "Let's see what we're working with here." Artoria quickly pointed to a marked spot. "We are here. As we suspected, we are just inside the territory of our foes. If we pushed any further south or east, we would have run afoul other forces. And these borders all around. From what Lady Vivian described, they are to be considered other kingdoms separate from these summer and winter courts." "Yup." Vivian nodded. "You're actually very close to Avalon over here." She pointed to the east side. "How far inland is their capital or their primary home?" Nurari leaned in. "It's up here." Vivian pointed and a small marker appeared on the map. "That's a fair distance away." Yasaka muttered. "Can you tell us about the terrain?" One of Yasaka's generals spoke up. "And the enemy forces? What kind of resistance can we expect?" "Control yourselves, gentlemen. She is considered a guest." Yasaka interrupted them. "I'm not sure she is comfortable giving this kind of information out." Vivian bit her lip. "Well, I don't mind. It's pretty common knowledge. I can't tell you what her armies are like, only that they're large but they're normally used to fight against the summer court. But, I don't know what you mean by terrain." They looked between themselves. "General Ogata." Yasaka spoke up as one of the previous ones, an older man with cat-like eyes and no other non-human features, stroked his beard at her side. "What we mean to say is, if we were to march from our current location straight to the enemy seat of power, what natural obstacles would we encounter?" "Oh, that's what you mean." Well, over here is the enchanted forest, which, you should probably avoid. She pointed at a spot not far from us, and dragged her finger rather far along the border of the Winter Court's territory. Is this the same enchanted forest that was prevalent in legends in my homeland? Artoria furrowed her brow. Now that she mentioned it, I know quite a few fairy tales involving a so-called enchanted forest. Yes. It's actually in a lot of places and it's all connected. If you know how to navigate it, it's a good way to travel to other parts of the realm in less time. Vivian hummed. But, the hag witch that lives there doesn't like people wandering in. Either you pay for passage for each person, or you get lost wandering it forever. And what sort of price would she require? Yasaka asked. Well, last I heard, she's quite fond of children. We're not handing over children for her to play dolls with. Yasaka snorted. No, she's fond of their taste. Vivian corrected. Should we just burn the forest down? Nurarihayan responded without a second thought. It'll come back. It's been destroyed a few times. But it's not entirely set in the Winter Court's territory, so you may anger someone else if their portion of the forest gets destroyed. Vivian responded. As much as I'm willing to say fuck that witch and just trample through anything she does, we do have too many boots to properly look after everyone in case she tries anything funny while moving through it. I threw my own thoughts out. There is plenty of room to ignore the forest. We simply go around it from the east. Artoria pointed out. Well, the ocean there isn't a bad place to cross. Plenty of Fae use that way and it's the normal method. Vivian agreed. Pardon, did you say ocean? I looked at her, then at the map. Yes, the lighthouse right here is the start of it. She pointed at a map where there was a faint drawing vaguely resembling a human-made lighthouse. Lady Vivian, this map shows only land. Are you implying that there is a vast sea that separates the land here? Artoria questioned, pointing at the same spot. Oh no, that's just a small gorge. She cheerfully smiled and seemed to come to a realization. I suppose you wouldn't know. She tapped her chin. Anyone who tries to cheat and cross that point ends up plummeting into the sea at a random spot, so I wouldn't suggest it. Cheat. But I think all of us were confused. Not a river, not a lake, no indication of anything on the map, but apparently, in that line running across the border up to this enchanted forest, there was a whole ocean that separated the spot where you could just make a small jump to normally cross. Why is this ocean not shown on the map? Artoria asked. Why would it? The ocean is in the sky. Vivian tilted her head, looking at us like we were strange. I already saw Yasaka rubbing her temples. Could you please elaborate on this ocean? Oh sure, it was accidentally created from the Winter Queen and the Summer Queen having a bit of a spat. It's one of the spots for their constant battles. It's technically not owned by anyone, so there are a lot of wild fae that live there, or criminals or whatever that don't want to associate with anyone else. She flipped her hand through the air non-committedly. It seems we are going to need to amend our plans to account for nautical warfare. Artoria looked a tiny bit annoyed. If you're just wanting to cross, it's not very long, I know the route. But you can't fly over it. If you try, you're going to fall off the edge of the ocean and land somewhere else and even I couldn't help you. She shrugged. What about teleportation? Artoria asked. The ocean doesn't like when people cheat, so it'll probably mess up your teleport if you try. It probably won't care if you get everyone across at least once. Vivian said plainly, despite the very ridiculous nature of that notion. This place was way too weird. We're pulling the cart before the horse, Lady Yasaka. The named General Ogata spoke up again. There is a fair distance to what she described, the lighthouse she mentioned as seemingly the entrance point. How many strongholds can we expect before we reach there? How many cities, fortifications, or towns do we pass through that belong to the Winter Court? Oh, there are a few dozen. I can mark them for you. Vivian said helpfully. I have a suggestion. I opened my mouth looking down at the map. If we're going to have to sail across the sea the old-fashioned way, then we're going to need ships. Commissioning ships, or buying them, is going to take far longer than it'll take for the armies to reach that spot through marching and conquering. So, why not have a group of people go in advance and secure some ships from the natives? Wilhelm. Yasaka looked at me. Yes. Do you want to go be a pirate? I really do. I admitted without hesitation. I'll take my boys and go with him. Nurarihayan volunteered. We're not much cut out for traditional warfare, we'd do better in something like this. I can't say it's a bad idea. Yasaka responded, looking deep in thought. Very well, it makes sense to be prepared ahead of time. I don't suspect we'll need Wilhelm's strength at this stage, but we'll be careful. Well, it looks like Captain Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg was once more reporting for duty. At *******. Rise of him Lucifer POV. Sorry I'm late everyone, I had a few things to hold me up. Ngramenu walked into the room, he glanced around and at me as I looked up from my device. Shit, what's the score? I seriously got caught up. You're down, 2-0. I replied as I glanced back at the humans playing their sport on the device. Son of a bitch. He huffed in annoyance. I swear to myself, I'm going to make an example out of my goalkeeper. Are you both keeping up with human sports? Hanpa asked. Not in particular, just a little wager we had. Chernobog rolled his eyes. They kidnapped a group of human athletes and are making them compete. The losers die as it were. How droll. Hanpa scoffed. This seems childish, even for this group. No, it's good. Ngramenu waved his hand. You see, we grabbed a bunch of human athletes, we told them that they were going to play against another team, and the loser would die. Of course we did the whole song and dance of showing them that we meant it, evil gods, blah blah. Then we dumped them on an ice hockey ring and told them to get to it. He smiled, really proud of himself. And neither team plays hockey. I said plainly. I suppose that would be an amusing way to pass the time. Hanpa relented. But is that really a productive use of yours and our time? It's been slow. Ngramenu sighed, leaning back in his chair. Did you call a meeting just to assuage your boredom? Hanpa grumbled. I'm not that bad. He harumphed. We have a new member, a big shot, so I wanted enough people gathered to welcome them. Though, it was rather short notice again, so I don't expect anyone else to show up. What do you think, Crumb Crutch? I almost didn't come myself. The dragon said with a shrug. We really need to work on attendance. Ngramenu frowned. I know these past few meetings have been abrupt, but I'm starting to get the distinct impression that no one wants to be near me. And that really makes me not so happy. I felt a small fluctuation of his power as I glanced up, then looked back down before setting my device onto the table. I don't understand your fascination with human athletics. Chernobog shook his head. I still on the game we were playing, it seems. I have an appreciation for competent people. Even humans. Especially humans. Ngramenu slammed his fist on the table. There are billions of humans in the world, do you know how many of them could be described as competent? It's a feat worth acknowledging. I can't tell if that's an insult or praise. Chernobog snorted. I'm a practical god. If it were all the same, I would happily use competent humans as my subordinates. Unfortunately, they're nothing more than ants the vast majority of the time. Speaking of subordinates and ants. I gestured, allowing a magical circle to appear, a teleportation circle behind me. Lord Rizavim, I've accomplished what you asked of me. Wonderful, that means everything is settled. Oh, if it isn't little Leviathan the Lesser. Ngramenu's eyes smiled in place of his non-existent mouth. He knew exactly the right words to make her angry, not that I cared. What happened to your arm, little Leviathan? The evil god asked. I turned my head just enough to notice that she was missing her arm, again. Did you pick a fight with the new Satan again, Kateria? Because I would be the one annoyed after I went through the effort of getting her a new arm after her bout with the new Satan of her namesake. Your orders to be as amicable with the Fae as possible, Lord Rizavim. I made a mistake. She trembled slightly. Oh, that sounds interesting. Those Fae were always so fun. We even had many legends and myths appear among the humans due to them appearing in my motherland. Chernobog sat up. Little devil, tell me how you lost your arm, I want to be amused. I gestured for her to speak and closed my eyes tiredly. I thought it was not but a child and it asked me to play. I did not wish to offend as their culture was strange to me. It ripped off my arm before I could utter a word and ran away. Her voice shook slightly. Several of them laughed at her misfortune. The dragon out of all of them let out a whimsical sigh. That brings back memories. The fair folk did make things interesting back in the day. Speaking of the fair folk, Crumcrutch, Rizavim, how goes your little plan, Ngramenu looked at us expectantly. All preparations have been completed. I replied. The thing has been given over and the Winter Queen accepted our help. Well, I hope it's a good show. I did lend you help from my old bastard of a subordinate even if he was barely resurrected. He cheerfully chuckled. Any news on that front, Crumcrutch? I know you've been watching the Devil News as they've covered that little war between the yokai and the Winter Fae. There's nothing new yet. The dragon also had a devil device and looked at it with uninterest for now. Ngramenu clapped his hands. Well, regardless, it seems our new member finally arrived. A teleportation circle lit up. Everyone, please welcome Aphrodite to our group. The Greek goddess appeared in all her beauty. Her allure and charm were enough that I was momentarily affected before I turned my interest away. Hey there, boys. She winked mischievously at everyone, her charm amplified several-fold. I internally sighed, using my demonic power to shield myself. Everyone else performed similar actions at her greeting. I was merciful enough to even shield Kateria, mostly because I didn't want to be embarrassed secondhand by her. Is this a joke? Hanpa asked, his hand slamming on the table. I was told we were getting a new member, not a whore. I peeked one eye open because I could feel the tension that appeared form his said that even as my lips curled up. Rather quickly, he was blasted out of his seat and across the room, and through several walls. Aphrodite holding up her dainty hand in his direction with her divine power simmering down. Without another word she walked around the table and took his seat. Offering your seat to a lady, what a gentleman. The Sumerian god quickly got back up on his feet, none the worse for wear perhaps aside from his pride as he ripped open the wall and walked back inside. He was ready to fight. Come now everyone, we're all friends here. Ngramenu released his own power down on everyone, causing Hanpa to momentarily pause. Hanpa, you deserve that one, don't argue. And Aphrodite, that was your one free shot. Both deities seemed to scoff in unison, which only elicited further annoyance between them. With a gesture from the evil Zoroastrian god, another chair appeared and Hanpa sat back down. I don't believe I need to introduce our new and illustrious colleague. Oh, you're too kind, she cooed. So how about I give a brief summary of why she's here with us? I'll give you a hint, guess who helped us free Kronos and his Titan friend from Tartarus under Hades' nose? If I wasn't aware, perhaps I would have shown a bit of surprise just as they did. The Greek goddess was not known for being particularly scheming or powerful. Of course, it took a while to convince her to actually join us officially. Ngramenu chuckled. You basically forced my hand. That heiress has no sense of self-preservation. Do you know she nearly walked right up to me all but blurted out her new friends. She looked around the room. If I hadn't taken action, she would have gotten Zeus and everyone else looking much closer to all the lesser gods and they would have found out what I've been doing. Of course, only some of us knew the truth. The goddess Aphrodite sat across from us. But the goddess Aphrodite was most certainly not the one looking at us right now. At ****** at A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 557, Chapter 503. If you break that barrel, you're not drinking anything but sea water, you idiot. Nurarihion was slapping his cane against the back, rather lightly, of one of his men as they rolled up a barrel of water onto my parked ship. They were loading it up with everything we might need. Obviously, I could carry everything myself, but it would be foolish to not have multiple points of failure. What if I got whisked away for whatever reason and they were stuck for a while? We were being careful, I was being careful. I couldn't throw caution to the wind like I did when I only had to care about myself. Behind me was the entirety of the yokai army even if I wasn't one of the generals. I didn't have much to do. Honestly, I didn't have very many responsibilities in the first place. I was not a leader in this venture. I fumbled through it back in Chaldea, but I was not the type of person to be leading large groups. I knew what I was good at. I would let them all tell me where to go and what to do, and I could even handle curveballs thrown my way. Maybe that endeared me more to the yokai around here as I never once tried to flex my authority over them as Yasaka's lover. Funny enough, they all seemed to genuinely recognize my authority in that regard. If I asked for something, no one would question me, and it would get done. Maybe it was something I should talk to Vanillana about the next time I sat down with her. She's always great when I felt like I need to speak about certain things and maybe my despise for leadership positions came from somewhere. Regardless, I didn't dwell too much on it because this was neither the time nor the place. While Nurarihion and his lot were loading up the ship, I found my Reiku off to the side, watching other things and I walked up to her silently wrapping my arms around her waist. I didn't need to see her face to know she was smiling, I could feel her shift in my arms and happily accept the affection. You know you don't have to do this. I spoke to her, not very loud, just enough for both of us to hear. Being here in a war, fighting and killing enemies. Reiku didn't like killing. Oh, she loved to fight. The rare times where she was arrogant were when it came to her martial prowess. Hell, she sparred with Artoria and Scathach all the time. And honestly, she's probably the most talented of the three, and they're so ridiculous in that regard that I can only look up to them in terms of pure skill. Sure, Scathach still was more skillful than her, but Scathach also lived for thousands of years. And I've heard on more than one occasion of Scathach huffing about how talented Reiku truly was. It's all right, master, I want to be here. She shifted around in my grasp so she was facing me and I could see her beautiful smile. I just don't want you to force yourself to do something you hate. Because that's exactly what she would do, and I promised to make her happy. Master, look at that yokai over there. She directed me towards where she was pointing. I see him. He was a sort of aquatic yokai, I couldn't tell at just a glance. Ito Yishio. His wife is a human and they own a sandwich restaurant. I look after their son at school. She then gently guided my head towards another. Tada Rokiro, he adopted his deceased brother's daughter 12 years ago and he works as one of Yasaka's guards. Ora Kazuki, Goro, Masumi, Nagata-kin. She started pointing out a lot of people. Master, this is my home as well. She finished, looking at me with that same beautiful smile. Right, I suppose it was. I felt a familiar presence grab hold of my ponytail, pulling on it lightly. Student, what is this I hear about you going off to cause some mischief? I leaned my head back to look at her without letting Reiku out of my grasp. I am going on a sanctioned mission from Yasaka. I defended myself. Scat Hack snorted, pulling the piece of fabric binding my hair off, letting my hair fall out of place. Stand still, you were a mess, I will correct it. She grabbed my hair, straightening it out properly before retying it herself. It felt nice being taken care of like this. I'll be gone for a few days at a minimum. I let out, letting my hand fall down into Reiku's ample cleavage. We will persist without you. Reiku reassured me. Worry yourself not, student, everyone shall be looked after. Scat Hack also had a warm and gentle tone. Is Jean still around? I had been busy as we immediately spearheaded into the Fey realms that I hadn't had time to check on her. Those of her faith have departed bar a handful that remained to bear witness to the warring. However, the young lass has taken to providing assistance other than combat. She tends to the wounded and handles other matters. Scat Hack replied. Good, that's good. Jean didn't need to be fighting and killing. Despite the fact that she had fought in war all her life, I don't feel like she belonged anyways near this kind of death. She was far too pure and bright to be dragged down by this kind of thing despite the reasoning or cause. Jin too. She is using her new status as a goddess to reinforce the magics that protect this place. She has no stomach for killing unless it's absolutely needed. I knew that already as well. Jin wasn't even one for sparring most of the time. She did so every now and then, to practice or keep in shape for whatever that term meant for her, but she did not like conflict in any real form. She was a very gentle girl, and I would prefer her to remain her way. Ironic considering that she's technically a Norse goddess now and they're a warlike culture. I knew I didn't even need to ask for her to look after them, she would do so by her own hand. And it was about time to say goodbye based on the shouts I heard from Nurarihyon to his men. That thing you did where you created a copy of Gi Bulg for Kunu, can you tell me in detail how you did it? Curious about that, my student. Scat Hack let out a chuckle. It will be difficult for you to replicate as you never experienced crafting the original. I waved my hand through the air as if to deny her first thought. I had an idea for a new spell, and I thought that would be a good place to start. Delay your departure by 30 minutes and I can prepare something in writing for you to read at your leisure. Her hand ran through my hair. I just pushed my head further into Reiku's chest. I could certainly do that. At *****. A last wave goodbye to everyone on the ground and my ship took to the air. Granted, we didn't go too high because of various problems with flying here. The sky wasn't connected to the earth. I made sure to let everyone know that numerous times because many yokai were just so used to taking to the air in their daily lives. Essentially, space and time in this realm was mangled in certain places. What constituted physics in the normal world did not operate the same here. Going up didn't always mean you go up. My authority was negating any such effects over the encampment and my general authority let me navigate things with a certain assurance. If I was going to fly I would go up, but just to be safe, I was keeping rather close to the ground. Vivian briefly said an offhand comment about how the earth and the sky were two separate domains. That was not at all a whimsical or romanticized comment. You could consider them two different worlds. I set Sir Wiggles down on the wheel, with his proper pirate's hat on of course. Despite how I usually did it just to amuse myself, he could actually navigate the ship rather well. I walked down onto the main deck and looked over everything. Quite a few yokai were peering over the edge watching the scenery pass by. Bit cramped. Nurarihyon appeared at my side grunting as he looked off towards the horizon. At least, I think it was the horizon. I wasn't taking anything for granted here. My ship is decently sized, but it's not meant to house nearly 100 yokai of varying size and shape. I gestured to Ayatabo who had to awkwardly crouch to get through the threshold coming up from the deck. Space was limited. He was right, it was extremely cramped. To the point where I would be sharing my captain's cabin with the old man and his high seats. I didn't like doing so, but I understood the necessity. We needed a lot of people because our purpose was to steal as many ships as possible for our army to sail over this odd sea we've heard about. How are we supposed to call ourselves the Hyaki Yagyo without 100 of us? He huffed indignantly. Yes, who could argue with that logic? I merely rolled my eyes considering he brought far more than 100 to the Fey realms in general and that it hasn't been only 100 in a very long time. I pulled out a copy of the map Vivian passed over, making sure to note that the terrain was as it showed, marking down when we passed by a mountain a fair distance to the east and various other forests and landscapes. I also made sure to mark down any structures or settlements that I could glimpse even if we didn't directly pass by them. Better to err on the side of caution in case they get held back and we end up finishing way before they made it to us. That way they would have a more descriptive map when we got back. And I could very well send them a picture through the kaleidophone, though the reception here was spotty. It couldn't be helped. You can account for temporal fluctuations and special fluctuations, but it was hard to account for a constant jumbled mess of those two that constantly shifts whenever it feels like. Oi brat, what's that? Nurarihayan grabbed my attention, pointing ahead. He had great eyesight because I had to reinforce my eyes to see what he was talking about. I stared at it for a few moments and I was about to open my mouth to respond until my eyes widened and with quick reflexes, I already had Mirage in my hand, swinging through the air. There was the distinct clang of me hitting something, and with my reinforced eyesight, I could track the movement and the projectile I just connected with. As if in slow motion, I watched a seed, not dissimilar from an acorn, as its shape distorted on the flat of my sword from impact, deflected to the side, hitting the flooring of my ship. Everyone on the deck of the ship froze, looking at me, then at the spot there the wood had a small indentation and slowly, something green sprouted up. And by sprouted, I mean, it shot up out of the seed and grew into a foot-tall plant with a very noticeable sharp-toothed maw. It was eating into my ship to grow. It was feeding on the magic in the wood. I quickly shot a bolt of lightning at it, disintegrating it to pieces. Prepare for battle. My voice boomed with a low growl to it as I stared at the source. There was a island. Smaller than an island, but a decent chunk of land floating in the sky with a large plant on it, its roots even hanging out the bottom. I almost wanted to call it a tree, but it was probably not a tree if you were to be scientific about it. Regardless, it had a massive eye that opened up and many different appendages with mouths and razor-sharp teeth. You heard the brat, get ready for a fight. Nurarihayan roared, treating the matter seriously. Roars and cheers resounded in equal measure. Sure, this wasn't the first real fight, but last time, that was just them showing dominance. This time, they would be fighting. Shield. I roared out as the magics of the ship activated and the innate bounded field sprang into existence, hundreds, thousands of small projectiles collided with it. The same seeds as before, fast and strong enough to shatter concrete, they all slammed into my defenses. Many of them started trying to burrow into the magical shield. Nurarihayan, how many magic users did you bring? I looked at him. A handful, whatcha need? Layered shields, I need at least a few inches between each one, these things are eating magical power. Yuna, get out here with your sisters. Nurarihayan hollered over the sound of my barriers taking a barrage as the ship continued to fly fast towards the giant plant in the distance. Were those Yuki-ana? Boss, whatcha need? They came up from below deck amidst the running around. She blew out a puff of smoke from a long pipe she held in her hand, her kimono slightly ajar so you could almost make out her pale cleavage. I need magical barriers deployed, at least an inch apart, layered behind mine. I didn't wait for Nurarihayan to explain and quickly blurted it out. Do as the kid says. Girls. A cold air swept up around them as I could see more magical barriers emerge just below me with a fair bit of distance between them. Were those elemental barriers, obviously ice in nature, but still, those were more difficult to make than a non-elementally aligned bounded field. My initial barrier was breached as the new sprouts dug through them, then they started to freeze upon touching the Yuki-ana's barriers. Granted, it only slowed them down as they whittled away on the magical energy. You said they eat magic. What about Jujitsu? Ayatabo asked. Let's see, there's another barrage coming. I offered him. Ayatabo grunted and walked towards the front, his cursed power enveloped his body like flames and he reeled his fist back and threw a punch towards another barrage of seeds shooting at us. His flames consumed them, burning them to a crisp, well all but a few. A handful that made it through, he snatched one through the air and let his flames dance around it and the seed in question couldn't resist it at all. It made sense I suppose, Fae are magical in nature, Jujitsu was an entirely different spectrum. Well, I'm also not one to get fired upon and not retaliate. I pointed my sword towards the massive plant. Fire front cannons. It was more for everyone else's benefit that I even said it out loud as the cannons charged up and fired. Beams of fire tore through the sky, searing away parts of the massive plant, leaving flames and broken vines in its wake. A shrill cry could be heard even from this distance as the plant furiously expanded in size, its appendages growing and replicating at insane speeds. Oh, looks like it isn't going down so easily. Nurarihayan mused, clutching his cane sword. Something rose up from behind the plant, a bird, a rather large one. Another rose up, a different bird, this one had 2 heads. Then a tiger of all things shot up in the air and it had some type of wings on it. Various different animals and creatures all took to the sky around the massive plant. Though they all had one thing in common, they had a peculiar plant growing out of their bodies in some place. It was a parasite and the animals were hosts. That's troubling. There were easily over 1,000 of those host animals that flew towards us with reckless abandon. The plant seemed to have some sort of intelligence because it realized just shooting those seeds at us wasn't going to work anymore, and I now realized why it was doing so. It was simply the easiest method to spread its parasites to other organisms. I really don't want to know what the ground was like below us. I was ready to take out my bow of Oriole, but Nurarihayan grabbed my arm, as if reading my intention. Let me and my boys in on the action. He smiled. I relented immediately. Why don't I show you something neat about the ship? He looked at me questionably, and I tapped on the flooring. Mist began to noticeably appear around us, shrouding us in it completely. Nurarihayan slapped my shoulder. All right, brat, this is your first time running with the Hyakki Yagyo despite joining a while ago. What do you think, boys? Let's show our newest member how it's done. There were a bunch of laughs and cheers despite the situation. Nurarihayan just as well, he started to release a sort of mist. I had seen it before, and it was a phenomenon often associated with him and the Hyakki Yagyo. I found myself smiling. Just don't fly too far away from the ship, it's sort of our anchor point. And I think the mist will obscure us, as I'm fairly sure this thing tracks magic. I said no more and simply followed with Nurarihayan as he jumped out into the mist. Dozens more jumped off the edge of the ship without hesitation. Nurarihayan seemed to have usurped the mist my ship produced, something that was just an aesthetic that Odin added for a laugh. It now turned into a weapon because we were not obstructed by it in the slightest. Despite perceiving the mist in front of me, I could see through it entirely. Nurarihayan's sword flashed, and the first creature that touched the mist was decapitated. But that didn't deter the oncoming tide in the slightest, as they held both a madness in their eyes and a look of death. Different members of the Hyakki Yagyo popped out. A Tengu covered in scars stabbed through the mists, piercing a large bird and tore its body apart with a feral grin on his face, blood splashing everywhere. The Yuki Ana from before, they utilized their Yujitsu this time, and many different animals fell from the sky, frozen in chunks of ice or every inch of their body impaled with ice spikes. An Oni with a massive club slammed it down on what looked like a turtle with wings, demolishing its body. Ayatabo was at the front, his cursed flames spread out, turning dozens into ash in short moments. I joined into the fray, my sword swinging out as I fired off sword phantoms on the oncoming creatures. There's something wrong with them. I heard a yokai shout at my side. He held the wing of a bird in one hand and its main body in the other as vines emerged from its wounds, trying to push into the yokai's body, his Yujitsu holding it off. Nurarihayan was quick to his side, cutting up the creature's vine parts into tiny pieces as they fell to the ground. It started to become obvious that this was simply a suicide tactic to try and parasitize more creatures from the plant's part. Nurarihayan's expression changed into a sneer and he got pissed. This damn plant is trying to mess with my boys. His Yujitsu exploded out and curled around his sword, a simple swing of it and hundreds of those flying parasitized creatures were turned into thousands of pieces as blood rained from the sky. The giant plant we were quickly approaching, the top of it unfurled, as if blooming. Its single eye stared at us, words didn't need to be spoken to know its feelings. It seemed to be struggling with something as the ground below shook, like an earthquake rippled through. The ground cracked and shattered, a chasm opening and an utterly massive hand pushed through, grabbing at the edges. The hand itself was large enough to grab the ship entirely and squeeze it into pulp. That thing was massive. Based on the size of just its hand, I would give it about the same size as Surtur, maybe even larger. It slowly pulled itself out, its head coming into view, or what remained of it. Part of it was made entirely of vines, other parts you could see the vines wiggling beneath the surface. My only thought was that a giant somehow found itself in the Fey realm by accident, and either died or got taken over by this plant and the plant parasitized it. It was enough that everyone stopped what they were doing to look at it. Sadao. Nurarihayan roared. Honestly, I completely forgot about his second chair. The super buff Kappa walked to the bow of the ship and jumped off right towards the giant. Sadao's Tuki and Yujitsu burst out and he reeled a single muscular arm back and it enlarged to the point where it could only be called small when compared to a literal giant. I could feel the yokai's power from here. It all accumulated at his fist that he threw at the face of the giant. A titanic shockwave burst out from the sheer force of the punch, sending the giant back down into the pit it was crawling out from with a force that a real earthquake spread out across the horizon. Suffice to say, the giant didn't appear again. Sadao looked a bit drained as a fellow yokai swooped down and caught him, bringing him back up to the ship. He gave a shaky thumbs up to everyone amidst the cheers. What the fuck did I just see? I whispered. Nurarihayan laughed. Let's go deal with the big vegetable. Said vegetable, despite the momentary pause where I assume it was processing that its massive monster was defeated. Its vines, its other appendages with mouth themselves, they increased and grew again, hundreds of them whipping about as the ship approached. They shot out, colliding with the ship's shields as I fired the cannons once more, eliciting another shrill cry from the plant. The yokai took this opportunity to jump off again, stepping into either the floating land mass or the plant itself, running up its large vines. I joined in naturally. I used a burst of Shuanpa to hop over to a vine about the size of my ship and began running across it. Dozens or so of those mouth-like appendages tried to chomp down on me, but a wave of my sword sent them sailing through the air. Unfortunately, they seemed to sprout more limbs and shot at me, needing a more thorough method of destruction. My bloodline sparked to life and I disintegrated them as they got close, grabbing my sword of destruction quickly and alighting it with just well. I stabbed the sword into the vine, my power of destruction burst out and I pulled, dragging it upwards as I followed along with all the others as they all approached the head. The place where it bloomed, where that singular eye rested. It didn't take a genius to guess that spot being its weakness or core. Pieces of its body were severed, destroyed, burned, and frozen. Brat, Ayatabo, with me. Everyone else, back to the ship. Nurarihayan shouted, disappearing in a haze and reappearing near the top, narrowly avoiding a rather large mouth vine appendage, only for it to be sliced off just as quickly as it passed. Both Ayatabo and myself scaled the massive plant, the cannons from my ship firing off, pulverizing parts of its body that blocked the way with the occasional bolt of lightning courtesy of Sir Wiggles. As we got up, Nurarihayan's body turned hazy again, but rather than disappear, the wrinkles on his skin disappeared, and a full head of hair could be seen faintly. He looked young again, a rather cocky grin adorning his face. The same sword he held turned sideways and he gripped it with both hands, his yujitsu swirled around it violently and he swung his sword. The massive plant, its main body was thick, thicker than the giant's arm had been, yet in one clean motion, it was falling, completely severed from its base. He didn't need to tell us what to do. Ayatabo's cursed flames burst out in intensity enough to match my own power of destruction in sheer display. Both destructive and corrosive forces collided into the main body of the plant monster, the shrill cry of it a call of death as its remains wafted away in the wind. However, there still remained a significant amount of appendages and vines it had created that didn't just conveniently turn to ash upon what was supposed to be its main body getting destroyed. I grabbed Ayatabo and used Shuanpa to slide back onto the deck of the ship with Nurarihayan's graceful steps following closely behind as his hazy youth fading back into old age. He put a hand on his back like it was hurting, but he didn't voice it. It's a good thing we went ahead, this would have been a nuisance if Yasaka marched with the army. Nurarihayan noted. The vines that tried to hold onto the ship had long been destroyed as we were free to leave, however, it's best not to leave a mess uncleaned. I believe it's only right to return the previous favor. I held a hand out, forming a runic circle at the tip of my finger, dozens, hundreds more appeared above and around me. Let me tell you our motto, brat. He put a hand on my shoulder as it seemed many faces I didn't immediately recognize came out of the proverbial woodwork. Those who didn't participate directly in battle but looked rather pissed off themselves. Good or bad, debts are returned tenfold. And never duel when you can gang up. He laughed. There were many yokai who were adept at ranged attacks, they stepped forward and all took aim at the floating island and what remained of the plant. Along with my ship cannons, and my own runic circles that crackled with lightning, they all began firing. The floating island began to crumble as fires flashed across the various plants that remained, lightning tore through the earth, the elements rained down, and an uncountable number of curses seeped into the vitality of what remained, churning it from inside out. It wasn't until the last chunk of dirt fell from the sky that the attacks finally ceased. Nurarihayan raised his hand up and they cheered triumphantly. It was a satisfying victory for them that was sorely needed after holding back for months until this point. Yeah, it was a good thing we went ahead. This could have caused some catastrophic damage to the army if none of us caught it in time. No idea what it actually was, but it's a good thing it's dead. I eyed a few guys bringing up some barrels of what I assumed were alcohol. Oh well, it's their first true fight and victory since invading beyond the show of force form before. I wouldn't tell them no. At ******. The remainder of the flight didn't have nearly as much excitement. Beyond scaring away some unsavory things with a payload of cannon fire, nothing really stood in our way as we continued onwards. When Vivian spoke of a lighthouse, I didn't really know what to expect. It was only until we reached this point that I understood now. It was a strange building, golden and ostentatious in design. From the topmost, there was a crystal that propelled a beam of light upwards and disappeared into the aurora that danced in the sky. I gestured to Sir Wiggles and we started to lower as we got closer. Eventually, the ship landed around the peripheral, and I could really see how large this lighthouse really was. Around the lighthouse, well, there was a farm. I jumped off the docked ship, along with Nurarihayan as we walked towards the singular person present. Vivian said that you needed payment to come and go, and I wasn't going to immediately just decapitate any fae I ran into. It was an old man, very old. Eyebrows that would make the captain commander back in Soul Society jealous, along with a hefty white beard that went down to his waist. He wore a strange get-up, what looked like a faded red jacket of some sort and a faded red hat. His most notable feature was the hook on his right hand as he used it to whittle at a piece of wood. Looking around, I made sure to take in everything I saw. Besides the lighthouse and the farm, there was a rather large graveyard. I hesitated to honestly call it a graveyard because they were rather shallow graves, freshly shallow graves. I could tell because body parts were poking out. I was cut off due to a strange noise. An arm poking out of a shallow grave trembled. Ahoo. Something buried there groaned. The old man slowly got up from the chair he was sitting in. He grabbed a shovel he had at this side and slowly walked over to the grave and earnestly began to slap at whatever was there with the shovel until it quieted and went limp. As if nothing happened, he slowly walked back, setting the shovel back where it was before and sitting back down. You want to pass through, you gotta pay the toll. His voice, aged, wary, tired. What's the price? I asked pointedly. Whatever you want. He pointed at a box, a crate not far away. Just put it in there and be on your way. What's stopping someone from not paying? Below his bare, and his large eyebrows, his eyes became visible as his eyebrows raised and a toothy grin showed through. Who you think also controls the lighthouse on the other side? Noted. And what happens if the price isn't satisfactory? I asked, skeptical about this whole thing. He shrugged. Whatever I feel like. I narrowed my eyes because this felt odd. Well, Fae were odd, but his behavior felt odd in comparison to the Fae I've met, and then it dawned on me. Are you human? Who knows any more? He didn't outright deny it, even basically confirmed it. A human controlled the lighthouse. It seemed like a rather strategic point of interest. Do you want to leave here? I asked abruptly. He paused his whittling, his tired eyes looked up at me. Leave. The Fae realm, back to the human world. I offered. No price, no bargains. Humans should live in the human world. Are you human, son? Half. I said. Not Fae though. His hand trembled as he slowly caressed his hook. After several moments, he simply shook his head. What year is it on the outside? About a decade past 2000. I replied. He looked up and I think I saw a few tears in his eyes. How the world must have changed. There's probably no one outside that remembers my name. Your payment was received, you're free to go inside. Follow up towards the sky, the sea you're going to isn't like the ones outside, son, be wary. There be more than fairies there. He was oddly more articulate than before. He said payment was received, but I still walked over to his box and deposited all manner of things inside. Food, drinks, alcohol. I think he could see everything because he laughed rather maniacally. I'm pretty sure he had a screw or two loose, but I couldn't blame him for how long he probably lived in this place. My name. He spoke up as I was about to turn and walk away. Will you remember it if I tell ya? I want someone to remember me. I'll remember it. I nodded to him. He had a strangely content smile. I'm starting to forget a lot of things. Humans ain't supposed to live this long, son. I don't want my name to be forgotten, and I refuse to hand it over to some fairy. He spat onto the ground. I used to be a captain. Captain James Bartholomew Hook. Remember it, please. I paused because I recognized it. I'll remember it. I repeated again and turned to walk back to the ship. Nurarihion silently walked at my side, not feeling the need to speak up until we reboard and I took over the wheel from Sir Wiggles. The ship floated upwards, as if caught in a current, it slid into the beam of light that pointed to the sky. You recognized his name, I could see it on your face. Someone we should be wary of. I shook my head. Have you ever heard of the Peter Pan story? The children's tale. He stroked his beard. Do you recall the name of the antagonist? I asked him. Oh. He blinked in realization, looking a mite somber in processing that. I pushed that thought to the side because the ship was pulled by the beam of light and rather quickly, the sky opened up and the stars moved aside as a massive ocean came into view. Well, time to start pirating. At ***** at /n. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my Patreon.com. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above. Next part of the Looking Glass Omake is up over there. Chapter 558, Chapter 504. The ship was whisked away without so much as a warning once it settled upon the beam of light produced by the lighthouse. I barely had time to register the spatial anomaly before we were swept up in the proverbial current and pulled through time and space. Truthfully, I wanted to investigate things before just hopping over, but I was taken aback by the fact that I had just met Captain Hook. Regardless, we were unceremoniously deposited onto a large, watery surface, a splash of water that nearly threatened to tip the boat over made that obvious. A few people ran over to the sides of the boat to throw up once the created wave subsided enough for us to regain our bearing and get a good look at what was going on. The boat had started floating away from the spot we originally landed on, but I focused on the beam of light, the same one that basically carried us here, as it came down from the sky. The aurora that could be seen in the Fey realm normally was gone, replaced by bright stars that could be seen in the middle of the day. Yet, no sun was visible either. I just chalked that up to the oddities of this place. I reached out to the ocean, letting my authority subtlety flow out. My divine power that had been laced with the storm and wind touched upon the ocean around us, and I was rejected. I frowned but pulled my divine power back. Vivian mentioned that the ocean wouldn't like it if we cheated. I'm of the fairly confident mind that this ocean is more alive than I originally anticipated. Making an educated guess based on the few clues I have so far, the way this lighthouse brought us here and the way Vivian talked about it, I think the lighthouses are anchors to keep this ocean both sealed and in place. But who knows, I could be way off the mark. Still, it was nice to be on the open sea. Ignoring everything else, if I closed my eyes, I couldn't tell anything was wrong. The salty air, the wind, the cool water that splashed up from the waves. It was oddly peaceful. Alright, who wants to see what eldritch horrors are lurking under the surface? I asked. Many yokai around me stepped back rather quickly. You bunch of cowards. Nurarihyon scoffed. You volunteering, boss. It felt oddly appropriate to call him that, considering I was a member as well. I may be the captain, but he was the boss. Nurarihyon looked at me with a firm gaze. Sadao, get over here. Don't wanna. I blinked, surprised that the words from the big kappa, usually soft-spoken, had that kind of tone. Actually, he's perfect. A kappa is an aquatic yokai, and he's strong enough to escape any dangerous situations. Probably. I can't swim. Sadao said with a completely straight face. You're a kappa. I pointed out. Just because I'm a kappa, that means I'm a swimmer. That's racist. I felt my eye twitch. Yup, it is. I grabbed his shoulder. You want to do this the hard way or the easy way? Sadao crossed his arms with a resolute expression, but his toes dug into the wood of the deck. Nurarihyon shared my look as he placed a hand on Sadao's other shoulder, his grip tightening. Rather quickly, Sadao's aura seeped out, and Nurarihyon and I matched him as the boat started shaking. Sadao, the Yuki Oni from before, I think her name was Yuna, sauntered over rather coquettishly, her hips swaying, her kimono nearly falling enough that her chest was almost visible. She was rather beautiful, and the rumors about the beauty of Yuki Oni were well deserved. Sadao's pressure decreased, and a faint blush crept up across his face as Yuna put her hands on his chest, running them up to the collar of his shirt. Her flirtatious smile quickly turned into something a bit more sadistic as her fingers dug into his shirt, and she quickly lifted him up and threw him over her shoulders and off the edge of the ship. It took until I heard the big splash to come back to my senses. Well done, Yuna. Nurarihyon said proudly. Thanks, boss. She took out a pipe, lighting it up happily. Many yokai scooted over to the edge to see Sadao re-emerge from the water, though surprisingly, he was splashing around in a panic, shouting for help. Was he actually telling the truth? I looked at Nurarihyon. He's a damn kappa. Nurarihyon grunted, though several more moments of Sadao struggling made his stern look disappear. Damn it, please tell me he can swim. Someone, anyone. How do you not know this? Do you think I hold swimming lessons for all my boys? And he's a damn kappa. Nah, he can't swim. Yuna said rather casually. You're waiting until now to say that. After you threw him overboard. I asked incredulously. She blew out a puff of smoke. He made me drop my lipstick overboard when he started rocking the ship. You're a cold bitch, Yuna. Nurarihyon snorted. She just smirked. I sighed, mentally reaching for a rope, and used a bit of telekinesis to throw it out to him. He took it quickly as several others dragged him back up. I might have felt a little bad if the massive and muscular kappa didn't keep flopping around on the deck like a fish despite being brought to safety. You people are idiots. I looked at Nurarihyon. Yeah, but they're my idiots. Nurarihyon sighed just as I did. There's a reason I left the real formations and soldiering to Yasaka. Fair enough. Begrudgingly, I began to unbutton my vest and moved onto my shirt. Wait. Yuna stopped me in my tracks. What's wrong? I blinked in surprise. If you're going to strip, let me call my sisters up. Get out of here. Nurarihyon gave her a firm kick on the rear. I simply shook my head before taking my socks and shoes off as well, setting them to the side. Sir Wiggles is in charge while I'm away. I'm not listening to a rabbit. He's technically a god. I retorted. Just go already. Nurarihyon rubbed the bridge of his nose. I shot him a little smirk before diving off the ship, pushing past the initial water threshold without issue. My first thought was that the water felt heavier than it should be, but nothing I was overly concerned about. The water, in general, was very clean. Pure. I wasn't quite sure what to make of it. In general, there was a tinge of uneasiness I had just feeling it, like it belonged to someone else. Whereas back in the human world, despite being called water gods or thereof the variety such as my own, the oceans of the human world were much more free. My divine authority was still activated back at the yokai camp, but even still, my authority was part of me. Even if I couldn't use it, I still was someone who had divine authority over the ocean. With a push of my divinity, I shot downward, the light from above slowly muddling. I held my hand out in front of me, and I used a spell I hadn't used in a while. Mage light shined outwards, illuminating within a few dozen meters of me as I pumped the spell beyond what was probably intended for such a basic spell. It's a bit less efficient than Lumos that I learned recently, but I didn't really want to take my wand out underwater. Rather quickly, I jerked to the side as a row of sharp teeth narrowly missed me. I clenched my fist, and the water surrounding the vague silhouette of whatever attacked me froze into spikes. I swam a bit closer so my light shone on it. It was some kind of mix between an eel, a shark, and a person. Specifically, it had the legs of a person on its lower half. Wait, there was more. Was that the tail of a leopard on the side? What a strange thing. Does it develop traits of things it consumes? In that train of thought, where did it find a leopard? Well, considering the legs, the thought of something this disgusting running across land after me would give me pause enough that it might get close. Lost in thought for a moment, I blink in realization that I was surrounded. Beyond the peripheral view of the light I was emitting, vaguely, I could see a set of small glowing eyes. And a second pair. And more. A lot more. Thousands easily. Well then. I wasn't quite sure how the ecosystems here worked, but I think it would be bad if I suddenly removed a certain level of the food chain in such quantities. Hell, I'm not even sure if these things were bad. I mean, can you call a shark bad if it kills a human every now and then? They're animals, predators, who serve a purpose in the ocean. Oh well, I'll just scare them off for now. I let my Ryatsu spread out, enough that it would press down on the thousands of souls present around me. Rather quickly, they all scattered. I could vaguely make out their hastily retreat, so I withdrew my spiritual pressure. The area around me began to become brighter. I looked at my mage light, making sure it wasn't the source. Then slowly, I turned around to see why it was suddenly bright and why those things actually ran away rather than the tiny amount of pressure I intentionally exuded. Two gigantic eyes shone unnaturally in the darkness of the bottom of the sea. Slowly, I moved my mage light in front of me to get a better look. Tentacles. Lots and lots of tentacles. More tentacles than the creatures from before, they all wiggled through the darkness. They didn't immediately close in on me, it was as if this thing was measuring me with curiosity. Clear intelligence in its utterly massive eyes. I don't want to alarm you, but I think you should consider something. Drake spoke up in my mind. And what's that, Drake? Though my eyes didn't pull away from the thing's eyes. You're Japanese. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. I felt a shockwave through the water. It wasn't an intentional act on the monster's part, I just think it stood up. And gradually, its eyes rose higher and higher until they loomed over me. I could feel the water currents distort as something massive pushed outward and the vague outline of a hand came at me. Nope. I immediately took out the true Longinus, pointing it at the oncoming hand. Its holy light radiated outwards, and the monster's hand paused. I quickly moved it, pointing at the monster itself, and I could see the hesitation in its eyes. There was a seeming moment of consideration on its end, as it didn't move. It didn't speak or make any real sound, but I think there was a silent agreement as its eyes relayed enough intent. I backed off and slowly moved away. The gigantic eyes in the darkness closed, and I could no longer see them. I took that opportunity to shoot back up to the surface, breaking past the top and flying up easily 40 or 50 feet into the air. The ship wasn't very far away, enough that I could use my wings to fly on over without much fuss and without causing any problems. Something wrong? Nurarihayan greeted me with an eyebrow raised. Nope. Is it safe down there? Nope. Should we be worried? Yup. I quickly started putting my clothes back on after dressing. Don't go too far down if you don't want to find monsters. I think it's best if I don't mention the thing I saw down there. Easily god level, probably around the strength of those giant warlords from Jotunheim that I met in the Norse realms. Except with tentacles. I was more than willing to throw down with gods and get in fist fights with immortals and demons. So I think it's perfectly acceptable. There are some things I absolutely refuse to engage in. Giant spiders are one of them. Eldritch tentacle god monsters are another. Boss, Captain. A younger-looking yokai ran up. He wasn't humanoid but sort of round with the shape of a pyramid on top of his head, with only a singular large eye. Yokai came in all shapes and sizes, so I didn't really make note of it. What's wrong, Sita? Nurarihayan asked. I was up in the crow's nest, and I saw a ship. He pointed. I reinforced my eyes, but I couldn't see anything. Are you sure? Nurarihayan put a hand on my shoulder. Sita can see for miles on out. He chuckled. If he says he sees a ship, he sees a ship. Well then, get ready for battle. I made the announcement, quickly moving towards the steering wheel, alleviating Sir Wiggles of his duty. I made sure to put his pirate's hat on his head before taking my spot as captain. My ship wasn't like the trash we would surely find around here. When it moved, it moved. Not to mention I could force the winds in the way I wanted. Rather quickly, on the horizon, I could see the ship that the yokai told us about. Credit where it was due, I couldn't see this far. And as we came into view, the other ship seemed to turn and start coming towards us. I'm wondering about something. Nurarihayan appeared next to me, a gourd in his hand. No doubt it was full of sake. What? I'm just wondering if we should immediately open fire on them. Are you having second thoughts about robbing them? I looked at the old yokai. He snorted. Brat, I've been stealing and sneaking into places since before you were a twinkle in your father's eye. I'm just wondering if we should give them the chance to surrender. I'm trying to be more reasonable since I gotta consider your fox's preferences, you know. I pondered his suggestion. Cannon fire erupted from the enemy vessel as soon as we got close. Well, close was relative here, those cannons fired much further than they should have. Actual cannonballs collided with the barriers of my ship. Well, my pondering has ended. Fire the front cannons. I shouted in response. Beams of fire erupted from the front, slamming into the side of the enemy ship. Don't destroy it, you idiot. I know what I'm doing, old man. We just need to disable the ship enough so they can't run away. Get ready to board everyone. I could fix that amount of damage. As we got close, we got a better look at the crew of the enemy ship. Holy sh*T, was that a genuine Spanish galleon? Where did they even get something like that? And the crew were most assuredly not the original owners. They looked like some type of goblin. Oh, they're red caps. The large, red caps on their heads kind of gave it away. I vaguely recall them mentioned in Irish and Scottish legends. Their caps are supposedly drenched in the blood of those they've killed. A very malevolent type of fae. Though, aren't they supposed to inhabit things like castle ruins and such? The fuck were they doing, crewing a ship in such large numbers? They were really nasty with their gazes. The goblins I met in Diagon Alley were night and day compared to these things. I could practically taste their bloodlust. Alright boys, don't damage the ship, but take everything they got, especially their lives. Nurarihayan grinned savagely himself. I was reminded that yokai are just as much monsters. They cheered happily, jumping across to the other ship as we got close enough, a melee breaking out. Just sweeping my gaze across the several dozen red caps that were present on the enemy ship and the initial fighting, I could place their strength around mid-level. Mostly a sort of inborn physical level that let them land there, but I caught a few magics being cast on their end. Crude as they were, they didn't require things like magic circles, so it caught a few of ours off guard. Poison. I think I saw some poison spells primarily used. I cast a few healing spells of my own and a few enhancement spells to cover them, but I had my own target. I found the enemy captain. As the captain of my own ship, it was only proper that I engage the enemy captain in battle. I of course withdrew a cutlass I had kept just in case and jumped over. Have it you. I shouted intentionally to get its attention. It sneered something unintelligible in a language I couldn't understand even with my status as a devil. Its rows of sharp teeth opened and its tongue salivated, pointed at me rather arrogantly as if I were simply a meal in its eyes. The other captain's sword was a sickle. Okay, so it wasn't a proper weapon, a farming instrument, but still, it was my first fight as a proper pirate. Our epic clash. Except my sword broke nearly instantly. Even the goblin was surprised. Well, I suppose that makes sense. I could feel the magic from his weapon, despite it being a literal farming instrument, while mine was honestly not even a real sword, but a fake wall decoration I randomly found. The goblin laughed and spoke something in its language. I didn't need to speak it to know it was insulting me. Fine, I should take you seriously. I gathered my power around my arm and reeled back my fist. Take my secret technique. I declared as the goblin instantly became on guard. However, he was focused entirely on my arm enough that he didn't notice when I kicked him between the legs. He immediately fell over, clutching his presumed dangly bits with tears falling from his eyes. I picked up his weapon and held it up. Victory! I shouted as loud as I could. I heard the sounds of battle and laughter behind me in response. Brat, did you seriously kick him in the balls? Nurarihayan appeared next to me. Yes. I nodded. He stared at me for a long moment and put a hand on my shoulder, nodding wisely. I knew you were one of us. I was about to say something, but I noticed something strange on the goblin captain. I immediately stopped joking and grabbed at him. Despite his hissing, I waved my hand, severing his head. Though my eyes never left the object on his wrist. Why does he have a wristwatch? I voiced my thoughts out loud. Nurari also zeroed in on it, inspecting it closely. That's not that old either. Early 1900s, maybe late 1800s. I eyed it. My watch proficiency isn't that good despite having a certain proficiency for fashion of a certain variety. This made me frown because I thought back to Captain Hook. I pulled the watch from the goblin's arm and tossed the remains of his body into the water. No survivors, either burn the bodies or toss them overboard. I said softly. Nurari put a silent shoulder on me and walked down to the main deck as the fighting finished up. I walked over to the wheel to see what I was working with, and I saw the most curious rolled-up piece of parchment wedged between the wheel and the mechanism that held it in place. I pulled it out, realizing it wasn't parchment but some kind of beast skin, woven with magics I was unfamiliar with. However, nearly immediately, it seemed to display a picture of where we were in an island not far away. Magical Fey GPS. Hey boss, I called out. He was at my side rather quickly again. Up for a raid? I held the map up, and he smiled. At *****. Magical Fey GPS was in fact real. I was certainly going to study this and see how it worked, or maybe give it to Jin, she would probably love it. But it would be a nifty thing to learn for our troops and whatnot. Unfortunately, these red caps didn't have much below deck or stored away. It seems like their base of operations was close enough that they didn't carry anything worthwhile. Sure, we grabbed their weapons, because, why not? But otherwise, nothing else worth mentioning other than the ship itself. Which was being sort of towed behind my ship. Funny enough, we didn't actually have a good idea on what to do with the ship at the moment. We didn't anticipate getting one so quickly before we set up a spot to, well, store them. Accumulate them. We brought enough people to crew quite a few ships, but we had just set sail, we didn't want to separate or start a big fleet just yet. But luckily, it seems our donors left us a means. And the island itself, it was close like I thought. Maybe an hour's sail at a moderate speed and we could see it in view. They were probably on their way home after being away for a while considering their lack of provisions. It seemed a tad on the smaller side, but more than enough to house thousands of people if they were so inclined with a bit of a jungle. The best thing about a magic ship like mine. I sailed it right into the sandy shore without a care in the world. It came to a harsh halt, unmoving. The ship we were towing was far enough out that it was still in deep enough waters, so it worked out perfectly. How do you want to split up? I asked the old man. Sabeo, you're watching the ships. Nurari called out. Anyone who wants to stay can stay, anyone who wants to come can come. What a casual way of leading, but I guess that worked on these types of people. They weren't ones for a rigid authority structure. It was probably split into 2 to 3 our favor, with the remaining not being as particularly combat enthused as the rest. Oh well, I also left Sir Wiggles on the ship. As the first mate, it's his job to monitor it in my absence. We nearly immediately found a well-walked path leading into the forest and took it without a second thought. Cocky. Maybe, but honestly, we felt rather confident at this moment, and it would hamper morale if we acted overly cautious against enemies, we just stomped rather easily. Though Nurari held his hand up, everyone came to a stop because we found someone impaled on a spear. That someone was a goblin, a red cap. I smell smoke and resentment. Ayatabo said, sniffing the air. Let's pick up the pace. Nurari shot forward at a speed where everyone could keep up but was significantly faster. We arrived at a village, or what was left of one. It was artificially cleared out, wooden structures somewhat remained, but they were mostly piles of ash. No fires were visible, but there was still heat emanating off some of the remains. A few days at a minimum, someone was here. There were dead bodies, hundreds of those red caps, slain in a gruesome way. Fan out, search for anything worthwhile, if you see a living thing other than these goblins, bring it back. Nurari ordered as everyone moved about. He eventually clicked his tongue in annoyance. I hate when someone steals something before I do. I'd give it 2 days at a maximum. I went and kneeled down next to a burned-down hut. House, something. At a glance, I see no other bodies other than red caps. Which leaves 3 options. Either they were killing among themselves. The ones who killed them retrieved the dead bodies of their comrades, or they were much stronger, enough that they didn't suffer any casualties. Nurari spoke. Boss, we found something. Ayatabo hollered, waving from a bit further ahead. I let go of a handful of ash I had in my hands, clapping to flick away the debris and dirt. We followed along to see what he was shouting about, and we both came to a stop. Well, isn't that curious? Nurari stroked his chin. There seemed to be about a dozen freshly made graves. And at the head of each one was a makeshift cross. At *****at a/n. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 559, Chapter 505. Jinn POV. Naughty, naughty. I felt another probing attempt hit the barriers around the camp. I was getting used to the way these Fae used their magic. It was somewhat similar to the magic from my homeland, actually. More freeform, less rigid. Humans needed a more structured system to properly utilize and enact magic, but these creatures could do it almost instinctively. I of course rebuffed them each time. I am a goddess of magic. Who do they think they are trying to undermine my magical defenses? Though it was clear that this was the extent of retaliation we faced since coming here after the first steps. After Wilhelm's first display, it seems like they've taken the approach of watching and waiting. But that wasn't really my concern. I was just staying back and making sure we were defended while they all handled the fighting. Speaking of, I found the person I was looking for. She trotted into the medical tents, holding a bunch of medical supplies like bandages and healing potions. I made sure she didn't see me as I sneaked behind her. Mr. Kitamura, I have the healing supplies. Jean smiled brightly as she walked up to a Tengu, an older one, on a cot with a leg wrapped up tightly and blood seeping through. You're an angel. The old Tengu smiled back. But you don't need to worry about this old man, I'll heal fast enough. Nope. You're not allowed to leave until you get a clean bill of health. Jean pursed her lips. The old Tengu let out a tired sigh. Being chided by a young lady, I've grown too old. Maybe I should have just stayed home. Getting taken by surprise by a mere animal and almost losing my leg. You're far from the first person, Mr. Kitamura. She began to unfasten his bandages carefully before taking a health potion and dripping it onto his leg and rebandaging it up. There have been plenty that have been caught off guard about this place. You just need to be more careful in the future. Ah, that's already feeling better. He sighed happily, adjusting himself, about to get out of the cot. No, you don't. Jean quickly stopped him. It's still not healed. You're walking around on crutches for at least 2 days, mister, she said sternly. These old bones can handle just walking. Nope, 2 days. She didn't relent, even grabbing the crutches for him. The healing potion is great, but if you aggravate it, it could take more to heal, and you know that we have to conserve as much as possible. The old Tengu grumbled. All right, you win. You sound like my granddaughter, always after me about taking care of myself. He grabbed the crutches with a huff but smiled warmly towards her as he exited the tent. I made sure she finished up before running in and quickly grabbing her into a big hug. She made a cute squeal before realizing what was going on. Hi Jean. Hello Jin. Jean smiled brightly. You're really good at the whole nurse thing. Do you have experience with it? Wilhelm asked me to make sure Jean was comfortable. I want to check to see if she was fitting in all right and how she was handling everything. My mom taught me some things. She was the one in our village that people came to when they got hurt or sick. Though, that mostly dealt with some basic herbs and such. She looked wistful. And I often did things like this during the war. I only got hurt myself on the rare occasion, so I spent a lot of time helping tend to the wounds of my soldiers. Does it feel weird being back in a place like this? I hope she didn't feel burdened. To be honest, it feels more normal. She looked down. Everything else is, well, it's great, but it's hard to get used to. Reassurance and familiarity. I hummed. Yes, that's it. She let out a little breath. It feels like a dream, something I would have flights of fancy about when I had time to daydream during life. Is it hard to accept? I asked. A little. She admitted it with a faint whisper. I sometimes still think I'm dreaming. It feels strange not to have any responsibilities or duties to uphold. Artoria said similar things, as did Reiku and Scathach. Though Scathach adapted the easiest. Is there anything you dislike about being here? No. I'm so grateful, I love it here. And everyone is so nice to me. And, well, Wilhelm is here, and that's nice. She looked bashful, stiffening at the last bit. I was able to go out and play only a few days ago. I did something as whimsical as shopping for clothes and other things I didn't actually need. She's sweet, I can see why Wilhelm adores her. Even I feel the desire to protect her and make her happy. No one is expecting you to be involved in our fight. I wanted to see her reaction. I want to help. She said it firmly. Not out of any sense of responsibility, but just because I want to. Even if it's something as simple as helping injured, I can do that without any problems. Well, who could tell her no when she looks at you with eyes like that? Not many patients yet, huh? I changed the subject because she looked a bit panicky at the whole idea. Honestly, I think she feels too indebted and feels the need to repay it. But that's something for Wilhelm to work on her with. I'll just do my best to make her comfortable with everyone, especially if she's going to be my new little sister. We had a few dozen so far, but there hasn't been anything bad besides one person who almost had their heart stabbed. She winced. But magic healing supplies are wonderful. Healing potions are great and all, but you know what's better? Healing magic. I leaned in. Have you ever considered learning healing magic? As a goddess of magic, I could feel her potential with it and know she would be fantastic. Me. Magic. She whispered. I'm not very smart or learned. Her brow furrowed. Are you sure that's something I could pick up? Right, she did recently start learning how to read. I could imagine her confidence in that area isn't very high. I promise, you probably have amazing talent in the field. There's just one thing you need to do. What's that? I squeezed her in another big hug. Call me big sister. Nay. At ******. Wilhelm POV. Things were coming along nicely. You know, it's funny how simple things can slip your mind when they're rather obvious in hindsight. Like, a group of yokai were literally carrying the seized galleon onto the island. The thing is, I was spending like an hour thinking about the best method to move it through magic considering its size when Nurarihyon came up to me and called me an idiot and said that they'd just carry it in more inland. Kappa Bro practically carried it all by himself. But I digress. This would be the base we set up in this weird ocean. Not to mention it still had some resources for us to exploit left behind by the previous residents, but this strange map thing was rather convenient, and I didn't want to take the time to figure out something similar. A compass-like spell isn't something beyond my capabilities, but this realm was far too strange for me to have confidence in making it reliable unless I did something a bit extreme. I highly doubt that my basic clairvoyant spell is going to work on anything major here. Regardless, the big Spanish galleon was basically concealed as it was placed in the recently burned village that was quickly getting rebuilt. Who's staying behind and who's going out? I asked boss. Ayatabo and Sadao will switch between them staying on the island along with about 30 or so of my boys to man the place and handle everything. Should turn this place into a proper stronghold just in case. Made sense. Why don't I start putting up magical defenses around the island? I offered. I think the ladies can help. I nudged my head towards the handful of Yuki-Ani who seemed to be their magic specialists. Though the girl was just standing casually a bit further away, chatting about something else. I had a thought about that. Nurarihyon rubbed his chin. Everything here uses magic, and it seems our Yujitsu is more effective in comparison. They're magical beings. I nodded along with his line of thinking. You got something up your sleeve? I got something, more of a smaller trump card, but I think it's fine to show it, it's not like you're an outsider. He patted my shoulder with a warm smile. All right everyone, let's show the new kid some of our brothers that don't come out very often. Everyone stopped what they were doing and seemed excited. Now I was rather interested in what I was going to see. I mostly just wanted to join the night parade for bragging rights and such, but they treated me so genuine, it was hard to feel like an outsider. Sadao and a few others came running over with, they looked like ceremonial urns. A bit on the big side, but otherwise, not much to describe. They had talismans around them as if to seal them. No, those weren't seals to keep things in, it was to keep others from disturbing the things inside. There were probably about 30 in total. All of them, boss? Sadao asked. Nah, we just need 4 for this. Nurarihyon grunted, and the Kappa placed 4 lined up and moved to have the others presumably stored in the village. Nurarihyon took his sheathed sword that looked like a cane and smacked on the urns. Time to wake up you lazy bastards, we got some work for you to do. The urns slowly started to shake, then the ground rumbled. The lids on the urns popped off, and the talismans disintegrated as huge skeletal hands reached out. It was a bit comical the distorted size compared to the container that apparently held them. I could notice the spatial distortions without the obviousness of the size difference being thrown in my face. But the massive skeletal hands reached out, using the land as leverage, and seemed to pull themselves out. 4 equally large and towering skeletal yokai loomed overhead. Gashidakuro. I named them in honest surprise. I'm fairly sure there aren't any in Kyoto. Their bodies flickered with green fire. They were skeletons, rather big ones, giant-sized. But they were formed from the resentment and bones of those who died on battlefields, if I recall correctly. They were among the more nasty of yokai. There's a reason that my side of the fence can hold up to hers considering the difference in numbers and support, brat. He grinned. I do recall her saying that he often took in the more difficult of their people. Each of those urns. These things were not easy to dismiss. A little tidbit I just recalled as well, I vaguely remember they were somewhat invulnerable and were supernaturally stealthy. The 4 giant skeletons spoke no words, but their mouths chittered. He's a new one of ours, don't worry about his heritage. Nurari replied, seemingly understanding them. I held a hand up, waving at them. Hello. They looked between themselves, their teeth continuing to clatter together before one of them kneeled down as if to inspect me. I furrowed my brow because I felt like it was mocking me based on the way it was acting. My instincts usually didn't steer me wrong, so I let my Ryatsu loose, targeting the 4 Gashidakuro. It descended upon them like a mountain pressed firmly down, and they all shuddered, their chattering ceasing completely as the flames in their eye sockets flicked in what I believed to be surprise. Funny enough, they withstood it. That was enough that, well, I'd say a newly advanced, high-class entity would have been brought to their knees. I reeled it in a moment later after making my point. Something changed in them, and I think they seemed to acknowledge me after that. Oh well, some entities, you gotta show your strength to earn their respect. Boss mentioned my heritage, it could be any number of things they found unpleasing compared to their yokai brethren. Good. Nurari nodded to me as if to tell me I did the right thing. Alright, you lazy bastards. You've slept for several months without working, it's time to put those damn bones to the grinder. We're on an island in a weird place, take to the 4 corners and set up a barrier. The 4 Gashidakuro seemed annoyed at the request, like employees grumbling when their boss had their back turned, but they each picked a direction and moved. They were big enough that regardless of where we were on the island, we could see them. They took to each corner of the island and put their arms up, their yuki burst out in impressive amounts. As if 4 pillars, their yujitsu became a cohesive whole and formed into a rather malevolent-feeling barrier around the entire island. Their kind can sync up with each other stupidly well. If one of them dies, the others will consume what's left of them. If they wanted, they could all merge together. We don't even know if they're all one entity or different ones. Nurari commented. They're basically a mass of bones and resentment, so that made sense. Boss. I recognized the yokai flailing his hands. It was the one with the single eyes and the weird pyramid shape on his head. The one with the extremely good eyesight. Sita, what's wrong? Nurari quickly turned to him. Sita held a diamond in his hand, carved with a basic runic circle on it. It was a gift from me because I was impressed with his previous ability. It basically just amplified the distance he would see and took into account the curvature of the world if that played as a factor. Bunch of ships, at least 30. And a lot of them, I saw them flying a flag with a snowflake on them. Sita eagerly revealed. Nurari and I shared a look. Ayatabo. The boss quickly shouted. I can handle things here, boss. He shouted back. No time for a head count or doing things neatly. Everyone who's coming, get to the ship, we'll sort it all out later. No rest for the wicked. At *****. My ship quickly took back to the waters rather easily. I double-checked the strange animal skin compass magic as we started sailing away, and it was still working. I didn't know what was anchoring the magical mechanism, but I'm fairly sure we could navigate back without it for now. As we got a little further away, it was hard to see it too. I think the barrier held a semblance of obscurity from a distance. At the very least, once we left it, the fuck-off big monster skeletons were no longer visible. Though maybe it would be a good deterrent if others could actually see them. An amusing thought. But I failed to ask just how far away these supposed ships were. I put a lot of power into propelling the ship forward without it becoming obscene. At a few points, we skipped a few waves and I had to slow down a tad. But eventually, we could vaguely make out what he described. Though he seemed to miss a few key details, which I don't blame him for. It's that there were a group of ships that presumably belonged to the Winter Court because of the winter motif or sigil. No, it was that a presumed group of Winter Court ships were engaged in a battle with a ragtag group of ships that didn't have a matching symbol between them. I narrowed my eyes, reinforcing them to get a better look. Were those Greek? I saw at least 2 ancient Greek ships. Next to them, that was another Spanish galleon. An old Japanese ship as well. A couple Viking ships are among the bunch. I think there was an English ship there. And there were several ships from origins I couldn't immediately place, but they flew a Catholic cross on their flag. Realization dawned on me. The crosses from the grave made much more sense now, as did many other things. Prepare for battle, we got potential friends mixed with enemies. I declared. If you see a Fae, put them down as quick as possible. If you see anything other than Fae, try not to hurt them. You heard him, boys, weapons out. I want to see your Tuki roaring before we even get close. Nurari shouted out orders as well. That ragtag group of ships, they were all crewed by humans. At *****. A/N. Sorry for the delayed chapter, I'm actually without power right now as I was on the edge of the hurricane. Don't know when it'll be back up, and I only managed to get my laptop charged earlier today so I could finish up the chapter. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. Got a new Kuna chapter up over here as well. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 560, Chapter 506. Yasaka POV. It really was a wonderful sight, seeing so many of my people gathered together for a common goal. So long that had been conflicts and infighting because we're all so different. Only in the past few centuries had we calmed down, so to speak. As the world became more connected, it seems like every race in the world set down their weapons and opted for a more peaceful existence. Perhaps it was the flow of the world that none of us could go against. Now, she looked from side to side and saw tens of thousands of yokai of all backgrounds and different looks and shapes, all donned in armor and carrying similar equipment as they waited patiently for orders. Lady Yasaka. Aki Sajobo. I greeted one of my generals, a powerful and older Tengu from the clan of their namesake. Next to him, a human in knightly armor politely bowed his head in greeting. A messenger from the Pendragon family. Tidings to you, Lady Yasaka, ruler of the yokai. He spoke very politely and methodically. Was this the charm of a knight then? I admit I liked it a little, it had a different flavor compared to the politeness that my own people threw upon me. I bring word from Her Majesty that we are to begin our campaign. Ah, so Artoria decided to mount her attack then. I nodded in understanding as we discussed it beforehand. She said that she intended to begin tomorrow, but there must be a reason for her to start early. Thank you for the heads up. Will you stay and watch so you can report back, or will you return immediately? If possible, I wish to keep Her Majesty abreast of the happenings on this side. The knight requested. I nodded, not needing to issue any orders. He was shown a good place to spectate without getting involved, as that would be impolite for my position since he was a messenger. Thanks to Vivian's help, we were able to pick out the perfect routes to begin our assault. This far out from the Winter Court seat of power, their authority waned ever so slightly, such that even the Winter's chill couldn't be easily seen. From what Vivian relayed, apparently, they use the areas around her as their proverbial breadbasket. Funny enough, they don't need to eat. When asking Vivian about this, she said something along the lines of course you need tea and biscuits for a proper tea party. Reading between the lines there wasn't difficult. Regardless, we would sweep this region and move north to meet back up with Wilhelm and Nurerehion. Artoria had the pleasure of hitting their supplies while we currently surrounded a not-so-small forest area. A place that seemingly was in perpetual winter as it were. Not, but a few dozen feet in front of my armies was there a thick layer of snow on the ground despite the surrounding regions being rather warm. We were waiting. Truthfully, I didn't agree with this course of action, but I couldn't just completely override the wills of my subordinates. We knew that there was a stronghold of enemies inside, yet they insisted on sending a scouting party and giving anyone inside the opportunity to surrender as we did before. Personally, I would have preferred just burning this place completely down. Unfortunately, there was a way things should be done. However, all of that went right into the garbage when we all saw several objects fly out of the forest and land onto the edge of the snow. They were heads, the heads of our people sent inside. The ground shook as a variety of monstrous roars resounded from the forest. Trees shook and were knocked down as large hulking monstrosities pushed their way through the thick foliage. Trolls. At least some variety. I knew that Wilhelm encountered a type of troll in the Norse realms, and I recall seeing something similar to this creature when the East was attacked. Regardless, I was now pissed. These trolls looked chained, spikes in their bodies as if they were treated as domestic animals, with their owners following not far behind. Elves. They certainly looked like elves with very dark skin and white hair. Many of them were wearing clothing and armor very similar to the wild hunt that attacked us not long ago. It seems we're going with my first suggestion, General. I spoke calmly despite my anger. So, it would seem, Lady Yasaka. He responded, clenching his jaw, obviously just as angry as I was. Archers. He shouted as the soldiers shifted, a row of archers stepped forward, wielding iron-tipped arrows. Release. Thousands of arrows covered the sky, the distance carefully measured as they fell upon the elves and trolls that stood out the furthest. There was obviously no more need for communication or waiting for them to make a move. It was the first time truly testing the effects of iron in combat for us, and I have to say, the effects were pleasant. I saw one elf snarl and hiss and cry out in an unknown language just from the arrow piercing his shoulder. The trolls looked clearly distressed as the elves tried their best to release them from their chains, presumably to be properly utilized as war beasts. The several hundred monstrous beasts they somewhat charged in unison, a few falling rather quickly with dozens of arrows sticking from their bodies. The elves stayed back, plenty of them raising up their own bows, arrows nocked and ready to fire. Shields. My general called out. Shields. Shields. The cries repeated, reverberating down the lines of our soldiers. About half of the front line took out a particular little wand, courtesy of Medea and Wilhelm's efforts these past months. I smiled faintly as translucent magical shielding enveloped everyone. The arrows from the elves collided with the shields, unable to penetrate. The monstrous trolls collided with them, the shields holding strong as my soldiers, trained for such fighting, used the opportunity to stab with spears through their end, felling the monsters before they could cause any substantial damage. The months spent training with the ancient Greek heroes and conquerors paid off significantly as they adopted a rather useful fighting style. It wasn't perfect, a few shields broke here or there, and I held back a sigh as I could see a handful of my people get hurt or die. But this was a war, I couldn't let my heart be swayed in the midst of battle. I did thoroughly enjoy the expressions of quite a few of the elves that I could see from this distance. They retreated back to the tree line, using it as cover. "Oh, that's adorable. They want us to charge in." I spoke openly. "What do you think, General?" My general smiled along with me. "Second line, forward. Prepare flames." Once more, thousands upon thousands of wands, this time tipped with a red glow, pointed outwards towards the elves and their forest. "Fire!" my general ordered. Fireballs of rather large size filled the sky, arcing towards the tree line. Oh, they didn't hit the elves, no. It started slowly, the flames drifting up to the sky from further in. Gradually, the smoke increased, and the flames became more obvious as the forest ignited. The newfound cries and confusion from within the forest was music to my ears as the flames rampaged and the fireworks continued to rain down. Like ants, they flooded out of the forest in a panic, unsure of what to do, only knowing that between them and safety was a rather large army that dwarfed their numbers quite substantially. They were forced to charge outwards. "General, let's let our men get their hands a bit dirty," I told him. "As you command." The general nodded. "Wands away. Spears out." The general roared, and the orders repeated throughout the thousands of yokai as they met the haphazard and desperate charge of the elves. The fairies threw themselves upon the lines of my soldiers, and they were found wanting as spears upon spears pierced through their bodies. Perhaps only 1,000 of these elves in total, and it didn't take much time for them to become corpses on the ground. A small but welcomed victory, merely a small outpost from what we knew about. Oh well, it was just a starting point. Make sure the bodies are burned, take anything of value, and prepare to march within the hours. I gave the orders again. My general nodded. This was far from the last victory we were going to have today. It was simply a question of how much we could take before they began to retaliate and come at us with a true force. Atop the ashes of the forest that still raged with flames, a flag with the 9 foxtails in front of a setting sun was planted. At *****. Wilhelm POV. The ship moved fast, but by the time we got there, the fighting had already started, and it was rather intense. The ships flying the winter motif were at the clear advantage in both number and quality, it seemed. A lot of the presumably human ships didn't even have things like cannons, while the Fey ships had means of attacking from a distance. Surprisingly, there were quite a few magicians among the humans with spells flying off. I can't say I was adept at sea warfare despite how much I loved my ship, but even I knew that a surprise attack was something rather hard to pull off. So it was no surprise when both sides noticed our approach. It's funny because they both treated us like enemies by the way they moved. I made sure that the flag Yasaka gave me flew upwards, announcing our status. Perhaps they would know, or maybe they wouldn't. Regardless, they knew we were allies, at least the Fae decided so, and the few ships on the fringe of their formation turned towards us and their cannons fired. Not cannonballs, I noted. Cannonballs are historically made from iron, so obviously it's not something they'd use. It fired magic not dissimilar to my own ship, weaker though. The innate defenses triggered, the ship rocked heavily at the barrage they held firmly, and I waved my hand. Return fire. The ship turned, the side cannon hatches all opened, and the cannons poked through. I wasn't handling it mentally this time below deck, dozens of yokai lit the proverbial fuses, and our cannons returned fire. The sheer force caused my ship to rock even more upon the wave as fiery blasts filled the space between our ships, slamming into the Fey ships. The first few hit protective barriers once more similar to my own, but the barrage whittled away as the first ship took a large hit, the main mast exploding into splinters and falling to the side, landing on another one of their ships and nearly pulling down their own mast as well. It seems with that, we earned their full attention. The forward few ships retained their position, clashing with the humans' ships while many more began turning to face towards us. I actually didn't know if my ship could handle that kind of attention without me focusing on defense. And I didn't really want to damage my ship without a good reason. We're going to ram them. I suddenly decided. Nurari looked at me blankly, then laughed. I like that plan. Get ready for a brawl, boys, you know the drill. And, no hurting the humans if possible. He spoke, already knowing the situation at this point. I took out the staff of Magnus and held it up, a powerful shield overlapping the ship as the wind was called up and propelled us faster towards the oncoming ships. The enemy ships began to fire on us in full. Hundreds of magical spells hit the barrier, making it difficult to see, and the shock waves caused large waves to start slamming about, but we pushed forward. While the onslaught continued, I noticed that they began prepping large-scale spells. It was different than what I was used to. They didn't use magic circles, but something more innate. However, the accumulation of magical energy and the convergence of multiple casters were enough to notice for someone like me. I didn't have my authority available at the moment, but that didn't mean I couldn't command the storm. Strunbakuo. I bellowed out, calling forth a storm to quickly converge. My dragon words, a type of divine word, still manifested in this fey realm and answered my calls. The ocean responded just as one would expect. Rampant waves grew with the rolling of the storm clouds. There was something I wanted to try too. The idea quickly came to me. The whirlwind sprint comprised 3 words. Wood, whirlwind, na, fury, kest, tempest. I've used them before, but they've fallen out of favor once I learned Shuanpa. But why did I have to use them to increase my speed? I chose the third one. Kest. A tempest was called upon, and I focused on an area with the largest gathering of ships. Rather quickly, a whirlpool formed amidst the tides, pulling and jerking the fey ships around aggressively. It caused their magic casting to abruptly cease as all their ships started uncontrollably slamming into each other. It gave us enough time to come upon their formation, and my ship went full steam again, colliding with the fey ship in the front. When two things collide, one side has to give, and it certainly wasn't ours. The woods that made up the ship we rammed into it cracked and shattered even if our ship was forced to a stop, pushing into their own. But it was enough. Half of us jumped onto theirs, immediately engaging them. Nurari was first, and he practically growled because he noticed, just as we all did, they got up. The same bone-like, skeleton-like armors they were wearing. The wild hunt did more than just ride horses, it seems. Nurari sword was quick, decapitating the first enemy before anyone could utter a word. Kill. The old yokai roared. Following suit, a thick bloodlust enveloped the area as all the other yokai let loose. Kill. Kill. Many more shouts followed as a gruesome scene unfolded. Several times, I had to remind myself that my comrades were not humans. Seeing a yokai bite off the head of one of the Wild Hunt members and eat it was especially jarring for a moment. I resisted the urge to stop and ask him if it was tasty. Even one of the Yuki Ani girls was covered in blood, a stark contrast to her fair complexion and white kimono, but it aligned rather well with the still beating heart she just ripped out of a chest and the malicious grin on her face. My own sword moved, and I wasted no time in cutting off heads and kicking them into the water. Maybe I wasn't as ruthless as they were, but I held no hesitation in taking lives in this instance. However, I noticed something awry. Looking up, I saw a ball of green fire falling down from above. I moved out of the way and realized it wasn't an attack. The green ball of fire hit the deck of the ship, destroying the topmost layer and sinking into the cargo hold below. It was only a moment later that a figure jumped out, wreathed in the same flames with a malevolent and rather intimidating-looking skeletal armor. "Hunters, pick your marks." The figure roared, his voice echoing across the many ships still struggling to remain floating. I looked down because something appeared on my chest. Well, at least it tried to. Like a projection of some sort, a symbol I had no context for. It was magical in nature, and my innate magic resistance squashed it quickly. But for others, most of those around me each had a strange symbol appear on them somewhere. Each symbol looked different. Balls of green fire slammed down by the dozens as many new figures joined the fray. I think they came from ships further away. But they were significantly stronger than the trash we had been dealing with thus far. One landed right next me, and it stared right my way, leveling a sword in my direction. "You have dispelled my mark." A worthy hunt indeed. Ah. They were marking their prey. He swung his sword in an arc, and something liquidly sprayed everywhere. It hit the deck, the railing, and various other places, and it began to eat away at everything. Poison. The sword continued to swing in the air at me. My aura flared up, taking the splashes of poison that were flung everywhere, but it also began to eat away at my aura. I used a quick burst of speed to step back a dozen or so feet and put Mirage away, taking out Greed. "You want to play with poison in front of me? What monstrosity doth thou hold?" The Fae in front of me could apparently recognize the danger of my weapon. He took a slight step back. I just smiled at him and moved. Just fast enough that I thought he could respond. His blade came up to block with a bit of effort on his part. I moved slightly faster, my blade blocked again. A few more times, just ever so slightly picking up the pace until he slowly began to panic. Being treated like I'm an animal being hunted, who knew that was something to piss me off. I wanted him to feel cornered as death approached him. I could see it in each of his movements as they got more and more desperate until finally, Greed nicked his arm between his armor. His arm went limp quickly. It seemed as if he wanted to scream out, but he lost the ability to speak. The flesh holding the point where he got cut was corroded and became necrotic. From below the point, his arm just fell off his body. I take back what I said. I do have the same ability to be just as gruesome as them. I put greed away, promising not to use it on riffraff anymore because that was certainly something that fell under the phrase, fate worse than death. Glancing at the side, Nurarihion was fighting their leader, I presumed. That Fae had the strongest aura to him, but he was losing handedly to the boss. Everyone else seemed to be doing well, and the human ships pushed into the Fae ships' formations, avoiding the whirlpools of mine. I removed my power, letting them start settling down, but they were rather close now. I hoped for the next closest ship, blasting a few of the occupants overboard before moving to the next one. Finally, I could get a proper look at the first ones. They were Greeks, their method of attack was ramming and boarding enemy ships, so it wasn't strange they were the first to push forward. I didn't know where they came from, but they were most assuredly from the wrong time period compared to me. Quickly following them were the Vikings. It was very odd to see both groups fighting side by side like this, but they looked used to it. Zeus watches over us. Odin blesses the brave. Various war cries and shouts to their gods resounded. I heard Ares mentioned, I heard Thor mentioned, and I heard many others. I kneeled down and picked up a blade from one of the Fae I killed and threw it, impaling another one of their numbers in the back of the head. He fell over, sword raised up, about to attack one of the Vikings. The Viking saw it, traced the origin back to me, and I cheerfully waved at him. With a burst of Shuanpa, I was but a few feet away, much to his chagrin. Be ye friend or foe? The Viking raised his sword up. My mom was human, does that answer your question? I returned. He looked at me for a moment. That easily? I looked at him in surprise. Of course, these ones are motherless bastards. He grinned, looking me over. A boy still, A good sword arm, a witch then, from what look of things. Come, if you are human and a friend, you are a welcome brother in arms. Fight next to Unnulfi Jolfson, the Great. The Great my hairy ass. One of the other Vikings snorted, pulling his axe free from the head of a Fae. They were, unnaturally strong. In that, they seemed, normal-ish, but they still held strength far beyond a normal human. I saw one of their numbers cleave someone else completely in half. That kind of strength is neither something a normal human would have nor a feat replicable by them. Boy, what's your name, huh? Unnulf hefted up his own sword, noticeable nicks and dings in it as it had clearly seen a lot of battle. Actually, almost all the weapons here were worn to the point where most would have abandoned them already. They quickly took the weapons of the Fae they killed, utilizing those as they pushed forward. I held my hands up, noting their positions, even the Greek ones who I hadn't directly moved towards just yet. I calculated it properly, and I let weapons fall from the air, ones I kept stored in my ring. They all landed in front of the human warriors and not just any weapons, but iron specifically. Many were taken off guard, some didn't care and happily accepted, and there were a plethora more with a whole mix in between. They were praying to Odin and the Norse gods, that wasn't something I could ignore. I may as well introduce myself. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, former king of Asgard. At ****** at A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my Patreon. Company m/Astoriforon. I also have a boosty under the same name if you can't use the above. Next Looking Glass and Kuna chapter are up over here. Chapter 561, Interlude 39 plus Arachneo make Part 1. Vanillana POV. It was slightly, perhaps a bit surreal. Walking out into the family room and seeing 3 of the current Satan sitting on my couch along with my ancestor and my daughter as they were watching TV and eating snacks. Specifically, they were watching the news coverage of the war going on between the yokai and the Fae. Mom, why do you have a suitcase? Rias looked up from her seat, and they all joined me. That's a lot of phoenix tears. Ajuka chimed in, and then everyone looked at him. How would you even know she had phoenix tears inside? Serafal questioned. What? You know that phoenix tears need to be kept properly or they lose their potency over time. Who do you think streamlined the spatial storage mechanism for the phoenix family? He huffed. Nerd. Serafal snorted. I am not a nerd. Mom, what are you doing with a bunch of phoenix tears? Serzex asked. Obviously she's going to drop them off for her lover. Our ancestor smiled. Vanillana has always been a dutiful partner. I honestly couldn't even get a word in with all of them here. I had some stored away, and I bought the ones available on the market to help out. I can't do much otherwise, but I figured they would appreciate a more potent healing method for emergencies, even if it's only a few hundred. Only a few hundred. Serafal snorted again. I hope Lucy Jr. appreciates you doing this for him. A few hundred is a lot, even for us. He better at least spend a few hours on his knees between your legs, Mama Gremory. Oh, don't worry, from what Vanillana told me, he appreciates her plenty. Ancestor said coyly. Rias let out a squawk mixed with a pitiful cry. Damn it, Serafall, don't start. Zelretch also whined, covering his face. You promised you wouldn't make lewd comments about my mom. Technically, I was making lewd comments about your son. She corrected. Your mom just happened to be screwing him. She grinned mischievously. What's wrong with you? I'm sexually repressed, and your mom hits all my buttons. They started fighting, or what accounted for it in this circumstance. They both tumbled to the ground, and Ajuka merely put his feet up on them, much to their chagrin. Though it did make me smile nostalgically. It feels like just yesterday that they were simply kids playing around like this, running around the house, going into all sorts of trouble. It made me come to a realization. I want another one. But I can wait. Where's Falbium? I asked. Their mischief wasn't even complete with their fourth. Serafall huffed, getting back up on the couch. He finally got back to the capital. Since he's missed so many of their important meetings and such, we decided to throw all our work on his lap and take a few days off. Ah, that sounds exactly like what they would do even without being Satans. And it certainly explains why they were much more social and relaxed. Ancestor Runia seemed to be having fun watching them as well. And we're back here live as the first battle during the war is about to unfold. As you can see, there's some sort of castle, a stronghold in the distance surrounded with tall walls, and from the information we received, there are quite a few powerful magical protections around it. The reported on the TV spoke up again, and everyone hushed themselves, eyes glued to it. The camera panned over to see some strange contraptions that I didn't recognize by sight, but I recalled mention of them by Yasaka. It looks like they're about to start, these strange machines. Oh wow, I can feel the magic around them from here. Even as she reported, you could see them activate, and even the camera began shaking around them. They fired off, all sound was cut off, and the camera, thankfully, wasn't some mundane equipment, so it was able to capture the footage. A very powerful blast of magic erupted, shooting at the castle, and the defensive barriers around it became visible for the briefest of moments, a fraction of a second because that's how long they lasted before being destroyed. We all stared at it silently, perhaps with a bit of awe. Was it something unreachable by the people in this room? Absolutely not. Was it a genuine surprise to see some kind of siege weapon, operable by the lowest threshold, capable of something like this? Most certainly yes. Wow, things changed a lot since I've been asleep. I wish we had things like that back in my day, maybe we'd have a lot more devils around. Runias commented, eating snacks without much reaction. That's rather new, ancestor. Zelretch forced out. You mean we don't have anything like that? Runias frowned. What do we have then? I haven't kept up with military stuff, I never really cared about it. We have Zelretch as a big beat stick to swing around at people. Serafall replied. Ah, that would also work. Runias nodded in understanding. Zelretch let out a sigh. It was never cost efficient to do something like. We already have enough devils capable of magic, gather a handful together, and they can release large-scale spells. But that doesn't utilize the magic from a group of devils. There's no preparation time, the scale of which would also require at least a dozen competent mid-class devils with a good understanding of magic. You would also need someone to lead them in casting, so one high-class as well. And it can be easily interrupted by outside interference. And the training to accomplish this would take years of them working together in harmony if you wanted it to be efficient. And lastly, they would be taken out of the fight after 1, maybe 2, uses of a large-scale magic. She listed off absent-mindedly, everyone looking at her, blinking in surprise. It was easy to forget who she was when she was nearly falling off the couch in a sloven position, munching on some snacks with crumbs on her face and her skirt barely covering her because it was bunched up from the position she was laying. What do you think, nerd? Serafall looked at Ajuka. Don't call me that. He said it expressionlessly, staring at the screen without blinking. The power source is the key. He reached for the remote, rewinding the images on the TV. It's a rather elegant design, if a bit simplistic. It's like the magical equivalent of a catapult. It seems like everything about it was designed from the ground up to be used by people who don't have the qualities of a magician. However, I can't comment further on it because I don't recognize that crystal-like body that is placed inside the main glass compartment. If I had to hazard a guess, it looked like some sort of solidified magical power. While that's a naturally occurring phenomenon, it's highly irregular and rather rare, and I've never heard of it in such quantities and sizes. I would love to meet the person who made the whole device, as I can see the care they put into it even when it's meant to be used by non-magical people. You said these yokai were a small faction. Runias looked at Serafall. I looked at Serafall and she coughed awkwardly. Well, they are, technically. I mean, a year ago, they weren't even worth mentioning. What's the measurement of a big faction these days? Runias looked at her. Ah, well, that's hard to say. Is it not enough that they have someone capable of killing gods? Well. Actually, they have more than one. I pointed out. Ah, my mistake. Runias nodded. Multiple individuals. And many more who are strong enough to make their names known. Oh, and you can't forget that we lost the Dragon King that used to live in our borders. Guk. Serafal nearly choked. They all somewhat winced at that. No one would ever say it out loud, but they all considered Tiamat as theirs despite the fact that she never really left the familiar forest except for the few rare occasions, such as when she was the referee of some raiding games not long ago. Lots of people have been questioning that online. Ajuka replied with the same expressionless tone. We never really made it clear what our relationship with Tiamat was for our own benefit. Now, it seems that's biting us in the rear as we're being called out for losing her. Aren't they allied with the Norse faction now too? Rias pointed out. Good point, my cute little descendant, Runias cooed while Serafal just became more crestfallen. It's such a shame that they hate us so much, I would have loved to go on a trip and visit my descendant. She glanced at Serzex, who refused to meet her gaze. Miss Gremory. Ajuka glanced at me, his eyes strange. It took me a moment to notice that his pupils had become spell circles. You can store that in your bracelet, there shouldn't be a problem. He said it offhandedly. I was worried that the spells that kept the Phoenix tears would be affected by storing them inside. I suppose I was overthinking things, but it was always best to act with caution when it cost you nothing. Thank you, Ajuka. He was always a sweet boy, despite being foolish in his own right like the other kids, he was rather perceptive. I wasn't surprised he noticed my bracelet either, as it was magical in origin and he was a master of nearly all things magic. For you, sweetheart. I took out a dust crystal I had on me and dropped it into his lap. Ajuka's eyes widened. Miss Gremory, where did you get this? Oh, I got a few from Wilhelm. I smiled wistfully. Oddly, I was feeling a bit lonely. Look at me, an old woman, and I'm missing my young lover only after about a week. I wanted to see if it would affect some of my plants if I put them in my garden. Ajuka's mouth opened, but he abruptly closed it, calming down. Thank you, Miss Gremory. Have fun, kids, I'm heading out. I said my goodbyes. Where are you going, Mama Gremory? Serafal asked, and I could tell it wasn't a question from Satan Leviathan, but someone who was close to a daughter for me. I'm going to have lunch with a few other of my sisters. I smiled happily. Both goddesses Anami and Salem were on the outside of this conflict as well, so it was important to make sure they're doing fine and didn't feel lonely without Wilhelm around. Maybe it was just all the years I spent running Zio's harem, but doing things like this had become second nature for me. I barely opened the door to go outside when I almost ran into someone. Lord Bale. I blinked, seeing the Bale ancestor at our door looking a little annoyed, presumably not at me. Ah, Venelana. How wonderful to run into you. How have you been, my dear granddaughter? He smiled more than just a polite reciprocation. I found myself smiling back because he didn't call me Lady Gremory, which meant his visit was a social one and we didn't need to stick to decorum. I'm well, grandfather. I was just about to head out, but let me welcome you inside. It's simply easier for everyone to call him grandfather instead of how many greats before it. We have a guest. I announced, walking back inside, everyone turning to see me. Zekrom was just surprised to see all of them, looking between them and the TV. I am surprised, did you not acquire this footage before it was publicly released? He furrowed his brow. The kids seemed to snap out of their surprise. We already planned on taking the day off, there wasn't much difference in watching earlier this morning or now. Serzex offered. It would be strange if they didn't have it, I suppose. Anyone who is anyone already had the footage way before it was properly released on the Devil TV. Zekrom just grunted in response, and the mood turned awkward. I am more than willing to leave the political intrigue at the door. He finally spoke. Oh, thank Big G, I was not in the right mind to play this game today. Serafal accepted it rather easily, and the others just nodded in agreement. It was far from the first time we've gotten together with keeping those things out. Runias. Zekrom Bale looked at the primary reason for his visit. Runia sat up in her seat, looking at him blankly, not speaking. Why did you not come to see me? You've been up for days now. I'm sorry, Lord Bale. I wasn't aware I was supposed to answer to you, Lord Bale. I'll do better next time, Lord Bale. Please accept my apology, Lord Bale. Zekrom twitched slightly. Stop that. I apologize again, Lord Bale. I'm just a lazy devil, Lord Bale. I'm afraid I can't measure up to your expectations, Lord Bale. I'm just a pitiful duke, Lord Bale. I can't possibly measure up to a king such as yourself, Lord Bale. You're doing that on purpose, cease your childishness, Runias. Zekrom clenched his jaw in annoyance. There was no one in existence that could get under the skin of Lord Bale. That would be true if Runias didn't exist. The kids were just looking back and forth between them, wondering if they were probably hallucinating. What can this lowly duke do for you, Lord Baal? She smirked slightly as she did it again. Only she can make the title of Lord Baal sound like an insult to him. Zekram's eye twitched violently. Is it so wrong for me to visit my family? He said with a rare huff. Runias did smile slightly. Your family? All I see are Gremarys and a few others. Zekram rolled his eyes. Who cares what last name they wear? They are Baals. Aha. Runias just answered blankly. They are Baals. Weird, their names are Gremory. Rias dear, what's your family name again? Bois. Don't bring her into this. Zekram grumbled. And they carry my bloodline. They wield the power of destruction. You mean my family wields the power of destruction? The new Gremory trait. Don't you dare. Say I'm wrong. Her smile grew wide. I am the progenitor. Let's do a roll call. You have Venelana, a rather talented young woman, even if she doesn't train as much as she should. Runias shot me a look. But she's a lot better than when I was up last time. She noticed then, interesting. You have Rias here, also hailed as a talent. You have Zelretch, need I say anything about him? And you even have Mil-Icas, his child, who is also a genius. Now here's a question, what name do they have? Zekram's eye was twitching violently at this point. Runias's smile never disappeared, if anything, you could see the maliciousness in it. Wilhelm. That one is utter bullshit, and you know it. He threw his finger out, accusing her. Son of Zelretch, lover of Venelana, that sounds like a Gremory to me. You are an infuriating sloven woman child. Thank you, Lord Baal. Zekram just let out a low growl, clearly annoyed beyond limits. Enough, you know why I'm here. All right, fine. Runias let out a small sigh. Enough playing around I suppose, come on, let's have that talk that needs to happen. Everyone just looked at them as they left the room. What the fuck did I just watch? Seraphal blurted out after they disappeared. That always happens when they're in the same room. It's not just well known because Runias sleeps all the time. I happily informed them. Surprisingly though, they're very much allies and would immediately come to the other's aid if the situation was dire. Oh well, I should head out, the show is over, it seems. That little son of a bastard is trying to do what? Runia's voice blew out of the room they were in, the shattering of glass apparent as every window in the whole house broke, the release of a wisp of her power seeping out with her words. I should probably head out before I get caught up in something and get delayed further. Thankfully, they all seemed more concerned about the two old devils than me, giving me a good chance to make my escape. At ******* at. Odin POV. Ah, it's Lady Jin. 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 Show them Asgard's might, Lady Jin. She's not fighting you idiot. It was nice. Despite Asgard not being fully rebuilt as of yet, nor the Norse realms returning to full peace and tranquility, there was a bit of a reprieve. The times were changing. Freya and I set up a large magical projection so everyone could watch what was going on with the other side of the world. Officially, we were allies of the yokai, and that was a recognized fact by every god of Asgard and the Norse realms. Unofficially, we would tear apart anyone that tried to meddle with them with a fervor that would make even Surtur take pause. Unfortunately, we couldn't really help out with their current problem. Oh, we never shied away from a war, and in another situation, we would have stood shoulder to shoulder with the Eastern comrades of ours regardless of who the enemy was. But they needed to settle matters mostly by themselves. They were the ones given a black eye, and to not appear weak, they had to return the favor and throw some punches of their own without someone holding their hand. However, that would all cease to be if our newest goddess suffered a single strand of her hair being harmed. The brat, well, everyone respected him. If he called for aid, every god would answer his call without a second thought and willingly throw their lives away for his cause. He could have been king, and everyone would have accepted it. For Jin though, many here would willingly cut off their own arms if it meant they could beat the person who harmed her over the head with them. It didn't take much being around her to get her measure, and while many of the gods here were idiots, rarely were they foolish as well. They all knew who Jin was now, the kind and gentle goddess who didn't like fighting and was happy to live peacefully without any conflict. Yet she stood up when no one else could and fended off the destroyer himself. Fear not the man who relishes in blood, be wary of the man who fights to protect. The sister? The daughter? It was hard to put a title to the feeling. We only knew that she was to be protected, and woe be to anyone who dares hurt her. Though that little lass had her own means, so I wasn't too worried. Not to mention the brat and his lovers were there, and they felt similarly, so it was unlikely for her to come to harm. I just enjoyed a drink, watching the festivities as the war started in earnest. Allfather. Elf. I greeted back as our other new god came and sat next to me. He grunted, finding himself a drink too. Thank to you and the brat, I found myself drinking more than usual. I thought you were all drunkards, but apparently it's something woven into the divinity here. Don't act like you weren't a drinker before you got old. Stop being a whiny old man and accept your new youth with dignity. I snorted. Bah, I drank proper wine, not this slosh. If you want something a little prissier, I think we can find some milk for you. I offered. Humph, it'd be better than this crap. He didn't bat an eye at my insult. What's with that look on your face? I noticed he was acting a little odd. Even if you don't like joining in the fun, you at least used to just sit at the side without looking all mopey and ruining the atmosphere. The elf god tapped the table with a frown. You've been doing something. I raised an eyebrow, taking a drink. I do a lot of things. You've been recruiting quite heavily. You've lowered the standards a bit for Valkyries to grab new souls. You've even taken to inviting people outside the normal methods. I heard you visit a few smaller magician circles in the human world and recruit a good number of magicians. Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. The old elf tapped his finger more. You're preparing for another war. I put my cup down, a little annoyed that the elf was always so perceptive. And if I was, what would you have to say about that? How bad is it? Very bad. I didn't hide my own feelings. Ragnarok might have been a mercy. The old elf, despite being somewhat youthful again as a god, let out a tired sigh reminiscent of his true age and mentality. Is the kid involved? Smack in the middle of it. I nodded. Why does it seem like he's always in the middle of things that happened recently? I let out a chuckle. You know how it is, elf. Heroes are always at the center of conflict. I'll go stir up a conflict with the trolls, see if I can't get them to start causing problems. The old elf grunted. Should cover up what you've been doing in case anyone has been paying close attention. Maybe get the remains of the Jotun to do something too. That's probably for the best. I nodded. Maybe I was a tad too overt. But with hostility reignited, even on a small scale, it's very plausible deniability as a reason to recruit large amounts. I've also been using our rebuilding and recruiting to recoup our losses as a reason to seek out sacred gears and search for those blasted holy relics along with Bone Daddy down below. No one's going to look twice at the Norse trying to get some powerful tools under our belt after the losses we suffered. And maybe the elf was being a bit too careful, but it wouldn't hurt to take precautions. Something else is bothering you, just spit it out. The old elf grumbled again. You know our origins, right? So this is going to be one of those talks. I sighed, wishing I had something stronger to drink. I should steal one of the brat's jars of wine from before. All right, hit me. The old elf scowled. It's taboo, even among the dark elves. But it's undeniable that our origins lay in that realm. He pointed at the magical screen that showed the war between the yokai and the fair folk going on. You don't need to tell me, I was around when your lot happened upon the formation of the 9 realms and migrated. Though I was much less of a person at that point in time. It took a while for the concept of an ego to form under everything. I mentioned it offhand to the kid, but he probably didn't pay it any mind when I called them our distant cousins. He continued to tap the table impatiently. We're not the same anymore, we no longer have any ties to that place, we're elves of Alfheim down to our cores. You worried about him? Is it odd? He countered. The kid is strong. Strength isn't everything. I just don't like that some of ours is in that place without us being there. Oh, one of ours, huh? I smirked. The old elf let out a huff of annoyance. How bad would it be if I went over there with them? He was serious. Well, I couldn't fault them. From what I recall, the origins of the elves of Alfheim were that they were a banished tribe of elves from the Fey lands in a time before time and stumbled upon Alfheim as it formed, becoming the realm's inhabitants in more than just name. They're not Fey, despite being elves. Their nature completely changed. It seemed to be something weighing on him a lot due to his origins. Was it the blood of his that couldn't accept that place and hated it, which was causing him to act up? I'll send a message over. While they shouldn't immediately reject you, at the same time, it's hard to insert yourself into what they're doing. You're going to need to wait for an excuse to get properly involved. Thank you, Allfather. He responded with a rare politeness. Anything for a friend. I returned it with a smile. At ******. Non-canon Omake, the little spider. Student, you collar is not straight. Scat-Hack grabbed Wilhelm, gently, and adjusted it with a small smile on her face. There, you look presentable for your first day of schooling. It felt odd for him to be doted on and disregarded by her, but he couldn't deny that he enjoyed it. Things calmed down a lot over the past 2 years. Less and less had Wilhelm been running off on an adventure that required his dedicated attention. Less and less were there foes that required him to put his life on the line to defeat. The Grand Order had been completed. Alduin had been slain. And Trihexa had been defeated. Among other threats to the various worlds he traveled, things had become peaceful. Obviously, there would always be conflicts, and he was far from rusty at this point in time to an idiot here or there that wanted to destroy the hard-gained peace. But at the end of the day, his life had become more relaxing and normalized. And most importantly, he was happy. His family had grown in size over the years, though children was still something he and his lovers were working on, but there wasn't any great rush there. Perhaps in a couple more years, they may start taking increasingly assertive measures to facilitate pregnancy. But once more, they were content to simply live their lives as they were. Amidst this peace, Wilhelm had been discovering more of himself. Taking time to smell the proverbial roses without a looming threat allowed him to evaluate himself in a different light. There were things he felt like he was missing, regrets he didn't realize he had. When you don't have to worry about a demon god destroying all of human history, it's amazing what you can understand about yourself. One such regret he found was that he wished he finished schooling. It was funny, in a way, for him. How quickly and happily he abandoned school in favor of adventure and freedom. But part of growing up was looking back and acknowledging that many of your decisions when you were younger came not from mature and level-headed places. Sure, he didn't regret leaving that school. But he regrets that he abandoned school altogether. Maybe he was an odd one, but he didn't dislike school even as a kid. Wilhelm liked to learn new things, to discover and explore. At his core, he was a researcher. So, he broached the idea of returning to school to his lovers and they had been exceedingly supportive. However, and surprisingly, Scathach had been the most supportive. When it was merely an idea, she was the one who pushed him to do it, to not let him abandon the idea nor procrastinate. Even with all his girls around him now, about to see him off to college, it was Scathach who looked at him with the most pride. Wilhelm was happy. It wasn't just his own desire, his mom always told him how she wanted him to go to college. She even tried her best to save money when they have very little, even if that didn't turn out well. Wilhelm also wanted to do this to honor the memory of his mother. And he wanted to do it properly. That is to say, at this moment in time, he was no different than how he was before that stray exorcist stabbed him through the heart with a holy sword and awakened his past memories. To nearly everyone who wasn't trying to peer deep inside of him, he looked like an average human. Well, there were a few things that were impossible to hide away. He was far more healthy and had a bit more strength and such than a normal human his size and shape should possess, but that wasn't worth mentioning. He had sealed away all his powers and abilities and mythical items. Take care of this for me. Wilhelm slid his storage ring off his finger and placed it into the hand of Scathach. He would never allow anyone but someone he loves take care of that and all his treasures. It was his devilish nature, he was far too greedy to allow others to touch his treasures without a good reason. The only thing that outweighed that was his love for his friends and family. Though, even with everything sealed, he felt a twinge of anxiousness as it was the first time that ring left his finger in years. That wasn't to say he was without protection. However, there was just nothing he could facilitate on his end. He wanted to be truly human for a while to experience it properly. Obviously, he made sure everything was set up beforehand. He chose a world that he hadn't experienced yet. He didn't want any distractions, no people looking for him there even by accident. No world where he was already a known variable. Eventually, with the help of his grandfather, they found a world line not too dissimilar from his home. Supernatural existed in modern day, gods walked the earth, but there was a strict divide between normal and abnormal. Some sort of magical mist that covered the world and hid the supernatural behind a guise. If a human saw something they weren't supposed to, the mist automatically made an illusion to cover it up, or obscured it in their subconscious. Wilhelm had no intention to get involved in anything there, so it proved to be the best choice out of all the world lines they looked at. He was no longer the Red Dragon Emperor, the Godslayer, the Magician, etc. Simply, he was Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, college student who happened to take a few years longer than most kids there to enroll. The goodbyes were difficult as they always were. Not that he would be spending a ridiculous amount of time away. At least from the perspective of his girls, each semester would only be a couple weeks and he would even come back and visit quite often. But from his own subjective time, he would be going without seeing them for long periods. With the last portal he created still open and no longer having access to his magic for the next few years, he walked through to begin a new, albeit temporary, life. At *****. Wilhelm stepped out of the house he bought beforehand, one of the many preparations he made before diving off the proverbial cliff. Maybe someone might think him foolish for willingly discarding all his substantial power and accumulated wealth, even temporarily. However, this was important to him. It helped keep him grounded, and it was a milestone in his life. He took a deep, still getting used to being basically human again. His reaction speed was sluggish, his senses were dimmed, and he honestly felt weak. It was a strange, but good week. He took another deep breath, forcing himself to smile because he had one realization after leaving. I forgot to get my wallet before handing over my ring. At the very least, he was thankful he set up mundane bank accounts and whatnot to facilitate his mundane life. Not to mention, he had a bit of cash and other emergency necessities on hand in the house already until he sorted that out. He most certainly wasn't playing the part of a poor college student, merely a human college student. He had a substantial amount of money available to him by ordinary views. Thankfully, the house he purchased was within walking distance of the campus, somewhat. Harvard was big. Big enough that he needed some method of transportation to reach one side from the other. He momentarily contemplated buying a bicycle. The thought was novel to him who used to fly around like it was nothing. He never had a bike when he was a kid, they were too expensive. And now, well, perhaps it was time to explore other long-forgotten dreams and desires of his. It was the start of the year, so the roads were packed with both students and other people. There were even some stalls set up, people looking to hawk whatever random crap they thought they could convince some naive kids to buy. Wilhelm basically ignored it until he found something that piqued his interest. He was quick to hand over an absurd $10 for a pack of playing cards. He knew it was overpriced by a large margin, but he didn't even care to argue. He couldn't help but smile with glee as he opened it up and flicked the cards between his fingers. It had been many years since he played around with the street magic he picked up on a whim early on in his career as a runaway magus. It actually helped him with utilizing his talismans when he was still starting out. Finger dexterity was an important facet in many things, not all of them combat. He absent-mindedly shuffled the pack of cards in his hands as he walked across the Harvard campus. Classes hadn't started yet, everyone was still moving in, thus he had free time. The first place he decided to visit was of course the famous Harvard Library. There shouldn't be very many people there this time yet, so he figured it would be enough for him to explore without gaining too much attention. He heard an old story that there's a hidden secret room filled with a bunch of lost books that no one can find and it's not on any maps or official schematics. Wilhelm honestly didn't know if there was truth to that story or not, but he wanted to find out. Ascending the steps, he couldn't help but admire the architecture either. He put a hand on it, inspecting it thoroughly. It was an elegant mix between some old Greek influence and a more modern interpretation. Of course modern is relative when the building is about a century old. It's impressive, isn't it? Wilhelm turned to look at who was talking to him, a woman, and rather beautiful at that, perhaps around his age, with brown hair and interestingly gray eyes. The library itself, or are you referring to the Greek-inspired columns? He asked. Well, I think any library is impressive inherently. But I do admire the way they stuck to a more traditional design. It doesn't merely pay homage to the ancients, but it's also a very convincing replication of early techniques. She spoke. Ah, fake Greek designs. At a distance they look magnificent, but you only have to get into a few feet of it to see that it's all appearance and no substance. You can easily tell the difference in the handiwork. Of course the time period makes it easy to differentiate. Even the attempts at replication deserve praise considering they lack the same scale of industrialization that trivializes the process and likewise removes the human element in sculpting and design. It's the imperfections that give it character even if it's not completely adhering to its ancient counterparts. The girl's eyes flashed in surprise, but a strange happiness in them. You seem to be quite knowledgeable. As much as one can be for simply visiting various historic sites still standing. Well-traveled then. That's still impressive. She nodded, sounding oddly pleased. Your accent, I can't quite place it, where do you come from? Japan, actually. I'm half Japanese from my mother's side. Otherwise, I could be considering German as well. He politely swept his arm in front of himself. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg, at your service. She raised an eyebrow with a smile. Sophia Paulus. Paulus. Wilhelm hummed. Greek. A bit on the nose. She chuckled. My family has Greek ancestry dating back very long. Wilhelm understood, he was used to old families using certain naming conventions even when they branched off over the centuries. Not many incoming students come to the library this quickly. She changed subjects easily. I suppose my wide-eyed tourist-like behavior was a giveaway. He made a little fun of himself. It's their loss, I suppose. The library was one of my first stops as I recently moved into the area for school. I wanted to explore a bit, maybe see if I can find the fabled hidden room in the library. That's just a myth. The corners of her lips twitched as she brushed her hair behind her ear. But it's admirable to visit the library so soon. You wouldn't believe how many people here don't make full use of such a wonderful resource. What's your major? By your insight before, it has to be something to do with architectural design, right? Or is that simply a passing hobby? My major? I'm sorry to say you wouldn't be able to guess it. She quirked an eyebrow. That sounds like a challenge. Oh. Very well then, be my guest. I gestured for her to give it a go. Wilhelm was happy, it seemed like he already made a new friend here. She tapped her chin. I'll rule out architecture based on what you said, the insinuation was obvious. Visiting the old world with an adept understanding, guessing you're a history major feels too easy. Is that an answer? I'll give you 3 guesses. What do I get if I guess it right? She seemed amused. How about, I'll show you my world-famous magic trick. He took out the deck of cards from his pocket, flicking one of the cards out of the middle and catching it with his other hand. World-famous. She snorted. That's a bold claim. Alas, the world simply doesn't know it yet. Wilhelm sighed exaggeratedly. Okay, let's use history as my first guess. She waved her hand flippantly. That's a good guess, and I genuinely considered that, but I'm afraid you're wrong. I'll even give you a handicap. If it's my minor, I'll call it your win. Sophia felt a little twinge inside of her. She was competitive by nature, even in small unseeming contests, she didn't like to lose. Arrogance is often man's downfall. Arrogance is also the reason that humans can achieve sublimation. An interesting thing to say. Do you believe humanity has achieved this sublimation? It's a process. Can you say that 1,000 years ago men would ever dream that humans could step onto the moon, the domain believed to belong solely to their gods? He countered. A valid point. She conceded, though she would normally have something to say about that specific example. You have an interesting viewpoint. Very well, I'll choose literature. That's a rather broad guess, isn't it? Literature encompasses a very wide spectrum. It's like saying science when it both holds engineering and social sciences. Do you want to give up? Her eyes nearly twinkled in amusement. Wilhelm held his hands up. Fine, fine. I'll let you have this one, but be a little more specific in your next guess. Not literature either. She picked up that she was wrong even if he didn't outright say it. You're not giving me much to go on. Why not give me a hint? She said, playfully. A hint. Wilhelm hummed. I'll let you ask me a couple questions. Sophia originally didn't intend to be wasting this time here, she approached the library for her own goal. However, seeing the strange man staring so intently at the column of the building, her curiosity was piqued. One thing led to another, and her attention had been thoroughly grabbed by him. It was rare for someone to grab her attention so thoroughly with such little effort. He had a strange charm about him. Why did you enroll in Harvard? She finally asked after a moment. You said you're Japanese. This is far from home for you. That's a good question. You see, Harvard had a resource I could make use of that I couldn't anywhere else. Sophia was intrigued. What resource? Nepotism. It took her many years of life experience to not immediately choke at that answer. Nepotism. She deadpanned. The lifeblood of the world. Wilhelm nodded sagely. I don't think I've ever heard it be called that. Which was a feat in her long life. You enrolled in one of the most prestigious institutes in the world for nepotism. She was now questioning any further interest. You asked a question, I answered. If you want a more thorough explanation, use another question. Curiosity got the better of her. Fine. Why nepotism? To her, he seemed quick-witted and intelligent enough to succeed in other places. I dropped out of high school. He smiled, making her go wide-eyed. I was in a bad place when I was younger. In a sort of rebellious phase, I forwent school and decided to travel. It took me a while to find myself, and one of my regrets was that didn't finish a proper education, so here I am. Sophia mulled that over and found his decision to be somewhat admirable. It was praiseworthy for someone, in her eyes, to pursue higher education. But hearing what he said, she could accept that perhaps it was even more so for someone who so quickly abandoned education in the first place to return. How does nepotism play here? Wilhelm coughed awkwardly. My transcripts were not exactly exemplary. Sophia blinked in realization what he meant by that. I had a family member graduate some time ago. He added. Nepotism indeed. It was, however, part of the backstory that Wilhelm fabricated to not draw attention to himself. It was true, in some regard. Zelretch had actually gone to Harvard for a few years for some personal matter. Here, however, before he sealed everything away, he made sure his identity wouldn't raise any flags. Thus, somewhere in the archives, he had a grandfather alumni. It took some hypnosis and a lot of money to secure his enrollment considering everything. One might say it's wise to make use of any resources available for you to get ahead in life. I would thank whoever says that, but I'm not under any delusion as to how I'm here. Though, I'm fairly confident that I will excel regardless. The important point is what one does with the opportunities they're given. Sophia could accept that logic and approved of it. Art. She finally said after a while. That would cover a great many things you've said. It includes many branches such as criticism and conservation. Wilhelm opened his mouth dramatically. Nope. Sophia pursed her lips with a little huff. Fine, tell me. My major is in theater. Wilhelm chuckled. Well, technically, it wasn't specifically theater. Is theater dance and media, but the point still stood. That is, surprising. I said you would never guess. Wilhelm shrugged. My minor is astrophysics though. Sophia blinked in surprise again. That's even stranger. She didn't know what to make of him in all honesty. Who majors in theater then minors in astrophysics? Not to mention she didn't peg him as a theater person. He didn't seem to be the type. Her brother cemented the type in her mind that made it hard to differentiate others from it. Wilhelm let out a dramatic sigh again. It seems you're forever doomed to never witness my magnificent magical performance. I take back what I said, you're very much a theater boy. She snorted. It all adds up now, you have that unearned confidence that they all seem to possess. I'll have you know it's very much earned. Oh yes, I'm sure. You know what? I'll prove it. How about I recite some poetry? He grinned. She rolled her eyes. Please, woo me with your mastery of words. Wilhelm cleared his throat. Roses of red, violets of blue. You're never going to see my card trick. Let the envy consume you. That's the worst poem I've ever heard. She said dryly. My brother could learn a thing or two from how bad that was. You have my permission to be swooned. Oh, I have your permission. She snorted again. How arrogant, are you about to fly to the moon now? I would hate for the moon to fall from the sky because it can't handle the weight of your ego. What's that sound? Wilhelm held a hand up to his ear. What sound? She furrowed her brow in confusion. It's the distinct sound of a sore loser. Sophia's lips twitched uncontrollably. Did you get beat up a lot in school? Is that why you dropped out? I have a feeling that a lot of people wanted to hit you. Wilhelm considered that, the latter half. A lot of people have said many things over the course of his life. All right, I'll show you my magic trick. He finally relented. Who wants to see your dumb magic trick? She was ready to stomp her foot, but she caught herself. It was strange, she had never met someone outside of her family that could poke her buttons so easily. So you don't want to see it? She let out a sigh. Fine, show me your magic trick. She would admit, not out loud, but he did expertly handle the cards with a strange precision as he shuffled them. All right, pick a card. He held it out for her. She rolled her eyes and grabbed one in the middle, looking at it. A king of hearts. All right, put it back in and don't tell me. She had seen this a million times, she didn't even have to look to know what he was doing. He reshuffled and tapped the top. This is your card. He pulled it up. No. She looked at the 7 of diamonds. Whoops, my mistake. He then pulled from the bottom. This is your card. She shook her head at the 5 of hearts. This one. No. This one. No. This one. Are you sure you're world famous? She found the turnabout rather enjoyable as she looked at him struggling. Truthfully, it didn't ruin her perception of him in her eyes. It was rare that she found someone she genuinely enjoyed conversing with in this kind of way. This one for sure. Do you want me to take pity on you? She asked, looking at him and the several cards he tossed on the ground previously. All right, fine. I give up. He surrendered. A wise man knows when to fold them. She said, pun intended. She didn't care what the other said, she most certainly had a sense of humor. She looked at his defeated expression and did take a little bit of pity on him regardless. Give me your contact information, we can study together sometime. He perked up immediately. Got a pen? She held one out for him to take and he grabbed a random card to write it for her and she casually accepted it. He already waved her goodbye and started to walk off. She glanced down at the card to memorize the information written on it, then was about to toss it away before she did a double take. King of Hearts. Arrogant bastard. She huffed, with a small smile playing at her lips. At asterisk. The years passed by quickly. Wilhelm was enjoying his time in school even as the end was approaching. These years had done him a lot of good for him. He hadn't needed to draw his sword against an enemy in so long that he was starting to feel a little antsy. He didn't know if that was a good or bad thing. He promised himself that he would make sure to wipe off the dust afterwards, but for the present, he simply enjoyed living a mundane life. There were already plans in his head. First and foremost, he was going to visit his mother's grave and leave her a copy of his diploma. That was going to be the very first thing he does after graduating. He just needed to graduate, well, that wouldn't actually be difficult for him. He was graduating near the top of his class. He couldn't claim to be the best in a structured academic setting, sometimes he simply dislikes doing busy work and forgoes it. His flippant nature is a part of him just as everything else is. If he's not forced to do something with minimal downside, he will sometimes not do it. But, he made sure that he was passing everything with flying marks. He was at one of the happiest points in his life. He even managed to make several friends over the course of his school years. Some more acquaintances, but they were friends regardless. He got to experience somewhat of a normal school life. His previous experiences, well, they made certain things about college life less exciting. Still, he would join with friends, go out and meet people, do random and perhaps unwise things under the influence of cheap beer. Speaking of friends, someone knocked on his door. He could barely see a reflection of his friend Sophia, but he was confused why she was here this late. He was about to head to bed as it were. He opened the door without hesitation. He had gotten loose to her these past few years. She's been in his house plenty of times at this point. Sophia, what's? He looked at the sleeping baby in her arms. That's a baby. How astute as always, Wilhelm. She deadpanned, walking inside. It's your child. No, it's not. He immediately denied with a blink. It's your child. She reiterated again. He opened his mouth to deny it again, but clamped up with confusion because the child had the same red-colored hair that he did. Sophia, I haven't had sex with anyone since coming to Harvard. Well, anyone in this world. Do I need to tell you how babies are made? She smiled patiently, not reacting to his verbal jab like normal. It was a back and forth between them usually, one of them trying to get a rise out of the other. I'm going to miss your wit, Wilhelm. Even if it was infuriating a lot of the time. Sophia, explain clearly. His expression hardened. This is the only expression of love I can give. This is the child between us, Wilhelm. I admired your intelligence for a long time now. You're a good person even if you can be rather arrogant at times. I know you'll raise her well. Her name is Annabelle. Sophia. My name is not Sophia. She spoke and the world shifted unnaturally. Even her look slightly altered, and a wave of power crashed over the house. I am Athena, goddess of wisdom. I created this child by combining our essences. She is a demigod, your child and mine. Her whole demeanor changed, more commanding. No physical proof needed to be given. It was as if the idea she wasn't a goddess was rejected from any thoughts. Wilhelm felt something inside of him as well. A flurry of emotions he hadn't experienced in a long time. Rage was at the forefront. There were only two things that stopped him from destroying the apparent goddess in front of him. One, that his powers were sealed at the moment. Secondly, ignoring everything else, he looked at the child the goddess forced into his arms, and all the anger and desire to rampage dissipated. He was still utterly furious, but it was all reined into a controllable degree because he immediately fell in love with the little girl sleeping soundly in his arms. To Athena's viewpoint, he was dumbstruck, understandably so. She didn't treat his silence and surprise with any aggression. If anything, she found him keeping a level head proper and admired him for it. She didn't just give her children to anyone. There were some she misjudged that she had to threaten a few months later as they tried to abandon her children in some far-off corner. But in this case, she didn't feel like she would need to. There is a camp for others like her. You will receive a messenger when she gets older. Make sure she goes to the camp. And don't tell her about her heritage. The more she knows about her heritage, the more danger she'll be in. Monsters hunt demigods by a specific scent they give off. I know this may be a bit overwhelming to you, but I can't stay for long. Certain ancient laws don't allow me as a goddess to interfere with mortal affairs. Myths and legends are real. Tread carefully and keep our daughter safe. Wilhelm didn't even have the chance to utter a word before she disappeared from that spot. Nor did he find the will to rage at her still. He felt lost, unsure of what to do. There was a part of him that felt taken advantage of and it made a knot in his stomach. Regardless of how it happened, without his consent, he had a daughter. Another daughter. A baby. He was holding his infant daughter. A few tears began to swell up in his eyes because this was something he wanted to share with the women he loved, and it was stolen. He wasn't thinking straight, his mind clouded. He made perhaps the best decision he could in that moment, and he went for one of the emergency backups in the house that upon activating, it pulled him back to his home world. He abandoned his schooling and mundane life without hesitation. He collapsed onto the couch of his true home. Immediately, everyone in the vicinity knew about. It only took moments before everyone nearby poured into the room. The sounds of a crying infant reached their ears. Wilhelm. Yasaka was the first to look at him in confusion. Student, whose child is that? She was the first to notice the similarities. It's mine. Wilhelm said softly, rocking her in his arms. She's my daughter. At *****. It took a while for Wilhelm to fully explain. The others recognized how uncharacteristic his attitude was. Kunu, come meet your little sister. Wilhelm said quietly as his other daughter finally entered the room at Yasaka's side. Despite the strange situation, there was also an atmosphere of warmness as Kunu looked at her younger sister. The not-so-young fox smiled. "Hey there, I'm Kunu. I'm going to be your older sister." She stretched out a finger, letting the young girl who was wide awake now grab onto it. Wilhelm found himself smiling. She was so old now, his little Kunu was almost an adult. "Dad, what's her name?" She didn't ask about how she came to be, Yasaka already told her. No one wanted to mention it, seeing Wilhelm's expression. The anger wasn't just with him either, they all were utterly furious and had their own ideas about finding that supposed goddess. Meridia was present as well as Izanami, both of them had to be talked down from personally going to beat some sense into the supposed goddess of wisdom. "Student," Scathach said softly, holding the young girl in her arms. "Come, there is something you should see." Wilhelm, not sure what she was talking about, stood up to inspect his newest daughter. Scathach moved the beanie-like hat the infant was wearing to keep her head warm and then rubbed two particular spots on her forehead. "Feel here." Wilhelm silently did so and his eyes widened with tears forming again. This time, they were accompanied by a different emotion than before. "She's going to have little horns." They didn't show just yet, but he could feel them beneath the surface. She inherited his devil blood. That raised a great many questions that he didn't care to find answers to just yet. The turbulent emotions were still running wild. "She's adorable." Jin cooed, playing with her while Scathach still held the baby. "We should give her a new name." Venelana looked on. "A devil name? She has master's hair color." Reiku equally was enthralled by the infant. It just made Wilhelm more angry, he wanted one of his girls to experience this first with him. "Wilhelm." Artoria out a hand on his shoulder. She recognized that his anger was flaring up. "We should have her baptized." Jean eventually blurted out. Everyone paused, looking at her before the room erupted in laughter, easily easing a lot of the tension in the room. Artoria Alter had been silent, not offering words of encouragement, but she was sitting at his side, tightly grabbing his hand. She knew part of what he was feeling, as did regular Artoria. Both of them went through the experience of giving life to a child against their will and knowledge. Despite the fact that both of them accepted Mordred as their son, albeit in different regards, it was an experience they didn't like to recall. "Shall we hunt down this goddess? We can write your daughter's new name in her blood." Salem drawled. Despite the bloodthirsty manner in which she said that, Wilhelm found himself smiling a little again seeing how many people here agreed with her thoughts. "Arachne." Kunu blurted out. "Let's call her Arachne." Wilhelm blinked, snorting with barely held back laughter at the thought. After a moment, he let out a sigh. "I never wanted one of my children to be without a parent. I wanted one of you to share this with me." He trembled slightly. "Student." Scathach said again, seemingly monopolizing the infant for herself. "The mother of this child cannot be changed." She spoke smiling softly as she looked down at the child. "I will be her mom, I will adopt her." No one made an effort to refute her, nor did anyone believe the need to. Mostly, they were surprised with how quickly she came to this decision. Once more, Wilhelm felt tears swelling up in his eyes as the woman he loved said he would be the mother to his daughter. "Give her a name." He managed to get out. "I like the suggestion." Scathach smiled. "It was in jest, but I believe it feels appropriate. Arachne, my little spider. It is common for middle names these days. I also have a name I have wanted to give a daughter if I ever had one. In my own myths in various worlds, many Scathachas have birthed children and used the same name. Now, I wish to do so as well." It didn't take long for the immortal witch to come to these decisions. She had long said she gave her everything to Wilhelm, she would have accepted the child regardless of if it came from within their group or not. But to know that she was without a proper mother, and casting her eyes upon the spitting image of her student, Scathach as well fell in love with the child immediately. "She will be Arachne Wathak Schweinorg. At *****at. A/N. An omake I had been casually working on for most of the week, mostly on my phone. It was a random idea I had, then someone in my Discord posted a small snippet of it on QQ and it gave me the motivation to write it out properly. I'll most likely be doing follow-up parts to it. I don't know how many parts in the series it'll have, but enough to constitute a numbering in the title. A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. I also have a boosty under the same name if you can't use the above. Also over here, I got the next part of Arachne Omake, the next chapter of Cultivation Cyclops, and the next Looking Glass Omake. Chapter 562, Chapter 507 plus Looking Glass Part 9. For some strange reason the Viking didn't believe me. He looked at me strangely for a moment, then let out a laugh and patted me on the shoulder. "Thank you, lad, been a while since I've had someone get a laugh out of me like that." Unnulf replied. I just smiled wryly because I really couldn't prove it to him, and maybe I even shouldn't. For me, gods weren't some unreachable vestiges that I could only look up. Nor were they the subject of my worship and admiration like many people. To most immortals, gods were something spoke about, but not really as a fact that you could point to. They wouldn't ever know if Odin just dropped in and stood next to them. Maybe I could have proven myself with an ample display of might, however, we didn't actually want to destroy all the ships. All the damage we've done so far, well, it could be repaired without too much hassle. Regardless, the tide turned with our arrival rather quickly. Hey old man, how long have you been fighting these Fae? I ducked under a blade, casually countering with a flick of my wrist and piercing one's neck. The Viking head-butted one rather brutally, then bashed his head in with the hilt of his blade. We don't really keep track of time these days, lad. He replied good-naturedly, despite being soaked in blood. But we got enough experience. These ones aren't their best, seems like they sent out a group for their own training. Ah, that makes sense. They seemed a bit less experienced than they probably should be. I see. I frowned, catching his meaning. They're treating you like a whetstone then. Aye, that's about right. Using us to sharpen their blades, that's a good way to put it. Though his face darkened. Though they had a few of their stronger ones hiding. There was still enough fighting going on that it was going to take a while to finish up even as the remainder of the ships came to assist and it became a much more chaotic fight. And despite helping, Unulf still kept a weary guard up against me. I couldn't fault him. How long had he been in the Fey realm? It was only the smart thing to be cautious against anything and everything they come across. Give me a moment, I'll end things. Unulf merely lifted an eyebrow from below his helmet, very clearly skeptical. My reacts spread out, but I held back on using it to press down, which was more tiring and difficult than I imagined. I could almost verify that they were all in fact human, despite the oddities in their existence here, and their different seeming origins. But I didn't focus on that. I felt every Fae in the vicinity when I focused. I can admit that my ability to sense people through my spiritual power was not up to par compared to the likes of Yoruchi and the Shinigami due to them basically living in these conditions, but when focusing for several moments, I could manage somewhat. Pinpointing their exact signatures, their location, their auras were remembered by me as I ran some mental calculations. And I took a deep breath. Zune Hail Vike. The words bellowed out, overcoming all other noise, even shaking the boats, causing the waves we rested upon to kick up in response. However, nearly every Fae in the vicinity had their weapons flying from their hands with such force that the vast majority landed into the ocean below. Easily one of my favorite dragon shouts. It was just so versatile. However, I noticed a trickle of blood down my nose, which I quickly wiped away. A smidgen of a headache was coming on from doing that just as well. I never modified a shout to that degree before, marking so many targets all at once with such precision. Well, that'll do it I suppose. Unulf muttered, sheathing his weapons. Not every Fae lost their weapon, some I didn't notice, or my use of the dragon words didn't reach a high enough realm to precisely hit every single target. But out of the thousands present, 99% were now without their weapons and they were quickly overrun by the humans who attacked without hesitation. Especially with the iron weapons I gave out, it was a slaughter at this point. My own ship along with the yokai cut a swathy swath through their end, slowly making their way towards where I was. Gradually, this spot became the center of the ensuing conclusion of the fight. I was thankful that even the other people here didn't seem intent on sinking the enemy's ships. Well, there were a couple that erupted in flames, and suffered enough damage that they collapsed into themselves and slowly sank, but there were still about a dozen whole and healthy ships remaining. My ships approached, anchoring right next to the Fae ship I was standing on. It seemed like Unulf was acting as an unofficial liaison as he stayed within reach of me as the ships from the human side approached, getting close enough that everyone could see each other. Nurarihion silently stepped to meet me, along with a good handful of the yokai while most remained on the ship. On the opposite end of the current ship we were standing on, many more humans joined at Unulf's side wearing all different sorts of clothes and armor. They were understandably weary, but doubly so because it became rather obvious to them that our group wasn't human. Ancient Greeks, Europeans of various assortments, Japanese, Scandinavian. It was a whole small United Nations right here from different time periods. Though the awkward silence made things difficult. I gave them a once-over and I revised my earlier assessment of them. They were far stronger than they realistically should be for normal humans. That was to say, yes, humans in earlier years were innately stronger, not just in my home, but in my birth world. But just existing did not bring about this degree of strength. The average seemed to be about mid-class in scope, but I noticed several high-class among them. Both sides were sizing each other up. At the risk of dragging this awkward atmosphere out, how about introductions? I offered. No one immediately stepped forward, so Unulf spoke up. At the least, they helped. They looked between themselves, a silent agreement it seemed. Unulf speaks the truth. Another Viking, he seemed to like their leader, spoke up in Unnulf's defense. It's not the first time they tried to gain our trust through despicable means. Let the Lord sort them out. A knight wearing a cross on his armor harumphed with a few nods of agreement. English. I spoke up, looking at him. I was in London a few weeks ago. I smiled good-naturedly, trying to ease the clear tension. The knight blinked in surprise. You know of my homeland? He muttered. I also realized something. I perfectly understood them, and it wasn't because of my devil heritage. The way they spoke, they were all magically speaking fluently in a way that was understood. I looked at the others. Forgive me for guessing, but... I pointed to another. Italian. And Spanish. You, French. Of course, there weren't simply a handful of each nationality, and it took everything inside of me not to poke at the Frenchman. That seemed to genuinely surprise them. Ever so slightly, the weariness alleviated. To my friends in the back. I looked at the handful of samurai and few dozen soldiers wearing older-style Japanese arms and armor. I hail from Japan in the modern day, but I'm not quite sure what time period you come from. Perhaps you recognize Nippon, Neon, Yamato. A flash of realization dawned on the Japanese people's faces. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. I politely bowed. I understand your weariness, but we mean you no harm. These are my companions. I gestured to Nurarihayan. Surprised to see a group of humans in this place. He grunted. Especially some from our homeland. His eyes flashed across the Japanese lot. I'm Nurarihayan, I rule over half the yokai of Japan. He gestured to the group. Realization dawned on the Japanese. Yokai. The samurai at the front, the one wearing, well, the most prestigious-looking armor, he pushed forward. You claim to be yokai. Brother Goro, what are these yokai? One of the Greeks asked, look at the samurai. A surprising bit of camaraderie between them considering the social and cultural differences. I don't mind answering, we don't have anything to hide. I volunteered as their gazes turned to me. Some cultural differences, but you can vaguely consider yokai to be a term for all demons, monsters, and ghosts that come from Japan. The aforementioned Goro nodded as his fellows looked to him, not adding anything. Maybe he also felt it wasn't worth going into further details. Well, they ain't the fuckers from this place. Unnulf grunted. If you're some kind of monsters or spirits, how'd you come to this place? Well, he took it in stride. I suppose it was easier when it was monsters from another part of the world you knew nothing about. We were attacked, so in response, we launched an invasion of our own. Nurarihayan said bluntly. We didn't expect the need for a naval presence, so we're rounding up some ships in anticipation of our people marching this far. We already established a foothold and they should be slowly pushing out from there. A few eyes widened, perhaps in disbelief. I'm pretty sure these were mostly mundane humans before whatever happened to them to end up here. We received a little bit of help as well. I added, looking back at the knights of varying nationalities. The church helped us establish a foothold. The church still stands. One of them asked, only to receive a smack upside the head from his fellow knight. Of course it stands, the Lord's might can't be questioned by these heretical monsters. He harumphed. Perhaps introductions. I offered again, steering it back towards coming to a peaceful conclusion. Once more, they looked between themselves before starting. I suppose we have you to thank for the help. And these weapons. One of the knights held up one of the iron weapons I deposited. You have questions, I assume, but we do as well. If the church had assisted you, as you claim, then regardless of your origins, you bring the work of the Lord. Sir Aiken Harford. The English knight seemed to be the leader of the ones bearing the cross. I command the Lord's wrath, the vessel over yonder in the group you see before you. He pointed back. All of the Lord's children are welcome under my banner. Probably a bad idea to mention my heritage in front of them for the moment. The samurai took off his helmet, revealing a weathered face, but one that seemed about middle-aged. He performed an older and proper Japanese greeting. Yoshimura Goro, third son of the Yoshimura clan. It is not what I expected, but seeing comrades from my home, it brings this old man happiness. You've met Unnulf, one of my finest warriors. They all call me Chief, name's Talak. The leader of the Viking gave a big grin, caring less about our origins. One of the Greeks at the front also took off his helmet, his age appeared about the same as everyone else. Something I noticed, they all looked about middle-aged despite coming from obviously different eras. I'm Callan, commander of the ships and warriors here. He gestured to the other Greeks. I thank you for your assistance, and I don't care much about anything else if you're not enemies. Straight and to the point. Forgive me for being blunt, but how did you all come to be here? I was honestly confused at their presence. A freak storm. We got lost. A strange creature dragged us off our ship, A mist suddenly surrounded us. A damned witch. Woke up here randomly. Many different answers, pretty much all by happenstance and none intentionally. You all are aware that you come from far different eras, right? I didn't feel the need to tiptoe around the issue. We're not daft, boy. Talek snorted. We each speak of places and people we've never heard of before. Odin's beard, these ones won't shut up about their god that I've never heard in my life. He jerked his thumb at the knights. Humph, heretics. One snorted in response, but it definitely lacked the usual heat that one would say that with. Bah. The Viking dismissed it. You claim to come here willingly. What year is it on the Lord's calendar? Sir Harford asked. The Gregorian calendar, coined due to it being invented by Pope Gregory XIII. And it seemed like a question they all wanted an answer to, leaning in. By the calendar you're familiar with, it should be about 2007. I wasn't entirely sure their years matched up with ours, but it's thereabouts anyways. My words were met with silence. Ah, it's been that long, eh? Unnulf looked wistful. You know your time period based on that? I asked. Aye, we figured out enough to get an estimate. He nodded, crestfallen. Really, the only ones that were sort of oblivious were the Japanese. Which made sense, they adopted the Gregorian calendar around the start of the 1900s. Would you perhaps know what period of time that correlates to for us? The samurai asked rather respectfully, almost uncaring about our status. I was growing confused about a great more things as time went on. Tell me what happened before you appeared here. Nurarihayan closed his eyes, letting out a breath. Should be able to figure it out. The emperor declared the change of the capital from Nara to Heiankyo, the samurai spoke after giving it a thought. Ah, seems you disappeared right at the start of the Heian period. Nurarihayan nodded in understanding. Using the Western calendar, that's around the start of the 800s. 1200 years. The samurai muttered, taking up a look not dissimilar from the others. Young man. Sir Harford looked at me. What's the outside world like? I won't lie, you wouldn't recognize it. A person has the ability to travel anywhere in the world in about a day now. Everything has become interconnected, you can see people from Japan, I gestured to the samurai. Over in London and no one bats an eye. Japan is doing well, its people don't want for much, and it's considered a world power. The church is the most popular religious institution in the world, and all your countries still exist. I looked at the knights. It was a cold realization that even if they left this hell, the world they knew no longer existed. It would be like me waking up one day and suddenly, humanity was now extended towards the stars. What was I even supposed to say at this point? No use crying over it. Callan, the Greek commander grunted. Knew for a while that my home wasn't the same anymore. You all are too old to be moping around like a bunch of youngsters. That brought up a rather interesting and predominant question. How are you people still alive? I knew it was rather blunt of me to ask, but it seemed like something that needed answering. And how long have you been here? How long we've been here? Hard to say. Talek answered. You see, Goro over there, his lot came in after us, despite the ones who won't shut up about their god coming in first. He gestured to the knights. As for how old we are. He rubbed his beard. I think I passed my 300th year a while back, but most of us stopped counting. What? How? Life extension, it wasn't hard for humans once they reached a certain level. Yasaka even gave Arthur his punishment knowing that the kid would live far beyond a normal human lifespan. But we're talking about hundreds of people here, all presumably in their centuries. This is all assuming that they speak the truth. Sir Harford pointed out. I trust in the Lord's will, but we have been led astray before. Skepticism was something needed here for them, it was understandable. There's an easy way to check, let's just take them to see Mother. Callan spoke with a shrug. Aye, that'll solve the issue of spies. Talek agreed. Fine. Sir Harford seemed a bit more reluctant. Outsiders, we invite you back to our home. Out of curiosity, how many are there of you back home? Because obviously this couldn't be everyone. A few thousand, give or take. Unnulf answered as if it were a simple thing. Once more, I'm taken aback. A few thousand humans were displaced and living here. Strangely, they didn't ask us more questions, about the outside or ourselves or even the whole invasion thing. I suppose they're waiting to verify with whatever means they had. I looked at Nurarihayan, who gave me a look that basically read, do what you want. Alright, I understood his standpoint. Frankly, I don't think he cared overly much about the humans in general, at the end of the day he was selfish and only really cared about his own people. A sentiment that most shared in the world. However, there was something going on and I wanted to get to the bottom of it. Lead the way. I agreed. Because I was genuinely confused at their existence. At ******* at. Non-canon Omake, Through the Looking Glass Part 9. A/N, just a quick word, I tried something different for this part of the Omake. The general consensus was that it was enjoyable, but it didn't quite hit the same way as the other parts, so going forward, I'll make sure to do them normally. At ******** at. Takao Shimoda POV. Well, this was a pretty fucked situation. Fear not, friend of Riser. Riser shall defend you from harm. The Phoenix member boasted proudly. Will you? A large blast of holy power sent him hurling into a wall. Riser hit the wall of the school, falling to the ground wincing in pain, but he got up, looking good as new. As if a mere 10-winged angel, the antithesis of devil kind could match Riser. Oh, I like you, you got spirit. Kokabeel, the fallen angel and one of the Grigori leaders smiled, looking down at not just him but all of us. Better than these other ones. He swept his arm, as Rias's was on the ground, along with Sona. Riser is stronger than them. He said proudly. I beat you. Issei forced out, pushing up on his feet. Yeah, Issei beat you. Rias pushed to her feet too. Why are you even here? No, Riser lost to the Satan because he cheated. Riser raised a hand. And Riser is here to protect his best friend. Why do you keep calling me that? I told him that it wasn't me. My bastard other self. Riser will never forget the debt he owes. Damn it. I thought you stopped referring to yourself in the third person. Sona huffed, breathing heavily. I quickly moved to her to help her up. I couldn't do anything else, I was too weak. Riser did it before out of arrogance and a misguided sense of superiority. And what changed? She deadpanned. Riser realized that he must be shameless. Satan Lucifer shamelessly cheated. The Red Dragon Emperor shamelessly boasts about his fetishes and gets stronger because of them. Thus Riser must become more shameless. He said with confidence. What the hell happened to you, Riser? Rias looked at him in utter bewilderment despite the fact that we had a host of fallen angels hovering overhead, intent on killing us all. Riser got therapy. He nodded to himself. Damn it, Wilhelm. He even enrolled in our school. He keeps following me around and treats me like his best friend. Though I would really like for him to be here right now. Didn't he warn us about this exact situation? Why wasn't it handled already? He's not wrong. Devils are beings of desire. If you focus that desire you can go really far. The 10-winged angel added rather helpfully. Oi, Riser doesn't want advice from someone who looks like a vampire movie reject. Riser said pointedly. There was a beat of silence before a light spear pierced him, impaling him to the side of the building. Riser. I found myself blurting out in concern. Don't worry, friend of Riser, this is nothing compared to the power of a phoenix. He spoke before throwing up a mouthful of blood. Oh, that doesn't look good. You realize that holy power is something that overcomes your regeneration, right? Kokabeel looked at him. Riser rejects your reality. The reality that you're bleeding to death, poisoned by my holy power. Riser threw up another mouthful of blood. Riser is just getting warmed up. Heh. What is wrong with you devils? Kokabeel finally lost that amused grin. Now Issei. Rias screamed. Dragon shot. He roared. And Kokabeel dodged it rather easily. Did you really scream it out beforehand? I looked at Sona who just face-palmed. Riser kick. I looked up and Riser was somehow above Kokabeel, flying at him, and somehow managed to kick him. Granted, it didn't do much, didn't even knock him to the ground, sort of just knocked him back a bit before the fallen angel grabbed him and threw him back at the ground, creating a new hole. Riser kick. Kokabeel repeated. Riser couldn't think of a good name. He admitted, stumbling out of the hole on the ground. Riser really wishes he brought his peerage with him. That goes double for me. Rhea smiled awkwardly. I'd like to add myself to that group. Sona grit her teeth, standing up by her own strength, magic circles appearing on her hands. Riser questions when Satan Lucifer is going to cheat Kokabeel of his victory and save us. Will you let that go? Rias huffed. Never. Sorry kids, but he has no idea what's going on right now. Don't worry, we have a few more minutes that we can play around before I got to cut this babysitting short. Kokabeel chuckled. I'll tell you what, put up a good fight, and I won't make it hurt when I put these Excalibur swords through your hearts for your family to find. Do any of you have a good plan? Sona whispered. Hit him as hard as possible. Issei offered. A better plan. Hit him as hard as possible with my power of destruction. Rias hesitantly added. I really don't even question the fact that he's your pawn, Rias. Sona said dryly. Dare I ask, Riser, do you possibly have a plan? You seemingly have more combat experience than us. Riser has an idea. I hesitate to ask for details. Rias can challenge him to a rating game, therefore her brother will inevitably interfere and cheat so she wins. He spoke. Will you stop holding a grudge against me? I thought you were happy we weren't getting married. Riser is ecstatic he doesn't have to be married to you. But Riser is also pissed he was cheated after winning his prize. Satans, I think I liked you more when you were trying to marry me. Rias's mouth hung open. Fine, Riser has a plan. He spoke up with a serious look. Kokabeel, angel of the stars. Dare you accept a duel? Everyone stared at him like he was an idiot. Sure. Kokabeel shrugged. What's the rules? How the hell did that work? 1 versus 1, no interference, winner is decided when the other can't fight anymore. Riser paused. Against the Red Dragon Emperor. He stepped back, gesturing to Issei. Deal. Kokabeel accepted. Dick. Issei barely got the words out before Kokabeel was on the ground, his hand grabbing Issei's face and throwing him through a wall. Tally-ho. Kokabeel casually jumped through the hole in the wall, and we heard the sounds of Issei getting his proverbial and very literal shit kicked in. I recognized the sounds enough from when he got beat up every day for peeing on the girls in the school. This was your plan. Sona looked at him. Yes, now Riser can die happy. He smiled. You are just the worst kind of person. Rias replied. No, if Riser was the worst kind of person, he would do this. Riser took a deep breath. Red Dragon Emperor, if you don't defeat Kokabeel, he's going to pierce Rias's breasts with his spears of light, destroying them. What was that supposed to do? Rias looked at him. Wait for it. Riser held up a finger, then suddenly, the building Issei was in exploded. Welsh Dragon Balance Breaker. He roared, blasting Kokabeel away with the power of his sacred gear. It was always phenomenal to see it in person, and I couldn't help but be jealous that he had something like that while I was sitting here, worthless in a fight. Rias visibly relaxed and I found myself feeling like death wasn't certain now. I still failed to see. That was until Issei was slammed into the ground again with a maniacally grinning 10-winged fallen angel repeatedly punching him in the face. Riser realized Kokabeel was holding back. Kokabeel wouldn't hold back if Red Dragon Emperor used his balance breaker, meaning he gets a more thorough beating. Riser explained. I really am not fond of you. Rias said emotionlessly. And he promptly treated Issei like a rag doll and threw him around until he got bored, only dragging him back to us and tossing him at our feet, unconscious. That was a nice little workout, he makes a wonderful punching bag. Kokabeel rotated his arm as if it were just him warming up. Who's next? Rias. Riser volunteered her. Dick. Rias looked at him, barely time to even say that as she got blasted by a burst of holy power. Next. Kokabeel looked amused again. Riser's fiery wings burst out from his back. Worry not, Takao. Riser will protect you and your lame girlfriend. I am not lame. Sona huffed, focusing on Rias who stumbled back towards us looking a bit beaten up. He charged at Kokabeel again, actually looking like he was able to put up a fight. Or maybe that was just because Riser could take a beater better than anyone else and keep going. Definitely the latter. It didn't take long for him to hit the ground again, and for several light spear to pin him there, making him unable to move. Well, that was certainly fun. A nice little workout to go with it. But we should end it, however, I admit I'm enjoying myself too much to simply make it so unsatisfying. How about we turn it into a little game? Riser is good at checkers. The Phoenix raised his hand despite bleeding from all over and still impaled by light spear. Sona did her best to remove them, but it was hard enough to even be near them for a devil. Her magic was able to destroy them with a bit of effort, and I moved to help Riser stand up on his feet. Kokabeel held his hands up, a big ball of holy power formed. All right, I'll keep making it bigger and bigger, let's see how long you can last. He threw it down on us. Sona cast a big water spell, Rias threw her destruction at it, and Riser's flames burst out, all colliding with the big ball of holy power. Barely, just barely, they were able to destroy it, but all of them looked far too exhausted. Good job. Round 2. A bigger ball of holy power appeared above. Useless, I was so useless. Takao, make a run for it. We can stall long enough, maybe you can escape while they're paying attention to us. Sona whispered. No way, I agree. Riser interjected. Go my friend, we shall block them. Don't worry, a phoenix can't die. Go Takao, it's fine. Rias smiled bitterly. Tell Zelretch to pull off his wings for me. She added with a wink, as if to force herself to not react badly. Why couldn't I be stronger? My other self, he was strong. Dad was strong, they're all strong, but I'm weak, useless. They said run, but it was already not an option. That big ball of holy power was falling down and I closed my eyes, waiting for the inevitable. Do you want power? What? Do you want power? The same voice, it was as if time slowed and I heard a strange feminine voice in my head. I want to be able to stand next to them, I want enough power to protect them. I shouted in my mind. Are you sure? There's a price to be paid for everything. Yes, whatever the price is, I accept it. As a devil, I felt like I was making a deal with the devil. But, what choice did I have? What was worse here than just dying? Then having the people I care about die. Having my mom have to find out what happened afterwards. No, I would give up my soul if it meant I would have enough power. Very well, then it's time to become a hero of love and justice. Yes, wait what? Magical girl transformation sequence, go. I saw a bright light and my clothes disappeared and oh god, was I seriously going through a transformation sequence? What the fuck was happening? I felt something on my chest, is that a bra? Sorry, only done this with girls before, but it's fine. It's not fine. A very tight and revealing shirt swept around me. Followed by. I felt something ride up between my legs and I very much did not like it. Is that a thong? I squawked. Listen, I said I've only done this for girls before, just let it happen. I regret. A very short skirt appeared around me, to the point where it barely came down past my butt. Why is my skirt so short? What a weird question, obviously so people can get a glimpse up your skirt while you're fighting, duh. That's not a valid reason. Get ready, you need to say the magical words to finish the transformation. Otherwise, you won't have the power to defeat this villain. Fine. The weird lights around me disappeared, it was as if we returned to the world but I felt powerful. I grit my teeth and accepted it. The words I needed to speak fresh in my mind as I felt a strange wand between my fingers, I flew up and held it pointing towards the big ball of holy power coming down. Bringing love and justice to the world, magical girl Kaleido Ruby. It felt like something solidified and all that power was bubbling up inside of me. I wasted no time and swung my new wand, and a massive burst of power shot out, piercing through. Oh what the fuck, Kokobeel's last words as the beam of power shot through him, and lit up the night sky, continuing out towards space. And then, I just floated there. Takao, why are you wearing a magical girl outfit? Sona asked. I don't know. I fully admitted. Riser is confused. Riser can see up his friend's skirt. Riser is wondering why his friend is wearing a thong. Riser spoke, making me realize that everyone could see up my skirt. Riser is having some very unwise thoughts. As if I didn't have enough problems, the other fallen angels seemingly had a moment to realize that their leader was dead. A good few hundred of them, yeah, that's not good. Though, and rather suddenly, they all completely froze. Like icicles falling from the sky, they hit the ground and shattered. Winter appeared instantly, the temperature dropping to nearly freezing without warning. I looked down and Seraphol was there, her eyes murderous, like a true demon with ice and cold air literally wafting out of her mouth. Seraphol. Sona blurted out. Ah. Sona. Whatever was happening to Seraphol, she seemed to snap out of her weird state. What's this? Where am I? What's going on? Did you come here to rescue us? Ah. Seraphol looked around. I just felt a disturbance. Like someone was stealing something of mine and I acted without thinking. Her head turned unnaturally around as she looked up at me. Takao, I think you got some explaining to do. I gulped. Oh wow, good luck, that one looks crazy. My wand just spoke. I really am not in any presence of mind to deal with this. As if the world was wanting to slap me one more time, there was a slight, twisting and burst of magic as a note fell through the air and I casually reached out for it. Dear Takao, I was watching and it looked like you were having a rough time. So, I thought I'd lend a hand on your journey. No need to thank me, just take care of Ruby. Zoxo. Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. P.S. I took lots of pictures and sent them to Mom. Am I allowed to hate myself? Because I really hate myself right now. At ****** at /n. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above. I have the next 2 parts of the Arachneo makeup over here. Chapter 563, Chapter 508. Surprisingly, the human group didn't really pester them with questions. Not that Wilhelm would have minded, but it felt like they were clearly holding themselves back, at least for now. Context clues were easier to decipher. They had probably been infiltrated or tricked before if they were, as they claimed, centuries old and lived here for that period. Living in this kind of place, I couldn't imagine what it was like and how it hardened them to anyone even remotely different from them. Their skepticism and weariness was completely understandable. That being said, the distribution of the ships was rather easy. I guessed it came as no surprise that ships were a sought-after commodity for them as well. Frankly, we just split them down the middle and each took half. Though, it did look kind of funny how my ship was towing a handful of other ships behind it rather awkwardly. We weren't going back to our own base either. We followed the human groups as they had agreed to take us back to their base, and somehow, when there they would verify us that we weren't Fae. They weren't even that far away. If we hadn't run into them by accident, we probably would have eventually discovered their home just from exploring. Maybe an hour or so away from where the battle took place. The human group we fought alongside was apparently on their own sort of mini-expedition to find resources and such when they came across the Fae ships. After talking to them for a bit, it was clear that the Winter Court used this place as a sort of training ground, which explained why they hadn't run over the humans yet. They didn't see humans as a threat to the court, so why not use them to train up their younger members? The only thing was that the ride was a bit slower due to, well, dragging so many ships along with us. Still, I had a connection with the ocean, so I found myself always enjoying the calm sailing. I also helped with ushering the winds to change direction towards where we were going. An hour later, maybe closer to 2, the human ships made a bit more noise. A glance in their direction had them looking at us and pointing towards the horizon. Vaguely, even with my reinforced eyesight, I could just make it out. Of course they made their home on an island. I wasn't expecting anything different. However, what I was not expecting was a gigantic tree with a canopy that spread far beyond the island's land. That isn't shifty whatsoever. Nurarihayan commented as we got closer. Right, my skepticism meter was off the charts ATM. It didn't help that the coloring of the leaves of the massive tree were blood red. If it helps, I didn't notice them being parasitized at least. I pointed it out because that was going to be something I thought about in my nightmares after seeing in person. Well, we already cut down one giant plant already. The old yokai stroked his chin. I suppose a second one wouldn't hurt if it comes to it. As we got closer, we could get a much better view of the island. Immediately, I could tell that the island itself was built upon the roots of the tree. Wonderful. I mentally considered which of my fire spells would be best when things inevitably turned sideways. But ignoring the rather domineering and honestly powerful tree, I could feel its presence. We were greeted with a well-created wooden dock. I looked at Nurarihayan. Separate a few of the yokai onto the ships we gained. We're dropping anchor and leaving them out here while we go inside. Nurarihayan nodded. You heard him, boys. I want at least 2 on each ship, more if you don't want to come to land. Drop them anchors and stay out here until we turn back. He barked orders. Despite being basically Yakuza, they were rather well organized in their disorganization. Don't drop the anchors before you cut the towing lines, you morons. He shouted with a burst of anger. Well, somewhat. What did Yasaka say about Nurarihayan's people? They were a special breed of stupid that somehow reached around into competence when it mattered. The port on the island was large enough for them to fit all their manned ships, but they left all their newly acquired ones far enough out in the water like we had. There was also an open spot that we were ushered into with my own ship. There were a lot of humans here. It was the first thing I noted when stepping onto the pier and off the ship. They said a few thousand, but seeing it in person was a whole different story. Of course that was in the context of living in the Fae realms. One might question how so many humans made it here all at once, but seeing children running around, well, it was obvious how the population increased. Centuries old, how many children did they have over that time period? We became the immediate center of attention. The humans that returned were welcomed back with open arms, but hushed whispers and gestures caused the others to hesitantly step back, making room for us. Unnulf was all smiles as he walked over, putting an arm over my shoulders. Come on lad, I'll show you all around. I noticed the hint of tension in his movements as it seemed like everyone was staring at us intently as we stepped off the dock and onto the island. There was a faint breeze, the leaves of the massive tree rustled and it was as if time came to a stop as a collective relief washed over everyone. Unnulf himself immediately let out a sigh of relief. Welcome to our home, lad. His new smile felt a bit more genuine. The tree, right? That was the supposed test. I looked at him, traffic picked up and the curiosity of our group only increased among the native population. Mother would have dealt with anyone sneaking in. He nodded. Not the first time we had a few of those try to sneak into our home. The tree is your mother. Nurarihayan raised an eyebrow, not even fazed by the supposed test. What else should a man call the woman who nurtures and heals him? Unnulf chuckled. Though not everyone calls her mother. The stuffy ones with the red crosses, they call her the tree of life. Some of my kin call her Yggdrasil. He added with a shrug. You know, that doesn't make things less sketchy. But so far, I couldn't pinpoint anything that immediately stood out, as weird as that sounded. Hey Unnulf, do you guys have any magic users here? I asked him, intent on probing. Magic users? Yeah, we got a few dozen. They're too precious to send out though, so they usually stay here unless something bad happens. He nodded. Well, guess I was wrong there. The fact that there are magic users around made it even stranger because they'd be more keen in sniffing out oddities with this whole tree. I glanced at Nurarihion, who seemingly just shrugged and gestured for me to carry on as he disappeared in a haze. How about a tour? I asked. Unnulf smiled. Haha, all right. I did promise that. Now that we know you're not one of those bastards, let me show you around. He put his arm around me good-naturedly again. All the wood you see comes from Mother or things we salvage. He gestured with his hand as we walked further inland and rows of houses appeared. Lots of different architectural styles. I noted. The later ones that came along, they're a bit more knowledgeable on how to build things. We used to be content with a hut to shield us from the sun and rain. But look at this now, it's better than the Jarl used to live in back home, but it's used to house a few peasants. It looks European. I noted. Were you tasked with keeping me distracted? Ah, well. He scratched his head. They wanted some time to report back to their leaders. Don't mind them, it's always an important event when newcomers join us. I wasn't upset, I just asked to see his response. The fact that he was so forthcoming it made me confused honestly about this whole thing. I kept trying to find the proverbial smoking gun to indicate that something is amiss, but I was just not seeing anything wrong. What's that over there? I pointed off to the distance. It looked, well, rather Greek in make. That's the Acropolis. Unnulf said. I admit I was taken aback by the word coming out of his mouth. I'm sorry, I wasn't expecting that answer. Especially hearing it from a Viking, it just surprised me. Unnulf let out a laugh. Learned a thing or two over the years, son. It's where all our leaders gather to talk about important stuff. They should be there right about now. He stroked his beard. Acropolis literally meant highest point, as it was the government building in ancient Greek, Athens I think. Right, keep forgetting how old they were here. So many different people and cultures, I'm astonished that you all get along like you do. I looked at him. It wasn't easy. I remember when everyone met for the first time, swords were swung, fists were thrown. Even in the early days when we agreed to stop fighting, it was hard to trust one another. What changed? That's hard to answer. Probably when the first child came out naturally from this cursed place. Them talking about their god in hell. The ones talking about their gods on their great mountain. Even the stoic ones from your homeland held firm in their own beliefs. And of course, we all sought wisdom from Odin's grace. They all were there for the first birth, and it changed things, made all us old folk realize we were here for the long run. And you all lived happily ever after. I snorted with a bit of a chuckle. As if. Nay boy, we still fight, mostly with our fists. But, it's never passed a line. The Greeks were the ones who came up with the idea, each of us has a leader, and the leaders all come together when something important happens. Ain't perfect, but what is? If you don't mind me asking, how do you all support yourselves? Food, water is a bit more obvious. But you're far older than you should be, Unnulf. Unnulf smiled good-naturedly, gesturing for me to follow. Mother watches out for us. I followed him past the residential area as the land opened up a bit more. We do got some crops growing, took a while to set roots down, but we've got a supply for about 70 years now. But that's not what really sustains us. Was that corn? And I saw another field with wheat growing. I wasn't an expert in agriculture, but did they grow at the same time and with the same methods? Strange. Past the fields we walked, earning a few looks, and hundreds of trees came into view. They were smaller, but they were like miniature versions of the big tree overhead. The same red leaves that reminded me of the forever fall forest back on Remnant. However, there was one big difference here. It was the fact that each of these smaller trees, almost reminiscent of apple trees, bore a strange red fruit. Like a mix between an orange and a dragon fruit in appearance. What are those, Unnulf? Because I could feel them from here and they were very unnatural. We don't really have a name, we've just called them life fruits. Mother gave them to us ever since we settled down here. They keep us young, if you eat one every few decades it'll be enough. Unnulf replied. Sounded like a watered-down version of Aiden's apples, but those were very much not divine. Surprisingly, they aren't evil either. I didn't feel anything malevolent about them, but they also were very much not natural to my senses. Would it be possible for me to acquire one? I asked. Unnulf frowned. They're precious, lad, especially with how many of us there are now, we have to account for every one of them. What about a trade? He paused. It depends. Food, supplies, weapons. I listed off, but he didn't show much emotion. Alcohol. Before I could utter another word, he plucked one and held it up for me to take. I didn't even say how much. Lad, I haven't had a proper drink in decades. Unnulf looked at me with full seriousness. They won't let us make mead with the crops. You won't get in trouble for this, will you? I hesitantly took it in my hand. Don't worry, I'm entitled to a certain amount every few years as one of our strongest warriors. He patted his chest proudly. Now, you shouldn't stand before a man and his drink, lad. I dropped several barrels of alcohol onto the ground for him and I swear, I think I saw tears falling from his eyes. While he was distracted, I looked at the fruit in my hand, running every diagnostic magic I knew off the top of my head. This thing was far beyond what I envisioned. I was genuinely shocked at what I was holding. Without hesitation, I bit into it, letting the juicy fruit flow down my throat and I quickly consumed the entire thing. I felt the power within it fill me, reaching every corner of my body. It was small, but I was strengthened. Much less than the extent that I got passively from slaying Hanuman. Honestly, it might even be an overestimate to call it small, minuscule would be a better word. However, to even get a permanent boost in my physical capabilities from simply eating a fruit at my level, that was no small feat. It made a lot more sense now. Why these humans were so much stronger than they realistically should have been. Why they had such long lifespans, retaining their youth. These fruits were made of pure energy. Tuki, aura, chi, it had many names, but simply, it was life energy. And these fruits were solidified life energy, concentrated in its purest form. If I were a normal human, my lifespan would have extended decades, like Unnulf said. It did however do that, but compared to my natural lifespan, it wasn't worth mentioning, barely a drop compared to what I gave up stopping Loki. This alone made the trip to this island worth it. I resisted the urge to start plucking fruits, even if I could hide myself. They were treating me like a guest, and my own pride wouldn't let me trample on that so easily. But now, I was left with many questions that I didn't have answers to. This place was turning into an even greater mystery than I originally thought. Unnulf. I looked at the Viking who was trying his darndest to not spill a drop of mead as he tilted the barrel forward while awkwardly squatting under it. He answered back with a mouthful. Would it be possible to meet this mother tree of yours? The way they spoke about it, it was clear it wasn't simply a silent piece of foliage. And it was time to get to the bottom of things. At ******* at a/n. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. We got 2 more Arachne chapters, one Cultivating Cyclops side story chapter, and the next Kuna chapter up if you want to check them out. Chapter 564, Chapter 509 plus Arachne Omake Part 2. Arcuade Brunstud POV. Bored. I should have gone back to sleep, there was nothing interesting going on. I can't even go hunt a dead apostle because there aren't any that have appeared in a while. Why do they always run and hide when I wake up? It made hunting them so annoying, they should just fight me and die properly. I thought I'd find something interesting with my cousin, but he left already and hadn't come back. Gramps got mad at me too, so he's not letting me go out and find something fun unless it's part of my duties. Should I just go back to sleep until one of those bastards crawled out and I can hunt them? I wish my new cousin stayed longer. Thanks for the help, old man. It's no trouble, Rin. Who's that? A human girl with Gramps. She looked Asian, I think. It's hard to tell sometimes, humans can be weird about that sort of thing too. I wondered if she knew Asian magecraft like my cousin. I wanted to ask him about that, but I forgot before he left. I've never been hit with that kind of magecraft before and it was really interesting. Was that a noble phantasm on her back? It was a spear, it didn't have much of a presence, probably not ranked very highly, but it was still a noble phantasm. Hey, fight me. I stood up, pointing at her. Boah. Arcuade, don't initiate a fight with my student. Gramps did that thing where he chastised me for some reason. Why? Was it a human thing I didn't know about? She's still young and learning. Oh, never mind then. I sat back down. No point, it'd be boring if even Gramps said she wasn't good. I feel like I was insulted. Gramps' student frowned. You're welcome to spar with someone that Wilhelm would lose against if things escalated. Gramps said. Heh. Gramps knew how to say the right things. Suddenly, I'm rather happy with being insulted. She paused. And she's. Introductions. Gramps clapped his hands. Rin Tosaka, heir to the Tosaka family and my precious student, she is already picking up the basics of the kaleidoscope. And Arcuade Brunstud, the White Princess, and last true ancestor. He gestured between us. She's already learning Gramps' magic. Next time I wake up from a nap, I'll see how much stronger she got. Yeah, not touching that with a 10-foot pole without saber with me. His student said dryly. That reminds me, I wanted to see the interaction between your servant and Arcuade due to her being the wielder of the Holy Sword. Holy Sword? That Holy Sword. You have the wielder of the Holy Sword. I stood up again. Arcuade, control yourself. Gramps chastised again. I looked down, realizing I had cracked the table. Sorry. He said I should apologize when I break things by accident. As long as you're more careful. He nodded. And to answer your question, yes. Rin's servant is the wielder of the Holy Sword. I want to meet her. No. Not fair. Even I knew about the Holy Sword. I've never gotten to see it in person before though, those stingy ones on the reverse side were so protective of it. Right, I should probably get going. Gramps' student spoke. Do you mind, old man? Oh, not at all. He waved his hand, using his magic to connect to the realm outside the world. Now, some words from your teacher. She let out a huff with arms crossed. Come on, I'm not some greenhorn anymore. It's my duty as your teacher to remind you regardless. Be careful, listen to Saber when it comes to matters of warfare. Don't lose yourself in fighting, it's much different than the smaller battles you've been a part of. Be observant, it's important to always be aware of your surroundings. Most importantly, your safety comes first. All right, I'll be careful. She nodded. If the Holy Sword user was there, I wanted to go too. I thought it was something boring my cousin was doing, but it sounds like it's actually something good. Gramps, I want to go too. Absolutely not. He denied me again. Humph. That's weird, there's a strange space around Gramps' student. Oh, it's just some type of magecraft that created a space attached to something she's wearing. I looked inside and smiled. While they weren't looking, I reached into the space and took something out, quickly hiding it. I pretended to stop caring as she left. Gramps, I want to go out. And do what? Oh, what do I say? I need to say something convincing. I want to eat more human food. I promise I won't fight anyone while I'm here. Perfect. There's no way he would notice anyone wrong. Is that right? Yup. He silently stared at me for some reason. It was always hard to trick Gramps, I've only been able to do it a few times. Like when I stole his metal thing with wheels and crashed it and blamed it on a dead apostle. He never suspected a thing. I suppose you'll need money. Oh right, humans use that whole thing. Putting value on a concept of equivalent exchange in the form of parchment with trust that it holds an intrinsic meaning. I liked it better when humans used gold, I liked the feeling of walking around with a pouch of clinking gold coins. Give me money, Gramps. Gramps sighed for some reason. That is the most granddaughterly thing I think you've ever said to me before. All right, but don't cause trouble around here, okay? It was difficult enough soothing the egos of the mages without another incident occurring. I won't fight anyone here. Does it count if I just kill them without fighting? That should be fine in case someone does something rude. I was always warned to be cautious around mages. Gramps handed me the paper and I happily took it and ran out the door before he could take it back. I made sure that I was really far away and away from any mages. I was extra careful and I traveled away from human civilization until I found an isolated forest with a bit more mystery still hiding deep in it. Hiding my presence using this wouldn't be too hard, but Gramps was smart. I used my presence to stir up the mystery, obscuring my presence here. Perfect. I reached up under my shirt, taking out what I stole. It was one of those toys that Gramps made a while ago. A red stick with a star on the top. How did I turn this on again? Here it is. I pumped my mana into it and it sprung to life. Magical Ruby is back. The wand jumped around, only stopping when it saw me. Arcuade. I smiled, grabbing it. Take me to where my cousin is. Take me to where my cousin is. I know you can do that. I need context. What's so hard about this? I just want to go visit my cousin. I frowned, wondering if this wand was broken. You mean, Wilhelm? Yes. I nodded. All right. I think I get it, you want me to take you over to where he is, that world line. Yep. The toy was getting it now. I refuse. You're not allowed to. Ha ha ha, the old man will scrap me if I do this. I could break you if you don't. You bring up a valid and concerning point. You also have to listen to me. I said, remembering how Gramps said they were made and who they were forced to listen to orders from. Technically, you're right. Which puts me in quite the pickle. I'm programmed to listen to the orders of a certain umbrella of people which you technically fall under. The wand replied. Why exactly do you want to go find him? I'm bored. Honestly, I'd have folded before with a worse answer. All right, but when we inevitably get found out and the old man gets mad at me, you have to protect me. Deal. That was a fair trade. You're lucky, I've been there before, otherwise it would have been harder without Rin with me. The wand floated out of my hand. Speaking of, how did you even get a hold of me? I stole you from her space thing. Well, alrighty then. I have a feeling I'm going to immensely regret this, but now I'm too invested to give up. The wand spun around and utilized Gramps' magic like what happened earlier. Let's go, princess. It should be fine, I'm just going on a little trip and I'll be back soon. At *****. Weird. It was weird. So many non-humans, but not dead apostles. I haven't seen something like this outside of the reverse side. But it was so interesting too. I felt weird being in the world as well. Something inside of me was telling me to go back home, but I'd only be gone for a little while, it wasn't a problem. Where is he? I looked at the wand. How should I know? I'm not omnipotent, but this is where he generally lives, Kyoto, Japan, subdimension, home to the majority of Japan's yokai population. The wand replied. I suppose that makes sense. Well, it was good enough, there were many fun things here. Immediately, I found more human food. Wait. Was it human food if it wasn't made by a human? I wanted to try it though. Wait, where are you going? I want to eat that. I pointed at the good-smelling thing. Fine, just, don't run away, at the very least, we need to stick together. The wand stated. It made a good point, I may have use of it later. Mister, I want one of these. I walked up to the wooden counter, putting some of the paper on it. The food was like some kind of breaded orb with things stuffed inside. I want it. Coming right up, he stopped, looking at the money. Miss, this is the wrong currency. What's wrong with it? I tilted my head because I knew that Gramps wouldn't lie to me. This looks English, I think. The strange creature, an octopus thing, used its tentacle to rub its head. We use Japanese yen here. First time in Japan. There's right and wrong money. I frowned, confused. Gramps never told me that. Why didn't everyone just use the same money? You can send the bill to Yasaka's estate. The floating wand spoke up. She's the cousin of her lover, they'll handle it. Sorry, she's never been here before, much less mingled with human concepts. The young lord's cousin. The octopus creature's tentacles wiggled in the air. No problem then. Have what you want. Oh, he's nice. No need, I'll pay for them. What a strange feeling, I looked at who spoke and furrowed my brow trying to understand what I was feeling. Oh, a goddess, I haven't seen one of you in a long time. The octopus creature froze for some reason. The goddess walked up and looked at me weirdly too. I didn't intend to broadcast my identity. Lady Izanami, thank you for helping. The wand spoke. Nor did I intend to reveal my name. The goddess sighed, glancing at the octopus who looked surprised. That's a familiar name. I forget where I heard it before, there were so many names of divine spirits that I'd heard in passing over the years. Hi, I'm Arcuade Brunstud. I vaguely remember Wilhelm mentioning you before. As the wand mentioned, I'm Izanami in Japan's mother goddess. She frowned slightly. You know where he is. Perfect. In a manner of speaking. Did you come here to see him? Yup. I was bored and wanted to come and see him. I nodded happily. Does your grandfather know you're here? She asked. Oh, did she know Gramps? Of course. Right. Who said that I was stupid? I'm good at fooling people, they never suspect a thing. Why don't you come along with me? I was meeting someone and they were wanting to seek out Wilhelm as well. The goddess spoke. How convenient, I wouldn't have to wander around then. And I took the not-human-made food with me as well. How do you know my cousin? I looked at her as she led me through the weird city. We are dating. She replied. I tilted my head, looking at her. What does that mean? The goddess looked at the wand and at me. It means she wants to have Wilhelm's babies. The wand clarified. Oh, you want to make babies with him. The desire to mate was common among not just mortal species but divine spirits as well due to their shared breath of conscious derivation. My cousin was part human at least, so as a mammal, it's obvious he wants to reproduce, something ingrained in his inherited instincts. It made me a little curious what those instincts were like, but I would never experience them. I've watched humans mate before, but it felt the same as if watching two different animals reproducing. The goddess sighed for some reason, rubbing her face. There he is, that's. Oh, it's another god. I pointed. Folin, a newly ascended god of Asgard. She finished. Greetings, goddess Izanami. I apologize for my abrupt presence. He bowed politely to her. He was much weaker than her. Hey, what's that thing around your neck? It smells like a snake. I looked at him. Snake, poisonous, strong. The goddess looked at me, then at him. What? A little snake poked out from under his shirt. I'm just tagging along. I wasn't hiding it, I just didn't have the chance to introduce him yet. Jormungandr is accompanying me. The other god replied. He had pointy ears too, was he an elf? Due to concerns, I considered it more appropriate if I didn't bring any other gods with me. The goddess nodded. Your concerns hold merit. Even I am disinclined to step into that place. What are you? The snake spoke, pointing its little tail at me. You smell like the earth and the moon. Oh, you have a good nose. Aren't you the snake that's supposed to wrap around the world? Why are you so small? I reached to grab him, but he smacked my hand. I just shrunk myself to travel easier. The little snake huffed. It's just some simple magic. That annoying Yulong showed me how to do it years ago. Oh. That made sense. Can you turn big? I want to see how big you are. Don't turn full size in the middle of the city. The goddess rebuked. I wasn't going to. The snake hissed lightly, hiding back into the shirt of the elf god. Ahem. The elf god cleared his throat. Goddess Izanami, who? He looked at us. Sorry, Folin. This is Wilhelm's cousin. I happened to stumble on her while coming to see you and she was new around here and felt it was appropriate to keep her within arm's reach. She's a dunce. The wand said. I didn't know what that meant, but it felt like something mean. I see. Folin nodded. She's also looking for Wilhelm, so it was convenient to settle things simultaneously. Regardless, we can wait here at the camp near the entrance of the portal while a messenger goes to Yasaka. The goddess explained. It may take a day or so, but we should hear a reply soon. Are you looking for my cousin too, old man? I asked the god. Cousin, huh? He rubbed his chin. I guess I am little lady. He's in a dangerous place. I wanted to give him a hand after everything he did for me and mine back in the 9 realms. Oh, so he wanted to help my cousin. That meant he's someone I can trust. Gramps always told me to treat others who are helping with respect. Why can't we just go in? I pointed at the portal not too far away. I could feel a similar feeling to Avalon and the reverse side coming from it. It was a different flavor, but I remembered what he said about invading that place. It's not appropriate to barge in while they're conducting a proper war. The goddess replied. And it's their matter. It's likewise not appropriate for gods to meddle without consideration. It's a day, waiting isn't a problem. The elf god spoke, waving his hand dismissively. A whole day. That wasn't that long, but I already came this far, why couldn't I just go inside? They were talking about something I didn't care about and not paying attention to me. I poked the wand. No. I poked it again. I won't. I poked it a little bit harder with a sharp nail. Fine. But don't blame me if anything goes wrong. What? The goddess was about to say something, but the wand suddenly surged with its reserves of magical energy. Piggybacking off the established frequency. Calculating the distorted variables. Error, 47% chance of failure, aborting procedure. I poked it again. Override confirmed, establishing connection matrix and bridging spatial coordinates. Creating pathway, countdown to displacement, 3 seconds. I felt the magic of Gramps wrap around me. The goddess looked at me confused, then I think she realized what was happening. I smiled and waved goodbye. Since she was going to have my cousin's babies, that meant I would see her again and she was related to me as well. Before the magic activated, I grabbed the elf god. He said he wanted to help my cousin, I should bring him along too. My cousin would probably thank me for that. What in the hell? I didn't hear what he said as we were teleported away. At *****. Cold. It was really cold, even colder when I visited the 2 poles of the planet. Unnatural cold, like what's in the reverse side of the world. What happened? Where are we? What's going on? The elf god spoke, confused. I hate the cold. I'm a snake, I need warm weather. The snake wiggled under his collar. Damn it, Arcuade, my calculations were meant only for teleporting you. And even with that, it was a 50/50th chance of them working properly. I have no idea where we are now and my readings are all messed up. The wand angrily flew around. It's fine, we're in the right place. I could feel it, it had that flavor I tasted from outside. It's not fine, this place is massive. Do you have any idea where Wilhelm actually is? We can just find him, it can't be that hard. I looked around, but the blizzard was making it difficult to see though. Oh look, a big ice castle. Why don't we go over there? An ice castle? The elf god snapped his head towards me, his eyes widening for some reason. We should leave. The ground rumbled, and big ice and snow giants lifted themselves out of the ground, looking down on us. I don't think we're supposed to be here. What gave you that idea, Arcuade? The wand asked. Well, they feel hostile. I pointed out. They're probably going to attack us. That was sarcasm, Ga. I have a great deal many questions to be asking, but we have something that takes precedence, it seems. The elf god took out a bow, wrapped in his divine power. I can pick out a few hundred of those things, and I can sense the presence of thousands of other things coming our way from the direction of the ice castle. Oh, I got an idea. I quickly thought of a good way to deal with them all. Dare I ask what good idea you have after teleporting us into the middle adjacent of what I'm assuming is the Winter Court's literal throne? I need the snake to turn big. I pointed at him. Jormungandr, you promised to help. Fine. It hissed. But you better keep your promise too. I could have been sleeping right now. The snake jumped off of the elf god and grew huge in the blink of an eye. Even bigger than those elementals. All right, little lady. I can tell you're ridiculously strong at even a glance, and if you're related to the brat, it's obvious you got some trump cards. I could do a lot of things, but I was cut off from the world while being here. Well, I had a good idea anyways. I nodded to him and grabbed the tail of the big snake. I'm going to hit them with the big snake. The big snake paused, then looked down at me. Wait, what? I swung the big snake at the big elementals. At *****. Non-canon Omake, the little spider part 2. Wilhelm sat on a bench, smiling happily. The years had by in the blink of an eye. He always used to say that he didn't know how to be a parent when being a father to Kunu. He truly felt out of his depth when it came to raising an infant through childhood. Yasaka would of course tease him good-naturedly about it. Yet, there was not a single day where he even remotely regrets her being born. Wilhelm had loved her the moment he laid his eyes on her for the first time. He felt so old now. 14 years. To long-lived beings, it was merely a blink of an eye. To him, though he understood the long years from memory, it still felt like an eternity. He was over 40 years old now. By human standards, he was middle-aged and on his way to his later years. The anger he felt initially, it dissipated in time. He was still furious as the goddess for what occurred, even if he wouldn't change anything if it meant losing his little spider. There had been many times over the years where he nearly hopped back over there to give the goddess a well-deserved piece of his mind. But maybe it was the maturity he developed over time, or it was simply because of his daughter. But every time he nearly did so, he took a single look at his daughter and pushed all his turbulent feelings aside to focus on her. And gradually, over time, that desire flew away until it was nearly non-existent. Simply, he never once returned there. He never did get to show his mom his diploma, but he felt that a copy of the first picture he took with his infant daughter was more than enough to make up for it. Yes, over these past years, there had been a lot of changes. Wilhelm reached over and rubbed a very swollen belly. The owner of which gave him a look and rolled her eyes with a huff. Will you ever stop looking so proud of yourself? Izanami pursed her lips. The goddess of death was pregnant. It was not intentional on either of their parts, but a happy surprise, nonetheless. It had been complicated when it first was revealed. Godly politics even after everything that happened, well, Wilhelm had to have some stern words with quite a few Japanese gods. Luckily, at this point in time, there were very few beings in this world willingly to get on Wilhelm's bad side. The strange thing about her pregnancy, however, was that she had been pregnant for nearly 2 years at this point. According to her, and many other people he asked for advice with, it wasn't uncommon for deities to give birth unconventionally. Simply taking longer was the norm for many of them. The ringing of steel was heard in the background as Wilhelm silently provoked his goddess lover. He didn't say it, but she was correct. He was very proud of himself for getting her pregnant. Unfortunately, none of the others were quite pregnant yet. They had only recently started using extra methods for conception, so he expected it to start picking up soon. Wilhelm looked up because the clashing of weapons stopped. There was one more important thing that occurred in the past decade. Husband. Scathach came over. Very clearly, there was a ring on her finger just as there was with all his lovers. Scathach stood there, spear pushed against the ground, giving a faint smile. Next to her, someone else walked up. She was younger, 14 years of age to be exact. She held a similar spear to Scathach and even wore a similar purple bodysuit, albeit with a bit more reservation in certain areas and some more protective means such as armor. If anything, she was almost like a mirror of the immortal witch, minus a handful of features. Most striking is that her hair was a brighter red. Second were her gray eyes that shined rather oddly in contrast to the normally chromatic color. Lastly, and just barely when the wind blew and her bangs swayed, there were 2 small nubby horns on her forehead, still not fully grown. Arachne had certainly taken after her mom. She glanced at her mom, standing there and corrected her own posture and expression to match her. Wilhelm just found it utterly adorable. She was at that age where she picks an image, so to speak, and delves into it. For some, it's not a conscious thing, as they would just go with the flow of their closest friends. To others, well, there were cliques of goth kids, sports kids, etc. It was the age where kids started finding themselves. Arachne just wanted to emulate her mom, which also wasn't something abnormal for children her age. Wilhelm held his arms open, looking at Arachne. The young girl looked at him and scowled, just like her mother. Wilhelm returned a hurt gaze and Arachne immediately folded, throwing herself into his arms. "That's my little spider." "Duh, I'm not a child." Arachne pouted. "Of course, you're a big girl now. How old are you?" 5, 6. Time sure does fly." Arachne huffed, pulling out of his grasp. "Duh, I'm gonna call big sis if you keep teasing me." All right. Wilhelm held his hands up in surrender. "Please don't call Kunu to come bully your poor father." "Duh, I want to go." Arachne immediately changed the subject. Wilhelm twitched slightly. "Why do you want to go there?" "I want to know where I came from." Arachne said softly. "You said I needed to be stronger when I was 8. I practiced with Aunt Grandma and Grandpa Zekrom and I trained my power of destruction. I trained with Mom and I'm a master with my spear. I trained with Uncle Achilles and Aunt Atlanta, they taught me Pancration and how to hunt. I also went to train with Uncle Odin, Aunt Medea, Aunt Artoria, Aunt Reku, Aunt Alter, Aunt Jin." She began to list off. "And you even taught me stuff too, duh. I'm strong enough now." Wilhelm pursed his lips as she listed all that off, unable to deny her claims there. Maybe it was just his parental instincts acting up. He wanted to hold Arachne close and never let her go. It was the same with Kuna back in the day when she went to school. Wilhelm would also admit that she was more talented than him in nearly every aspect. Wilhelm would also fully admit that he cheated a lot on his upwards path to power through various means. Arachne, though, she was a genius. Of course there were some things she didn't quite excel at, but there were many that she just took to like a fish in water. Though, one such thing is that she doesn't have the mentality for practicing the kaleidoscope. Practicing the kaleidoscope wasn't a means of magical talent that Arachne had in spades. It required very specific things, certain mentality that if you didn't possess, you simply wouldn't be able to learn. Wilhelm let out a long sigh, holding his arms open again, and his daughter gave him another hug. He remembered when she was still an infant and they were trying to discover any anomalies with her. Half god, half devil. She was the first combination of those two things in history. Even him, as a half-devil merely possessed divinity, he was not half-god. As far as they could tell, the way that Athena creates her children, basically it comes down to her replacing half of the child with divine parts. And considering that it was intended for a purely human child, and she most likely didn't delve deep into the matter at all, she essentially snipped away the half of humanity she would have originally inherited. It caused quite a stir when it became public knowledge. Zekrom though was absolutely thrilled. There were rumors that he was laughing non-stop for days. And he doted on her non-stop. He gave her private lessons on her inherited bloodline, which funnily enough, she had more talent in that area than Wilhelm as well. Perhaps a side effect of Wilhelm excavating his bloodline through means of the Hogyoku, she should have originally only gotten a small hint of the bloodline, but instead, she was on par with the likes of Venelana, Rias, and even Milica's and other direct descendants. Zekrom once said that her blood was about the same as first-generation children of the original demons as she inherited some of the physical characteristics. That being, her horns were starting to protrude from her forehead. Yes, Zekrom was quite pleased here, saying things like, "Of course my bloodline can even conquer gods." She was treated as a little princess in hell even by other political factions down there. The unfortunate thing however was that Arachne didn't inherit any of his other bloodlines due to the circumstances of his sealing at the time. That is to say, she has no dragon characteristics, no spiritual power, no innate aura like those born on Remnant, even if that could be correct, and all the other things he had sloshing around his abomination-like existence. Though, from her devil side, it wasn't merely the power of destruction and some physical traits she inherited. She was a rather greedy girl for certain things. And maybe it came from her divine heritage, or maybe from her devil side, but she could be rather prideful. Both of which needed a bit of correcting over the years. There were some negative aspects that came with her divine half. It seemed like she had some innate type of phobia relating to spiders. We carefully removed that considering it wasn't something cultivated by her own psyche. It was rather ironic considering her name. Though, there were certainly upsides to her divine half. She had frightening combat perception, almost like a combat clairvoyance. Though, it was mostly the ability to read the flow of a fight and anticipate future actions. This came about due to having the ability to memorize anything she's seen or heard once before. It was a cheat ability for someone practicing magic and combat techniques. Not that it was unbeatable, they had to show her that it could be tricked if discovered she was overly relying on it. There were other things that contributed to her gaining the status of genius in the eyes of Wilhelm and the others. When he asked his Greek friends, they just rolled their eyes and dismissed it as being a child of Athena. Though the thought of a child from the virgin goddess was rather foreign to them, they took it in stride. If anything, they were excited about the whole concept. To them, Wilhelm's home wasn't their home, it was like being on the outside looking in. However, by extension of being Wilhelm's child, they felt more of a kinship with her. And speaking of Greeks, she was officially adopted by Pandora as her grandchild. It was interesting when the heretic god Athena stumbled on baby Arachne when he was visiting. One would think she would immediately become furious and hostile. That's exactly what Wilhelm believed would happen. No, rather, she demanded he take responsibility, believing that she was formed from the goddess's lost Gorgonian. It was an interesting time. Arachne looked up at her dad, still in the hug. She pouted much deeper, losing the cool and aloof composure that she liked to copy from her mom. Daddy promised me thon a cowdgi wanna turn at 14. She blurted out in a single breath. Following it, she was bopped on the head by Scathach. The immortal witch let out a sigh. Don't use that bumpkin dialect, daughter. One summer in the Highlands, and you pick up the worst habits. You come from nobility, why must you speak like the uneducated? It was rather comical, she inherited the ability to speak any normal language fluidly, yet she sometimes defaults to a northern rural Scottish dialect due to spending a summer exploring the homeland of her mom. Scathach corrects her every time. To her, it was inappropriate as she, and by extension her daughter, are nobles of the Isle of Skye, they are held to a higher standard. Dad, you promised me that I could go when I turned 14. She corrected. You did promise, husband. Scathach backed up her daughter, earning a bright smile from Arachne. Did I? I don't remember. Wilhelm turned to Izzy. Do you remember that, Izzy? Yes you did, husband. Izzy snorted. Ah. Betrayal. Wilhelm clutched his heart. You're supposed to take my side. Duh, stop messing around. Arachne stomped her foot. You promised. I did promise. Wilhelm acknowledged. But are you really sure you want to go there? He asked again, the previous humor was gone. I know it's dangerous, duh. But, I want to know where I came from. Didn't you do the same thing? Granda said you were planning on never coming back here. She said, gesturing to around them, indicating his birth world. She makes a valid point. Scathach backed her up again. Imagine if you never came back, dear. Izzy looked at him, rubbing her belly. Are you going to deny her the opportunity? I'm getting ganged up on all my girls. Wilhelm sighed. And all of us will tell you the same thing, husband. Scathach said softly. None of us wish to see her come to harm, but we cannot shield her forever. She is old enough to make some decisions on her own, such as wanting to know her heritage. It is not the same as experiencing it elsewhere. She has the right to venture to her homeland. I know. Wilhelm reluctantly acknowledged and agreed in his heart. I'm just scared for you, my little spider. He placed a kiss on her forehead. You let Big Sis stay in another world for like 10 years. Arachne crossed her arms. We specifically made sure there was nothing there that could harm her. Wilhelm pointed out. But, I'm not going to deny you either. It's hypocritical for me to reject your request when you're in a similar spot that I was all those years ago. Then I can go. Yes. Thank you, duh. But. Wilhelm cut her off. There are stipulations. We can talk about those later, but I'm going to make sure you're safe. The truth of the matter was, Arachne wanted to go visit the world she came from. It was undeniably her right to experience her birthplace, and despite Wilhelm being stubborn, he had already accepted her request in his heart. I want to go right away. Tomorrow. Wilhelm held up a finger. Duh. Wilhelm's expression softened. Give everyone a chance to say their goodbyes. Arachne wanted to grumble, but she thought about it and agreed. All right, I want to say goodbye to everyone. Well, it wasn't like she was going to be gone long, nor was she going to be cut off. Truthfully, Wilhelm just needed some time to set up some things. At *******. And if anyone is disrespectful, write their names down, I will have words with them. Okay, and Alter. Arachne agreed. Artoria Alter nodded, pleased. Even Alter loved Arachne, truthfully, she was just as accepted as Kuna despite the uniqueness and abruptness of her arrival. Everyone was saying their goodbyes, at least the last and most intimate of Arachne's family. She had gone around to others that were away and made sure to tell them she was about to head off. Salem stood there, stoically as she looked down at Arachne. Arachne looked up, an equally cold and distant look on her face. You know what you must do. Salem said simply. Stab any bastards through the heart. Arachne replied. Salem nodded with a light smile. Wilhelm had denied them their wishes years ago to visit the world and have words with a certain goddess over there. As some of the initial anger died down, it wasn't forgotten. Salem was one of them that still held hatred in her heart and did not forgive the goddess one bit. She was more detached than the others, but she as well cared for Arachne in her own way. Years of solitude and the lack of emotional connections didn't mend over a few decades. Yet, Salem couldn't help but see her own children from so long again when she looked down at the young red-headed girl. She was less vocal about it, but she was more than willing to express any dissatisfaction to anyone who thought to harm the child. It took several hours to get through all the goodbyes. Last, though perhaps one of Arachne's most anticipated, came bursting in through the door. "Sorry, I came as soon as I heard." Kunu heaved a sigh, realizing she wasn't late. "Big sis." Arachne smiled and nearly jumped on her. "Duh, come here." Kunu loved her little sister. She began pulling on the smaller girl's cheeks. "Why are you always so serious? Your face is going to get stuck like that if you're always scowling." Kunu was already approaching 30 years, while young for a kitsune and yokai in general, she was a far cry from her younger self that went off to Hogwarts so long ago. "Your big sis was almost late because she was preparing a gift for you." Kunu finally relented to Arachne's constant struggling in the fox's grasp. "Gift?" Arachne perked up. Greedy. It could be seen in her eyes, something she inherited from her father. She was already spoiled rotten. Heck, her birthday was less than a week ago and she had received hundreds of gifts. "Look at you, are you licking your lips?" Kunu laughed. "I am not." Arachne protested with a pout. Kunu shook her head, held her hand out and Arachne's eyes widened in anticipation. "All right, I know what you want. You care about a gift more than your poor sister." She wasted no time tossing it to Arachne. "I got someone to turn my twice critical into a spear for you. It helped me a lot when I went off to school, I hope it'll do the same for you." "I love it." Arachne whispered, clutching it tightly. "Thank you, big sis." Arachne's greed came about in a rather familiar way. And she learned something very specific from her father. As a child of Athena, she had a sort of connection with weapons, able to control them with frightening competency. Just as Wilhelm had all sorts of swords, Arachne collected spears. She had dozens at this point and continued to collect more. She learned how to control them freely in the air like her father. A twice critical sacred gear turned into a spear. Arachne gleefully added it to her growing collection that she was very proud of. Wilhelm walked up and gave Arachne one last hug. "We went over everything you should know. I gave you the house, my bank accounts and everything on the mundane end. At the very least, she wouldn't have any mundane worries." "I'll be fine, duh," Arachne said confidently. It's a parent's job to worry about their child, daughter. Scat-Hack joined in on the hug. "Mom, I'll be safe, I promise. You are your father's daughter, that gives me far more worry than you realize," she said playfully. "Mom." Arachne huffed. "Duh, tell her she's wrong." "Well." Wilhelm thought back to his own life. He coughed awkwardly and waved his hand, creating a portal. "You have your kaleidophone. You have a protective measures courtesy of several of us. You have a use of my divine authority as well that you can use whenever you want. We're trusting you a lot, little spider." They had taken quite a few measures to ensure her safety without trampling on her independence. Most of which, she had no control over, however Wilhelm specifically gave her a means to use his authority offensively one time. She was obviously only 14, but she was much more intelligent than a normal girl her age. Not to mention, she was far from even a normal human on the supernatural side. They have trusted her to wander around the world for a couple years now. Wilhelm could recall when she went over to Asgard. He got a call from Odin some days later saying that Kronos brought a pouting Arachne back after she challenged him to a fight in an attempt to win his scythe. Despite her having a bit of a mischievous streak, she was rather mature and competent. And it was important for her. Children sometimes go through a phase where they want to know their heritage. For humans, that normally involves them asking their parents about their ancestors, where they came from and such. For Arachne, she wanted to at least visit her birth world once. Oh, Arachne held no love for her mother. But it wasn't about the goddess of wisdom as Arachne had always only considered Scat-Hack as her mom. "You're to check in once every other day," Wilhelm said sternly. "If I don't receive a call or message from you for more than 5 days, I'm coming." "Fine." Arachne grumbled, but accepted. "I'm just going to check out that dumb camp of theirs, duh." Wilhelm, once more with reluctance, let his daughter venture forth into the unknown. The portal closed behind her and after a moment, he looked over to Kunu. "Did you manage to do the thing in time?" he asked. "Yeah, I got Uncle Drake to hide inside the twice critical, she's going to be fine." Kunu smiled. "That's my little fox." "Dad." Kunu rolled her eyes. How old am I going to have to be before you stop calling me that? I'll consider it after 1,000 years. He kissed his other daughter on the forehead. At asterisk 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 at. Arachne barely stepped out onto the tiled flooring of an unfamiliar house before she broke out in a small wiggle of happiness. She made sure to keep herself cool and composed like her mom when people were looking, but when she was alone, she could be a little bit of a dork. She was free. She absolutely loved her freedom, the thought of going wherever she wanted whenever she wanted. That was her main goal in life for now, and to get strong enough that no one could bar her way. There were so many choices now. Of course, she wanted to go to that supposed camp she heard about with various demigods. She hadn't had a good fight with someone her age in forever. Most people her age couldn't keep up and it was annoying. If they're demigods, they could be halfway competent, right? Herda also said that monsters hunt demigod children here. That would make things more exciting if they tried to attack her. She would need to get a few gifts to bring back for her aunties and uncles as well. Just as she was considering what she should do, she immediately summoned her demonic spear, the relic of Gi Bulb that her mom created for her because there was someone else in the house. Her father said that the house had been purchased and remained his despite not stepping there himself since he left. There shouldn't be anyone there. She also noticed something strange. The magic of the area was trying to affect her, a misty haze attempting to cloud her mind. She was also warned about the mist that encompassed everything supernatural here. Barely even touching it, she felt like she could influence it rather easily with her years of magical training from some of the most proficient magic users the world had ever seen. She slammed her spear against the ground and dispersed it. Noticing a figure hiding, she lashed out and kicked the person through the window. With a cold harumph, she casually stepped over the broken threshold and past the broken glass to see the clouded figure become visible. Once revealed, she realized what it was. With the torso of a man and the legs of a goat, it was a satyr. Why was a satyr in her house? The satyr groaned, pushing itself up. Arachne decided it didn't matter, and she slammed the butt of her spear against its head, making it go limp and unconscious. Were satyrs considered monsters? She actually didn't know the answer to that question. And despite gaining a bit of bloodlust from her mom over the years, she wasn't an indiscriminate killer. Maybe the satyr was just taking refuge in her presumably abandoned home. Well, it didn't actually try to harm her and she delivered punishment, so she considered the matter settled. She didn't really care much for the house, it was just a temporary means, and perhaps even less than that. Now, it was time to find that camp she heard about. At asterisk 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 at slash a/n. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above. There is one, and soon to be 2 more Arachne chapters up over here as well as the next Kuna chapter and another Cyclops chapter. Chapter 565, Chapter 510. Just the fact that they had been rather open and accommodating to my presence raised a great many red flags in addition to all the ones I'd seen thus far. Sure, I devoured that fruit without hesitation, but I also thoroughly checked it before doing so and was absolutely positive it had no negative effects. Something able to give me, even a marginal boost in strength, without any drawbacks and without any effort on my end. That was significant enough that I felt I owed them a debt of gratitude, so my immediate response wasn't anything hostile. That being said, I was highly skeptical of what was going on. What benefit did this tree gain from doing such a thing? Clearly, it was an entity born in this realm, and by extension a fae themselves, even if they're in the form of a tree. Perhaps you could call it an elemental or nature spirit, but the fact remained. It held to the logics of this place in its mind, it operated on nearly the same principles. What was the goal here? I had that entire thought as Unnulf led me to the base of the big tree that hung over our heads. No qualms about it, no hesitation, and there was no security around it. Sure, people walked to and from around it, as the human city had extended rather far around it as the base. But no one gave a second look when I walked up and put my hand on the main truck. However, the fledgling world tree inside me seemed to shudder, vibrating in response to a strange feeling emanating from the tree. I wouldn't quite call it a resonance, but it felt like the Fey tree recognized the small world tree I had growing inside of me, and I felt a pull. The surroundings around me changed, or rather, my mind was projected into a mental world. The Fey tree stood tall, and behind me, my budding world tree stood unwavering, smaller in stature, but its presence loomed over the Fey tree regardless. However, looking at the Fey tree, I noticed something odd about it. A few things started clicking into place. The Fey tree vibrated and something pushed out, a humanoid shape, perhaps a mix between a person and a tree. Reminiscence of a tree nymph or some variation thereof. It was a reflection of the tree's will, its consciousness. And it was old. The elderly Fey tree's projection looked like it would fall over and die at any moment. Yet, it looked at me then at Yggdrasil in awe and wonder. Despite its old age, it held an odd, almost childlike curiosity in its eyes. Yggdrasil behind me swayed gently despite no wind existing in this mental plane. Hashtag at $% carat hashtag at dollar. The fey tree opened its mouth, saying something I couldn't comprehend. It looked at me showing a faint frown. Hashtag n% and hashtag at asterisk dollar asterisk percent carat asterisk at n% and hashtag asterisk. I could vaguely recognize that it was continuously speaking in different languages. I don't know if I could classify the sounds it was making as a language. Is this better? A hoarse voice finally sounded that I recognized. I can understand you now. It wasn't hard to glean its intent. Asterisk dollar hashtag asterisk percent dot. Her brow furrowed. Hashtag $% carat. Words are hard. Not used to this way of communicating. Do you not communicate with the humans outside? Unnulf was pretty clear that they did have some form of communication with the tree at certain points. Feelings, intent. The fey tree answered, smiling happily. That made more sense. It seemed like the tree was having a hard time even projecting a mental avatar in this place. Hello. 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 The tree spoke oddly, quickly, and with a strange perkiness. That's what they say, right? Things like how are you? Greetings. I watched them for so long, I never thought I would be saying them myself. I tilted my head, completely taken aback by how the fey tree was acting. I decided to humor it for now. That's right. Humans generally introduce themselves in their first meeting. I'm Wilhelm Henry Schweinorg. Introductions. The tree seemed to understand, but still perceived it as a foreign concept. I don't have a name. A name, some of them called me Yggdrasil, but... It stopped, looking at my Yggdrasil. It would be strange for me to adopt that name. The others too are, they belong to others. I suppose I do have one title that belongs to me alone, but it isn't a name. The longer the tree spoke, the more familiar it became with doing so. Are you a god? The tree suddenly asked me, not even giving me a chance to respond. They all talked about their gods. I don't know what a god is, but I feel something from you, and the term came to me. I'm not a god, but I possess divinity, a power possessed by gods. I didn't lie, still trying to take this tree's measure. How interesting. The tree looked at me curiously. And you have that young elder inside of you. Young elder. I suppose that's a very apt description for a sapling from the world tree. I heard the whispers among them too. She abruptly changed subjects. I can hear them even now. They're talking about how they may finally have a chance to go back home. That you all have a way to take them back. Is that true? I readied myself because if I affirmed her suspicions, I was fairly confident she might attack me. That's right, if they want to leave, we can take them all back to the human world. The fey tree looked at me and smiled brightly. That's wonderful. Please, take them home. I'll even give you a reward for doing so, but I don't have much left to give. You're not upset? I hesitantly asked. Upset? The fey tilted its head. Why would I be upset? What is your relationship with them? I decided to just be blunt. Isn't it obvious? The fey tree said as a matter of fact. They call me mother. Was it really that simple? I had a sudden realization. Those fruits, you're using your own life force to nurture them. The fey tree looked at me. Of course, how else would they grow? I have to feed my children and keep them healthy. She once more spoke as if it were an obvious fact. It was literally expanding its eons of potential lifespan to keep the humans here living. Why? I asked. The fey tree smiled wistfully. I remember before they came. When these waves were new and I started thinking for myself. Everything was so new and bright, so lively. But eventually, I realized that I was all alone. I couldn't venture out, I didn't have anyone else to talk to. The rare few times that someone came to this island, they left in a hurry when I tried to reach out. I don't know how long it was, until they came, I didn't perceive the concept of time. I closed my eyes, letting out a long breath. It was until they started aging, right? It was strange, watching one of my children age and die. I didn't know what those words were until then, and I decided I never wanted to experience them again. The fey tree spoke. Even at the cost of your own life. It's natural for humans to grow old and pass away. They're mortals for a reason, everything eventually returns to the earth. The fey tree simply continued to smile. My children, they speak of this word, love. I didn't know what it meant until recently. They say it to each other, saying it to their mates, their own children, their parents. The fey tree looked up, touching her own trunk, the weathering of old age showed in obvious signs. Against my instincts, I wanted to ensure their survival regardless of what cost I had to pay. They are my children, and I love them all dearly. Was I looking for an evil that simply wasn't there? Upon arriving here, I never found anything wrong. Sure, many strange things for my sensibilities and my perception of the fey realm in general. But The Fey tree's words but explained everything properly and left me confused. In the end, it was just a mother wanting to protect her children. You ate one of my fruits, right? The first one is always the best, but consecutive ones aren't as good as I've seen with my children. But I can give you a few dozen if you want as a reward. The tree paused. Oh, I also have this. She held her hand up and her true body in this mental landscape trembled, a branch fell down. It looked much different than the others, still full of vitality and life. This is one of the good branches I had left. You can have this too if you help my children go back home. It didn't even give me a chance to refuse before I was whisked out of the mental world. My eyes opened, I was holding the branch and there were dozens of the fruits sitting on the ground around me. I let out a small sigh, feeling a strange twinge in my heart. I really did have a soft spot for loving mothers. Even if I didn't plan on already helping them, even if I didn't receive a reward, I would have helped regardless. Regardless, wasting more time here was not something productive. Despite their plight, we had our own goals for being in the Fey realm. Time to find their leaders and settle this place properly. At ***********. POV Crumb Crutch. I calmly sipped my wine as I looked out one of the highest windows of the winter castle. Say what you will about the Fey, especially the winter court, but they had dreadfully pleasant wine. Even a dragon such as myself, I found it rather worthy of my palate. In truth, it made my foray into this dreadful place somewhat bearable. I particularly did not like their species, as broad as that term claimed. They were just as insufferable and annoying as they were thousands of years ago before they retreated back into this realm at the behest of the wardens of the pathways. Particularly, they were prevalent in my homeland. The metaphorical walls that separated us are rather thin around that part of the world. And here I am again, mingling with the sort I utterly despised for my own goals. I can truthfully say that if I were a couple thousand years younger, I would not have the patience for this. And the 43rd term of the contract, which I don't believe I need to explain is only valid during the 8th full moon of the stellar cycle, is operable on the conditions that both parties. It's a strange thought that just entered my head. How amusing it was that the ones of this court have the same beauty standards as humans. There are of course the more rugged and monstrous members, but simply being outwardly and objectively beautiful seems to win you quite the merit here. How strange that this was a facet that seemed to carry over to not just the majority of species on Earth, but even to dragonkin such as myself. I created a humanoid form, and I did it to my own specifications, and I would objectively say that I am a handsome individual in the purpose of this thought experiment, even if such a thing was ignorable to me. A strange thought that I would need to consider later. If it was my unconscious decision, why was it such with me being a dragon? I will ask some other dragons a similar question to see their opinions. And the 47th term of cooperation. The subdivisions of regulations regarding the use of food items for weaponization purposes. The rules state that you can have no more than. Yes, it was a rather peaceful moment all things considered. As I stood at one of the highest points in the winter castle, watching a strange creature swing around Jormungandr, who was only about half as large as he normally was, like a club, beating up quite a few of the Winter Queen's forces. I didn't know what that thing was, but I wanted to fight it. However, I had previous engagements of my own hand. If it were someone else's matters, I would have simply ignored them. But one must take responsibility for one's own actions. I am nothing if not true to my word and actions. Sir Crumb-Crutch, are you listening to me? I finally spared a glance towards the gnome who had a parchment unfurled, the majority of which was long enough that it touched the other side of the rather large room. I held out a finger of mine and flicked the glass window, shattering it. Casually, I then grabbed the little gnome and tossed him out the window. The sound of him hitting the ice below was pleasant as I continued to sip my wine in silence. One of the others in the room went over to look over the edge, confirming that the gnome was indeed splattered in a pile of blood and flesh. A pity, he was good at his job. The other, the elf in bone armor bar his normal helmet, spoke softly. The queen will not take kindly to you killing one of her better scribes. She will expect a proper explanation. I am a dragon. I responded, sipping my wine again. I will pass on your words. The elf wisely didn't ask further. Thankfully, for purposes of my continued mental health, strength still spoke the loudest even to these creatures. I am a dragon was a proper response to a great many questions levied towards me that I didn't feel like answering. It seemed the strange creature, the newly ascended god accompanying it, and Jormungandr were retreating. Perhaps a wise decision as the Winter Queen's forces weren't something ignorable. She had amassed a certain strength that couldn't be ignored. It was enough that I was not dismissive of her either. If I'm not mistaken, the forces that were sent to deal with the newest intruders, they were about to be deployed to stop the further expansion of the yokai invasion. I glanced at my minder, before turning back at the thousands upon thousands of dead Fae that laid across the snowy and icy fields. That is correct. The elf continued to speak politely and pointedly without the normal mannerisms that his people often utilized. Well, I should hope so at this point. I've had to kill a great many of their people since coming here that would just not take a hint. I am a dragon. I did not play their games. That is unfortunate. I sipped my wine again. How much territory have they seized since their invasion started down south? The estimation is at 30%. The elf replied. That should only be 30% of the territory below the Great Sea, as they call it. Some sort of distorted space overlapped in a large gorge that held an ocean in the sky that required manual traversing. How annoying, it made it a tad difficult to reinforce down below, but likewise, it made it somewhat difficult to launch a proper invasion across it. Well, it's not like I care about them. I just wanted to test the host of the Great Welsh. I wanted to see the decisions he made and his worth as a dragon. It's the first time that one of Draeg's hosts had ever slain a god. It's important to watch his movements carefully and note them down. There was a knock at the door, but I could already sense who it was, not that they waited for me to answer. I brought him like you asked. Thank you, Azzy Dahaka. I looked at the recently resurrected evil dragon who just grunted. I should ask him about his choice in humanoid form later too. He took one because it was more convenient to do so while walking around indoors. Though, my eyes turned from him to the object of my request. Leonardo, thank you for coming. I spoke towards the young boy, the once former member of our illustrious hero faction. The amusement from that labeling was still present. The boy didn't speak. I couldn't blame him, he was in a particularly awful situation. My many years of traveling the world allowed me to emphasize with the ants that I normally stepped on. Oh, it doesn't stop me from pursuing my goals and crushing everyone that gets in my way. But it was important, I believed, to understand beyond the reaches I had been born to. It was a novel experience in my earlier years of traveling while I wandered aimlessly in my pursuit of finding the true meaning of being a dragon. Regardless, the boy was too useful for me to overtly care since he wasn't being treated poorly. Ample threats, coercion, promises of boons. It took a while to break him, but they always do in the end. Luckily for him, his purpose made it difficult to be overly aggressive in how my compatriots went about their recruitment. Leonardo da Vinci, the boy named after his ancestor. The blessing or perhaps the curse of being born with one of the most interesting sacred gears in the world. His sacred gear required that he couldn't be mentally controlled nor drugged to the point of compliance. His imagination was required for the full breadth of his sacred gear to show its potential. The Annihilation Maker, a device capable of creating monsters with the possibility of killing gods. Come along, Leonardo. We have some monsters to craft. I put a hand on the boy's shoulder. Perhaps we can finish in time for me to catch up to Jormungandr and his companions. At ******* at A/N. If you want read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. We got a Kuna chapter, 2 Arachne chapters, and a Cyclops chapter ahead if you want to check it out. Chapter 566, Chapter 511. I held the branch of the Fey tree in my hand as I walked towards the supposed government building that the humans here created. The branch was actually, well, it was of value to me right now because I was working out a new spell, and this filled a spot I wasn't sure how to do so previously. Scathack uses an ash tree's branches to make duplicates, lesser versions, admittedly, of her spear. For the spell I'm devising, this branch would work perfectly since it has such an absurd vitality to it. The same tree that had been supplying its own vitality to ensure the longevity and health of thousands of humans for centuries. Without doing so, it could have probably lived for several 100,000 years. Yet its branches were withering from what I could tell. It probably only has a few centuries left of life in it. It wasn't a simple matter of giving away 1 point of vitality and letting a human absorb 1 point of vitality. To push it out into the form of fruits that contained such pure life energy, it probably had to sacrifice 10 or 20 times the same amount of its own vitality to create those. And that was more of a conservative estimate because what it was doing was not something normal or natural. If it were possible to easily do what it was doing, the world would be a much different place. Hell, the closest approximation are literal divine fruits. Regardless, I have a debt now to repay. I made a promise that I would take them back if they wanted to go, and I was going to uphold it. Unnulf walked next to me as we approached the amphitheater-like building. He didn't ask me about the Fey tree dropping me a bunch of fruits or the branch. Honestly, the amount of trust they had in the tree, well, I couldn't even find it in myself to fault them for it at this point. It truly cared for them like a mother. There were no guards, frankly, there were no real guards anywhere. For the first time since coming to this realm, this was the first time that I considered a place a sort of paradise by any stretch of the imagination. Did the people want to be here? I would say absolutely not, but at the same time, it was extraordinarily peaceful on this little island, and I genuinely questioned if there even was any crime or things of that sort. There were several dozen people inside as I walked in, a lot of arguing was going on. It took a few moments for them to notice my presence, but they gradually quieted down, looking at me. Unnulf, why did you bring the outsider here? We're not done discussing. A man, Greek in origin, had a bit of a belly, and he even wore a toga with noticeable sewed edges as if it were fixed many times over the years. I just followed, he came here himself. Unnulf sat down, drinking a bit less aggressively, but he hadn't stopped drinking since I'd given him the barrels of alcohol. I'm leaving, we're leaving. We can't waste much time here, we have our own plans and objectives. I decided to cut right to the chase. The Greek one furrowed his brow. We haven't decided what to do with you all yet. And you are? Kalipides. He said it with pride. Right, Kalipides. I nodded. Let me make something clear, we're not beholden to you all. We came here out of goodwill, but that's it. As someone who's half human and identifies with my human half, I sympathize with your situation. Thus, I'm offering you all a chance to leave this realm and return to the human world. Someone pushed past him, one of the Vikings it looked like based on their attire. You do have a way out. And you are. I repeated it once more. Chief Rhodey. He grunted, much less flamboyant and self-gratifying compared to the Greek. You claim to come from outside with a tale of invasion. They didn't quite believe us. A group of monsters. A derivative snorts from the back. How do we know you're telling the truth? Could be a trap. Demons, the lot of them. Someone dressed like a cardinal huffed. I'm once more impressed by the breadth of cultures represented that are somehow getting along. I understand. I held my hands up to quiet down their arguing. Your skepticism is warrant, it's kept you all alive this long. Allow me to provide you all with some proof. They went silent, as if to wait for me to provide said proof. I release my spiritual pressure, pinning all of them to the ground, shaking the entire building and the island. Even the tree above began to sway noticeably. If I wanted to, I could kill you all right now without a problem. I spoke calmly as my spiritual pressure receded. I admit, I loved having learned this little trick, it's rather handy and imposing. Some of them recovered better than others. Some of them were real warriors, others were their equivalent of politicians or leaders without any combat experience or strength to them. Other than what they've passively obtained over the years. For the older ones, of any on this island, I don't think there are any below a mid-class in status. I can speak on behalf of all your gods. I segued into the next topic. If you're willing, the gods you worship will be waiting in some part for your return. Asgard will welcome the warriors out of time. Olympus will accept those who have stayed loyal. Takamagara will gladly accept brave warriors from the past. And heaven will accept all its believers back with open arms. It's actually kind of funny that I, someone who is still technically mortal, have that kind of connection. And truthfully, I think their faith is one of the few things that's kept them going through these years. Blasphemy, the cardinal-looking figure breathed out. I flicked my hand, and the true Longina slammed into the ground in front of the cardinal. The holy power was radiant as it pulsed out, calm and welcoming to them. I said this before, maybe it wasn't quite understood. The world is a much different place than your times. Heaven and hell recently agreed to peace. The yokai, my people that have come here, participated in the peace meeting, and we have agreements with heaven. The cardinal was silent, gulping as he stared at the spear along with the ones who seemed to be of the same faith or derivations thereof. Ragnarok recently occurred. I continued as no one else was speaking. Ragnarok. A faint whisper among the Vikings and Nords. I participated. I revealed. In order to overturn the destruction of Asgard, I sat upon the throne and was momentarily the king of Asgard. They're currently rebuilding and will happily accept honorable warriors among them as comrades. And I'm also blood brothers with Odin. Can you prove your words? I can only offer my pride as proof that I wouldn't lie about such a thing. If you want to call me a liar, I will draw my blade, and we can fight as warriors. I said pointedly. Sometimes, it was much easier to deal with these sorts. One's blade arm spoke louder than words in a lot of cases. The pride of a great warrior was usually enough to back up tall tales, even if they sounded ridiculous. No one stepped forward to call me a liar. However, there were a few whispers between them, the whispering of godly names. The result of Ragnarok is that there are new gods among the gods of Asgard. One of them is currently within this realm. You can pray to Jin, the goddess of magic, knowledge, and homestead. I found myself smiling. You are Japanese. An older gentleman wearing regal-looking Japanese attire from an older period asked with a very polite tone. I am Kiyabu Taro. But an old man without an ancestral home any longer. Can you speak for the kami we pray to? Will I be able to meet my ancestors and beg forgiveness for not being able to rebuild our clan? They may not know, but you ask of us to trust yokai. I was born Shimoda Takao. My mother was Japanese, and I lived and grew up in Japan until I became an adult. The leader of the yokai is Yasaka, a Kyubi no Kitsune, and Miko for Amaterasu no Okami. I have a certain relationship with Susanoo no Mikoto. And if you're willing to believe me, I'm currently courting Izanami no Mikoto. I can guarantee your acceptance by Takamagara. Taro went quiet, clearly contemplating what I just said. What about us? The Greek Kallipodes asked softly, his earlier bravado was diminished. My display of power clearly has an effect on him. I've met Hades on a few occasions, and I can reach out to the gods of Olympus. I have no reason to believe they'd reject you all. Of course, they might try to frame it as a favor towards us in doing so. However, there is no faction in the world that would reject humans that worship them with the strength they show. It's easy for me to be dismissive of their strength earlier, but generally, they're already far beyond the average strength of the supernatural world. Considering that the average military person in the underworld for devils is low class, anyone above that is considered an asset big or small. It's doubly so impressive for humans because they have such low starting points. The humans here were silent. It was probably hard for them to accept the casualness in which I just spoke about the gods they worship. The unreachable thrones for their belief, yet for me, it's usually a rather mundane experience. I've had dinner with Hades and his wife. Izzy, there's not much that needs to be said there. Odin, I've literally kicked him off a building before. Still, while they were speechless, they weren't normal humans any longer. Perhaps they've never met their objects of worship, but they've lived in this realm for years. You will take us out of this realm. I looked at the one who spoke, a younger man, though that might not be a case considering. Immediately, no. We're currently an advance party looking for the path to cross this ocean and to acquire ships. If you're willing to wait, within a month, I'd say at a maximum. I heard stories about our home. He said quietly. Ah, he was one of the ones born here, it seems. I intend to gather our people and leave rather soon. I said, crossing my arms. You need to make a decision quickly. However, we have set up base on a nearby island. I can't say I know the directions from here, but it should be easy for you all to find if you know these parts. I'll go with them. Unnulf spoke amid their silence. We got a little bit of time, they're doing their fighting, I can check things out and see if it's true. He said, taking a swig of his drink. Unnulf is trustworthy. One of them muttered. Aye, Unnulf could have been chief. His words will bring no doubt. The Viking chief nodded, and they seemed to come to a silent agreement. Thank you, brother. It's my duty. Unnulf said shamelessly. Shamelessly, because I knew him for hours at this point, and I knew for a fact he volunteered because he knew we had more drinks. I didn't reject it because it didn't interfere with our goals in the slightest. If it set their minds at ease, so be it. I pat Unnulf on the shoulder. I'm heading back to the ship, be there within the next quarter hour. He probably had some quick words that needed to be exchanged privately, and I left them to it as I left the building. Nurarihayan. I said quietly. I'm here. The yokai leader entered my perception at my side. One of the few beings that, despite my strength, could go undetected by me. Ready to head out. Not much for us here to keep us preoccupied. He grunted. Give me one of those fruits. I shrugged, handing one over out of my ring. I'm surprised you didn't steal one, or a few. He happily accepted it, munching down on it with vigor, licking his lips of the juices. The wrinkles on his face decreased noticeably. He still looked old, but there was a newfound energy to him, his back a little bit straighter. Oh boy, that's a rush. My Tuki nearly burst out for a moment. He stretched his back for a moment. I feel 20 years younger. He let out a breath, glancing at me. I considered it, stealing a few. Probably was going to do so, but I snuck in on that little meeting you had with the tree. Lost my motivation after that. I felt my eye twitch after hearing that he snuck in on a mental meeting with the Fey tree. I wanted to say plenty of things to that, but I decided it was better for my sanity to just ignore it for now. At *****. Watch the star there. Unnulf pointed up towards the sky. It moves, we use it to track the time of day. Fascinating. I replied, looking at the star in question. And the one next to it is the point of reference. Aye, that one never moves. Unnulf nodded. The ship of ours hit the waves quickly. We made a short trip back to the island to drop off our acquired boats, then we immediately set sail again. Human brat. Nurarihayan appeared next to us, startling Unnulf. Got a question. How come you all haven't left yourselves? Surely you could have found a passage out of here. If so many of you accidentally stumbled into this place, there has to be equally as many exits. Ah. Unnulf scratched his beard. Elder, you speak the truth. However, this realm is not forgiving for humans. We live on these waters because they are the safest. But equally so, there are no known exits within them. Every group of ours that ventured out from these waters, they returned with heavy losses or not at all. He said quietly. Have you left this ocean before? I was among a group that tried to push out, to raid some of those cursed things as homes for revenge. He shook his head with a hint of melancholy. Eventually, we lost all desire for revenge and only wanted to survive. Thankfully, Unnulf knew the location of the exit to the other side. The exit that put us right into the main territory of the Winter Court. A few hours of sailing, and the temperature started to drop, so I could feel we were getting close. Tell me about the exit. I asked. What kind of defense should we expect? It was a good idea to either scout it now or secure the exit properly. They have no people guarding it, but something much worse. We call it the Ice Mirror Valley. Unnulf said, taking a drink. Large glaciers of ice, crystal clear that you can see your reflection. Dare I ask what's wrong with it? Don't know. He took another drink. The only survivor died before being only to explain. Only said that death awaits us there. Every party that went to investigate never came back. I would have to see it for myself. But there's surely a limit to what they can copy. Something we should be concerned about. Nurarihayon looked at me. I'm honestly not too concerned. I shook my head. We could handle what came our way. Before I could say something else, I felt a small tinge of cold as I looked up and saw snow falling from the sky. Less than a minute, and it picked up heavily, making me frown. We've been discovered. I said, voicing my thoughts as I let a falling snowflake land on my finger. It was made of pure magical energy. Every single one of the falling bits of snow was made of magical energy. I questioned the purpose of it until I realized it was drowning out my senses. Clever. Something I hadn't considered before, but it made sense. If you blasted your magical energy in front of someone, it was nearly impossible for them to sense a point of magical energy somewhere else. This accomplished the same thing in that a snowstorm spawning on top of us was basically drowning out my perception. I could disrupt it, but the amount of magical energy, it would simply reform in moments. There was no point in using a dragon shout every breath for hours on end. I see something ahead. A shout came from above. The little yokai with the single eye that could see even further than me was pointing forward. I summoned my sword and swung it forward, cleaving through the storm in front of us for just a moment so I could see clearly. Right, when he said glaciers, he wasn't lying. They were massive and numerous. Each one like a skyscraper. But beyond those, I could see the climbing pillar of light from the lighthouse, it seems. Rather quickly, the snowstorm covered up my sight as it became difficult to see a few dozen feet in front of us. Still, it was somewhat peaceful, as nothing happened. It only took a few minutes for the ship to float up to them. There was no going around these glaciers, it seemed, either. They surrounded the lighthouse protectively. As the ship slowly advanced forward, it nearly brushed up against the side of a glacier, and I stepped towards the edge to get a good look. I put my hand on the side, the crystal clear ice, my reflection doing the same, as you would expect from a reflection. However, as soon as I put my hand on it, my eyes widened in realization. Uh-oh. What? Nurarihayon was quick to snap his head to me. These glaciers are made of crystallized magical energy. Different from dust, but functionally the same. And they're massive and numerous. I couldn't notice until we got this close because of the snowstorm. Brat. Nurarihayon raised his voice. I looked over, and the reflections of the crew were different. They pushed against their side of the glass, so to speak, and like ice sculptures given form, they materialized and took shape, landing onto the ship, looking at their counterparts. Even one of Nurarihayon popped out, and its aura was no less than the old man's. The glaciers' positions were intentionally arranged in a grand ritual, and the glaciers themselves were made of magical energy. There were no guards here because this place was one big trap. I looked back at the reflection of myself, and it was looking back at me, crossing its arms. The snowstorm distorted and dispersed abruptly, with an intense wind whipping around. Just as quickly, the vast majority of the glaciers disappeared. As if they were consumed. My reflection stepped out. I could feel the sheer amount of magical energy it contained. And it was rather easy to put two and two together to know where the crystallized magical energy from a moment ago went. Glaciers of crystallized magical energy arranged in a grand ritual to fuel a doppelganger creation. I caught one last snow flak and came to the realization that it wasn't only used to obscure my perception but also used to investigate us thoroughly. I heard a faint but cold laugh across the chilling winds. Well, it was far from the first time I've fought a mirrored version of myself. The fake me looked around, at me, then down at his arm as a very familiar red gauntlet appeared on it. Alright, now it's personal. Drake chimed in. He's just bluffing regardless. I don't feel any dragon presence from that thing, so it's a fake through and through. I cracked my neck. Alright, let's see what half-assed copying you've got. My copy smiled smugly and spoke in the same voice as myself, holding the gauntlet up. I who am about to awaken. Suddenly, I don't think he's bluffing. At *****at A/N. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above. We got a Kuna chapter, a Cyclops chapter, and 2 Arachne chapters up there ahead of the normal releases. Chapter 567, Chapter 512. I'll be honest, it happened so suddenly. Despite telling myself I was being cautious, perhaps I was arrogant from how easily things had been going so far. We can say we invaded the territory of the Winter Court, yet we did the equivalent of taking a bite out of the very edge. Drake said he sensed no draconic aura. Well, I felt that was irrelevant at the moment because the sheer amount of magical energy this thing was putting off was insane. I almost wanted to call it a pale imitation of a holy grail in output. Did it fall short in comparison? No doubt, it was still absurd that this amount of magical energy could be gathered and solidified into shape. Absolutely. How many millennia did it take those glaciers to form from constant accumulation? No wonder there were no guards around here. When enemies became their worst opponents from trying to breach deeper into the Winter Court's territory, there was no need to station physical guards. Gods stayed away from the Fey realms. And it wasn't only because they were alien and hard to navigate and enter. This thing before me, in sheer power output, breached the realm of gods by a large step. However, it didn't feel like a living thing, rather obvious if you look at the pieces forced together. But with this kind of power, it was still impressive to get some kind of construct to this level. And obviously, I wasn't going to let it finish its chant to activate Juggernaut Drive. Before it could utter another word, I used Shuinpa to move behind it and stabbed forward with my sword. However, it also moved. It moved almost the same as my Shuinpa except. You teleporting bastard. I huffed, chasing after him. It teleported to mimic my Shuinpa. That answered one of my questions. Shuinpa utilizes Ryatsu. It can't copy my Ryatsu as it's something so foreign to it, therefore, it copied the application in that it simply teleported to achieve the same results. I am the heavenly dragon that has stolen the principles of domination from God, it continued with that annoying little smirk before thousands of illusions burst out of him, rather impressively cast. What made it annoying was that it had no differing aura about it. No draconic, no divinity, no Ryatsu, no demonic. All of them were magical, so I couldn't immediately pinpoint it. I had no time to pay attention to the yokai who had engaged their own counterparts. Nurarihion also seemed to be meeting his match somewhat. However, a familiar boost resounded from the corner, and I snapped my head for a penetrate to follow it up. I summoned my own boosted gear. Boost, penetrate. And in quick succession, I copied my copy, and the two conceptually penetrating abilities collided. What happens when two immovable objects collide? They cancelled each other out after running out of power. But I found my copy this time and moved with my fastest speed, my divine lightning wrapped around my legs, and I used my Shuinpa to my max. It still was able to react, but not enough to escape as my sword cleaved through the arm that held its copied boosted gear. I laugh at the infinite, and I grieve for the dream. The one whose arm I cut off, it dissipated, and I quickly turned around, dodging a blast of lightning. Clever dick. Clearly, this thing wasn't a mindless construct. It imbued one of the illusions with its copied power to trick me. All my swords flashed out through the air, slicing through the thousands of illusions in the blink of an eye. The confirmation of the real one was when it had its own swords emerge and collide with my own. I became annoyed. It copied my swords, albeit, I could tell at a glance they were hollow copies. But those were mine, and I detested the thought of someone else having them. I took out the staff of Magnus, my copy following suit. We had covered enough distance that the ship was now a fair distance away, so I wasn't concerned about collateral damage. Spell circles appeared by the hundreds. My copy also mimicked my action as the world filled with lightning. However, my lightning was divine. It couldn't copy my divine power. Shield of Asgard. It changed tactics, slamming its staff down on the snowy glacier that remained. I rushed forward and held my palm out as the air crackled with lightning. Heido number 88, Hiryu Gekizoku Shinten Reiko. I swung my palm forward right in front of his shield as the gigantic lightning dragon emerged with a roar of thunder, bursting through it and slamming into the copy. Bakudo number 81, Danku. My copy called out, without Ryatsu, a substantial amount of magical energy converged to create a shield, and my lightning crashed into it like an oncoming wave. Boost, transfer. It copied further, enhancing the shield. I ignored everything else and pressed it, the important thing was to prevent it from finishing the chant. I admit I was concerned as to what would happen if it succeeded, as that was its immediate goal. Not giving it an opening was a priority. I shall become. I Shuinpa'd around the shield from the side, mirage in hand, and magic circles swirled around the blade. Ether cannon. It raised the boosted gear up as a makeshift shield as its swords flew in front of it, also alleviating some of the damage. My copy took the brunt of the hit, getting blasted down into the water. I grabbed my sword of destruction out of the air and pulled on my demonic side through the Hogyoku and released a powerful slash imbued with my power of destruction straight downwards to where it was sent, splitting the ocean, destroying everything in its path. The copy was forced to roll to the side haggardly, but still far from defeated. It, however, didn't sit there and wait. Within the blink of an eye, it had released countless spells in return. It seemed to be able to forego some part of the normal casting procedure. Unfortunately for it, it didn't inherit my magic resistance, so I could ignore the vast majority of those spells, and I shot downward onto its body, my leg crushing into its chest. I was a fairly noticeable amount stronger physically compared to a few weeks ago. The fruit gave me a small but noticeable boost. The slaying of Hanuman also gave me a bit bigger, if still somewhat small, boost. Every bit helped and showed. The copy silently screamed, perhaps it doesn't feel pain but still mimics the effects appropriately. I gathered my power of destruction around my hand and moved to slam my palm down onto its head. Fuss ro da. My copy bellowed, and a magical mimicry of my dragon shout rippled out, and I moved to brace myself and forego the attack. It was enough that the falling walls of water were blown away and my feet dug holes into the ocean's floor after bracing myself from the blowback. The red dragon of domination. And I shall sink you to the depths of. I let go of the sword I was currently holding and let Mirage fall into my hand again, and I moved before he could regain his momentum. Swallow returns. The copy jerked its body abruptly, trying to dodge, but it was futile. If it couldn't properly copy things like my divinity or my spiritual powers, my usage of the kaleidoscope must have been a complete blind spot for it. The first blade was dodged, the second pierced through his back. It still moved with my blade through it, however. And I pulled Mirage free and used a burst of Shuanpa to move out of the way as his haphazard attack missed me. Myriad slash. Its head fell down to the ground, and its body followed a moment later. I let out a breath, exerting my power a bit still so the walls of water around us didn't come crashing down just yet. Something is wrong. Drake spoke up, verbally acknowledging a strange feeling I also had in my gut. If it was copying me, shouldn't it have been stronger? Even if it could only mimic my stuff through a bastardized usage of magical energy, I didn't have to push that hard. The power it held was easily god level, but that was a rather easy fight. Crimson Purgatory. My head snapped towards the source of the words, the fake gauntlet on its arm lit up despite being a headless corpse. We've been had. I wasn't the target of the copy. Welsh Dragon, Juggernaut Drive. The world turned crimson. At *******. POV, Angelica Lataz, reporter for Devil News Today. Quick, Greg, set up. I waved at him to get the camera going. He got a lot quicker recently for obvious reasons. I quickly fixed my hair as best I could, but it was an effort in futility at this point. How long had we been in this place? I hadn't had a proper bath in what felt like an eternity. An alligator with the mouth of a chicken tried to bite me when I found a small river to bathe in. And that wasn't even the weirdest thing that's happened to me since coming here. I felt like I'd aged 100 years in the span of a few days. Even my clothes. I was lucky that one of Lady Yasaka's attendants took pity on me and patched up my attire, otherwise I'd be running around in rags. I did not prepare enough for this. Greg held up his fingers, counting down. Hello everyone, it's Angelica Lataz here with Devil News Today. It wasn't live, thankfully, in that regard. But all the unedited footage is basically shown as soon as it's brought back. Despite any embarrassing moments. For all of you tuning in now, here's a quick recap. Lady Yasaka and her fellow yokai have so far claimed over 40 miles of territory as per our last airing. So far, 12 different lords, as we've come to know them, have either surrendered or have been killed as her forces have pushed forward at unbelievable speed. However, it leaves this reporter questioning the thoughts of their enemies, as they have yet to show any real resistance to the invasion. I took a deep breath as shouting and the sounds of armor clanking were heard not far away. Right now, we've stepped away from Lady Yasaka's primary army. As you can see behind me, I gestured to Greg to get a good view with the camera. We're currently situated with not the yokai, but their surprising allies, the Pendragon family. Yes, you heard me right, the one infamous enemy of all devilkind, dating back to the time of the legendary King Arthur, is currently preparing for battle. I subtly nudged my head to Greg to keep looking out towards the knights. While much smaller in numbers, I've been told that every knight you see here, of which there were roughly 1,000, is at least comparable to a mid-class devil. That's right, 1,000 human knights, all mid-class or above. Wasn't that surprising? I didn't think humans could pull off that kind of thing. As you can see, Lady Artoria Pendragon is meeting with a certain fae, some kind of knight themselves. I wasn't really sure, a lot of them rode horses and wore armor. As both sides are at a standoff. We're lucky to be able to see the Pendragon family in action soon. Because it was a cold day in hell if one of these bastards actually surrendered without a fight. All the ones who surrendered previously did so after a thorough beating. They were still talking, no action going on. Better distract everyone with something. I gave Greg the signal for him to zoom in on the woman in charge. As you can see, Artoria Pendragon has become a somewhat focal point for quite a few people since her appearance in the peace conference. There are rumors that despite being broken, she possesses the complete Excalibur, a weapon comparable to an archangel. Of course I didn't outright say that's true, but those are the popular rumors. And not only that, but it's been confirmed that she's part of a harem of our very own Wilhelm Schweinorg, the devil that's on everyone's lips recently. Most people will eat that up, they want to know more about him. Sure, they want to see the fighting, but you can't always show just fighting. A good reporter knows how to keep the audience interested with different hooks. And anything about the son of Lucifer is going to get a lot of attention. Well, it also helped that she was simply beautiful. How many would-be nobility would want a chance to take her into their own harems? A harem was more than just a relationship, it was a status symbol. However, the thing was, there was barely any information on Artoria Pendragon from the dossier that Lady Leviathan gave me. Just the barest details that honestly sounded more like rumors. In that case, let's make her mysterious the focal point. We know very little about Artoria Pendragon ourselves. Only that she appeared recently with a complete Excalibur, and every member of the Pendragon family pledged their loyalty to her without fail. There are. What's this, who are you? I found myself cut off as a woman with blue water-like hair walked over, pushing herself in front of me. Devils. You shouldn't be here. Humph, I'll just kill you and save everyone the trouble. She raised her hands up, and while I was no magician, I could tell when magic was about to be cast. I felt my eyes widen until a mist emerged from the ground, eating the magic that was developing. They have permission to be here from Lady Yasaka. Please refrain from causing them harm. Our savior arrived. Thank you, Soma. The strange woman frowned but stopped. Fine, I guess it's not my place to say anything. She huffed. Soma nodded and disappeared again. What's this though? She walked up, ignoring me, and pushed her face into the camera. Oh, a crystal structure inside. Some kind of mechanism I don't recognize. Ah, it's recording images. Not just images, sound too. How novel, I don't remember anything like this back when I was more active in the human world. Greg looked at me, but I didn't know what to say to the woman who so flippantly was ready to try and kill us. Excuse me, miss. Oh. She pulled away. Devils, I guess you're harmless. Why did that sound like an insult? I don't like devils since they killed my Arthur. What are you doing with this, She grabbed the camera out of Greg's hands, playing with it. That's a camera, it's. Did she really not know? We were still recording too. It's recording everything, and it's being sent back so the whole underworld can watch the invasion. The whole underworld? She exclaimed. I take it back, that's more than novel. I feel like I missed out on a lot of things. Thank you. She dropped the camera, seemingly losing interest, and I winced. I quickly regained my composure. And who might you be, miss? I glanced back as Greg picked the camera back up. Oh, I'm Vivian, the Lady of the Lake. She announced proudly. That, Vivian. Who didn't know that name if they knew absolutely anything about the legendary figure associated with it? What did I say about running off, you idiot? A knight came stomping over. She looked rather similar to Artoria Pendragon, who was leading the knights here. Negotiations could end at any minute, and you're making me come all the way over here to drag your ass back. Wah, unhand me, you traitor. Hooligan, betrayer. She whined as the female knight grabbed her by the arm. Yeah, come on, Mom, we got work to do. The girl sighed. Mom. She squeaked. Who said you could call me that? Even if you're much cuter compared to him. The female knight rolled her eyes. Do you think I want to be related to that French adulterer through you either? Don't talk about Lancelot like that, he was a good child. He was a cunt. She replied expressionlessly before turning to us. Sorry about this. Father said you were coming. Can't say I care either way what you're here for, but this one wasn't supposed to come over and bother you. Thank you. I said I was not sure how to react again, but once more, my expertise as a reporter shined through. Miss, can you please comment about what's going on currently? And can you also introduce yourself for our viewers at home? She looked annoyed but relented despite the struggling woman in her grasp. Name. I'm Mordred Pendragon. Father is currently trying to negotiate a surrender of Fae you see over there. Not going to work obviously, but it's how things go. Got to give them a chance to surrender before you ram a sword through their chest. She shrugged. Besides that, there isn't much to say. Once we clear up this small force. She paused, squinting her eyes. About 2,000 of them, if I'm not mistaken, then we're pushing up the west while our allies are pushing up the east. Thank you for your insight. Sir Mordred. That was how you addressed a knight properly, wasn't it? She looked pleased, so I think I did good. Mordred turned to the Lady of the Lake. If you keep struggling, I'm gonna poke ya. She said, pulling out a dangerous-looking and feeling lance. Keep your divine lance away from me. She whined further. Divine lance. Come on, father is heading back. She dragged the woman off with her back to the formations of the knights. Lots of things just happened, I have no context for any of them. Thankfully, we were recording most of it. As you can see, it appears as though conflict is inevitable. It didn't take a genius to see both sides were prepared. The two from before rejoined everyone else, disappearing from view. That was until the side of the knights moved forward, horses neighing and the sound of feet hitting the ground. However, at the forefront, I recognized the armor as the girl who had just been with us. Wreathed in lightning, at the proverbial spear tip, she charged into the lines of the enemy Fae. Like a car running over an ant, they couldn't be stopped. Particularly in the case of that Mordred, she utterly decimated the front lines with her first hit, red lightning danced everywhere, and the other knights quickly followed, tearing into them without hesitation. Hundreds fell quickly, but I don't think I picked up a single knight that fell along with them. There were also several dozen magicians in the rear, providing support. It seemed like as soon as one of the knights was about to receive a decisive blow, there would be some sort of magical effect appearing to protect them, be it a blast of magic at the enemy or a shield to protect the knight. I was by no means an authority on warfare, but wasn't the side with the higher numbers supposed to have the advantage? Why did it seem like an adult handling a toddler? Are they really humans? At ***** at A/N. Hey guys, if you didn't know, I was busy with a very stressful and difficult move the past week or so. It involved things like the service elevator at my apartment not working when I lived on the 7th floor. But we're back to normal now, and I'll try to have Antoher Cyclops and Arachne chapter out this week. Also, Fae arc is over as of this Patreon chapter, finished with a chapter over 10k words. Next big arc is a new world. We also have 2 Arachne chapters ahead over here and another Cyclops chapter. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. Chapter 568, Chapter 513. Folin, Norse God POV. Damn bastards. Several of my arrows pierced the heads of some annoying gnats. And as satisfying as it was to put arrows through their skulls, there were far too many. Though despite the numerical advantage, that wasn't the worry aspect. Especially when the thing claiming to be the brat's cousin was using the world serpent as a bludgeoning tool. Granted, it was far from its real size after the wounds it suffered during the battle for Asgard. But still, the thing swung it around like it was made of paper. I admit to taking a small bit of pleasure when she smacked a bunch of those uppity gnats with the serpent. However, I was focused on the more powerful sources that were approaching, and the really powerful ones that were watching from a distance. Ones that made me, a newly ascended god, feel a touch of concern. There was a reason that despite this place being so far out of reach of most, that it was untouched by even gods in past ages. They had their own defenders. And that idiot swinging around poor Jormungandr just barged right in and ignored all of that. You look familiar, have we met before? A cold chill ran down my back as a shadowy figure emerged from the intensifying snowstorm. I quickly put an arrow in it, but it wasn't real. Truthfully, I hadn't had long to get used to being a god now. Despite being stronger, I wasn't as strong as I could be. And I was old, I hadn't kept up with the times in my old age. I normally only grabbed my bow when the stray monster or beast needed to be put down. My hands were far too used to simply caring for the wounded. The sound of a tongue clicking became apparent over everything. Now this is going to bother me for a while. I know that you're familiar somehow, but I really can't put my finger on it. Which clan are you from? I took a deep breath and closed my eyes, drawing upon the unfamiliar divine power inside of myself, and I swiftly jerked my bow up, pointing to the sky, and pulled back the bowstring. A single golden arrow shot up, piercing the cold wings, and burst out into 1,000 more arrows, falling down like rain. That young lady I recall during the battle did something similar. I'm no longer an old dog, learning new tricks is something I can do. My golden arrow swept away the surrounding cold, revealing the person stalking nearby. He let out a hiss of anger, pulling several shallow arrows from himself. A god. He spoke in disbelief. How could? He seemed to come to a realization. Oh, you're one of those exiled clans from a long time ago. How amusing, one of you became a god for the ones outside. He laughed. Great fairy then. I grunted. He tilted his armored head. Good, you know my title. How fun would you consider surrendering? I think you would make a great member of our hunt. Not just a great fairy, but a leader of the hunt. Annoying. Great fairy was a status, like calling someone ultimate class or such that the kids do these days. A leader of the hunt was another notch above that. Only exceedingly powerful or cunning ones among their number became a leader of the hunt. I'm not surprised he feels about equal to me despite the fact that I recently ascended to godhood. Perhaps if I had more time to temper myself, I would have been able to easily deal with him. Even after killing so many of your people, you're inviting me? I questioned, flicking the string of my bow, killing a few dozen more under his gaze. He nonchalantly glanced at the deaths of his kin and shrugged. The strong survive. None of those you killed were ones I found value in. Ah. He turned completely away from me all of a sudden. Well, you better quickly accept my offer. Our queen seems to have lost her patience. The cold felt different. Sharper, deadly. Over the castle in the distance, I felt two chilling eyes appear, and the shadow of a mighty figure enveloping the entire area. I paid no attention to the hunt leader who departed. I leveled my bow and gathered all my divine power, releasing a barrage of arrows right towards the queen bitch herself. They didn't reach, each one exploding in divine power before hitting, but it was enough that she had to pay it the briefest of attention and I ran towards the stupid girl, giving her a firm kick in the rear. Hey! She looked at me, dropping poor Jormungandr to the ground. We're leaving. Now. She turned to look at the queen as well, frowning. All right. She hesitated for a moment. She apparently considered fighting the queen. I was old and wise enough to know when I was a tad out of my league. I regret agreeing to this. Jormungandr whined. You owe me for this, elf. It said with a small huff, looking at the girl with noticeable fear and hesitation. I'll pay it back, now turn up, and take us out of here. I jumped on his head, grabbing the girl too to make sure she didn't run off. Don't forget me. The strange flying object chimed in, floating up with us. I didn't know what that was exactly, but I stopped caring a while ago. Jormungandr was exceedingly fast, especially for his size. He was faster than we could run by ourselves, and with some effort, he was able to put a bit of distance between us as the castle. However, we were far from out of her reach. I flicked my bow, sending more arrows back, feeling my divine power draining rapidly. It just pissed me off more because that old one-eyed bastard offered to help me train and I kicked him away. Her gaze was ever present, but it seemed she wasn't attacking us directly. My mind was going through the possibilities, but it was hard to guess what they were thinking. No, her gaze shifted. To where, that was answered rather quickly as well. A crimson hue set on the horizon, followed by a furious roar that shook the air around us. Great Welsh! Jormungandr blurted out in surprise. Why does it seem like whenever something happens, it involves him or those close to him? At *****at. Wilhelm POV. I could taste the amount of power being radiated. Which is common for powerhouses of this level, but in this specific case, it felt like it was bleeding its magical energy without regard. Drake was right, Weepin had. It's not often that I'm led by the nose so thoroughly. We both thought it was a copy of me that happened to have a simulacrum of the boosted gear. But it turned out to be the exact opposite in this case. The spell ritual created a copy of Drake with a simulacrum of me around it, so to speak. The reason why it simply stalled for time and didn't properly engage me, why it felt so weak, it couldn't have put more than 10% of its accumulated magical energy into the fake copy of myself. However, it was met with its own restrictions. The copied Drake was copied in its current state, chained within the boosted gear. It still had to go through the process of activating Juggernaut Drive. Of course, if it was able to trick me, it had the intelligence to know I wouldn't just stand there and let it activate Juggernaut Drive unabated. Technically, you could bypass the chant with enough stress and will combined with the threat of death, albeit unintentionally. There was a reason why the boosted gear had the stigma associated with it regarding rampaging hosts. However, it's highly likely this thing was capable of such emotions. I watched as scales manifested all around it, building up into a moderately large silhouette. It abandoned a humanoid form rather quickly, or rather, it never had designs for one. Its neck elongated, and its jaw opened up with razor-sharp teeth. Spikes emerged down its back, and its large tail swept up a whirlwind with each movement. It let out a furious roar, the force of which nearly blew me back. Tisk, Drake sounded annoyed. It's barely reaching past half the amount of power I had in my prime. That's what you're mad about. Well, if it's going to copy me, it should do it properly. Still, half a prime Drake was frightening. Even if it has half my power in comparison, it'll be weaker than half my true strength. It's too mindless to be able to utilize everything properly. And truthfully, it's highly doubtful it's even a perfect copy to that extent. I could feel its magical energy leaking with every passing moment. It was an amalgamation of an amalgamation. I think it was having trouble maintaining a coherent form like this. It had assumed the realm that gods stand in at its birth. There's no way that's a naturally acceptable occurrence. It must be pulling apart at the seams, its magical energy simply monstrous enough to hold it together for now. Dragons, at their basic, were just giant clumps of mana. This doppelganger was a giant clump of mana. So, it made sense, in hindsight, why its target of copying was Drake over me. I was far harder to copy in any reasonable regard compared to Drake, who had somewhat similar origins. Sir Wiggles was back on the boat, so I wasn't overly worried about everyone down there for now. And I knew I didn't need to tell Nurarihion that I was going to be preoccupied. I never used Juggernaut Drive before because I was never confident. The gauntlet, the boosted gear, let one utilize a portion of Drake's power, a small taste of it. Balance Breaker allowed you to access his full power, limited by your own ability. Juggernaut Drive. Juggernaut Drive, you become why Drake Gotch. The concept of Drake would overlap with your own, which is one of the major reasons that the users were driven to madness. It wasn't an intentional action by Drake, it was simply the price to pay. In return, you would be strengthened to an obscene level and become the Red Dragon Emperor. And I saw it activated for the first time. It wasn't fully dragon-sized, but likewise, it was far larger than a normal person. It threw its head back and roared again before settling on me unwaveringly. I could guess that the spell ritual to manifest the doppelganger had principles intertwined in it that forced the copy to focus on their source. I still don't feel a genuine draconic nature from that thing. Drake sounded confused. Yet, it's almost like seeing a bit of myself. Copying the outermost layer without copying the essence, it makes sense. The dragon opened its mouth. Dodge. I barely reacted in time as a condensed beam of fire blew past me at frightening speeds. Drake, what the fuck was that? I was prepared again and I used Shuanpa to dodge out of the way, but I felt the edges of my shirt get singed. I wanted to make my breath attack faster, so I turned it into that. Where do you think your dragon shot comes from? Well, that's the basic form of it, hopefully it can't use my real flames. Right, Drake decided to turn his breath attack into a fucking laser. The dragon, however, seemed a bit more mindless than I anticipated. It shot another of its laser breaths up towards the sky, scattering what remained of the clouds. Despite its mindlessness, it still focused on me, its large wings stretched out, and with a single flap of them, it shot at me with speeds that matched my own Shuanpa. I brought up Mirage to block in time as its clawed hand smashed into me, slamming into the side of the lighthouse, which surprisingly didn't break. Its large maw opened right in front of me, the split second that it used to charge its laser breath barely gave me an opening. Fuss. I blew out, smacking its head away so its breath attack shot off to the side. My swords from fighting my own copy beforehand, they emerged from the water and stabbed into the back of the dragon. The mindless fake dragon released me, turning around and roaring in confusion as it seemingly didn't understand it was attacked by nothing. It flexed its body and my swords were forced out of the shallow wounds they caused. Boost, dragon shot. I hit it point blank with my dragon shot, then reached for Ascalon, as my dragon-slaying sword entered my hand and I swung it at its head. The dragon turned around quickly, eyes glowing, and deflected my swing with its arm with a noticeable expert precision. My sword left another shallow cut, but that was ignore in favor of the dragon's tail swinging up and slapping at me in that small opening. My aura flared up protectively, but I still felt the sheer force of the casual movement from him as I was slammed back into the lighthouse. Noticeably, it still didn't show any signs of damage. The dragon let out a low and rumbling growl, a strange intelligence clearly visible in its eyes now. Maybe you knocked some sense back into it. Maybe. It whipped its head towards me and I felt the danger creep down my spine, kicking off the lighthouse and pushing myself out of the way. I glanced back and a chunk of the lighthouse was missing and the dragon was chewing thoroughly. My teeth were pretty strong. I am a dragon, don't forget that. Despite the abilities I developed over the years, my teeth, my claws, my scales, they are the weapons that every dragon has since birth. It flapped its wings once more, and its speed was higher than previous, its claws raked across the air creating a deathly gale as I braced myself, taking it head-on with my aura flaring to life. I found myself hitting the ground hard, with the sky above me covered in the red hue of numerous breath attacks falling downwards. With a scowl, I whispered a few words under my breath. Theme Zegron. The area around me erupted in a blaze of fire, leaving only the lighthouse standing where this small landmass used to exist. The dragon let out a challenging roar, so I responded in kind. Welsh dragon, balance breaker. My own draconic nature was released to match it. Was it pride? I had other options. I could have used the spear, but I felt this was more appropriate. Boost, 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 boost. I let out a series of boosts that surprisingly wasn't my limit. The strengthening I received recently increased the threshold just a tad. My dragon wings burst out of my back and with a casual swing of them, I shot into the air right at the fake drake with my divine lightning crackling around me. However, it simply floated there, unmoving. Reset. It wasn't my voice, even if it sounded like Drake, it didn't come from him. The command to reset the number of boosts the user had accumulated. I found myself no longer flying, but rather, falling upwards due to the momentum I accumulated. It was like someone slammed on the brakes while going 100 miles an hour on the freeway as I momentarily became disorientated. All I could see was a bright red light before the searing heat hit me and parts of my scale mail were burned away. It took me a moment to realize where I was now. The lava around me was sizzling against the salty water. It was able to copy some mechanisms of the boosted gear. The reset thing isn't from me, it's something built into the gauntlet for my users. Drake's words reached me as I reorientated myself. It's not like the boosted gear is inviolable. Hell, I have a spell that jailbreaks it for a bit. But a fake Drake with some copied mechanisms able to trick my own boosted gear. That's not something I expected. Ow. I floated out of the water, finding solid ground. Standing up on my feet, I could feel that last one. The fake Drake roared again, shooting off its breath upwards as if declaring itself to the world. It took notice of me rather quickly and shot down at me, mouth wide open as if wanting to devour me. I released my balance breaker. It was pointless if the thing had the ability to reset my boosts on a whim. As it was about to reach me, I withdrew a certain staff. Beck Z Zoer Frol Lo. We both roared out together as I slammed my staff onto the ground. Disginiad Yer Imrauder. Before the fake Drake could touch me, a large magic circle appeared at the side, and a massive black dragon's mouth clamped down on it, tumbling forward. The fake Drake was tossed to the side as my Drake coated in NHGGRS form roared defiantly. I quickly put away that staff and pulled out my staff of Magnus. I have a plan, Drake. It's not a real living entity, simply smashing our heads against it in a fight to the death is also foolish. If it were a living being, a life and death battle had a different meaning. But it would willingly sacrifice itself to inflict any kind of wounds on me, I could tell that much. Without giving Drake a moment to respond, I flicked the staff forward and released a very powerful bolt of lightning right at the fake. It was a fake dragon, but it inherited quite a bit of Drake's physiology. As Drake said before, the scales of a dragon aren't to be underestimated. It barreled through my spell, flying right at us. Drake shot forward, tackling it as both began to claw at each other with my Drake at a noticeable disadvantage. The lighthouse. I shouted, as I began to cast a more powerful spell. Drake caught my mean and twisted its body so their fight went airborne and he forced it towards the exit. I gathered all the broken pieces of earth out of the water, and they formed a gigantic stone and earth hand, and it pushed them both through the portal to the other side. Without hesitation, I sprouted my devil wings and followed after them. At *****. I felt the same sensations as the first time entering the lighthouse from the other side. The twisting of time and space threw me out in front of the lighthouse with a blanket of ice and snow falling from the sky. Dragon roars reverberated overhead and I glanced to the side to see Captain Hook casually carving a piece of wood, sitting at a fire. I blinked at him once as his eyebrows raised and gave me a nod. Right, had no time to pay attention to him. Gather. I shouted, flying up into the air, not caring about the disorientation and disconnection between the earth and the sky. I wrested control of this small area, the skies became mine despite my authority still activated over the original camp. Fall. I commanded and lightning began to drop from the skies. Drake disengaged as the rain of lightning slammed down on the fake, sending out monstrous roars from the copy. Drake also added his own miasmic breath, bellowing it out towards the copy. Unfortunately, the copy was just so damn crammed full of magical energy that my lightning wasn't doing much. Despite the large bolts of lightning raining down non-stop, it still opened its maw and its fiery laser breath pierced through the miasma and collided with Drake, knocking him out of the sky. Boost. A thunderous roar resounded, and it didn't come from me. What? I blurted out as the copy moved at ridiculous speeds. Its claw raking down on me. Bakudo number 44, Sakisho. It gave me a fraction of a breath to push out my aura defensively through the Hogyoku and pull up my arms to block. The clawed hand of the boosted fake Drake tore through it all until my shadow emerged behind me and took a significant portion of the blow as well. Despite that, the fake's claw still reached me and several cuts across my chest opened up as I was sent hurling down to the ground. Vengar knows. Drake shouted, a cyclone emerged, colliding with the fake but I lost sight of it as I landed in a strange house. Blood flowed down my chest as I looked to the side to see a fae, presumably an adult and parent as it looked like another fae, a smaller one. The parent was holding the child by the leg over a pot of stew. They both silently stared at me. Heido number 4, by Akurai, I pointed my finger at the eldest one, my bolt of lightning seared through its head and it fell over. The child however leapt over with a gaping maw full of sharp teeth as if to eat me. I slapped it away with my staff with a huff. Fucking fae. I downed a health potion I pulled from my ring and shot out of the hole in the roof of this house I made. I glanced downwards and saw that it seemed to be some kind of port city. If there's such a thing without it being directly on a body of water. There were literally docks on the ground. Bastard. Drake hit the ground not far from me either, demolishing a few houses. I didn't care for the locals as I shoomped next to him. I thought you said that you didn't use boost offensively when you were alive. I didn't. That's stupid, it would heavily damage me if I tried to double my power and strength like that. It was only meant as a counter against Albion. He grumbled, rolling over back onto his feet. Look at it, its body can't handle that kind of stress, it's literally pulling apart. I reinforced my eyes as the fake seemingly was lost in its own mind again, releasing breath attacks every which way uncaringly. It was flaying even more at the edges, scales were starting to burst. Still, a fake drag able to boost at the cost of its non-existent life, that was terrifying even if it wasn't using its full power intelligently. Fucking dragons. Get its attention, I have a plan. I waved my staff around as a new runic circle emerged. On it. Drag roared again, flapping its wings and soaring back into the air. Would not cast. He bellowed out, turning into a whirlwind and slamming back into the rampaging fake. He didn't have much left in him before that form dissipated. Better act quickly. This will be my first time using the spell in combat, but it's the perfect target. The ground and air around me became completely deathly. Not necrotic, not necromantic, it was the sum total of experience I had visiting realms of the dead that allowed me to craft this particular spell. Opposite of life was death. The chilling air made way for the deathly touch and a pale shimmering sword floated out of the runic circle. Touch of death, Helheim. The pale sword shot out and Drake jerked out of the way despite the copy's claws tearing out part of its body. The pale sword pierced the dragon, but it caused no physical damage, as it was completely immaterial. It wasn't a physical attack, it was a curse. A particularly powerful curse. It had a singular and direct effect, it took a living thing and moved them closer to the concept of death the longer they were exposed to it. For a normal living person, it would simply drain their life force. It only became more interesting on more complicated enemies. The fake dragon didn't even react, but the effects became apparent. The already straining body began to leak magical energy 4 times faster to sustain itself now. The fake opened its mouth, ignoring its own self-destructing, and released dozens of breaths down upon me. The Fey town, city, habitation was annihilated as I jumped on Drake's head flying away in time. I looked back at the smoldering town and had a realization. Huh. I looked into the distance and saw light. I don't think we should keep this little present to ourselves, what do you think, Drake? Drake let out a bellowous laugh. You're right, let's let all these Fey see how magnificent my juggernaut drive is. The fake followed after us quickly. The fact that it had boosted, and it was cursed by me and it was merely an amalgamation and yet held together still, it was a testament to how much sheer magical energy the thing had inside of it right now. Would. Drake let out, shooting forward, but the fake behind us was catching up still. I turned my staff around. Scatter. I quickly made dozens of illusions of us like it had done before. It grabbed an illusion, popping it. Its tail whipped around, and it barreled through a good portion of them before something changed and it seemed to target us specifically, letting loose another breath. I cast a shield to block it, despite struggling, I was able to fend it off. But that just gave it time to catch up and I quickly jumped off Drake as it grabbed hold of him, tumbling through the air again. I looked down and saw something good. Ethereal. I shouted for Drake. Theme Zegron. Drake caught on quickly, making its false body go ethereal for the fake to fall through him. It saw me, which is what I wanted, and it took a deep breath, followed by a breath that could easily destroy several mountains. Pushing my speed to its peak, lightning crackling around me, I used Shuanpa to evade in time as it narrowly missed me. The explosion below happened to be just on top of what looked like a castle with a bunch of armed forces. How unfortunate. I activated my semblance to once more narrowly dodge a raking of its claws and quickly shot back towards Drake and jumped onto his head again as he flew away. The fake let out a furious roar. I think he's mad. Also, it seemed like it was slowly weakening, not much yet, but it was noticeable. You don't need to be a dragon to be able to understand that. Drake snorted. I see another town. He dive-bombed towards it, the copy in tow. Drake, with the grace of a meteor, happily slammed into a random building, causing a bit of an earthquake at his landing. Shield of Asgard. I slammed my staff down, putting a significant amount of power into it as another breath enveloped us completely. As my shield vibrated and shuddered, and the fiery breath relented, all that remained around was us molten slag and flames. Bakudo number 75, Gotcha Tekken. 5 tall pillars fell from the sky on top of the fake Drake, forcing it to the ground. Leg it. Drake and I flew away again as the spell only held it for a fraction of a second before its draconic aura burst out, shattering the spell, and it furiously gave chase once more. We went further inland, and the icy chill seemed to intensify. I felt it creep up rather quickly, and I felt a familiar feeling like when I was claiming ownership of the sky above the camp. I felt like someone was looking right at me. Regardless. Hey, that's a big-looking city. I pointed down at what probably houses tens of thousands of Fae. I had no time to analyze the architecture or layout, even if I was somewhat curious as to how these things lived in their own society. You dare. A chilling voice sounded out across the icy tundra. It became incredibly hard to see even a few feet in front of myself, but I felt something push through the air. A gigantic, female, hand, made of ice and snow swept downward. Drake and myself had no time to dodge, bracing for it as we were quite literally slapped out of the air and sent hurling to the ground again. The roar of a furious and fake dragon was not far away either. Humph. The faint voice echoed out again with a scoff. Drake, buy me a few moments again. I said, throwing off the mischievousness from a few minutes prior. I got a tiny bit left in the tank, this is my last clash. Drake said before flying towards the fake. I created another runic circle, not thinking I would use another spell like this so soon. Another of my 9 realm spells manifested. The heat of a furnace, the clanging of a hammer. A large ethereal anvil appeared in front of me and I tossed out the bow of Oriel onto it. Crafting for the gods, Nidavellir. The faint outline of a dwarf holding a hammer appeared behind me. It raised its hammer up high and slammed it down onto the anvil and my bow. The bow, which wasn't releasing any significant power without a wielder, suddenly became blindingly bright. Nidavellir was a simple but powerful spell, it temporarily enhanced a weapon of my choosing. The surrounding snowstorm was immediately burned away by holy flames. Without even pulling the bowstring bow, a sun appeared overhead. Far away, very far away, I could feel the eyes of the person who spoke before. I lifted up my bow and pulled back the string. It felt like I was trying to move a mountain with my fingers, my muscles strained and I had to use all my strength. The sun overhead, it swirled and distorted, the light and flames of it shimmering downward between my fingers. As the sun above disappeared, a bright arrow formed on my bow. What is that? A panicked cry was all I heard before I released it. The force of the arrow being shot knocked me back, nearly sweeping me up in its gale. My arms went numb, as if my muscles became taut all at once. The pain was followed rather quickly, and I was fairly sure I pulled several muscles in my arms. However, the arrow seared through the cold winds, evaporating the icy malevolence. It was too far away to see. Only the release of another sun emerged briefly on the horizon, almost like it was setting, was an indication that it hit true. That and the shrill cry that echoed across the tundra. Boost. Brat. Drake shouted, getting my attention as a tail slammed into my side. The world flipped around several times as my body skipped across the ground before coming to a stop. Dizzy. Disorientated and possibly a few ribs broken. Where was I? Wasn't there a town right next to me? I stood up, wiping away the blood dripping from my mouth, refocusing myself as I measured the distance from where I was before. I then realized it was pointless because I was very far away from where I was standing and I just got the shit knocked out of me. At least I still had the bow in my hand. Actually, I was having trouble opening my fingers to even release it. Note to self, the combination of Nidavellir and Bow of Oriel is very powerful with repercussions. 2 different roars echoed as I felt Drake return to me. It boosted again, be careful. Right. It flew at me again with reckless abandon. This is exactly the situation I didn't want, but I guess I had no choice. My aura healed me enough that I felt a feeling return to my arms despite the pain, and I put the bow away. However, the spell appeared behind me once again. This time, Ascalon was placed on the anvil. The fake dragon came flying at me again, its magical energy depleting at increasingly rapid speeds, but its power amplified by several boosts at this point. I grabbed Ascalon off the forge. Swallow returns. The meat in front was ripped apart without hesitation by the monster, it didn't notice the meat behind it pierce its heart by an empowered Ascalon. Boost. It let out a monstrous roar again and swung its body around. I let go of Ascalon and tumbled across the ground a few times before sliding back onto my feet. Hanuman. I called out and my shadow emerged, grabbing the dragon briefly, but the empowered fake ripped it apart. I really didn't want to reveal my Zanpakuto so openly here. I learned from my fight with Kronos to not be so flippant with my trump cards, but I guess I had no choice. Reflect. Wah. A strange and loud cry came barreling down a snowy mountain, a mix between what sounded like someone was trying to roar, but was more, whining. Jormungandr. Drake answered the question of who. But that brought up more questions. Like, why the fuck was the world serpent colliding head first into a fake copy of Drake? Why was Folan riding it? Why was Ruby floating next to him? Hey cousin. Arcuade. This was in no way my fault, whatsoever. Ruby quickly hid from my very angry gaze. I came to visit. She happily smiled. What in the 9 realms is that thing? Folin, the elf god, pointed at the fake drake that quite literally threw Jormungandr to the side. A copy of drake, I said rather bluntly, still staring rather blankly at the fact that Arcuade was right here. I had so many questions right now. Before I had a chance to voice them, the fake opened its mouth again. Boost, boost. It boosted more and the scales on its body literally burst, the magical energy it exuded became visible. Arcuade waved her hand, and the surrounding space shattered and collapsed onto itself. The fake's body had many more of its scales crack and shatter under it. However, it seemed to ignore the damage and jumped at Arcuade. She seemed genuinely surprised as it grabbed her and it opened its mouth point blank in her face. I pushed everything I had into my demonic side again and called for my sword of destruction and slashed down on the hand with all the power of destruction I could muster. It was severed, but the fake didn't care one iota, simply swinging its large head towards me instead and released its breath at me. It was more powerful than the ones I took before by many degrees. I even used my power of destruction protectively. Burns appeared across my body and my aura nearly shattered. I fell to a knee as it abated, coughing erratically. Jormungandr's shadow loomed above and it grabbed the copy with its mouth, and using its snake body, it whipped away, flinging the copy far off into the distance. I stood back up with heavy breaths, using my sword to steady myself. You all right? Folin was on my quickly, and I felt his divine power seep into me, the authority of his healing was soothing. I'll live. I breathed out. You protected me. Arcuade walked up to me, looking at me strangely. I would have been fine. I clenched my hands, feeling good enough as I stood up straighter. Don't be an idiot. I gave her a bop on the head. You're my cousin, obviously I would move to help you. It's coming back. Jormungandr rumbled, looking at where it flung the copy. I looked at Arcuade with realization. You don't have reinforcements here. She shook her head. Idiot. I sighed. I'm not an idiot. She frowned. You mean it, right? That we're cousins for real? Altruge told me that we were sisters once and I believed her. She tricked me and cut off my hair. I wanted to say something, but I just ended up patting her on the head. I would get mad at her later, we had something bigger to deal with. The rampaging fake drake that was looking like it was on its last legs, time-wise. But it still had enough to cause some serious damage. Arcuade stood up with a smile. I'll show it to you, my home. She held her hand up and the world changed. The fake dragon came flying back over, my Ascalon still pierced through it, my curse still draining its power and vitality. Millennium Castle Brunstad. She declared, and the world was overwritten. Towering columns, Gothic architecture. A large castle, looking like it was made of crystal, appeared towering overhead. And hanging in the sky was a rather familiar and malevolent-looking crimson moon. A reality marble manifested through the use of a marble phantasm. That was the Millennium Castle Brunstad. The home of the original Crimson Moon that only those who inherit the Brunstad name can manifest. The dragon became confused for a moment, stopping, a few low growls as it looked around. Arcuade held her hand up with a smile. Fall. The copy looked up, perhaps the flicker of intelligence returned because it seemed to just stare blankly. The others, they also looked up wide-eyed. The crimson moon that hung up in the sky began to fall right towards the fake dragon. At *****. Non-canon Omake, The Little Spider Part 3. Arachne was in a good mood. She discovered something interesting. Her father told her about the mists and other nonsense around here, but she only half listened. She discovered that she could use the mists to change how people perceive her clothing. Originally, she either had to choose to change into normal clothing or use her own magic to hide her appearance. Both of which annoyed her in some small measure. But the mists, they did it automatically after activating the effect, and she didn't need to keep a spell continuously cast. She hated not wearing her combat attire, so this was a most welcome discovery, and she was very happy after discovering this. Not to mention she could even walk around with her spear in hand if she desired. Though her mom taught her to handle her weapon properly and not just show it off for no reason. Thus, she still stored away her favorite spear, her Gibald copy, even if she didn't want to. If she remembered right, she should be around the school her dad went to, and the camp or whatever it was supposed to be was a couple 100 miles southwest. She just needed to figure out a way to get there quickly. The thought of riding a bus for around 4 hours, maybe 5, did not sound too thrilling. Before she could decide on what to do, there was a vibration through the ground, almost like an earthquake. For the normal people around her, it must have felt like such, but she could see the mist swirl around and hide what was truly happening. Was that a frost giant? She fought a few before. And it was a dead ringer for one of them, a bit on the smaller side, but each of its steps shook the ground, a good 15 feet tall. It was walking towards the river. Her first instinct was to throw her spear at it and fight it to the death. but she was curious about what it was doing, so she followed it silently. It continued to walk towards the large river running through the city. As she followed, fewer and fewer humans were around, which indicated that something was happening. That was when she saw it. There were many monsters all gathered around the edges and within the waters as if they were trying to catch something. Very quickly, as if a blur, something would shoot out of the water, narrowly avoiding capture, creating splashes of water. Arachne could see it clearly though, a beautiful large fish with glistening blue scales. The only oddity was that it had the head of a cow, but to her, she just found it more appealing. I want it. That was her only thought that pushed her feet forward. It escaped again. A monster she didn't recognize hissed out. It's too fast in the water. Where are the nets? If we don't hurry, we're going to get the attention of something bad, and we won't get any profit. What's going on? Arachne casually walked up. Perhaps due to her casual demeanor and rather arrogant way, she ignored everything going on. The monster she spoke to barely spared her a second glance. Don't think about getting involved. It hissed under its breath. We're the ones who found it first, there's no one taking it from us. Just here to watch the show. Arachne hummed. The monster pursed its lips, perhaps annoyed that it was on the proverbial sidelines. A few of us found the Ophiuchus, the legendary bane of Olympus. It sounded excited. After we capture it, we can ask for almost anything from Olympus. She felt that was a dumb name. Though the monster said that, the fish, every single time, narrowly escaped from capture. That was until two sides of the river froze solid and large ice walls rose up. The frost giant from before made its move. Wait, you're not. Arachne wasted no time stabbing the monster through the heart before it could utter any more words. Her power of destruction ignited in her hand. It wasn't mutated like her father's, as she took after her aunt-grandmother in this regard. It raged in her hand, and she grabbed the head of another monster as it turned around to look at her, swiftly destroying it in one go. The others became alerted, and immediately, a sharp and spiked tail swept at Arachne. Arachne stabbed her spear into the ground and used it to push up, vaulting over it and slamming her foot downwards on the owner's head, knocking it to the ground. Some sort of lizard-alligator creature she didn't recognize. Her head tilted to the side as an arrow-like feather passed by. With a screech, a bird-woman, most likely a harpy, took to the sky, and razor-sharp feathers rained down. Arachne, however, just smiled viciously, and her spear swung at increasingly impressive speeds, blocking and deflecting each one. With a lull between the barrages, Arachne jumped backwards to fix her stance, her feet pushing into the ground as she pulled her arm back and threw her spear. The harp in the air barely had time to screech again before the spear pierced through her. To others, it would have only looked like a red beam of light that shot right through the monster. Throwing away your weapon, foolish. A roar bellowed as a shadow was cast overhead. A large, icy hand came downwards. Demigod. Arachne perhaps got too caught up in the thrill that she allowed something like the Jotun to get this close to her. However, under the massive hand that threatened to squash her, she smirked. Her index finger twitched downwards. Barely noticeably, as the sun shined on it, an extremely thin thread was revealed, swaying in the wind before her movement caused it to become taut as it extended from her finger. Before the large hand could slam down on her, the Jotun let out a pained cry, and his body was knocked down by a familiar red light as her spear returned, impaled on his side. Ever so slightly, if you paid close attention, you could see that extremely thin thread connected to the base of the spear. Arachne then leaned back, cartwheeling backward to avoid claws swiping at her. Years of practicing elegant and dexterous movements allowed her to easily avoid such obvious attack patterns. She jerked her hand, and the thread connecting to her spear caused it to dislodge from the Jotun and return to her, but rather than catching it, she kicked it, sending it impaling through the head of a cat-like monster that had just tried to gouge her stomach. The ground shook, and the sunlight vanished again as this time the Jotun's large fist was clenched, barreling down upon her. Arachne, with grace and skill, lightly tapped the side of its hand, pushing herself out of its way, and gathered her power of destruction at the tip of two fingers. Dodging the attack, she jabbed the two fingers forward, and a condensed beam of destruction opened a hole cleanly through its head. The Jotun dropped to the ground like a puppet having its strings cut before turning to dust like many other monsters in the area. There were about a dozen more monsters left, and they were all acutely aware of her now and preparing to attack. However, after the Jotun died, Arachne lost her motivation to fight as they were just small fry. Without even turning around, she waved her hand, and dozens of shadows shot out. Within the blink of an eye, the remaining monsters were skewered by spears, each of which was one of her treasures that she collected just like her father. Holy, demonic, magic, divine, all manner of legendary spears sunk into the ground as the bodies they impaled turned to dust. With a gesture, they all flew back to her, and she returned them to storage. Peace returned to the area. She did briefly question why a Jotun was participating in something that involved Greek monsters, or whatever was happening, but she settled on not caring for the reason and tossing the thoughts away. All monsters were dead, bar one. A cow had popped out of the water. Moo. Arachne smiled lightly, squatting down at the edge of the river. Hello. Moo. The strange fish cow greeted her back, jumping into the air very high, far higher than the walls of ice had been. Ah. Arachne came to a realization. You were playing. I apologize for interrupting your fun. I believed you to be in peril and wished to assist. The fish made another strange cow noise, like it was confused. The monster was by no means unintelligent, perhaps naive, whimsical, and innocent, but it had clear intelligence. It stared at her because it was the first time anyone had protected it. In its long life, it's only ever been chased after as people tried to use it. Cute. Arachne muttered, looking at the cowfish. The fish headbutted her playfully. Maida has a pet partner. Would you like to be my pet? Arachne was never one to beat around the bush. If she wanted something, she was direct about it. The fish blinked. Moo. There was a beat as Arachne registered what seemed like an agreement from the fish. She had a beat of her stoic demeanor crumbling before she grabbed the fish from the water in a big hug, startling the fish at the speeds in which she moved and the strength in which she squeezed it. A will call you Mr. Blueberry, and A will love you forever. She squeezed happily. Moo, the now named Mr. Blueberry, didn't know what was going on, but it was happy. What can you do? She asked her newest partner. Moo. It wiggled around and escaped her grasp before jumping back in the water and jumping in and out. Moo. She realized that her pet could only do cute things and had no combat ability. That's okay, I'll love you anyway. She grabbed him back into a hug as he swam back up to the edge of the water. It didn't matter to her, she fell in love with Mr. Blueberry the moment she saw him and didn't mind if he couldn't fight. I finally found you. The words were followed by deep and tired breaths. Arachne turned around to see the satyr from earlier heaving in exhaustion with a big lump on its head. It paused. Is that the Ophiuchus? His name is Mr. Blueberry. Arachne corrected. Moo. It was insulting, it was like calling him satyr. Said satyr stood there, mouth open. Oh my gods. The satyr breathed in and out. The Ophiuchus. This is huge, if we bring it back, my punishment. His name is Mr. Blueberry. Arachne punctuated with her spear against the satyr's throat. The saint swallowed hard as sweat dripped down his brow. Mr. Blueberry. Humph. She withdrew her spear. Why are you following me? You. He hesitated because he had been beaten up already, and he found he was rather intimidated by the, probably rather young girl if he could guess her age to be in her early teens. Are you Annabelle Schweinorg? No, my name is Arachne. She denied. The satyr choked as soon as he heard that name. Did she want to be cursed? Who would name their child that? But you appeared in the house of Wilhelm Schweinorg. That's my da. He gave me the house. It's my house. That you were in without permission. She gave him a slight beating earlier, but that didn't mean she forgave him. Why were you in my house? Her spear raised up again. Wait. The satyr raised his arms up defensively. I can explain, please don't hit me with your spear again. Explain from the beginning. The satyr swallowed again as her spear didn't lower. I was told to come collect Annabelle Schweinorg to bring her to Camp Half-Blood. I couldn't find her anywhere, and goddess, he stopped. Her parents said that if I couldn't find her, then I shouldn't come back. No one's been able to find her for 3 years. Since I had no leads, that was the only place I knew about, so I bummed in the house for a while. Arachne pondered what he said. If he were telling the truth, then technically, he was trying to help her. It didn't sit well with her to harm him if he was being nothing but helpful and nice. I'll make it to the camp on my own, your mission is over. She nodded to herself. Wait, so you are Annabelle Schweinorg? He asked for clarification. My name is Arachne. She said it stubbornly. The satyr looked at her with his mouth open again because he knew who her mother was. Of course, satyrs weren't supposed to reveal godly parentage, even if it wasn't a secret. The less they get involved in godly matters, the longer their lives tend to be. And it's often the whim of a god if they wanted their kids to know or not, so best leave it up in the air. Especially the gray eyes were a dead giveaway. That just made it all the more absurd that her name was Arachne. The satyr wisely decided not to say anything. Between a young demigod that could beat him up rather easily and a goddess that could smite him, he chose to keep his mouth shut. Otherwise, his eyes looked towards the legendary Ophiuchus. It was called the Bane of Olympus. Legend had it that if you killed it and burned its entrails, you could even bring down the gods. Who wouldn't be greedy for something like that? Not to mention there was a standing bounty on the thing from thousands of years ago that was never rescinded. The satyr licked his lips. Why don't you let me take care of your friend? He cleared his throat. I don't think Camp Half-Blood lets fish inside. Besides, he can't stay away from the water, right? He smiled, putting on his most charming smile. She was a young girl, he was decades old, he felt like he could easily trick her. Just let me take care of the Ophiuchus for you. Arachne frowned. His name is Mr. Blueberry. The satyr barely registered what she said before his eyes rolled back, her spear smacking upside the head once again. Moo. Mr. Blueberry just bobbed his head happily. Arachne was upset because he did bring up a point. He was a fish, fish needed to stay in the water. As if divining her thoughts, Mr. Blueberry swam out of the water, a thin, almost membrane-like water layer clung tightly to him, and he continued to make little cow noises as he swam or rather flew around Arachne. Despite Mr. Blueberry being significantly larger than her, she still grabbed him and held him up again with a big smile. It's okay, I will protect you. She cooed. She wasn't stupid, she knew that Mr. Blueberry was apparently very famous, even if she didn't know the specifics. But she didn't care about that, he was Mr. Blueberry, and she wouldn't let anyone harm her pet. She would kill anyone that tried. Let's get going. I need to figure out how to get to this camp though. She looked at him. You wouldn't happen to know the way? Moo. Mr. Blueberry seemed to nod. Arachne smiled and swung one leg over her new pet, sitting on its back. Let's go, Mr. Blueberry. At ***** at /n. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoryforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. War is done over there, and a new world will be revealed soon. I also have 2 Arachneomake chapters ahead, and a Cyclops snippet chapter ahead if you're interested. Chapter 569, Interlude 40, Kunu's Hogwarts Adventures Part 3. Dumbledore POV. I waited patiently as the FLU network connected all the way across the world. It allowed me time to marvel at how our society had progressed in the years. Before the Second World War, we didn't have FLU networks that could reach this distance. Not that it wasn't possible, but many of our magical societies were a bit more insular. And that was saying something considering how we are still rather conservative in nearly every aspect. Headmaster Dumbledore-san. The fiery image of Mahotoko's headmistress appeared in my fireplace. Headmistress Sumiko-san. I stood up and performed the proper bow of respect. Sumiko chuckled from her side. It's been far too long, Dumbledore-san. I appreciate the sentiment, but such things are unnecessary. I am adept enough at your Western culture to navigate a conversation with an old friend. Ah, I thank you, Sumiko. I admit, my knowledge of proper Japanese etiquette has reached its limits. I shared a small laugh. I apologize for the late call. It must be very early for you all the way over in England, Dumbledore. She replied good-naturedly. I was merely grading paperwork for my students. What can I assist you with, Headmaster? I found myself in an odd situation, Sumiko. I decided to cut right to the chase. You see, I have a young lady of Japanese origin who decided to enroll in Hogwarts this year. Oh. That's surprising but hardly worth the effort of reaching out. Not that I don't enjoy talking to an old friend after so long. But if you're wanting information, I have no knowledge of any potential students from Japan that opted to go to Hogwarts, Headmaster. That's interesting. Just as we have a method to discover potential magical children in England, so too do they have a method in Japan. Yet, even if a child picked up by our method decides to go somewhere else, we still are sent to speak with them. Admittedly, it's to potentially convince them to join Hogwarts instead. However, it's also procedure to make sure every magical child is sorted and has an education per ministry guidelines, regardless of where. I understand your point of view. But it's a bit odd for me because she happens to be half human, a yokai in particular. A young lady with fox-like features. You know me, Sumiko, I, of course, have no problem with non-humans. I am, however, rather unknowledgeable about certain things from your country. I simply wanted to sate my curiosity with a few questions if you don't mind. Please, Headmaster. You don't need to defend yourself, I know your character very well and never assumed the worst. That being said, you are probably working under a false misconception if you did indeed enroll a yokai. Please clarify. While not impossible, a half-human yokai is exceedingly rare. They appear from time to time among such Oni tribes for some reason, as well as a few other species of yokai. She replied. Curious. Her mother had assured me that her father was human. She seemed to nod in understanding. Further clarification is required, it seems. It's entirely possible and even likely that her father was human. But it's a facet of their being that a kitsune, if you're saying she has fox features, is always a kitsune, regardless of their human parentage. There is no half in this case. How odd, I never considered such a thing possible. I understood her explanation, and it aligned with what her mother spoke about in our meeting. And conveniently, it avoided some of the ministry pitfalls, as by definition of the ministry's laws, she technically is a half-human despite evidence to the contrary. Oh well, I highly doubt the ministry will ever care to look beyond our borders for such information. And if they tried to pass any such legislation, I was chief warlock of the Wisegamot for a reason. I rarely flexed them, but my political power was vast when I needed it to be. Thank you for alleviating some of my questions, Sumiko. I do have a couple more if you don't mind. By all means, Headmaster. It's rare that we get to have a chat. I found myself smiling. I'm curious about her mother. She said she was one of the yokai leaders in Japan. I assume you know plenty about her then. Her name was Yasaka. Yokai leaders. She repeated in seeming confusion. Is there a problem? Headmaster, there are no yokai leaders in the context you're speaking of so broadly. Yokai are scattered. We employ quite a few here at our school, but there has been a steep decline in their numbers for a while. And of course what happened during the war. She trailed off, and I didn't need clarification on that matter. We were all aware of what happened to end the Second World War on the Mughal side. Suffice it to say, there are a few leaders in a smaller scope, but no yokai leaders, like you're suggesting. Perhaps you misunderstood. Perhaps. I acknowledge that I should have asked a few more questions. She said she ruled over half the yokai of Japan. I don't feel like she lied to me, and I tend to be a good judge of character. Kitsune are known for their mischievous nature and deceit, Headmaster. Still. Would you describe her to me? Name as well. I may know who you're talking about if it's any particular troublemaker from my side of the world. Very well. I let out a small sigh, hoping I didn't get taken advantage of. Her name is Yasaka, as I said. No family name given. She has long blonde hair and generous assets. I cleared my throat, earning a small laugh from her. And of course, 2 fox ears and 9 fox tails. Oh yes, she also. Pardon me for interrupting, Dumbledore. But did you say 9 tails? Yes, that's correct. I nodded. Headmaster. She paused as if to consider her words. That's not possible. What you describe is a legend even for us. The Kyubi no Kitsune, 9-tailed fox. They're prevalent in quite a few myths and legends even among the non-magical population. They're often either the bringers of disaster on epic proportions or associated with kami, gods. Either messengers or worshipped as kami themselves. I could go into hours-long discussion regarding the folklore. But suffice it to say, there has never been any evidence of such a mythical yokai ever existing properly. Well, wasn't that a concerning discovery? Are you quite sure it's such? I don't mean to belittle your knowledge, but I can guarantee that both the mother and daughter, whom currently is within these walls, both have 9 tails. I can't claim to be knowledgeable about Japanese folklore, but counting is something still capable of being done by me in these later years. Dumbledore. She went quiet again. I'm not calling you a liar, but this is a substantial claim that I require evidence for. Imagine, what do you Westerners have? Oh yes, imagine if I suddenly told them that I had an angel enroll in my school. Oh my. If that was the same correlation, then I could understand her attitude. Yes, I believe your position is perfectly reasonable. I can all you a copy of my memories if you like. I seem to recall you also possess a pensieve. What a wonderful piece of magical technology nearly lost to the passages of time. How many could still make the memory viewing device? I would appreciate it greatly, Dumbledore. And if it proves true, I must insist that I pay a visit in the near future. Oh, what a wonderful idea. Did you know that many of my students don't even know about the existence of other magical schools? It would be a perfect learning opportunity. Perhaps you can share a bit of your culture when you visit. Yes, quite. I would love to. She seemed distracted by something else. Very well, I will send them to you by the end of the day. All's willing, you should receive it by the end of the week. Cross-country Oling was still a bit slow, unfortunately. Thank you, Dumbledore. I await expectantly for your delivery. I will leave you to your morning. Have a good night. You as well, Dumbledore. She spoke before the flu call ended. It was always nice to catch up with a fellow headmaster. We don't communicate enough, perhaps we should schedule more inter-school activities. Something to look into for the future. Now, the important bits. Breakfast. Those house elf pancakes were waiting for me, I just knew it. Fox. I looked towards my faithful companion. He raised his head and ruffled his feathers as if to answer me. It's a new year, why don't we make a nice entrance for the first years? I held out my hand. He jumped off his perch and flew at me. I grabbed his tail and with a flash of flames, we teleported into the great hall where many of the seats were full. There were many shouts of surprise and glee as they pointed my way. How joyous. I did so love showing the wonder of magic to such young children when given the chance. I took my seat, and my breakfast appeared in front of me instantly. First week of a new year, it was my turn to chaperone the meal times. Fortunately or unfortunately, in some cases, I am the staff member with the least workload at the beginning of the school year. Thus, I always volunteer to give my fellow staff members a breather to make sure they're prepared for classes. Most of them don't even show up for the first few breakfasts of the week and take their meals in their offices. I didn't mind, it was an enjoyable time for me. Looking at all the new faces with the old. My Gryffindor students being loud and boisterous with excitement. I had to raise a finger to cancel a spell that the two Weasley twins were about to cast. I didn't recognize it outright, perhaps another of their creations. They looked wide-eyed and found me staring at them, then shrank their heads back. No doubt it would have caused all sorts of chaos in its wake if I hadn't stopped it. Perhaps I would have pretended to see nothing if it were a bit later into the year. However, I didn't want the new students to be too flustered in their first days. My Hufflepuffs were a bit less enthused in the morning. Was it a strange coincidence that they're usually less morning people? Obviously there are exceptions, but it took them longer to wake up and start socializing. But the Hufflepuff unity kicked in, and they happily shared and passed around plates without any arguing or fighting. The Ravenclaws did what they do best. Books open, quills scraping against parchment, and mouths full of food as they tried to talk about the latest or upcoming assignments. Always the most studious bunch, though Miss Granger is giving them a run for their money. Lastly, I looked at the Slytherin. I nearly turned away noticing nothing abnormal until I had to do a double take. They were quiet, too quiet. They were always the more quiet ones. Reserved as Severus says. Yes, in public, they do like to pretend to be more reserved, even if they're truly children. They whispered and kept their voices quiet normally, but this was different. They were completely silent, and they kept glancing towards one student in particular. A specific young lady that had been the topic of discussion earlier with my call to Sumiko. Young Kunu sat alone at the far end of the table. They were intentionally avoiding her like the plague. Was that fear in their eyes? No, that would be silly. Of course, it's probably their prejudice. It's no secret that many of the more firm believers of blood purity and such fall into Slytherin. Having a young lady who very clearly is not entirely human must be a strange experience for them. But it will do them good, I say. It's important to experience other things outside one's narrow view of the world. I just hope she's not getting overly bullied. I should talk to Severus to make sure they all treat her gently and don't harass her. She seemed like such a sweet and gentle girl. I hope that she can make plenty of friends in her house. At *******. Ginny Weasley POV. This is so unfair. Ron, we had the same class. Harry responded to my brother. But ours was later in the day. They get to have flying lessons first thing in the morning. My brother whined. Ron, they just switched around the two classes due to a scheduling conflict from Madame Hooch. You know that, you were there. Hermione sighed. I just think it's not fair, you know. We had to go through so many boring classes before we got to have our first flying lesson in our first year. I rolled my eyes. Ron always says stuff like that. Ignore him. Go have fun, Ginny. The field is down the stairs here and out the main gate. Hermione smiled. Bye, Hermione. Bye, Harry. Bye, Ron. I waved goodbyes, happy that they showed me the way. Ron just grunted. But even he was more than willing to show me the way so that I wouldn't be late to the best class. I was excited, though. Mom barely ever lets me fly around at home, she always calls it unladylike. Ugh. She also used to use the excuse that I hadn't learned properly. Well, now she can't say that anymore. Ginny. I heard a familiar voice call for me, waving. Oh, Kunu. I noticed her, not sure how to feel about the strange girl just yet. She was nice and friendly and did nothing but treat me well. I guess it wouldn't be bad to say we were friends. It's not like I have a lot of those yet. But she's Slytherin, and Ron always goes on about how bad they are. Are you excited? I can't wait to fly, it's going to be fun. She beamed. Have you flown a lot? Not on a broom. Not on a broom, what does that mean? I glanced at the others in the class, and I noticed that the other Slytherins were looking at her strangely. Are you okay? I leaned in and whispered. My brother said that Slytherins are mean and bullies. I'm fine. Kunu looked at them, and they flinched back. Don't worry, I get along well with them. Okay. Excuse me. A boy from her house came over, looking a bit nervous. I don't remember his name. Hi, I'm Colin Creevy. Would you mind if I took your picture? He was looking at Kunu holding a camera. You want to take my picture? Kunu asked. Yeah, I just never seen a girl with tails and ears on her head before. I thought it was neat, and I want to show my mom and dad when I went home. He didn't look her in the eyes. It's rude to take pictures of people you don't know. Kunu frowned. Oh, sorry. Kunu held out her hand. I'm Kunu Schweinorg. She smiled as the boy, confused and hesitantly, took her hand. There, now we know each other. Do you want to take a picture together? And can I have one too? I have a scrapbook that my auntie made me, I want to add more pictures to it. I also have a camera. She held her hand out, and a camera, at least I think it was a camera, appeared in her hand. Wow, how did you do that? He exclaimed. Magic. She giggled. What kind of camera is that? It's so small. My auntie gave it to me, I don't know. She shrugged. But it's magic, and it will print out pictures right away. She held it up and snapped a picture of me all of a sudden. The little thing did in fact print out a picture rather quickly. See. She held it up and it was just me looking like I sucked a lemon all of a sudden. That's amazing. Colin exclaimed. Do you mind if I also use my camera? It's something my parents do with me. We have a room back home because Mom is a reporter, and we can develop them ourselves. It's something we do together. Sure. Let's do both. She pulled him in, much to his surprise, and started snapping pictures. Ginny, come take a picture of us. All right. Honestly, it was fun seeing her get excited, I don't know why. Here, Colin, let me use your camera, and I can take a picture of you both. All right, just be careful, they paid a lot for that camera. I nodded, taking it from his hands as I snapped the picture. Children, it's time to begin. A loud voice drowned out everything else. The teacher walked over, holding a broom in her hands with some broom riding gear on. Put everything else away, please, it's time to begin. Both Kunu and Colin put their cameras away. Well, Colin set his to the side in a safe spot. Kunu, hers just disappeared again. I don't know how she keeps doing that, just making things appear and disappear. You may or may not know, but I'm Madam Hooch, the flying instructor for Hogwarts. I also am a registered and official Quidditch referee, and I normally referee the games between each house. I take my flying instructions very seriously. If I see anyone goofing off or not following my instructions, you will not be touching a broom for your remainder of time at Hogwarts. She said sternly. Now, normally we would be using the school's brooms, but there is a slight change in the rules from last year thanks to your deputy headmistress. She sounded sour towards her for some reason. The long-standing tradition of first years not being able to use their brooms has been abolished. So, if you have brought your broom, you may use it. I looked around, and it seemed like only a few people even knew about this. Actually, I recognized some of the faces, they were all pure-blood families or those with connections to them. Of course they would know something like this ahead of time. Unfortunately, the new brooms we ordered haven't arrived just yet, so those of you without one will have to make do with the ones we've been using for years. She said pensively. Now. Excuse me for interrupting, Madam Hooch. Professor Kazuki. She looked at the maid walking over. He was also holding a broom. She adopted a rather amused smile. I don't suppose you're here for lessons too? I apologize for interrupting. I have been asked to deliver this to Miss Kunu Schweinorg. The muggle walked over abruptly, handing it right to her. Thank you, Mr. Kazuki. Kunu beamed. You're welcome. He said with a firm nod. I don't believe you have class just yet, Professor Kazuki. And as a muggle, I don't suppose you have much experience with this sort of thing. Would you like to stay and watch? Madam Hooch offered politely. It was still so strange seeing a muggle walking around the school. Very well. He said simply. Wonderful. Madam Hooch smiled. All right students, if you have your brooms, take up a spot next to the one set up. Otherwise, students who don't have brooms stand at the left side of one on the ground laid out here. She gestured towards rows of brooms on the ground separated by a few feet for each person. Those of you with brooms already, set them on the ground like you see. You have your own broom. I glanced at Kunu as she stood next to me, her own broom on the ground. Yup, my grandpa and grandma made it for me. She nodded. Made it. I thought brooms were super hard to make, which is why there are only a few makers of them. All right students, I want you to put your hand over your broom and say, up. The teacher shouted. Up. I gave it a shot, the broom shot into my hand from the ground. Glancing at Kunu, hers was already in her hand too. Now, swing one leg over the other side of your broom and grip it tightly between your legs. I looked up to see the teacher giving a demonstration. You're going to grip it tightly about a foot away from your body towards the top. Then, you're going to kick up off the ground and hover there. I don't want to see anyone flying away. If I find out you're intentionally trying to show off, you will regret it. I've already flown before, so this wasn't new to me. I easily lifted it up off the ground, holding it a few feet in the air. Though, the broom was really bad, even compared to the ones we had back home. I know Ron never shut up about how bad they were since last year. You okay, Kunu? I looked at her. Just a little nervous. She gulped, slowly pushing up off the ground until she was about at my height, though she was rocking back and forth. It was clearly her first time doing this. All right, good job, everyone. Madam Hooch was already flying around, inspecting everyone. Now, I'm going to give you a little bit of leeway. I will allow you to fly up and around the field. No racing, and no horseplay. Get a feel for it and go at your own pace. But I want to see a little bit of speed once you get more comfortable. I easily took to the skies, high above everyone else. Well done, Miss Weasley. Let that be 5 points for Gryffindor. Madam Hooch shouted. Don't be scared, children, get up there and fly around. She helped each person until she went to Kunu. Are you having trouble, Miss Schweinorg? I've never flown like this before. She admitted. It's all right, dear, there's a first time for everything. Grip your broom tightly, okay? Okay. She nodded. Now, tilt it up a little bit, and then I want you to imagine yourself shooting off. Push it, let the broom respond and whisk you away. I'll be right here, don't worry. Are you sure? Go ahead. She chuckled. Okay. Kunu's broom tilted up, and then a sound erupted, nearly knocking everyone off their brooms. It was like an explosion, and the ground below her was caved in. All I saw was Kunu shooting up through the clouds in the blink of an eye. Crap, crap, crap. Madam Hooch followed after her very quickly, though not nearly as fast. What in Merlin's name just happened? I can't control it. That sounded like Colin. His broom was swaying back and forth, and pieces of it were falling off on the back. My eyes widened as the shaking increased and he completely fell off. He was high up, really high up, and Madam Hooch was gone. I'll have to. What the heck? I stopped in my tracks as I saw Professor Kazuki, the Muggle, running up the side of the castle like it was flat ground at surprising speeds. And he leapt off the edge, catching Colin and landing gracefully on his feet like nothing happened. He sat Colin down with a blank expression before wiping himself off. Are you okay? Colin nodded absent-mindedly. Are you Spider-Man? Was I the only one who saw it? No, I looked back, and all the others were staring with their mouths wide open at the Muggle professor. All right, I'm back. Madam Hooch came flying in with a hand on Kunu's broomstick as if to keep it in place. She dropped Kunu off and looked around. What? Did something happen? Thank you for letting me spectate your class, Madam Hooch. I should return to prepare for my class. The Muggle professor spoke. All right, thank you for watching the kids while I retrieved our wayward student. She looked down at Kunu, who looked away awkwardly. What did I just see? At ***** at /n. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforum. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. We have 2 Arachne chapters ahead and a Cyclops snippet ahead over here if you're interested. Chapter 570, Chapter 514 plus Arachne Omake Part 4. Jormungandr POV. I regret agreeing to the elf's request. It's just a quick trip, Jormungandr. You won't have to fight, Jormungandr. It'll be like a vacation, Jormungandr. Why did I think I needed a vacation? I was in a good spot. Sure, I was getting annoyed a lot because some Asgardians wanted to meet the great world serpent for themselves. But it was a far cry from being hated and hunted in the past. There used to always be one fool who wanted to prove themselves by slaying the world serpent. So simply wanted to meet me was a nice change. And now I'm cold, I'm bruised, and I'm being chased. And I was used as a club. The other dragons are never going to let me forget this. I could have hidden it, but Drake has such a big mouth, he'll tell everyone. Is he going to be all right? Calm down, his life isn't in danger. I moved quickly through this damn cold place, putting a lot of distance between us and whatever it was behind us. Even I didn't want to deal with what was coming. I did glance up on my head to see Drake's host passed out. He seemed fine after the strange girl dropped the damn moon on a copy of the Great Welsh. How? Why? Who uses the moon as a weapon? Thankfully, it wasn't real in a sense. Things flickered back to reality, and I was no magician, but even I could tell that it was all sorts of wrong. Like we were in a different world for a moment there. I thought I was going to die, but it seems like the weird girl could keep us out of harm's way while everything exploded spectacularly. And the fact that the moon, beyond being used as a bludgeoning tool, felt scary. What's wrong with him then? She asked. He's hurt, obviously. His arms are a mess, some broken bones, ribs look bad. Some internal bleeding, bruising, cuts etc. But his life is far from danger. It just looks like all his stamina suddenly drained completely along with other energies in his body and he simply collapsed from the rebound. The god explained. Can you help him? She looked worried. I'm a god of medicine, not healing. I'm accelerating his natural healing abilities already with my divine power, but there's a limit of what I can do without tools or supplies. Even with my domain of mercy, I can alleviate his symptoms slightly, but that's about it. Do you have anything? I didn't think I would need to, considering the yokai were thoroughly stocked. But someone decided to teleport me into the middle of this place far away from the medical supplies. I could feel his glare. Sorry. She looked down. Actions have consequences, lass. I glanced up and saw his expression soften slightly. I'll take the blame too, I shouldn't have let her talk me into this. The floating toy agreed. The old man is going to be pissed. Humph. But why not use Wilhelm's stuff? I doubt he'd mind, especially if it's used to help him. The talking toy asked. I know he had a storage space filled with stuff, but I'm far from a god of magic, I can't exactly break into it. And I can't use very much magic without a proper magus to wield me. The toy replied. Oh, inside that space he has. I can get inside. The strange girl raised her hand. What do you need? Folan perked up. Do you see any red potions? Actually, just grab anything that looks like it could be medicine. She reached forward and her hand disappeared from view as the space rippled around her, then suddenly hundreds of things fell onto my head around them. Well, okay then. Folan blinked. I didn't expect this much. Do you need more? He has a lot more stuff in there. She reached inside and pulled out. Is that a troll's head? Folan furrowed his brow. She shrugged. It smells weird. She threw it back inside. Oh, what's this? A bright light shined out. Odin's beard, don't suddenly take something like that out. That's the true Longinus. I informed them. Please don't play with that on my head. Even I felt danger from that weapon. Oh, that's weird. There's something inside of it, like a presence. She held it up to her ear. Hi, I'm Arcuade Brunstud. The spear seemed to vibrate in her hand. Okay, sorry. She put it back away and took something else out. Why does he have a bunch of girls' underwear in there? She held up a very skimpy piece of fabric. And why is it so small? Ask your grandfather later. The toy wand seemed to skillfully avoid that question. It was obvious she was childlike. I barely needed to interact with her much to be able to understand that. This is enough, stop messing with the brat's stuff. Folan slapped her hand before he started uncorking various things onto his hands and pressing them to Draig's host. The girl at least went quiet as she pulled up her legs next to him and watched. Old man, you're really impressive. The wand spoke. Steam was literally rising off the body of Draig's host. I was the best doctor in the 9 realms before I became a god. Now, I can cheat. He said proudly. You said that you can use some magic, can you analyze this stuff? I don't recognize half of it. Analyze. I can do a basic scan, what do you need? I need something to replenish his stamina, there's too much for me to go through individually to find what I need. I'd rather not take too long to get him back up on his feet. This red fruit here. And that big green potion, that's good stuff. It floated to a strange-looking fruit and a potion laying next to it. Oh, and this, is it wine? Yeah, give him a sip of this wine, that should help. He uncorked the wine and took a whiff. That's impressive. He poured a few drops into the mouth of the young host. This fruit. Folan's eyes glowed. What in the hell? This is almost pure life force. He barely even took pause before breaking it up into small pieces and pushing it down the boy's throat, coaxing him to swallow. I suddenly stopped as I looked into the distance. Did you all feel that? I asked. The strange girl scrunched her brow. Something just came into the world, and it's being rejected. What does that mean? Folan asked. Something that shouldn't exist. It's facing rejection. She said cryptically again. A true demon. Ark, are you sure? The wand flew up into her face. No, it's weird. It feels kind of similar, but it's different. Like the first, an artificial demon. It's going to appear, someone is going to give it a name and bind it to the world. Right, we should leave. The wand said with some urgency. I have no idea what she's talking about, but I still think that's a great idea. Jormungandr, the brat said the bright light, something about a lighthouse. Folan pointed far into the distance where a bright light reached the sky, even through the blizzard around us, it was visible. With pleasure. I moved as fast as I could towards it. It wasn't that far away, but there was something scary behind us and I wanted to get away as far as I could. I didn't have as good a danger sense as you long, but there's a reason I survived so long. I'm the only Dragon King that's never experienced death once, even if it was a close shave by Surtur. As we got closer, I realized how big the thing was. I couldn't even see the light that ended, it pierced the blizzard completely, and the source of it was a large golden building that didn't look like it belonged in this place. Oh, a human. The strange girl pat the top of my head excitedly, jumping down as we all turned to look at where she was talking. There was a human, sitting on a chair, no snow around him in the slightest. In fact, the temperature around here was much warmer. He was old for a human, white hair, frail body, I didn't sense any danger from him. Truthfully, I could probably kill him by just released my aura in his presence. Hey old man, why are you in this place? Humans shouldn't be here. She got really close to him. The old human was whittling away on a piece of wood, barely even paying us any attention. He slowly stopped, his movements displaying his old age. I got lost once upon a time. Though, he took glances at Drake's host atop my head. That's not good. The strange girl frowned. Hey Mr. Snake, let's take him home. Humans shouldn't be here. I was surprised she even cared. She was clearly not human, and I wouldn't care about some random human. I'm afraid I don't have a home anymore, young miss. The old human stood up, his body wobbling from the strain. He looked far behind us as if his gaze could pierce the snowstorm. But you all should leave. Why don't you have a home anymore? She ignored what he said, squatting down with the tone that a child asks an adult with. There are still plenty of humans outside. It was very strange to see a being with such power, yet such naivety and innocence. Home is where the heart is, young miss. My heart died with my sister. He offered a sad smile under his long beard. What happened to your sister? She asked once more with the grace of a child ignoring social etiquette. She was taken. He said with clear venom in his tone. I devoted my life to revenge, chasing after the bastards responsible until I ended here. His fists clenched until he let out a sigh. What am I saying? This old man is rambling in his old age. He looked at her. Maybe it's because you have that same look of hers. I don't remember much, she had shining gold hair just like yours and such a kind and innocent smile. Sometimes when my mind returns, I think I can almost remember exactly how she used to look. He reached out and lightly pat the strange girl's head. You shouldn't stay here and listen to me ramble. He held up a shaking hand towards Drake's host. That one was kind before, you don't need to pay a crossing fee. Take him and enter the ocean. Something is happening and it's getting closer. We all turned to look, and I could feel the vibrations in the ground. Something large and powerful was coming. Even with my eyesight, I could only see its outline in the shadows of the snowstorm. Along with two glowing eyes. Wait, there were more, many, many more. Maybe if I was full strength, but I'm not really in a good spot to fight anything overly strong right now. I wasn't the first to react, it was the strange girl. She grabbed the old man rather gently just before something shot through the blizzard and part of the weird structure was destroyed. Jormungandr, get us out of here. Folin finally shouted. The strange girl and the old man were on my head, I jumped into the beam of light and felt the world twist around us. At *****. Wilhelm POV. I felt salty air hit my face and pushed myself up, realizing I was laying on my back. The splashing of waves was clear to my ears even as I nearly fell over from the sudden movement. I felt groggy, like I had just been on a month-long bender. You're finally up. I looked towards the source and saw Folin sitting there. What's going on? I looked around and we were surrounded by the ocean. What happened? I was fine and then everything just went blank. You tell me, you suddenly fainted and startled everyone. I put both hands on my head and let my jumbled brain settle down to think it through. I forcibly used more power from the bow than what I should have. Not a physical backlash, but it significantly drained my stamina and whatnot. In addition to practically having my aura shattered and the beating I took, my body just collapsed once everything was over. I summarized after thinking it through. Right, I made the mental note before to be careful with using Nidavellir in the bow. I only recently theorized the completed form of it rather than just a rough outline. Using it to battle for the first time, it was very powerful, surprisingly so. Unfortunately, my Helheim spell didn't perform as well as expected. Not that it wasn't what I had hoped, but that the opponent was just a poor choice. Oh, it certainly helped, it definitely accelerated the countdown for the fake Drake, but a drawn-out fight was doomed to fail from the start. The fact that it could just boost ignoring its own damage was much deadlier than anticipated. Well, I should have taken more caution regardless. Opponents that ignore their own well-being seem to be the worst kind. Besides that, the bow certainly needs to be handled with more caution as well. I don't regret what I did, but having more knowledge on the consequences will be beneficial for the future. I shouldn't be surprised that it knocked me on my ass like it did. It's the primary weapon of a god in the same breath as Meridia. The fact that I could draw out more power from it than normal is already a feat worth praising. Shit, I couldn't even pull the bowstring all the way back and my arms were destroyed in the process. Speaking of. Did you heal me? I looked at Folan. I did. He nodded. Luckily, you gave me medicine as a domain. I had to use stuff from your storage, he pointed at my ring. But I can amplify healing objects and medicines with my new divine power. I was obviously still not fully recovered, but I was far from debilitated. Especially my arms, they were back to working condition, and while my chest still hurt from a few cracked ribs and whatnot, it wasn't nearly as bad as it should have been without something impressive to heal me like Avalon. Fascinating, I wonder what the scope of that entails. Would he be able to affect something like Avalon? Not directly, it's beyond reproach as a physical object, but in application. Thoughts for later. Last thing I remember, Arcuade dropped the moon on fake Drake and I was about to explain everything and ask questions and here I am. Arcuade dropped the crimson moon on fake Drake. She dropped the fucking moon. Thank Big G in my spear that she had the sense to not let us get caught up in everything. And the fact that it happened inside a reality marble means the world still exists afterwards as everything returns to normal. That's going to give me shivers for a long time. Folan, how did you end up with my cousin? I finally asked. Why don't you ask those two? He pointed to Ark and. Was that Captain Hook? I was about to ask about that, but priorities. Because Ruby was floating next to her, and she noticed my gaze because she immediately hid behind Ark. Ruby. I said very sternly. Would you like to explain why you and Ark are here? I'm not here. Ruby, I can deactivate you with a verbal command. I reminded her. It wasn't my fault. I highly doubt it. I rolled my eyes. This had her mischief all over it. It was me. Arcuade spoke up. I forced her. I wanted to come and visit. I looked at Arcuade then at Ruby before letting out a sigh. I could believe that as well, Arcuade isn't one to think things through. A simple though like, I wanted to visit could easily turn into this because she's very singularly focused when she gets a thought in her head. And she's one of the few people that could actually force Ruby. Captain. I greeted the old man who was sitting at the edge of Jormungandr, which we were apparently riding as he swam through the sea. He didn't answer me, nor even turn around but I knew he heard me. Why is he with us? I pointed at him, then looked at the others. I took him. Arcuade smiled. I rubbed the bridge of my nose. Right, this has turned into a clusterfuck. I am thankful for the assist back there, however. I don't believe I would have died, but Ark did save me ample effort when she dropped the damn moon on fake Drake. I felt a tremor, as it seems Jormungandr hit something. I looked over the side as he slithered up to a sandbar and stopped, nearly flopping over. Quickly, I was about to grab Captain Hook before he could fall, but Arcuade beat me to it and helped him onto the sandbar. Odd. I can't go anymore, I'm too tired. The snake let out a groan. How long had you been swimming? I asked. The world serpent looked at me and for some reason I felt a lot of pity. Hours. You've had it hard. She used me as a club. He whined. I, the majestic world serpent, was used as a club to bludgeon people. I looked at Ark and she looked away, pretending not to be guilty. None of the other dragons are ever going to let me live this down. That's not true. I tried to reassure him. No, he's right. Drake chimed in. Next opportunity one get, I'm going to tell everyone. Drake actually thinks you were pretty cool back there. I forced a smile. That's a lie, the Great Welsh is a dick, everyone knows it. Not untrue. Drake didn't deny. No, seriously, Drake really thinks you did good. Really? The world serpent asked. Yup. He used to call me a dumb snake. He would taunt me, asking me why I was a dragon king when I wasn't even a real dragon. He is a dumb snake. Damn it, Drake. But I take back what I said about him not being a real dragon. It was ballsy of him to attack Surtur like he did, I'm honestly impressed. Drake says he recognizes you as a real dragon. He said, only a real and powerful dragon would dare to stand up to the fire giant king. Only a real dragon would rebel against destiny and fight against preordained fate. Drake said he greatly respects you for what you did. I told him. That's not at all what I said. However, Jormungandr seemed to regain some life in his eyes. Great Welsh said something like that. I did not. He most certainly did. I back up my words with my pride as the Red Dragon Emperor. I gave him a thumbs up. Drake, let him have this. He looks like he's been having a really bad past few days. And we do kind of owe him for what happened back in Asgard. Jormungandr smiled, as best as a snake could. But I'm still too tired to move. I can't even bring out 30% of my full strength like I am right now because everything is going into healing my previous injuries. My stamina is pathetic too. Well, fuck. I could vaguely sense Sir Wiggles, and he was far away. I took out the map I took off killing those goblins a while ago that pointed to the island, and it was blank. It was easy to guess we were too far out of range from the established magics. Hey Folan, you didn't happen to see any yokai after we entered the ocean, did you? Nurarihayan and some others should have been on my ship. I'm sure they're fine, but how much damage is the question? There was no one waiting when we came over. He shook his head. Well, this is a shitty spot we've ended up in. I need to meet back up with the others, but now I have to babysit Arcuade. And our ride is too tired. Did you say, yokai, lad? Captain Hook turned to me. I did. I had a few of them come over from the side you did. He spoke calmly. About an army or two crossed over. Did Yasaka and them catch up? That means they're already marching or rather sailing for the main territory of the Winter Court. Nurarihayan must have met back up with them. Well, we either have to wait for a ship to pass by and commandeer, or for Jormungandr to recover. Speaking of, I realized I had something that could probably help. Hey big snake, try eating a couple of these. I tossed 2 of the red fruits onto its tongue and he didn't even bother to say anything as they were pulled into his mouth. It was as if he gained a burst of stamina and stood up. Oh, that's nice. He hissed out. Consider it a thanks. How much swimming do you think you can do? I'm going to need a few hundred of those if you want me to swim all the way back from where we came. He replied. Right, no point then. Should I just use my magic and risk it? I didn't trust my calculations in this place where time and space could change on a whim. If you need a ship, I may have a solution. Captain Hook raised his hand, looking my way. It depends if he can swim just a little bit further. How far? Jormungandr looked at him skeptically, and Captain Hook gave a big grin. Hate. Jormungandr spit out. I hate all of you. None of you are good people and I will never help any of you ever again. Jormungandr whined as he swam for another 2 hours per Captain Hook's instructions. Drake says he admires your. Do you think I'm an idiot? Jormungandr hissed, eyes tilting up towards me as I stood on his head. I was hoping. Jormungandr grumbled. I am owed a debt. I relented. I swear on my name, I recognize a debt owed. For this and the nonsense that Arcuade put him through. I wasn't playing around with this one, I made a promise, and if he called in my debt, I would answer without hesitation. Humph, if Drake's host owes me a debt, it barely makes this whole trip worth it. We're almost there. It should be that cave cove up ahead if I remember. Captain Hook stood there with the wind whipping his hair back and didn't even stumble as he pointed forward on Jormungandr's head. The world serpent continued to grumble, but he shot forward. He entered the cave, it was rather large, enough to accommodate his size. Though he paused. There's something here. The waters inside the cave trembled as something large burst out ready to attack. Tick-tock. Captain Hook blurted out, causing the monster to stop abruptly, and Jormungandr, who was nearly ready to bite into it, stopped as well. There was a massive crocodile sitting there. It was very intelligent by the look in its eyes, seemingly recognizing Captain Hook immediately. My old friend. He had a few tears in his eyes. You're still protecting this place after all these years? Not far away, I could see it. On the stone ground of the cave there was a ship, it had some decay to it, but it was mostly intact. And specifically, there was a pirate's flag hanging down. The hook on it was a dead giveaway. Captain Hook nearly jumped down before Arcuade gave him a hand and he almost stumbled as his feet touched the ground. The massive crocodile that could probably eat the ship in a couple bites, looked towards him and rumbled like cat, purring as the old man put a hand on its snout. I vaguely recall a crocodile in the story, it swallowed an alarm clock, which is how it had its name. In some iterations the crocodile is Captain Hook's arch-nemesis, in others, it's his companion. It's obvious which is real in this case. We all got off of Jormungandr as he finally shrunk down and coiled around Folan's neck in exhaustion. We really did owe him a bit here. It seemed like Captain Hook stood up straighter. Don't worry about TikTok, he's a friend to the crew. Captain Hook laughed. Without him, the ship would have been stolen long ago. He's been here, protecting it faithfully for so long. A man with a turban sold him to me a long time ago. He claimed that TikTok here was descended from something, I don't remember. From that place with pyramids, the name escapes me, he said something from there. I do know of a certain mythological crocodile from Egyptian myths. It's in surprisingly good condition. I admired the boat since the big and most likely divine descended crocodile made no motion of hostility. Of course, the Jolly Roger is second to none. He seemed excited, a far cry from the past few times I've seen him. She will serve you well. He sighed. Take good care of her. He was handing his ship over without a second thought. I'm afraid that there's one problem. Something wrong with the ship? Captain Hook looked concerned. You see, I'm already a captain. It would be the height of presumptuousness to assume the role of captain on another man's ship. Ah. He blinked. Not to mention, I know nothing of these waters. We need someone experienced, Captain. I took out a bottle of my peach wine and one of the red fruits. Both of these were exceedingly rare materials that I would hesitate to give out, but in this instance, I felt it was appropriate. He seemed confused, as if he was operating on instinct. He took the jar of wine and popped it open, downing a big gulp. His eyes widened and he grabbed the fruit, eating it very quickly. His white hair didn't disappear, but perhaps he was standing a few inches taller, and his eyes were a bit less glossy. Tick-tock. Do you remember what I told you? We have one last adventure. The only adventure we have left. He smiled. For one last time, let's let these bastards fear the name of Captain Hook. He looked around. Lad, you know your way around a ship. I need you to patch any holes. On it, Captain. I nodded, taking my shirt off because this was going to be some dirty work. Little lady, how is your sewing hand? The sails need a touch-up. I can do that, I think. Arcuade sounded excited, like it was a fun new thing for her. You, the elf. He pointed at Folan with eyes narrowed. Not a fae. He made sure to say bluntly. Then you are welcome on my ship. How's your aim? I don't miss. Folan snorted. Check the cannons, make sure they're primed. Folan smiled lightly and flicked his hand up in the image of a salute. It was as if he returned to the prime of his youth despite an elderly body and white hair. His hook ran through his mustache with a wide grin adorning his face. In an hour, I want the Jolly Roger ready to set sail. At *****. Non-canon Omake, The Little Spider Part 4. Arachne traveled for several hours on the back of Mr. Blueberry. If any human saw her, they would have probably seen a young girl riding a bike or a horse, but Arachne was having a fun time. Getting Mr. Blueberry for her already made this trip worth it. She even considered just heading home and bringing Mr. Blueberry with her, but since she was already here, she figured she'd set out to do what she came here originally for. The trip perhaps would have been a bit quicker if they had taken major roads and such, but she didn't want to be bothered with traffic and humans. While she was by no means like her Aunt Rin and disdained modern technology, she preferred the wilderness and tranquility that came away from civilization. To an extent. She was happy in Yokai Kyoto where things were much less noisy and invasive compared to the human world, while also having all the modern conveniences. She enjoyed camping, hiking, or otherwise exploring remote locations and had no problem roughing it for her goals. But on the flip side, she would get wondery if she couldn't take a warm shower after a week. Nor if she couldn't take breaks to laze about and just watch mindless television for a while. She had a few shows she desperately waited for each week. That being said, this trip had taken its toll on Mr. Blueberry. She noticed that he had slowed down a lot to the point where he found the shade of a tree near a small stream and laid. Are you tired, Mr. Blueberry? She quickly got off lest she make him uncomfortable and sat down next to him, moving his head to his lap as she rubbed his head. It's okay, I take care of you now, you can rest. Moo. She was by no means upset by this break, in fact, she was proud of her Mr. Blueberry. Giving it some thought, it was probably much harder for him to swim on land like he had been doing for so long compared to being in the water. It only further confirmed her original belief that he was the best pet. Arachne looked up at the sun, estimating that it was about mid-afternoon. Do you want something to eat, Mr. Blueberry? She took out a handful of cookies. Can you eat cookies? If not, I got some other stuff. Barely the words left her mouth before Mr. Blueberry's mouth opened wide and snatched them out of her hand, munching on them happily. She wasn't upset, simply smiled and continued to give him rubs on the head. She took some more snacks out of her storage bracelet and nibbled on them while sharing with Mr. Blueberry until a bit longer passed and he eventually fell asleep on her lap. Arachne didn't want to wake him up and decided that a small nap wasn't bad. She laid her head on his side and quickly fell asleep. With a yawn, Arachne opened her eyes. The sun had moved a bit in the sky, and she realized it would be getting dark soon. Mr. Blueberry woke up by her movements, looking a lot better as he wiggled free and swam around in a circle happily. He began to nudge her expectantly. Are you hungry again? She furrowed her brow. She did have more food, but most of that was admittedly snacks. What real food she did have, well, she liked to treat it as emergency provisions. She gave it a thought and came to a decision. It seems like you can eat anything. We're close to the city, we can find something good to eat there. Whatever you want, you can choose. She reassured him. Moo. She happily hopped back on Mr. Blueberry and set off again. And she was right, mostly because she could smell the stench of the city's pollution, but it didn't take long for them to reach the city limits. Funnily enough, Mr. Blueberry didn't seem to mind the smell, or the crowds, or the noise. She questioned if he had been to human cities often, because he maneuvered around the crowds with his large body fairly easily and with obvious experience. She didn't direct him. Mr. Blueberry looked like he was looking for something. Every so often, he would seemingly sniff the air, surprising that a fish creature could do so, but she didn't care to contradict, and he would then turn another direction and keep moving. That was until they stopped out of a random restaurant that smelled good even to Arachne's less sensitive nose. However, she had a feeling that this wasn't the reason he stopped here due to who walked out just as they arrived. An old man with one eye covered stood there, having just stepped outside. Half a sandwich was in his mouth, and he was mid-bite as he stopped and stared at Arachne and Mr. Blueberry. Slowly, he began to chew without any other sounds as the two sides stared at one another in silence. Moo! Mr. Blueberry broke the silence, happily looking at the old man. The old man looked at Mr. Blueberry strangely, then at Arachne. Greek. Yeah. Parent. Some idiot. That doesn't narrow it down. He snorted. But I could already guess. He took a bite of his sandwich, his one eye looking at her closely. After a couple more bites, he tossed it to Mr. Blueberry, who without hesitation opened his mouth and swallowed it down, letting out a happy noise. Arachne blinked, looking at her pet as apparently they knew each other. You know what you got there? He pointed at Mr. Blueberry. My pet. Arachne said. His name is Mr. Blueberry. The old man blinked once. Okay. Moo. Arachne nodded as Mr. Blueberry agreed. Do you know him? Arachne asked. He comes to our part of the world every now and then. My son is fond of him and likes to challenge him to swim races. The old man shrugged. Why do you have mastery of runes? His eye narrowed. Mom taught me. She said proudly. Your Greek parent? He asked in confusion because he could guess who the girl's mother was. No, me mum. Not my mother. Arachne said the latter with a more clinical detachment. As if it were just a statement of fact rather than any emotional ties. The old man understood her now. Her name. He was curious because not many people inscribed the old runes onto their children's souls in an inheritance ritual. Scat-hack. Arash proudly said once again. The old man opened his mouth once then closed it. He decided to take out the second half of the sandwich from the container he was holding and take a bite of it, very slowly. Not human. Who's your other parent? Da's name is Wilhelm. The old man ran through every figure he knew with that name and was coming up short. He was confused because he knew for certain that she had no human in her, which was strange for Greek demigods. It was something he didn't even recognize at first glance, which was especially strange for him. Da is the son of Lucifer. She added, guessing what he wanted. Once more, the old man opened his mouth as if to say something, but no words came out. Are you going to camp? The old man was familiar with what the Greeks got up to. Yeah. All right, have fun. He chose to turn and walk away. Bye, Uncle Odin. She waved goodbye to him. The god Odin nearly stumbled at being so bluntly called out, but he quickly made his presence scarce. He didn't know why she called him uncle, he didn't know why she seemingly had his blessing. He didn't know why he felt a familiar tug of his trusted spear from her. But he was a god of wisdom, thus he made the wise decision to not get involved with this train wreck and just watch from the side as the Greeks have to deal with it. Though Arachne made the mental note to go visit Asgard at some point. Her and Mr. Blueberry went off on their merry way. At ******. It had gotten dark as Arachne looked up at the sky. And it had started raining, a storm had descended, but she knew that it was unnatural. It didn't seem to be focused on her, so she didn't put much thought into it. They weren't far away, she thought. She had a vague idea of where they were going and there was something strange further ahead, like a large bounded field. She had cast a small spell to keep the rain off herself, and Mr. Blueberry seemed happy to have the extra water falling down. However, something got her attention that diverted her thoughts away from the camp. A large and intentional bolt of lightning dropped from the sky. The camp wasn't going anywhere, she wanted to go see what was going on. Maybe she could find a good fight. Mr. Blueberry, let's go see what's happening. She lightly pat his head. Moo. Mr. Blueberry looked hesitant. Don't worry, Mr. Blueberry, Aseta would protect ya. A promise that no one will hurt ya. She reassured him. She would literally kill anyone who attempted to harm him. She came upon a strange scene. A minotaur. She recognized the monster immediately as it chased after a group of people. What looked like a mother, a son, and a satyr. She pursed her lips at the last one due to her previous encounter with a satyr. But the mother broke off from the other two and tried to divert the attention of the monster away, however it managed to grab her. Arachne felt a twinge in her heart and already decided to make a move. However, she blinked as something else happened. It was phased out of normal space, but someone reached out through the void to attempt to grab her. Godly. Her instincts told her that it wasn't a protective gesture, and without a second thought, her spear was summoned and soared through the air. On the other side, Hades, god of the underworld, attempted to grab hold of the mortal woman. He was sure that the son of hers was the one who stole something precious from him. The monster currently grabbing her was originally sent by him to grab the boy, but taking his mom was good enough a bargaining tool to get back his precious treasure. However, just as he was about to pull her to the underworld to hold onto her as a hostage, a red light soared through the air right at him. He pulled back for the briefest moments out of surprise and could clearly see a rather peculiar spear nearly try and immable him. He traced it back to where it came from and saw a young girl. A demigod if he guessed correctly, but his eyes widened as she noted what was at her side. Was that the Ophiutorus? It was enough of a shock that the great god momentarily forgot himself and lost the opportunity to grab the mortal woman. The ancient laws prohibit overt meddling in the affairs of mortals. Now that he had missed his chance, he couldn't justify acting twice to grab the same mortal under a watchful gaze. With a furious scowl, he retreated back to the underworld. The Minotaur, however, was completely oblivious as to what was happening, intending to squeeze the woman into a paste without a second thought, as its main target was the delicious-smelling demigod boy it had been chasing. But before he could flex his strength, like a rocket, a knee was smashed into its nose, sending the Minotaur up off its feet, its grip loosened, and it nearly did a flip before planting back onto the ground. Arachne slid to a stop, catching the woman before she could hit the ground. What? The older woman looked around confused. Are you okay? Arachne asked, impressed by the woman willing to sacrifice herself for the others. Like her she had a soft spot for good parents. Why yes. The woman answered, still confused. Mr. Blueberry swam up, nudging them both happily. The woman just stood there as Arachne set her back on her feet, not sure what was going on all of a sudden. One moment, she thought she was going to die, the next, she was in the arms of a young girl with very pretty hair and eyes, and now there was a fish with a bull's head nudging her playfully. The Minotaur had recovered, filled with fury as it smelled the newcomer who had heard it. Another demigod. It felt like it would be eating well tonight. Arachne didn't summon her spear back into her hand. She cracked her neck and held her hands up as the Minotaur stomped the ground menacingly before charging at them. She didn't look back at the panicking woman, too focused on the monster with a growing feral grin on her face. She ran at him at full speed and jumped up from her lower position, her elbow swung up under its jaw, nearly making the Minotaur's eyes roll back and stop its charge with a shockwave thundering through the surroundings. Arachne followed up, but gracefully landing back onto the ground and dropping low, swinging her leg out and swiping at its own legs, knocking it off balance. A quick jab snuck at its kidney made saliva shoot out of the monster's mouth with a roar of pain. It managed to recover, a testament to its fortitude as it tried to swing its fist at her haphazardly. Arachne merely grinned as she danced around it and threw a palm at the side of its head and with quick speed, another palm at the opposite side of its head, dazing it as its brain became jumbled. She released a flurry of punches into its abdomen, its tough hide indented with each blow. She took her lessons in pancration from her uncle Achilles to heart. He always said, the primary goal was to take your opponent down through all means available. Obviously, it was a combat style meant for use without a weapon. Bite your opponent's ear off if she could. Gouge their eyes out, elbow them in the kidney, knee them in the face. He was very explicit, and even Aunt Atlanta agreed with his words. Like her first attack on the Minotaur, she slammed her knee forward, but it wasn't his face this time. The Minotaur let out a silent scream, clutching its groin and falling to the ground. Thankfully, she didn't have to see the mess because the monster was wearing white underwear for some reason. She decided it was wise not to question this. Arachne raised her leg up and slammed it down on the back of the Minotaur's head, planting its face further into the dirt. Lastly, she reached forward and grabbed the two horns of his and ripped them off. She seemed to recall the legends that the Minotaur was originally killed with its own horns. She quickly stabbed them into the Minotaur's head, pointy side down this time. The monster's suffering finally ended, and it turned to dust, leaving the two horns behind. Arachne smiled at that. She knew that monsters here turned to dust, for some reason. But she was happy that it left its horns. She couldn't wait to show her mom and the prize she took from a legendary monster. Even if it wasn't very strong. She didn't need to mention that though. She happily put them away as Mr. Blueberry mooed at her, swimming and nudging her in excitement. All done. She brushed her hands clean with a smile as her spear returned to her hand from where it had been thrown earlier. The mortal woman stood there in shock, mouth open, just staring at Arachne. Any more monsters you need dead? Arachne asked. No. Arachne pouted. She barely even got started. The woman had introduced herself to Arachne. 1. Sally Jackson. A human woman who caught the attention of a god, a tale as literally old as humanity. Arachne didn't care much about the backstory. But the boy from earlier was in fact her son, and the satyr was there to bring them to camp, so about what she expected when she first arrived. They walked up over the hill where Arachne fought to see if they could find her son and the satyr. She did tell them to run, presumably to the camp, so it was a good chance they had already made it there. After searching the nearby buildings, there was no sign of either, so Arachne just sat on an abandoned tractor nearby as Sally Jackson wandered around almost lost. He's probably gone already. She finally said, approaching Arachne again. I suppose my job is done. I don't know if I would even be allowed to see him now. Arachne blinked. What crock of shite is that? Pardon. If you want to go see him, then we go see him. You're his mum, of course you can see him. Arachne scoffed. I'll take you there. Sally's eyes widened. Are humans allowed? She whispered. She didn't know much, but she didn't know that it was only a sanctuary for demigods from what her former lover said. She was always under the assumption that she was basically giving her son up with the potential to never see him again. She didn't want that of course, but more than anything, she just wanted him to be safe. It was a sacrifice she would willingly make in a heartbeat if it meant her son was safe from the kind of monster that. Well, that this girl probably only a few years older than her son just beat the ever-loving crap out of. Was that what her son was going to be able to do in a few years? Don't know. Arachne shrugged. You don't know. She looked confused. Didn't you come from there? Nah, I was on my way there for the first time. Saw something happening, came to take a look. She said without much care. A will take you there, no big deal. Sally Jackson blinked because she was sure that this child was thoroughly trained, right? Maybe she was just too ignorant about the happenings of what happened in the world. Arachne didn't care about any of that nonsense though. She was his mom, and Arachne thought it stupid that a mom wasn't allowed to see her son, especially a very loving and sacrificial mom like Sally. Therefore, she decided it was her goal to reunite them, at least for her to say goodbye and to make sure they both know the other is safe. Mr. Blueberry can carry both of us. She pat her pet's head and he mooed in agreement. Sally Jackson looked at the now named Mr. Blueberry. She didn't question it before, but wasn't that a monster? Or not? She was finding out that she really didn't know much about anything. She decided not to ask one of the many questions she had. Like, why was his name Mr. Blueberry? She hesitantly mounted him similar to Arachne and found that it was actually somewhat pleasant as the strange creature started moving. Sally had ridden horses before, and it was a lot smoother than that. And she had thought she would have gotten wet as there seemed to be a bubble of water around the very noticeable fish monster, but she wasn't getting wet at all. It didn't take long for them to reach the bounded field that Arachne discovered previously. She put a hand on it when they got close and could make out some parameters of it. It seemed to allow divinity and rejected anything else. That made sense, to protect against both humans and monsters. It was a nice barrier. Oh well. Her hand became enveloped with the power of destruction, and she rent a person-sized hole in the barrier. Somewhat flippant in approach, but she was sure the barrier would mend itself rather quickly from what she discovered with just a cursory glance. Ma'am, this way. Arachne gestured. Sally Jackson looked. She couldn't see the barrier before, but now that it had been apparently torn open by some black flames the strange girl manifested, it was barely visible around the edges of the hole to her eyes. She hesitantly stepped in to follow after the young girl who seemed to keep marching forward with a charismatic confidence. The cowfish thing was right next to her. They didn't get in very far before rustling disturbed some of the foliage and a large figure jumped out with a haste. Who, Miss Jackson? Hello, Mr. Brunner. She greeted back. Arachne just raised a discerning eyebrow as she inspected the centaur. It's Chiron, actually. He coughed. You don't seem surprised, clear-sighted. Yes. Sally answered pointedly. He recalled the times he had interacted with her when playing the part of her son's teacher and hiding his true form as a centaur. Ah, I should have known that. You did a good job of hiding it during the parent-teacher conferences. Chiron then paused as if realizing the situation. How did you get in here? A let her in. Arachne said. And how did you let her in? Chiron questioned. A opened a hole. Arash said nonchalantly. Chiron's mouth gaped for a moment. You opened a hole. Yes. Chiron didn't know what to make of this girl. Sally, can you explain what's going on? We just received Percy, and he passed out from exhaustion and Grover gave a summary of events, but they both seemed confident that you died. Sally looked at Arachne. She saved me. I saw her with the monster, figured I would help. Arachne smiled. The Minotaur wasn't very strong though. Chiron blinked at her blunt words, filling in the blanks based on what he knew, but before he could question her next his eyes landed on the thing next to her. Is that the Ophiuchus? He blurted out in shock. Moo. His name is Mr. Blueberry. Arachne said firmly. And don't you have any thoughts, I'll kill anyone who tries to hurt him. She warned. Chiron was someone old, experienced. He had survived many ages, tutelage under the gods, and often was brought up to Olympus to meet the exalted figures. And that being said, he was at this moment, bewildered and speechless. Arachne though was happy. Her uncle Achilles only had good things to say about his teacher. And even Aunt Atlanta and Aunt Medea only praised him as good, honorable, and skilled. Chiron at this point realized with the apparent reveal of the Bane of Olympus that things were significantly beyond his pay grade. Despite the many questions he had, he decided to let their esteemed Count Director handle things. Please, follow me then, I guess. He never had an uninvited human enter the camp before, so there actually wasn't any real precedence on how to handle her. Thankfully, they had more than enough room. And truthfully, he wasn't so cold-hearted as to send her out, especially with her son thinking she's dead. The lives of demigods were tragic enough, at the very least, small acts of kindness were not beyond him. Once they passed the tree line and the forestry area, it opened up to a large valley. Arachne drank the sight in with her eyes. Despite it being dark with a storm looming overhead, her eyes could see it clearly. They were standing at the precipice of a large cliff, and down below there were many buildings, obviously of Greek architecture from a glance. There was even a Colosseum replica down there. And at the side, was that a volcano? She looked up and saw a Pegasus fly overhead. This way, the camp director is in the big house. We'll give you a proper tour after meeting him. Arachne nodded. Even if she wanted to immediately get to the fun bits, it was important to be polite in someone else's home. The big house he mentioned was the only house on this cliff, overlooking everything else. A large, several-story and old-looking house. They walked right inside along with Mr. Blueberry to see a man sitting at a table, drinking a cup of coffee. He stopped mid-sip to look at us. There was a beat of silence as he didn't speak. Chiron cleared his throat. Mr. D, this is a new camper of ours. He gestured to Arachne, deducing she was a demigod even if it wasn't said outwardly. Not to mention, he recognized the color of her eyes. It was a rather dead giveaway 99.9% of the time. Why is there a human here? Mr. D suddenly asked. Arachne wasn't fooled by his normal appearance. She knew a god when she saw one. Her name is Sally Jackson. She's the mother of Percy whom I brought about an hour ago. Chiron explained. The god didn't seem to really care, even if both Chiron and Sally swallowed nervously. You know the rules, they get a 3-day pass, no more. I don't need Pops breathing down my neck about showing any favoritism. He waved his hand flippantly. If I see any humans here after 3 days, the lake is getting new dolphins. Chiron didn't really get a word in to properly explain her presence, but wisely chose not to elaborate. Now. The god set down his mug with a strange gaze. He looked at Mr. Blueberry with a look of acknowledgement of its existence. He pointed at it as if he wanted to say something and then shook his head with a sigh. And I'm already going to have a headache, and I don't even know your name yet. Wonderful. I think this might be a new record. He was clearly referring to Arachne. He took his coffee up and took a sip of it. My name is Arachne Wathak Schweinorg. She introduced herself without reservation. Mr. D, also known as the god Dionysus, spit out his coffee as she said her name. Like Chiron, he wasn't stupid. He immediately noticed her eyes, and the vast majority of demigods with that eye color belonged to one specific goddess. It took only a brief moment, but the god of madness started laughing. At *****at a/n. If you want to read 10 chapters ahead or support me, visit my patreon.com/astoriforon. I also have a boosty if you can't use the above under the same name. We got 2 chapters ahead of the Arachneomake, and 1 chapter ahead of the Cyclops snippet as well. Heading towards the next arc and a new world soon with the Fey War being over.